The heavens have shifted, and the laws have shattered. The world of spirits has unexpectedly merged with Blue Star, revealing the true forms of legendary deities, while nefarious organizations manipulate events from the shadows. Lu Feng, armed with memories not belonging to this world, seizes the initiative to capture rare spirits and unravel ancient mysteries. Embarking on an adventure from scratch, he finds himself at an advantage due to his prior knowledge. Witness how he, as a mere mortal, stands shoulder to shoulder with divine beings, embarking on the path to become the master of spirits. A fervent bond woven through epic confrontations reveals the truth of the world as a new chapter begins. Chapter 1. Arrival in the Spirit World. The sun shone brightly, the azure sky unmarred by clouds. Golden rays cascaded from the expanse above, filtering through the swaying green leaves, casting a gentle warmth upon the earth. Lu Feng gazed at the swallows perched on the lush trees, momentarily lost in thought. As an ardent Pokémon enthusiast, Lu Feng recognized the creature adorned with deep blue feathers, a pristine white belly, and a hint of red plumage on its head and neck. This was none other than the Tailo, a native of the Hoenn region. Taking a deep breath, he pinched his arm, feeling a twinge of pain that slowly brought him back to reality. This is real. I have truly entered the world of Pokémon. That voice did not deceive me. If not for the first-hand experience of this bizarre occurrence, he would have found it utterly absurd. The dimensions have shifted, with the spirit world poised to intertwine with Blue Star, heralding the arrival of numerous spirits. Lu Feng and others have entered the spirit world ahead of time, striving to facilitate this convergence. Lu Feng understood that a new era might be dawning, and to safeguard his existence in this grand epic, he must wield formidable power that lay in his spirits. With this thought, he felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. Trepidation arose from the myriad terrifying legends lurking within this world and the existence of various dark organizations, where a single misstep could lead to his demise. Excitement surged from the fact that Blue Star possessed no knowledge of the Pokémon realm, and as a traveler from Earth, Lu Feng retained fragments of information that could serve as his foundation for ascendance. While he was lost in contemplation, a mechanical voice suddenly pierced his thoughts, cold and devoid of emotion, snapping him back to reality. Ding, data collection of the spirit world complete, initiating system template assignment. This was a unique privilege granted to Blue Star for bridging the gap with the spirit world. After all, the current disparity between Blue Star and the spirit world was akin to the faint glow of fireflies against the brilliance of the moon. Without some form of preferential treatment, the spirit world could easily overwhelm Blue Star without even dispatching their champions. Perhaps merely the gym leaders could vanquish the entire planet. Thus, this interlude of world merging served as an opportunity for Blue Star to develop, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Once the worlds fully merged, this privilege would cease. For the time being, the spirit world appeared to Lu Feng and others from Blue Star as a vast, immersive online game. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Feng, prompting him to inquire inwardly, "System, how can we expedite the world's integration?" Ding, by completing tasks assigned by the system, you can enhance the reputation of the world's legends and accelerate the merging of the two realms. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully at this revelation. Just as he hoped the system would not present him with undue challenges, a mechanical voice abruptly shattered his expectations. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a legendary task to become the Master of Spirits. Task duration, unlimited. Requirements: become the strongest trainer in the spirit world and cultivate your spirits to legendary status. Task reward, unknown. Task levels are classified as ordinary, excellent, elite, epic, and legendary. Lu Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. Did it have to be this harsh? To commence with such a daunting task felt overwhelmingly distant. In an instant, he was rendered speechless, standing in silence for what seemed like an eternity. Eventually, he regained his composure, gazing at the Tailo frolicking freely, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Regardless of the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, the most pressing matter was to secure an initial spirit before plotting any further actions. The true spirit world was not merely a canvas of beauty and virtue, as portrayed in animation. It concealed a tapestry of bloodshed and darkness. Cautiously, Lu Feng traversed the newly opened path, ever vigilant of the movements along the roadside, fearful that a wild spirit might leap forth and launch an attack. He was no Ash Ketchum considering his physique. Even a minor collision could leave him bloodied. What place is this? Lu Feng advanced along the path established by the Alliance, muttering to himself. Despite knowing he was within the Hoenn region, its vastness left him uncertain of his precise location. After wandering for over 10 minutes, he finally stumbled upon a weathered signpost, battered and worn by time, its inscriptions faded. Had he not strained to decipher it, he might have overlooked its message entirely. Noticing the 3 digits 101 on the sign, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. With a peculiar expression, he surveyed his surroundings, memories flooding his mind. If his recollection served him right, Road 101 should lead to Little Root Town, the very starting point of the protagonists in the Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald games. Lost in reminiscence, he was suddenly jolted by distant cries for help, eliciting an unusual expression from Lu Feng, who was already skeptical. "No way," he muttered, glancing toward the source of the voice. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to follow the increasingly urgent pleas and hurried toward the sound. As Lu Feng approached the source of the cries, he slowed his pace. 5 meters away, 3 small, dog-like spirits were encircling a tree, making distressed sounds. These spirits, with their alternating shades of fur resembling raccoons, were none other than the Zigzagoon. Looking up, he spotted a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, sporting a square face and a bushy beard, dejectedly perched in a tree. As Lu Feng observed, the man noticed him and exuberantly called out, "Finally, someone has come. I am Professor Birch. Young man, please help me." Just as the professor's voice faded, a new task appeared in Lu Feng's mind as the system chimed in. Chapter 2, a classic scene from the Gem version game. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received an elite task. Assist Professor Birch in evading the Zigzagoon's pursuit. Task duration, 1 hour. Requirements: defeat all Zigzagoon and rescue Professor Birch. Task reward: initial Pokémon X1 Spirit World Resident Card Detection Skill. Failure penalty: decrease in Professor Birch's favorability, unable to obtain spirits for 3 days. As Lu Feng listened to the system's prompt, his clear eyes brightened with excitement. Wasn't this just a quintessential scene from a gem-themed game? While he had been pondering how to obtain a novice Pokémon, he never anticipated encountering such a task that would resolve all his troubles in an instant. "Little brother, please come my aid," exclaimed Dr. Tianwan, his face etched with urgency as he looked at Lu Feng, who stood there in a daze. Sensing the impatience in Dr. Tianwan's tone, Lu Feng wore an innocent expression, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Dr. Tianwan, my name is Lu Feng. I truly wish to help you, but I currently have no Pokémon and cannot contend with those 3 snivy bears." "How could this be?" Dr. Tianwan was taken aback, surprised that someone would venture into the wild without a Pokémon. However, upon seeing the snivy bears beneath the tree continuously battering against it, causing the entire tree to tremble violently and appear on the verge of collapse, panic crept into his demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he looked deeply at Lu Feng and then at the briefcase on the ground. Suddenly, an idea surged into his mind. He relaxed his furrowed brow and pointed toward a nearby patch of grass where a briefcase lay. "Little brother, that briefcase contains 3 Pokémon, which I just received from the Alliance. Open it and select one to drive them away." Upon hearing Dr. Tianjuan's suggestion, a gleam of joy flashed in Lu Feng's eyes, as the scenario perfectly aligned with his expectations. Yes, this is simply perfect. He cautiously avoided the attention of the 3 snivy bears and dashed towards the briefcase in the grass. In no time, he arrived at the briefcase's location and slowly opened it. Inside, 3 red and white Poké Balls gently swayed, as if beckoning Lu Feng to choose one for battle. The Poké Balls contained, from left to right, a Mudkip, a Torchic, and a Trico. The Torchic, a fire-type chick Pokémon, radiated warmth due to the flames burning within it and could unleash fireballs reaching 1,000 degrees. When attacked by enemies, it would retaliate by spitting fireballs formed in its belly, fearing the darkness of night. Trico, a grass-type forest lizard Pokémon, was primarily green. It possessed small spines on its feet, allowing it to maneuver easily on steep terrain, and its large tail could be wielded as a weapon. Mudkip, a water-type swamp fish Pokémon, was predominantly blue. Its fins served as a radar to assess its surroundings. It breathed through its cheeks while submerged, and in times of peril, it could exert enough force to shatter rocks larger than itself. Gazing at the 3 Poké Balls before him, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Little brother, have you not yet made your choice? I can hardly hold on any longer." As Lu Feng contemplated which Pokémon to select, Dr. Tianjuan's voice echoed again, tinged with impatience. "Doctor, I'm on my way. Please hold on for just a moment longer." Lu Feng hurriedly reassured Dr. Tianwan, attempting to calm him. Upon hearing this, Dr. Tianwan felt somewhat relieved, but then hurriedly added, the briefcase also contains a Pokédex. If you're unsure of the Pokémon's abilities, you can refer to it for information. Lu Feng's gaze shifted as he seized the Pokédex, taking a deep breath before quickly deliberating. He knew time was of the essence, and that he needed to make a decision swiftly, otherwise the task might slip away. After all, he would need time to prepare for the impending battle. Ultimately, his focus landed on the Mudkip's Pokeball, and he solemnly retrieved it. The final evolution of Mudkip is Swampert, boasting superior water and ground resistance, making it an invaluable asset to any team. Although it has a 4 times weakness to Grass-type moves, with the right Ice-type attacks, such as Ice Beam, its deficiencies could be mitigated. Moreover, Swampert could Mega Evolve, significantly enhancing its overall power. With a glance at Dr. Tianwan, who was struggling against the Snivy bears beneath the tree, and the 3 bears lurking below, Lu Feng wasted no time and threw the Pokeball. Mudkip, it's you. The ball burst open, and with a flash of red light, a blue, fish-like Pokémon with fins appeared before Lu Feng. Mudkip, it cheerfully cried, locking eyes with Lu Feng, exuding a sense of camaraderie, as if to express gratitude for being chosen. In that moment, they shared a mutual understanding. Fueled by curiosity about the world, Mudkip trotted over to Lu Feng's legs, gently brushing its fin against him, seemingly conveying its joy. Lu Feng looked down at Mudkip, sensing an increase in humidity in the air, his expression thoughtful. He aimed the Pokédex at Mudkip, and with a chime, the device displayed information about the Pokémon. Name, Mudkip. Gender, type, water ability, torrent. When the Pokémon's HP is below 1/3, the power of its water type moves increases by 1.5 times. Damp. As long as a Pokémon with the damp ability is in play, both sides' Pokémon will fail to use moves like Self-Destruct, Explosion, and Mind Blown, and the Detonate ability will not activate. The damp ability does not affect the effect of powder. Classification: Swamp Fish Pokémon. Level 6. Potential: Almost Champion. Moves: Tackle, Growl, Mudslap. Ancient Power inherited, Water Gun inherited, Avalanche inherited. Potential classifications include Beginner, Ordinary, Elite, Gym Leader, Almost Champion, Champion, Legendary. Lu Feng glanced at the Pokédex, nodding at Mudkip's information. The 3 inherited moves were surely passed down from Lapras. Furthermore, its potential was almost that of a champion, truly deserving of the Alliance's starter Pokémon. Mudkip, let's go, Lu Feng said gently to the eager Mudkip, glancing at the 3 Snivy bears, his voice laced with warmth. Mudkip, it called out, eyes filled with determination as it fixed its gaze on the 3 bears ahead, exuding a fierce spirit. Chapter 3. Completing the mission. Global announcement: the 3 patterned bears sensed the battle intent emanating from the water-leaping fish, as though foreseeing an impending clash. They hastily abandoned Dr. Tianwan and focused their attention on the water-leaping fish. The leader of the patterned bears, with a hint of command, called out to his 2 companions. In an instant, the 3 bears split apart, encircling the water-leaping fish in a pincer movement. With a sudden lunge, one of the bears leaped into the air, charging directly at the water-leaping fish. The water-leaping fish, attuned to their movements, deftly evaded the bear's attack. At that moment, Lu Feng's voice resonated clearly, issuing direct commands to the water-leaping fish. Just as the bears were about to collide with the fish, the dorsal fin atop its head quivered instinctively, acting like a radar that guided the fish away from the bear's onslaught. Employing a tidal whirl, the water-leaping fish ensnared the 3 bears, rendering them vulnerable to individual defeat. Lu Feng's gaze remained calm as he issued precise instructions, orchestrating the water-leaping fish's offensive maneuvers. The fish let out a call in response, seemingly acknowledging Lu Feng's guidance. Suddenly, a jet of water erupted from the fish's mouth, enveloping the 3 bears and gradually forming a swirling vortex that ensnared them. Within this whirlpool, the tumultuous currents coalesced into a small prison, binding the 3 bears in place. As the bears gazed at the vortex, they felt their strength waning, prompting a sense of restlessness. They charged desperately against the swirling confinement, seeking to escape its grasp. Observing this, Lu Feng exclaimed to the water-leaping fish, "Use primal power against the patterned bears." As his words fell, the Earth's energy converged before the water-leaping fish, slowly forming a colossal rock that barreled toward the bears within the vortex. The bears, having just extricated themselves from the tidal whirl's binding, were caught off guard and struck by the immense stone, their eyes swirling like spirals as they instantly lost their combat capability. With the experience gained from the 3 bears, the water-leaping fish ascended to level 8, significantly enhancing its prowess. Ding. Initial battle completed, awarded 10 orange fruits. Thank you for your efforts, water-leaping fish. Lu Feng gently stroked the creature, a smile gracing his face as he praised it. The water-leaping fish responded with an exultant call, circling around Lu Feng in delight. After soothing the water-leaping fish, Lu Feng turned his gaze toward the 3 patterned bears. After a moment of contemplation, he approached them with steady strides. As he examined the bears, 3 items suddenly appeared in his hand, a golden orb and 2 orange fruits. Nodding slightly at the items, Lu Feng confirmed his suspicions that the bears possessed a collection trait, each bearing some items. Having found no further valuables, Lu Feng shifted his focus to Dr. Tianwan's location, gradually making his way toward him with the water-leaping fish. Doctor, I have defeated the patterned bears. You may come down now. He looked up, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he addressed the doctor in the tree. Phew. Dr. Tianwan, upon hearing Lu Feng's words, let out a sigh of relief and skillfully descended from the tree. Lu Feng watched the doctor, his eyes twitching slightly at the thought of how many times one must practice to reach such proficiency. Indeed, I owe you one, young man, Dr. Tianwan said, a hint of lingering trepidation in his voice. Otherwise, I would have been trapped here for an indeterminate time. He then glanced at the water-leaping fish and, struck by a sudden thought, displayed a rather conflicted expression. Yet, without hesitation, he addressed Lu Feng. Young man, do you wish to become a trainer? Of course. Becoming a Pokémon trainer is my dream. Lu Feng, seemingly anticipating Dr. Tianwan's intentions, replied with unwavering determination. I see this creature is quite fond of you. Why not allow it to accompany you on your journey? Dr. Tianwan, sensing Lu Feng's earnestness, smiled broadly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and acquiring the initial Pokémon, water-leaping fish, Pokémon World Resident Card, and detection skill. Ding. Pokémon World Resident Card registration complete. Binding subject, Lu Feng. Binding location, Canas City. Ding. Mission completed. World integration level increased by 1. The moment Dr. Tianwan's voice faded, Lu Feng's mission was accomplished. Listening to the doctor's words and the system's notifications, a flicker of joy crossed Lu Feng's calm visage, causing a slight tremor in his body. He understood that Dr. Tianwan's willingness to so easily bestow the water-leaping fish upon him was likely the system's influence. Otherwise, how could he have obtained one of the starter Pokémon so effortlessly? It is known that these starter Pokémon are strictly controlled by the League, only accessible to citizens who consistently pay taxes and maintain a clean record. For someone like Lu Feng, who relied on the system's assistance, obtaining even a regular Pokémon would have been a challenge without such power. Thank you, Doctor. I will take great care of the water-leaping fish, he promised. Looking earnestly at Dr. Tianwan, turning his attention back to the water-leaping fish, he took a deep breath and solemnly declared, Water-leaping fish, I look forward to our partnership. The water-leaping fish responded with crescent-shaped eyes, beaming with joy as it acknowledged Lu Feng. Ding. Congratulations, host, for being the first to acquire an initial Pokémon. A silver crown has been rewarded. In the game, the silver crown enhances 6 dimensions. Thus, in this narrative, it is designated to improve the potential of Pokémon, limited to those below the champion tier. World announcement. Congratulations to player 9527 for being the first to acquire an initial Pokémon and become a Pokémon trainer. World announcement. Congratulations to player 9527 for being the first to acquire an initial Pokémon and become a Pokémon trainer. World announcement. Congratulations to player 9527 for being the first to acquire an initial Pokémon and become a Pokémon trainer. The series of 3 world announcements flooded the screen, the system's mechanical voice echoing in the ears of countless Blue Star inhabitants, leaving them momentarily dazed. Following a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted into fervor. Various regions of the Pokémon world became bustling and lively. Many Blue Star visitors wore expressions of disbelief, brimming with questions as they engaged in animated discussions. However, none of this concerned Lu Feng, who, alongside the water-leaping fish, followed Dr. Tianwan's lead toward the town of Weibai. He wished to inquire further about relevant matters to solidify his upcoming plans. Chapter 4. The impact of announcements and enhancing qualifications. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, the moment he acquired the water-leap fish and triggered the world announcement, players scattered across various regions of the Elven world erupted in disbelief and astonishment. Many had only just begun to comprehend their circumstances and accept the reality of their transference to the Elven world. They had yet to recover from the initial shock and were ill-prepared to react. Suddenly confronted with the world announcement, they found it nearly impossible to digest. It is important to note that Blue Star is not akin to Earth. It lacks any information related to Pokémon. At this juncture, Numerous individuals remained utterly confounded by the tasks presented by the system, struggling to grasp their meaning. In the Kanto region, within a small base of Team Rocket, a player from Blue Star was filled with excitement as he followed a junior Team Rocket officer toward the location where Pokémon were kept. His face bore a proud smile, eagerly anticipating becoming the first to acquire a Pokémon. However, the torrent of the world announcement shattered his fantasies, causing his expression to stiffen and his demeanor to darken. How could someone be faster than me? He thought, incredulous that anyone could surpass him, especially since he had only recently deciphered the system's tasks and managed to align himself with Team Rocket by sheer coincidence. Another player, an Asian man who had just discovered a Pokeball, had finally learned its usage after much persuasion from the locals and was about to attempt capturing a Rayquaza. But before he could act, the mechanical system notification rang in his ears, freezing him in place. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he muttered to himself, "What on earth?" In the Sinnoh region, in a quaint little town, a blonde woman's expression shifted dramatically, her mind momentarily lost in disbelief as she softly murmured, "This cannot be true." She was astonished that someone could trigger a world announcement so swiftly, especially considering they had only arrived in this elven world a mere 2 hours prior. This was merely a glimpse of the elite. Countless other Blue Star players were still grappling with the very concept of Pokémon. On the unique communication forum for Blue Star players, an abundance of messages flooded the screen at an astonishing pace, surpassing tens of thousands within mere seconds. Observers were left exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this a hallucination? Did I just see a mouse that can unleash lightning? Is this some new species? Help! I'm trapped in a forest surrounded by swarms of hornets. Their sharp stingers filling me with dread. They're coming for me. Oh my god, you truly entered another world. This is no dream. How could such a thing happen?" The world announcement was triggered by a deity, and I scarcely grasped the concept of Pokémon, let alone how to complete the tasks. And someone has already obtained a Pokémon. What is happening? System, I formally report this. A divine being has appeared in the game. How could anyone acquire a Pokémon in just over an hour? The system announcement crashed down like thunder from the heavens, leaving all players bewildered and deflated. Particularly those ambitious Blue Star players who had fantasized about altering their fates. In that moment, they realized that the joys and sorrows of individuals were not uniform. Lu Feng, accompanied by the Waterleap Fish, followed Dr. Oda along Route 101 southward. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at Dr. Oda's research facility in Wubai Town. He concocted an excuse to step outside the institute, surveying the serene surroundings before producing an item resembling a crown. This crown, entirely silver, exuded an aura of ancient time, imbued with a sense of venerable majesty. Lu Feng's gaze settled upon the silver crown, and he examined it meticulously. Silver crown can enhance a Pokémon's innate qualifications, breaking the original qualification constraints, applicable only to Pokémon of King level and below. The silver crown was limited to enhancing qualifications of Pokémon below the King level. Could it be that the higher tier golden crown could elevate a King's qualifications to champion status? Contemplating the system's description, Lu Feng's mind swirled with myriad thoughts. After a moment of reflection, he placed the silver crown upon the head of the Waterleap Fish. The Waterleap Fish, adorned with the silver crown, displayed a perplexed expression, vocalizing its confusion regarding Lu Feng's intentions. However, Lu Feng remained silent, his demeanor intensely serious as he watched. Under his gaze, the ancient silver crown transformed into a brilliant beam of light, merging seamlessly with the Waterleap Fish's form, enveloping it in dazzling radiance without leaving a trace. Moments later, once tranquility returned, Lu Feng checked the status of the Waterleap Fish and discovered its qualifications had indeed ascended to the King level. He felt a surge of satisfaction, for qualifications determined a Pokémon's potential. As long as the Waterleap Fish grew steadily, it would ultimately reach the King level. Nonetheless, this did not imply that Pokémon with poor qualifications and base stats lacked the potential for a resurgence. With the guidance of trainers and the aid of various items, they could still attain unimaginable heights, even rivaling deities. Just look at Sakaki's Beedrill, or Gailu's Pidgeot and Snubbull. They stand as living examples. Of course, such instances were rare and difficult to encounter, yet a glimmer of hope remained. The Waterleap Fish seemed to sense the changes within itself, exuding excitement as it scampered to Lu Feng's side, nuzzling against him in apparent gratitude. Lu Feng gently stroked the Waterleap Fish, his eyes radiating warmth, before leading it toward Dr. Oda's research facility. The midday sun cast a serene glow upon the earth, illuminating the pair with a golden hue, as if draping them in a splendid golden cloak. Chapter 5. Daily training and the reappearance of announcements. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. An increasing number of Blue Star players, through their own efforts and serendipitous encounters, began to acquire their starter Pokémon, emerging as novice trainers. Daily, players shared their experiences of obtaining Pokémon on the forum, eliciting envy and jealousy from those still awaiting their own Pokémon. Various grand displays of humble bragging unfolded in succession across the forum. During these 3 days, Lu Feng and the Water Leap Fish wreaked havoc on the small Pokémon surrounding Wubai town, honing the Water Leap Fish's combat prowess. In the midst of these battles, they collected an array of valuable items, including berries, golden pearls, and several low-quality evolution stones, all scavenged from the lair of the snake-patterned bear, leaving him exhilarated. By liquidating some gold beads and unused evolution stones, he alleviated his financial burdens, allowing him to acquire desired items. After 3 days of relentless battles, the Water Leap Fish reached level 15, just one level shy of its first evolution at level 16. However, Lu Feng was not in a hurry to elevate its level. Instead, he focused on enhancing its skill proficiency. The reason for this was that the world announcement for the first evolution had already been claimed by a player who captured a Metapod. No one anticipated that this player would throw a Pokeball and successfully capture the Metapod, which then evolved into a Butterfree, catching Lu Feng off guard. Nonetheless, this was an inevitability. After all, the evolution cycle for bug-type Pokémon is indeed brief, and it was predictable that a player would seize the world announcement. At this moment, in an open area outside Weibaisen, Lu Feng was training his Water Leap Fish. Although the system aided in easily enhancing a Pokémon's strength, mastering skills was not something that could be achieved merely through leveling up. It required persistent training over time. Lu Feng recalled that players from Blue Star could leverage the system to boost Pokémon strength, but this benefit was limited to the duration of the world merger. Once the merger occurred, such advantages would be revoked. Currently, leveling up was relatively straightforward, and time was still on his side. But a lack of deep skill mastery would inevitably lead to regret. Despite the digitalization of the Pokémon world, it remained a tangible reality. Therefore, the concept of a skill having a 100 hit rate was non-existent. Every skill had the potential to miss. Can you imagine the consistency of throwing a skill? This was a consequence of the Pokémon's insufficient mastery over its abilities. Through 3 days of training, the Water Leap Fish had achieved a commendable level of proficiency in some of its moves. Water Leap Fish. Let's see if you can rotate your water gun to create a curtain of water in front of you for protection, Lu Feng instructed earnestly. Attempting to replicate a unique combat technique from his memories to enhance the Water Leap Fish's defensive capabilities. This technique, known as the Shield of Counterattack, was crafted by Ash during his journey in the Sinnoh region, utilizing the power of an attack to form an effective defense. Lu Feng pondered for a moment, shaking his head, then redirected his attention back to the Water Leap Fish. Under his guidance, the Water Leap Fish repeatedly attempted to use Water Gun, but ultimately could not execute it as Lu Feng had described, leaving it somewhat disheartened. Gently, Lu Feng caressed its damp body and offered it an orange berry to help restore its energy while encouraging it. He understood that the Water Leap Fish would need more time to master this technique. While it could potentially mimic the technique of the Spheal by rotating its body to create a water curtain for a counterattack effect, the final evolution, Swampert, faced limitations in speed. Thus, Lu Feng opted for a more challenging training mode for the Water Leap Fish. After another half-hour of training, noticing the Water Leap Fish's fatigue, Lu Feng decided to allow it to rest. Training required a balance of intensity and relaxation. Excessive training could lead to hidden injuries in the Pokémon's body, creating unseen risks, something Lu Feng was always mindful of. While he couldn't eliminate all potential injuries, he could at least mitigate some significant hazards. He led the Water Leap Fish to a large rock, where it lay down, and using his still-developing massage techniques, he helped alleviate its physical strain and fatigue. Although moments of discomfort flickered across the Water Leap Fish's face, it did not cry out in agony as it had 3 days prior. During this time, not only had the Water Leap Fish improved, but Lu Feng's massage skills had also been steadily advancing. Calculating the time, he realized it was nearly time to consult Dr. Xiaodian Wan about the situation. After a brief massage, Lu Feng gazed at the research facility atop the mountain, his expression turning contemplative. With the now rejuvenated Water Leap Fish, he slowly made his way toward the summit. In these 3 days, he had not only trained the Water Leap Fish to its current state, but had also gathered the information he sought. Currently, the Kalos region had just established its league. The Alola region remained a vacation paradise, and the Galar region was still shrouded in darkness, yet to reveal itself. The S, and had not yet sunk, and would only depart for the Johto region's Goldenrod City later in the year. This indicated that the plot of the anime had yet to commence, and Ash had not yet embarked on his journey. This realization invigorated Lu Feng. He could strategize based on the information gaps within his mind. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared before Dr. Xiaotian, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon seeing Lu Feng, Dr. Xiaotian promptly handed him a package, a smile of satisfaction gracing her face. As Lu Feng took the package, the world announcement resonated once more, stirring a wave of excitement among all players. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and becoming a trainee researcher, earning the exclusive title of Pokémon Scholar, with an accompanying reward of ancient language. Ding! Congratulations to player 9527 for passing the league assessment, becoming the first Pokémon researcher. Ding! Congratulations to player 9527 for passing the league assessment, becoming the first Pokémon researcher. Ding! Congratulations to player 9527 for passing the league assessment, becoming the first Pokémon researcher. Chapter 6. The Power of Aura. Orange Blossom Forest. At the moment the world announcement echoed again, countless gazes converged, eager to discover who had achieved what remarkable feat upon seeing that familiar name. A wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd, leaving many in a state of disbelief. After all, within just a few days, only 3 world announcements had emerged, 2 of which were instigated by 9527, prompting deep contemplation. The first announcement could be attributed to sheer luck, but the occurrence of a second announcement raised suspicions about whether Lu Feng possessed insider knowledge. The player forums flooded with messages, akin to surging waves, rolling and crashing in a torrent of inquiries. What exactly is a Pokémon researcher? Isn't the Pokémon world solely comprised of trainers? Once again, 9527 is behind the announcement. Who is he? In just a few days, he has triggered 2 world announcements. Does no one know this great figure? My goodness. How did you manage that? Where do I go to claim my world announcement? Hiss, the announcement of the strong, indeed terrifying. To the brother numbered 9527, kindly reach out. If you possess any methods to obtain the world announcement, please name your price. Upon my return to Blue Star, I shall deposit 200 million into your account. Countless individuals have attempted various means to unveil Lu Feng's identity, hoping to acquire pertinent information. Some have offered substantial bribes, while others have taken the moral high ground, urging him to disclose information freely. Yet, Lu Feng remained unresponsive, as he had not paid heed to such inquiries, leaving the anxious players in a state of disappointment. Their outcries incessant. Naturally, even if Lu Feng had seen their pleas, he would merely scoff and disregard them. In these times, only those with impaired judgment would divulge confidential information. After all, such knowledge pertains to the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascending the world announcement, gaining the power of aura. As Lu Feng listened to the system notification echoing in his ears, his body involuntarily shivered, his eyes brimming with excitement. An exhilarating sentiment welled up within him. He had never anticipated that a world announcement could bestow upon him a special ability. Dr. Oda, glancing at him, assumed he was merely thrilled to become a trainee researcher. Through a mere 3 days of interaction, he had drawn considerable inspiration from Lu Feng, resolving many of his internal dilemmas. Leveraging the asymmetry of information, Lu Feng gradually disclosed some unpublished research outcomes to Dr. Oda, merely to attain such a status. He was well aware of the unique privileges this identity would afford him in the world of Pokémon. Moreover, this scholarly title would facilitate his dealings with various Pokémon researchers across regions, aiding his future plans. Of course, the information he shared was of little consequence. Otherwise, he would not have merely become a trainee researcher. Gradually calming his emotions, Lu Feng turned to Dr. Oda, articulating his intention to travel to the Johto region, bidding farewell to him. Although Dr. Oda felt a twinge of reluctance, he nodded at Lu Feng, encouraging him not to squander his talents in the realm of research. Subsequently, Dr. Oda entrusted Lu Feng with a task to deliver certain research materials to Professor Oak in Pallet Town. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a quality task. Transport research materials. Task duration, half a month. Requirements. Safely deliver the materials to Pallet Town and hand them over to Professor Oak. Task reward, 3,000 Alliance coins. 3 Ultra Balls. Failure penalty. Decreased affinity with Dr. Oda and Professor Oak. Thereafter, Lu Feng set off towards Old Town with his water leap fish. He aimed to reach the Johto region quickly by air, facilitating his subsequent plans. Had he opted for the ferry, he would likely arrive in Johto only to find that the storyline had progressed beyond recognition. Thus, he needed to traverse the Orange Woods to reach Canas City. Following the route provided by the Alliance, he first arrived at Old Town, procuring necessary supplies before gradually making his way along Route 102 towards Orange City. During this journey, Lu Feng encountered challenges from various trainers, including the shorts-clad boys and bug catchers. Embracing the philosophy of not wasting any experience, Lu Feng, alongside his water-leap fish, achieved consecutive victories, successfully collecting their pocket money. This left an indelible shadow on the shorts-clad boys and bug catchers, transforming them into a local legend. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consecutively defeating numerous shorts-clad boys and bug catchers, earning the title, Pocket Money Reaper. After a routine battle, a sudden white light enveloped water-leap fish, shrouding its form. Observing this, Lu Feng realized that, after a period of training, water-leap fish was about to evolve. Indeed, when the white light dissipated, water-leap fish's figure vanished, replaced by a bipedal marsh fish Pokémon. This was the evolved form, marsh-leap fish. However, unlike typical marsh-leap fish, Lu Feng's had been meticulously nurtured, standing at approximately 1 meter tall, considerably exceeding the average height of 0.7 meters. At last, the evolution had transpired. Congratulations, marsh-leap fish! Lu Feng exclaimed, his face radiant with joy. The marsh-leap fish responded with a deep, resonant sound. Lu Feng first utilized his aura to sense its essence, then employed a detection skill to examine marsh-leap fish. Name, marsh-leap fish, gender, type, water ground, ability, torrent. The power of water-type moves used by a Pokémon with the torrent ability increases by 150 when its HP is below 1/3. Damp. When a Pokémon with the damp ability is present, moves such as self-destruct, explosion, and mind-blown will fail, and the detonate ability will not activate. Damp does not affect the effects of mist. Classification, Marsh Fish Pokémon. Level, 16. Potential, Champion. Skills, Tackle, Growl, Mudslap. Ancient Power, Inherited. Water Pulse, Inherited. Avalanche, Inherited. Water Gun, Rock Throw, Protect, Supersonic. Upon reviewing this information, Lu Feng nodded slightly and continued his journey towards the Orange Woods. Initially, he had intended to leverage this journey for training while seeking out Pokémon with promising potential. However, as he traversed, his detection skills revealed that the best candidates he encountered were merely of elite caliber, falling short of his expectations, leading him to abandon the pursuit. After an undetermined duration, Lu Feng and marsh-leap fish finally arrived at the Orange Woods, feeling invigorated by the unique rhythms of the forest. Suddenly, whether due to a misperception or not, Lu Feng's aura detected a fleeting mysterious force, an essence unique to life. Pondering for a moment, guided by the aura, he hastened towards a specific location within the Orange Woods. Upon glimpsing the fleeting blue figure, Lu Feng's excitement surged. Chapter 7. The blessing of Orange Woods. Before him stood a somewhat timid blue figure, causing Lu Feng's heart to race, a spark of exhilaration lighting his face. It was indeed a Ralts, and a shiny one at that. Lu Feng's voice trembled slightly as he gazed at the cap-headed little Ralts, momentarily entranced. The Ralts appeared somewhat anxious, its small hands fidgeting, radiating an air of nervousness. Name, Ralts, shiny. Gender, type, psychic fairy. Ability, trace. A Pokémon with the trace ability copies the ability of a random opposing Pokémon upon entering the field. Flashing trait, special attack skill power increased by 100% category. Mood Pokémon level, 12 qualification. Champion skills, telekinesis, call, shadow clone, teleport, meditation, Will-O-the-Wisp, inherited. Shadow Sneak, inherited. Black Glare, inherited. Upon detecting the information of this Ralts through his probing skill, Lu Feng's gaze became intensely fervent. As a perceptive Pokémon, Ralts can sense both benevolence and malevolence through the antennae atop its head. Although it did not perceive any cold malice emanating from Lu Feng, a tinge of caution began to brew within its heart. Just as it was about to unleash its teleportation ability to escape, it felt a gentle force enveloping it. Following the source of that power, Ralts, with its eyes hidden beneath its blue hair, locked gazes with Lu Feng. Seeing Ralts attempting to flee, Lu Feng quickly released his aura power, transmitting a wave of goodwill to Ralts, thereby halting its departure. Upon noticing that Ralts had ceased its movements, he inwardly sighed in relief and instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, with the aid of his aura power, he did not miss the opportunity to capture such a remarkable Ralts. Otherwise, he would have deeply regretted it. After all, who could predict when he might encounter another Pokémon with such exceptional talent? Ralts, bewildered by the nature of this force, gradually let down its guard against Lu Feng and curiously maintained eye contact with him, resembling a naive little girl gazing quietly at Lu Feng's figure. Lu Feng retrieved an energy cube infused with psychic power and gently placed it on the ground, signaling to Ralts. This energy cube was purchased in Orange Flower City. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, he had bought a small portion of each type, which significantly depleted his finances. However, His preparations were not in vain, as today proved to be fortuitous. Ralts, captivated by the aroma emanating from the energy cube, could no longer contain itself. In a flash, it activated its teleportation ability, instantly appearing at the location of the energy cube. After claiming the cube, it swiftly returned to its original spot. Observing that Lu Feng had made no further moves, Ralts gradually relaxed its previously tense posture. It savored the energy cube in small bites, an unprecedented delicacy flooding its mind, eliciting a sound of delight. As a Pokémon accustomed to the wild, it was hardly able to resist the temptation of the energy cube. Ralts could clearly sense that upon ingesting the cube, it transformed into a wondrous energy, gradually enhancing its strength. It gazed at Lu Feng with a mixture of contemplation and yearning, exuding an undeniable charm. Seeing this, Lu Feng seized the moment to extend an invitation to Ralts. Ralts, would you like to accompany me on a journey? There will be plenty of energy cubes along the way. After pondering Lu Feng's words and sensing the goodwill in his aura, Ralts eventually nodded in agreement, signaling its acceptance of Lu Feng's invitation. Seeing this, Lu Feng promptly produced a great ball and tossed it towards Ralts. A flash of red light enveloped Ralts, causing its figure to vanish. Only the gently swaying great ball remained on the ground. With a soft click, the great ball finally stilled, lying quietly in place. Lu Feng, witnessing this scene, exhaled in relief, his face alight with joy. At last, he had captured his second Pokémon. Moments later, Ralts emerged from the Pokéball, its blue hair bobbing as it fixed its gaze on Lu Feng. Noticing Ralts's intent expression, Lu Feng quickly retrieved his energy cube and offered it to Ralts. Oh, I never expected my Ralts to be such a foodie. He chuckled softly as he observed Ralts's satisfied demeanor after consuming the energy cube. Ralts, hearing Lu Feng's words, momentarily blushed and hurriedly defended itself. Then it tugged at his sleeve, leading him to a secluded spot within the orange flower forest. Before Lu Feng appeared a small shrine, where a stone statue was enshrined. He took out a few berries and energy cubes, gazing at the shrine for a considerable time. Afterward, he continued on towards Canas City with Ralts and Marshtomp. Unbeknownst to him, a green figure had been watching his every move. As it observed Lu Feng's receding silhouette, a vibrant green light surged forth, merging with Lu Feng's being. In the air, a joyful sound echoed, and the berries and energy cubes offered at the shrine mysteriously vanished, as if they had never existed. Soon, the orange flower forest returned to tranquility, with only the sounds of insects reverberating and the fragrance of flowers and trees wafting through the air, as though nothing had transpired. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the blessing of the orange flower forest, significantly enhancing your affinity with Pokémon. Ding! Gained recognition from the legendary life, increasing world integration by 5. Walking along the path ahead, Lu Feng paused as he heard the system's notifications. He turned his head, gazing deeply at the shrine for a long while, before a smile suddenly graced his face. Ralts and Marshtomp, observing the joyful expression on Lu Feng's face, looked on with confusion, uncertain of the reason behind his sudden smile. Lu Feng shook his head at the two small Pokémon and continued towards Canas City. He knew full well the mark upon him and who had bestowed it. Aside from the legendary being hidden within the forest, traversing through time, it was unlikely that anyone else could be responsible. Indeed, encounters between lives are a source of profound longing. Chapter 8. First encounter with Ash. After several days of travel, Lu Feng finally arrived at Canas City. Following a brief period of rest and resupply, he boarded a plane bound for the Indigo Plateau of Kanto, accompanied by Ralts and Marshtomp. After a day and night of flight, Lu Feng finally set foot on Kanto's soil. As a trainer from Canas City in the Hoenn region, Lu Feng aimed to become the strongest Pokémon trainer, embarking on his journey with his beginner Pokémon, Marshtomp, across the vast ocean to Kanto. First, he soothed Ralts, instructing it to return to its Pokéball to avoid attracting the attention of Team Rocket, which was hidden within the Indigo Plateau. As the headquarters of Team Rocket, no one could ascertain how many powerful trainers lurked in the shadows. Perhaps a trainer passing by was secretly a member of Team Rocket. In the current circumstances, with his existing strength, he is utterly incapable of resisting the covetous gaze of the Rocket team. Even a mere captain-level individual would pose an insurmountable challenge for Lu Feng. He is acutely aware of the Rocket team's insatiable greed for precious Pokémon, especially for rare specimens like shiny Ralts, which are elusive and hard to come by. Lu Feng, accompanied by his Swampert, is making his way towards Pallet Town. It has been a week since the players from Blue Star arrived in the Pokémon world. Most players have diligently secured their initial Pokémon after considerable effort. Although the majority of these novice Pokémon are merely common species such as Caterpie and Weedle, and few possess qualifications exceeding the elite level, they are at least on the right path. with everyone striving to improve. At this moment, even the most oblivious players from Blue Star are beginning to grasp the significance of this opportunity to enter the Pokémon world. Along the way, he observes numerous players from Blue Star battling with their Pokémon at the outskirts of Viridian Forest. Witnessing this scene, he cannot help but shake his head. He finds it somewhat disheartening that these players prioritize leveling up over nurturing their Pokémon's battle instincts. It is essential to understand that training a Pokémon is not merely about elevating its level. It also involves uncovering and harnessing the latent powers within them, enabling them to master their abilities fully. Otherwise, they could simply survive in the wild without the need for trainers. As Lu Feng approaches Pallet Town, the shorts-clad youths and bug-catching boys along the way fall under a shadow of despair, once again becoming sources of pocket money for Lu Feng and experience points for his Swampert and Ralts. With the assistance of wild Pokémon and these shorts-clad youths, Swampert's level has risen to 20, and Ralts has reached level 17. Lu Feng's overall strength has experienced remarkable growth. As the sun sets, casting its golden rays over Pallet Town, the quaint and pristine settlement nestled in the western region of Kanto is adorned with a blush of crimson. The golden flower borders add an indescribable charm to the scene. After spending 4 hours traversing the outskirts of Viridian Forest, Lu Feng arrives at the place where the story began, Pallet Town. Pallet Town, the birthplace of all beginnings. Lu Feng gazes at the fresh and tranquil town, a small yet beautiful locale seemingly untouched by the hues of the world, and he cannot help but utter a sigh of wonder. His gaze lingers on a specific spot within the town for a considerable time, as if lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a vibrant young boy rushes past him, nearly knocking Lu Feng off his feet. Lu Feng turns to look at the boy, who is wearing a red and white cap adorned with a Pokeball emblem and a white short-sleeved shirt with the buttons undone. Momentarily taken aback, a myriad of complex emotions flashes through his eyes. "Oh, I'm sorry. I almost knocked you over," the boy says, scratching his head with an apologetic demeanor. "Foolish boy." "No, it's you, Ash," Lu Feng instinctively exclaims, but quickly regains his composure. A question mark appears above Ash's head, his expression darkening slightly. He certainly heard the previous remark and felt somewhat offended. "Do you know me? What Pokémon is this?" Ash raises an eyebrow, looking at Lu Feng with confusion. As a somewhat oblivious newcomer, he soon forgets the slight and becomes captivated by the Swampert at Lu Feng's side, his face displaying a mix of envy and curiosity. "Of course I know you. I am Lu Feng, and this is my partner, Swampert, hailing from the Hoenn region. I have heard tales of a boy in Pallet Town aspiring to be a Pokémon master," Lu Feng replies, his expression complex as he gazes at Ash, filled with nostalgia. The boy before him is someone he knows all too well. Ash Ketchum, top 16 in the Indigo League, top 8 in the Johto League, top 8 in the Hoenn League, top 4 in the Sinnoh League, top 8 in the Unova League, runner-up in the Kalos League, and champion of the Alola League. After 2 decades of journeying, he finally claims victory in a regional tournament, earning the moniker of the Master of Reverse Attributes, also known as the Master of Release. He is also the Harbinger of Calamity and a key participant in the legendary Pokémon incident. It is evident that Ash possesses formidable strength, having grown significantly along his journey, capable of momentarily overshadowing regional champions. However, this champion is not merely a victor of league competitions, but a champion of the Elite Four. As for why it took him 20 years to achieve regional championship status, it is tied to his penchant for changing regions, resetting his progress, and starting anew. Moreover, despite the formidable prowess of his seasoned Pokémon, he prefers to train new recruits for competitions. Of course, one cannot overlook the possibility of the writer's deep-seated malice, which has often left Lu Feng feeling unsettled. However, gazing at the envious Ash before him, Lu Feng can only think to himself, "Foolish boy." The waters of those regional tournaments run deep, occasionally surfacing legendary Pokémon or powerful adversaries that you cannot handle, but I can. Allow me to take the lead. You should wait for the Alola region to establish its Pokémon League before attempting to become its inaugural champion. Leave your grievances to me. Chapter 9. Journey to Professor Oak's laboratory. The following day, as dawn breaks, casting vibrant hues across the sky, Lu Feng sets out towards a specific location in Pallet Town. That place is none other than Professor Oak's renowned laboratory, the most significant site in the entire town. As Lu Feng continues his approach, he becomes acutely aware of the numerous gazes directed towards him. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally arrives at the vicinity of Professor Oak's laboratory and pauses to await his turn. He refrains from rushing directly to the entrance like an eager novice. Professor Oak is a distinguished scholar known throughout the Pokémon world and has previously been a champion trainer in the Kanto region. Without a proper introduction, who would pay heed to a stranger? Approximately half an hour later, Ash's figure reappears, his face adorned with an expression of apology as he scratches his head and addresses Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I'm really sorry. I overslept again. Lu Feng looks at Ash's earnest face, shaking his head in resignation, and gestures reassuringly. It's all right. I've only just arrived as well. After all, if one can oversleep, even for the initial Pokémon distribution, a delay of merely half an hour is hardly a concern. What more could Lu Feng do but forgive him? The reason ultimately lies in the need to rely on Ash to convey his intentions, which would facilitate access to the heavily guarded Professor Oak's laboratory. Noticing that Lu Feng was not angry, Ash let out a sigh of relief and voluntarily made his way towards the laboratory to assist Lu Feng in communicating his purpose to Professor Oak. After Ash departed, Lu Feng found himself somewhat bored, gazing around the open space near the laboratory. Having lingered there for a considerable time, he inevitably attracted the attention of several trainers who were staying in Pallet Town. They cast fleeting glances at him, their eyes flickering with curiosity. They initially thought Lu Feng had discovered something intriguing, yet upon noticing his occasional glances toward the laboratory, their faces betrayed a smirk, and they shook their heads, silently deeming him just another dreamer. As one of the landmark buildings of Pallet Town, Professor Oak's laboratory could not escape the scrutiny of the players from Blue Star, many of whom had previously attempted to gain entry. However, without exception, all had failed miserably. No one had managed to approach the entrance of the laboratory, let alone step inside. Possessing the power of aura, Lu Feng could sense the expressions of those around him. He offered no explanations, simply standing silently in place, awaiting Ash's return. Suddenly, he heard soft footsteps approaching from behind. A slight frown crossed Lu Feng's brow as he gradually turned to face the figure drawing near. It was an exceptionally beautiful Asian girl, her fair complexion and delicate demeanor evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Yet, Lu Feng's gaze remained clear and untroubled, devoid of any emotional turbulence. When Lu Feng unexpectedly turned around, the girl appeared momentarily flustered, resembling a startled fawn, her anxiety palpable. He continued to gaze quietly at her, refraining from any unnecessary gestures. Upon witnessing his stillness, she let out a silent sigh of relief, gradually relaxing her rigid posture. A blush crept across her cheeks as she shyly addressed Lu Feng. You must be from the Summer Nation, right? Don't wait here in vain. That laboratory is beyond our reach. Lu Feng, listening to her words, revealed a hint of surprise in his bright eyes. He responded, Thank you for the warning. However, I am merely waiting for someone. No need for formality. My name is Incursion. May I ask for yours? The girl, feeling a flush on her cheeks, stammered slightly in her inquiry. Lu Feng, he replied calmly, sharing his name with Incursion. Just as she seemed poised to speak again, Ash's figure appeared, rushing toward Lu Feng with an impressive speed. Observing Ash, who was unaffected and breathless, Lu Feng's eyelids flickered with surprise. Such physical prowess was indeed characteristic of a super rookie. Lu Feng, the professor is waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng bid farewell to Incursion and followed Ash into the laboratory. Nearby, the Blue Star players witnessed this unfolding scene, their pupils narrowing slightly, mouths agape in astonishment, their faces displaying a mix of shock and embarrassment. They had not anticipated that Lu Feng possessed the ability to enter the very laboratory that had thwarted countless others, leaving them momentarily speechless. Some players exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with intrigue as they regarded Lu Feng's receding figure. Incursion, watching Lu Feng depart, felt her cheeks flush further at the thought of her earlier warning, wishing for a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, now accompanied by Ash inside the laboratory, remained oblivious to the stir his actions had caused among the players outside. At this moment, he was engaged in conversation with an elderly man clad in a white lab coat, his hair a silvery gray, and his face marked by wrinkles. This man was, of course, Professor Oak. Lu Feng handed him the documents entrusted to him by Professor Okido, slowly presenting them. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 3,000 League Coins and 3 Ultra Balls. Ding. Task completed. World Integration Degree increased by 0.5. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his ear. Yet Lu Feng had no time to pay it heed, as he continued to seek knowledge from Professor Oak regarding various Pokémon. Throughout their dialogue, Lu Feng occasionally introduced fresh perspectives, gradually guiding Professor Oak's thoughts, which consequently heightened the Professor's regard for him, recognizing Lu Feng as an exceptional talent. After over 3 hours, Lu Feng emerged from the laboratory, his face aglow with enthusiasm. Not only had he fulfilled Professor Okido's request, but he had also established a connection with the esteemed Professor Oak. This brief exchange had proven invaluable, enhancing his understanding of Pokémon training. Suddenly, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Lu Feng's expression turned solemn. He discreetly surveyed his surroundings with his peripheral vision, Through the perception granted by his aura, he discerned numerous malevolent glances directed at him, laden with hostility. Without a backward glance, he made his way toward the Viridian Forest. Chapter 10. Confronting the stalkers, Lu Feng entered the Viridian Forest, finding himself at a secluded spot devoid of human presence. Tilting his head slightly, he addressed his unseen followers. After trailing me for so long, are you not going to show yourselves? As his words echoed, 5 or 6 figures gradually emerged from the previously empty outskirts of the forest, their gazes fixed intently on Lu Feng's back, eyes gleaming with deep-seated greed. What do you wish from me after following me for so long? Lu Feng inquired, his tone icy and devoid of warmth. The group exchanged glances, and their leader, donning a disingenuous smile, replied languidly, "We are merely curious about how you managed to enter that laboratory. Of course, we would not leave you at a loss. We are prepared to purchase this information with League coins. What do you think?" Despite the smiles on their faces, it was evident that a predatory gleam lurked within their eyes. Understanding their broken Summer Nation language, Lu Feng quickly deduced that these individuals were not from his homeland. "Humph. How many League coins are you willing to offer for my information?" Lu Feng smirked knowingly, feigning amusement as he posed the question. "If feasible, we propose 500 League coins for your information. How does that sound?" The leader assumed Lu Feng was intimidated and boldly made the offer. 500 League coins. What a substantial sum. Lu Feng replied with a mocking expression, his tone dripping with derision. The 5 men stationed outside felt the disdain in Lu Feng's voice, their anger flaring as they grew increasingly agitated. They fixed their gaze intently on Lu Feng, subsequently releasing their Pokémon to form a surrounding stance, effectively cornering him within the verdant depths of the evergreen forest. The Pokémon they summoned were of mediocre quality, primarily consisting of a few Firebirds and Grass-type Pokémon, the strongest among them being merely a level 25 Spearow. "I shall grant you one more opportunity to divulge all that you know, lest I cannot guarantee what may transpire next," the leading man uttered, his cold, piercing eyes scrutinizing Lu Feng, his tone laced with impatience, as if he had cast aside a facade of pretense, revealing a more sinister demeanor. The others, upon hearing his words, instinctively positioned themselves behind him, their eyes ablaze with fury as they glared at Lu Feng. Amused by the man's declaration, Lu Feng chuckled lightly. "What? Are you preparing to make your move?" He then tossed a Pokeball into the air, summoning his Marsh Stomp before him. "What does it matter if you have more Pokémon? You are but a ragtag assembly." He regarded the 5 men around him with an air of nonchalance, disdain dripping from his voice as he addressed them. "Marsh Stomp, prepare for battle." The countenance of the men gradually darkened, a sinister smile creeping across their faces. "Humph, unappreciative wretch. All of you, attack. Bring that Pokémon down." With their commands echoing in the air, the Pokémon surged toward the Marsh Stomp. The Firebirds and Spearow lunged with their sharp claws, while the grass types charged recklessly at Marsh Stomp. Observing the unfolding scene, Lu Feng shook his head, an expression of pity crossing his features. He believed that calling these individuals a ragtag assembly would be an insult to the term. They were utterly oblivious to their Pokémon's abilities and skills. Despite the lack of Pokémon information in Blue Star, he had spent over a week in the Pokémon realm and yet knew nothing of acquiring knowledge about his Pokémon's capabilities. Marsh Stomp deftly evaded the onslaught, unleashing Rock Slide to send the Spearow and Firebirds crashing down. He then followed up with an avalanche directed at the grass types. As Lu Feng's voice rang out, Marsh Stomp, sensing the impending threat from above, effortlessly dodged the attacks and concentrated its rock-based power, transforming it into a multitude of boulders that plummeted from above, propelled by gravity towards the hapless foes. The birds plummeted to the ground, their weak stature succumbing to the double damage from rock-type moves, leaving them incapacitated, their eyes spiraling in confusion. Even the stronger Spearow found itself in dire straits, battered and bruised, its stamina rapidly depleting. The Rock Slide had inflicted severe damage, leaving it gasping for breath. Though it held a 5-level advantage over Marsh Stomp, the latter's superior quality, mastery of skills, and the trainer's tactical prowess rendered it no match for Marsh Stomp. Without delay, Marsh Stomp unleashed Avalanche upon the grass types, a frigid gust sweeping through the area, causing them to tremble. As the avalanche engulfed them, they too followed suit, succumbing to defeat. The men who had encircled Lu Feng were taken aback. Disbelief etched across their faces as they began to panic. The leader, witnessing the battered Spearow, shouted, "Charge! Tear that Pokémon apart!" Seeing the Spearow's pitiful state, Lu Feng shook his head and commanded Marsh Stomp, "Use your most powerful tackle against Spearow." With a resounding crash, Marsh Stomp transformed into a projectile, colliding forcefully with Spearow, which, already gravely injured, had no time to react and could only watch as Marsh Stomp barreled into it. In an instant, Spearow was sent hurtling like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a nearby tree before tumbling to the ground, rolling several times before losing its ability to fight. How could this happen? The men, intent on cornering Lu Feng, found themselves engulfed in despair, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Stay back. Huh? Did you train your Pokémon to this level merely to bully Caterpies and Weedles? Lu Feng remarked, a disdainful smirk gracing his features as he surveyed the disheartened men. Subsequently, amidst their trembling fear, Lu Feng shattered their Poké Balls and discarded them within the evergreen forest. He deemed it beneath him to stain his hands with their blood, opting instead to leave their fate in the hands of chance. After all, if memory served him right, the path out of the evergreen forest would lead them through the territory of Beedrill. Chapter 11. Forest Training. Cerulean, after dealing with the persistent followers, Lu Feng, accompanied by Marsh Stomp, ventured deeper into the evergreen forest's central region. As they progressed, the Pokémon they encountered grew increasingly scarce, yet more formidable. This was not difficult to comprehend. Powerful Pokémon tended to establish territorial awareness, while weaker ones were relegated to the periphery. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Feng released Ralts, a blue-haired little girl who gazed at him with a hint of annoyance, seemingly chastising him for keeping her cooped up in her Pokéball for so long. Lu Feng, observing Ralt's expression, managed a wry smile as he produced a Psychic-type energy cube and offered it to her. Ralts, seemingly catching a whiff of the delightful aroma, fixated on the energy cube, nibbling at it and gradually shedding her disgruntled demeanor. Indeed, when dealing with a foodie, this tactic proves effective. Lu Feng chuckled softly at the sight of Ralts reveling in her treat. Once Ralts finished her snack, Lu Feng adopted a serious expression and addressed both Marsh Stomp and Ralts. All right, it is time for us to engage in rigorous training. Marsh Stomp and Ralts met Lu Feng's gaze, nodding solemnly in agreement. Subsequently, Marsh Stomp honed his skills, particularly focusing on mastering Counter Shield, while Ralts engaged in meditation to enhance her psychic energy, striving for greater leaps in her abilities. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Feng assigned tasks to both Pokémon. With their tasks set, Marsh Stomp and Ralts diligently set about fulfilling Lu Feng's directives. Lu Feng observed the diligent efforts of his two Pokémon, gradually closing his eyes to attune himself to his aura, embarking on a journey of self-cultivation. As time slipped by, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In a clearing within the heart of the evergreen forest, Lu Feng commanded Ralts as they faced off against a formidable Scyther. Lalurus harnessed the power of telekinesis to bind the Scyther, and then unleashed the Will-o'-the-Wisp. With a commanding voice, a formidable wave of psychic energy erupted from Lalurus, enveloping the Scyther in an invisible pressure that descended upon it. After 5 days of rigorous training, Lalurus' strength had significantly increased. Through meditation to enhance its psychic abilities, coupled with relentless practice, its mastery of skills had become increasingly proficient. Additionally, with its inherent dazzling trait, it enjoyed 100% amplification of special attack skills. This overwhelming psychic force was beyond what a mere level 23 Scyther could hope to escape. The Scyther was effortlessly lifted into the air by Lalurus' telekinesis, a fleeting expression of pain crossing its face as it suffered the effects of the psychic damage. Although it possessed resistance to psychic-type moves, the sheer ferocity of Lalurus' telekinesis surpassed its capacity to endure. As the black-red Will-o'-the-Wisp descended, it seared the Scyther's body, which, already gravely injured, succumbed to the assault and transformed into an experience capsule, enriching Lalurus with valuable experience. At the moment of the Scyther's defeat, a surge of immense power surged through Lalurus. A brilliant white light enveloped it, signaling the onset of evolution. Lu Feng murmured, captivated by the scene before him. Reflecting on the past few days, during which he had led Lalurus in numerous battles against nearby Pokémon, he realized they had accumulated a considerable amount of energy. It was finally time for metamorphosis. A minute later, the petite figure of Lalurus vanished, replaced by a dainty young girl standing before Lu Feng. "Congratulations, Kyrelian," Lu Feng exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Kyrelian responded softly, her voice ethereal. Lu Feng then turned his attention to the fallen Scyther and retrieved some healing ointments, gently tending to its wounds. Although this Scyther was not weak, its potential was ultimately constrained by its elite-level status. Therefore, Lu Feng chose not to capture it. After all, the items required to enhance its potential were far too numerous for Lu Feng to manage at this stage. The Scyther had evidently endured many battles to reach its current level of strength. As Lu Feng applied the ointment, he utilized his aura to scan its body, discovering numerous hidden injuries that hindered its ability to surpass its current limits. Perhaps this Scyther had indeed reached the pinnacle of its capabilities. Lu Feng shook his head in dismay. Subsequently, he and Kyrelian returned to their campsite from the past few days. The Swampert had completed its training for the day and returned to the camp, bringing with it an assortment of berries it had gathered. as well as treasures obtained from defeating certain Pokémon in the forest, which it promptly presented to Lu Feng. He couldn't help but exclaim that his Pokémon was exceptionally considerate. While most of the treasures were merely Poké Balls and healing items, they were nonetheless a welcome addition, alleviating some of his expenses. To Lu Feng's surprise, among these treasures were 2 mid-grade leaf stones. Selling these would provide him with a substantial sum, enabling him to purchase the necessary supplies for his Pokémon's growth. After 5 days of training and daily battles, the Swampert had reached level 23, while Kirelian had attained level 20. Although these levels were merely a representation from the system, their diligent training had indeed elevated their strengths to an elite level. The classification of Pokémon strength: Novice level 5 to 10, Ordinary level 11 to 20, Elite level 21 to 40, Gym level 41 to 50, Quasi-Champion level 51 to 60, Champion level 61 to 70, Quasi-Legendary level 71 to 80, Legendary level 81 to 90. Transcending beyond numerical constraints. Chapter 12. An unexpected discovery. The following day, after a brief period of rest, Lu Feng, accompanied by Kirelian and Swampert, continued their exploration in the heart of the Viridian Forest. However, Lu Feng found it peculiar that many Pokémon that previously inhabited this area seemed to have vanished without a trace. This serendipitous turn of events allowed Lu Feng to scour their nests, yielding a bountiful harvest. He collected over 10 precious items such as gold beads and countless other treasures like berries. Remarkably, he even discovered 4 evolution stones. Although they were only low grade, they could still fetch a satisfactory price. What could be the reason behind this phenomenon? Why had all the Pokémon disappeared? As Lu Feng cautiously tread through the underbrush, an unsettling feeling grew within him, prompting him to murmur to himself. The heart of the Viridian Forest lay in eerie silence, devoid of any sound, an unsettling tranquility that was almost frightening. All Pokémon had vanished, leaving behind their accumulated treasures, which they had no time to retrieve. This indicated that the incident was far from ordinary. Suddenly, Kirelian seemed to sense something through her psychic abilities and called out to Lu Feng. Following her guidance, Lu Feng and Swampert arrived at a tumble-down thicket. Observing the residual warmth on the ground and the scorched remnants, it was evident that a battle had taken place not long ago. Perhaps the mystery of the missing Pokémon was intertwined with this conflict. With Swampert's assistance, Lu Feng gradually cleared away the tangled undergrowth. Beneath the foliage, a glimmering object caught his eye, along with numerous human footprints that immediately drew his attention. Was this a remnant of human technology? The footprints indicated that humans had passed through here. Lu Feng picked up the silver shining fragment, examining it closely, deducing it to be a shard from a broken human-made device. The multitude of human footprints and the chaotic aftermath of the battle filled his mind with connections, leading him to a startling conclusion. The disappearance of Pokémon in the Viridian Forest was undoubtedly linked to human involvement. Lu Feng's gaze deepened as he unraveled the threads of this mystery, directing his attention towards Viridian City. In this forest, with its profound implications, it seemed that only Team Rocket, hidden within the city, could be behind such audacious actions. But what could their motives be? Did they not fear attracting the attention of the Pokémon League? Lu Feng rubbed his temples, lost in contemplation of the intricate details surrounding this enigma. After a profound contemplation, a sudden spark of insight illuminated his mind, akin to the resounding crack of thunder, dispelling the fog that had enveloped his thoughts and gradually clarifying his understanding. Unless there was something within the Evergrande forest that Team Rocket was exceedingly eager to acquire. Gazing at the footprints leading deeper into the Evergrande forest, Lu Feng fell into silence, contemplating the implications therein. Ultimately, however, curiosity triumphed over reason, compelling him to proceed slowly towards the depths of the Evergrande forest. Taking a deep breath, he held his breath and cautiously led Chikorita and Swampert deeper into the woods. Time passed without notice until they finally arrived at the heart of the Evergrande forest. Through the power of aura, Lu Feng detected a distinctive life wave not far from his position. This revelation invigorated his spirit, causing his body to tense with anticipation. Chikorita, utilizing its keen perception, sensed imminent danger ahead and continuously alerted Lu Feng. Lu Feng gently reassured Chikorita, signaling for it to remain calm and refrain from any rash actions. Quietly, he approached the source of the aura. His expression grew solemn, as though shrouded in a veil of gloom. Before him stood a fractured rock face, exuding an ancient aura, with the time-worn stones bearing the marks of age, evoking a sense of profound history. This so-called damaged cliff was, in fact, a relic embedded within the mountain. Cautiously, Lu Feng peeked around the rocky formation and noticed numerous shadowy figures clad in black attire, their expressions meticulously serious. A large emblem adorned their chests. Indeed, it was Team Rocket. Observing the figures in the distance, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. Swampert gently patted Lu Feng on the shoulder. And thankfully, the nurturing of aura had significantly enhanced his physical strength. Otherwise, he would have been injured by this gentle gesture. After all, not everyone possessed the extraordinary constitution of Ash. Swampert pointed in a specific direction with its fin atop its head. Following Swampert's indication, Lu Feng turned his gaze elsewhere and was taken aback. On the ground lay countless Pokémon imprisoned within cages, neatly arranged in rows. These Pokémon were some of the most notable inhabitants of the Evergrande Forest, and Lu Feng felt a pang of sorrow at their unfortunate fate. He had previously challenged them alongside Chikorita and Swampert and was quite familiar with their abilities. Yet, inexplicably, these Pokémon appeared to be in a dire state. Their vitality diminished and lacking vigor. Witnessing this scene, Lu Feng felt a headache brewing, uncertain of how to proceed. The Team Rocket members stationed outside were accompanied by formidable Pokémon, patrolling diligently with strict vigilance. However, this was not the source of Lu Feng's concern. His expression had darkened for a different reason. If it were merely these guards, Lu Feng could devise a strategy to gradually eliminate them. What truly left him in a quandary was the terrifying life wave emanating from the relic, its magnitude overwhelming. He understood clearly that the source of this life aura must be an extraordinarily powerful Pokémon, far beyond his current capabilities. A single misstep could spell disaster for him. Swampert and Chikorita, lost in thought, Lu Feng remained silent, grappling with his predicament. Chapter 13. The fish's hooked. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, causing the leaves to sway in a dance of light and shadow, producing a soft rustling sound that echoed in the tranquil Evergrande forest. Lu Feng gazed at the feeble Pokémon before him and the heavily guarded Team Rocket, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Chikorita and Swampert stood silently, observing the bound Pokémon with mixed emotions. In the midst of Lu Feng's contemplation, a cold, mechanical system notification suddenly pierced the air. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an elite mission. Disrupt Team Rocket's operations. Mission requirements: rescue the Pokémon imprisoned by Team Rocket and sabotage their activities in the Evergrande Forest. Mission deadline: complete before Team Rocket relocates all the Pokémon. Mission rewards: obtain the blessing of the Evergrande Forest. Enhance the favorability of a certain ancient Pokémon and receive a triple experience upgrade card. Failure penalty: none. It seemed there was no need for deliberation. The system had already made the choice for him. Listening to the system's notification and reviewing the task presented, Lu Feng wore a resigned expression. There was no longer any need for inner conflict, as the system had issued the mission. Although there was no penalty for failure, Lu Feng did not dare to be complacent. Tasks of this nature, lacking failure penalties, often resulted in consequences far graver than those with penalties. After all, compared to death, other forms of punishment seemed trivial. With this realization, Lu Feng's gaze shifted between the imprisoned Pokémon and the relic, searching for a solution. After several minutes of observation, he finally discerned certain habits of the guards. Following a brief contemplation, a plan quietly emerged in Lu Feng's mind. He looked at Chikorita and Swampert, a mysterious smile gracing his face, which made them feel somewhat uneasy. Once Lu Feng shared his plan with the two Pokémon, their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and they nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chikorita swiftly appeared in a nearby clearing close to the imprisoned Pokémon. 3 Team Rocket members stationed nearby noticed the disturbance caused by a Zubat, which had sensed the commotion and flapped its wings, approaching them to alert them. What is going on? The 3 Team Rocket members exchanged puzzled glances at Zubat's behavior. I don't know, but it seems Zubat has detected something, one member, familiar with Zubat's nature, relayed his observations to the others. The leader of the Team Rocket members scanned the direction indicated by Zubat, but the dense foliage and underbrush obscured his view, leaving him unable to see anything further. After pondering for a moment, he turned to his 2 teammates and commanded, "You two go investigate and determine what is happening. This operation is crucial. The higher-ups are extremely concerned. We cannot afford to create unnecessary complications due to negligence, or you can imagine the consequences." The 2 Team Rocket members trembled involuntarily at their leader's words, then snapped to attention and responded loudly, "Understood." After the 2 members of Team Rocket finished speaking, they slowly approached the source of the peculiar sounds, accompanied by their Zubat and their Pokémon. The Team Rocket squad leader, who remained stationary, watched the departing figures of the duo with a hint of concern etched upon his face. Guided by Zubat's echolocation, the 2 arrived at the location where the disturbance originated and were met with the sight of a Pokémon with azure hair, bearing a resemblance to humans, leaving them momentarily speechless. As natives of the Kanto region, they had never encountered such a striking Pokémon before, and they found themselves momentarily entranced. What Pokémon is this? I have never seen it before. Could it be a rare species? Mused one of the hat-wearing Team Rocket members, gazing at the tranquil standing Kirlia, a look of perplexity crossing his features. Haven't we captured all the Pokémon in the depths of the Viridian Forest? Why is there a solitary one here? The other Team Rocket member did not respond to his question, for he, too, was unfamiliar with Kirlia. But his thoughts were drawn to certain unsettling possibilities. After pondering for a while without arriving at any conclusions, they shifted their gaze back to Kirlia, their eyes slowly gleaming with avarice. Forget the details. Perhaps it really is a solitary Pokémon. The depths of Viridian Forest are not typically accessible to ordinary trainers. If a trainer of a certain caliber were to appear, they would have acted against us long ago. We should capture this Pokémon swiftly and present it to the higher-ups. A promotion and a raise would be a simple matter. The hat-wearing member articulated his thoughts, excitement bubbling within him as he envisioned the future, his tone laden with urgency. The other Team Rocket member, influenced by this enticing vision, began to lower his guard. His gaze fixated eagerly upon Kirlia. Sensing their intentions, Kirlia displayed a flicker of fear upon its face, trembling slightly before unleashing a teleportation move and fleeing towards the outskirts. The two Team Rocket members, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety. The hope for promotion was within reach, and they could not allow it to escape. Zubat. Use ultrasonic waves to locate that Pokémon. The hat-wearing member exclaimed anxiously, promptly giving Zubat the command. A series of sound waves emanated from Zubat's mouth, gradually spreading throughout the Viridian Forest, utilizing the echoing effect to track Kirlia's presence. Suddenly, Zubat's ultrasonic waves collided with an object, instantly obstructed, and the resulting feedback indicated Kirlia's location. It signaled to its trainer and swiftly flew towards a designated spot. The two Team Rocket members, witnessing this turn of events, broke into jubilant expressions and hastily followed Zubat's lead towards that direction. Unbeknownst to them, a distance away, Lu Feng watched their retreating figures with a smile of satisfaction. The fish is hooked, Lu Feng whispered to himself before heading towards the prearranged location with his Swampert. In the heart of the Viridian Forest, beneath the boughs of a sturdy tree, Kirlia sat languidly upon the trunk, idly swinging its slender legs while silently awaiting the arrival of its foes. According to Lu Feng's plan, it was to create a slight commotion to draw the attention of the three Team Rocket members guarding the Pokémon, leading them to the center of the Viridian Forest for a sequential takedown, ensuring that the individuals within the ruins remained undisturbed. Suddenly, Kirlia seemed to sense a disturbance nearby. Its eyes, hidden beneath strands of hair, gleamed with seriousness as it awaited the approach of its adversaries. It recalled Lu Feng's instructions to swiftly neutralize the pursuing Team Rocket members without causing a significant uproar, lest their presence be exposed. Before long, guided by Zubat, the two Team Rocket members appeared before Kirlia. They gazed at the serene and composed Kirlia, as if envisioning a future of promotions and raises, their faces alight with excitement. Zubat, charge in, and use Bite. Although they were unfamiliar with Kirlia, the mere fact that it possessed teleportation abilities led them to deduce it was a Psychic-type Pokémon. Thus, Zubat's trainer commanded it to utilize Dark-type moves to subdue Kirlia. As the command echoed, Zubat flapped its wings, its sharp fangs glowing with a sinister black aura, emanating a chilling malevolence as it transformed into a shadowy blur and lunged at Kirlia. Observing this, Kirlia promptly activated its teleportation ability, evading Zubat's assault. And in the midst of its movement, several identical shadows appeared, creating an illusion akin to a clone, instantly bewildering Zubat. Zubat, quickly use Supersonic. Zubat's trainer called out in haste upon witnessing this spectacle. A jarring sound emerged from Zubat's mouth, reverberating through the surroundings, seemingly capable of piercing the soul, causing Kirlia's demeanor to sour as it struggled to concentrate on controlling its shadow clones. The clones, deprived of energy, shattered instantaneously, leaving only Kirlia's true form. Gazing at the approaching Zubat, Kirlia's eyes ignited with a violet glow, a heavy psychic force rising to envelop Zubat. Being a poison-type Pokémon, Zubat was inherently doubly weak to psychic moves, and coupled with Kirlia's shiny ability, which amplified its special attack, the psychic force dealt quadruple damage, rendering Zubat incapacitated. With a resounding thud, Zubat's body crashed to the ground, causing a slight tremor that stirred the dust and soil around. Zubat, how could it be so strong? Exclaimed Zubat's trainer in disbelief, beads of sweat trickling down his face. The two reached for their belts to retrieve new Poké Balls, eager to continue battling Kirlia. However, before they could act, they felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping them, binding them with an immense psychic force, rendering them immobile and unable to retrieve their Poké Balls. They stared at Kirlia in horror, their expressions a portrait of dread. Under their watchful eyes, Kirlia harnessed its psychic energy, rendering the two unconscious. It then sought out several sturdy vines to bind both Team Rocket members and the incapacitated Zubat, discarding them into a concealed hollow of a tree. Subsequently, it sensed Lu Feng's position and utilized teleportation to swiftly return to him. Meanwhile, Lu Feng awaited Kirlia's return in silence, occasionally casting sidelong glances at the remaining Team Rocket member. At this moment, it had been over 10 minutes since Kirlia's departure. The Rocket Team captain, left behind, felt a surge of anxiety wash over him as he noticed that the team members he dispatched had yet to return. An intense sense of unease crept into his heart, a foreboding premonition swirling in his mind. Something had gone awry. There was no time to wait. The captain swiftly retrieved his Poké Ball, releasing a Weezing and a Gengar to stand guard and investigate their surroundings. Lu Feng observed the Rocket Team captain, his expression gradually turning serious, surprised by the captain's decisiveness. Suddenly, a faint rustle caught his attention, and the silhouette of Kirlia re-emerged. Lu Feng looked at Kirlia, his gaze imbued with curiosity, eager to learn about Kirlia's findings. Kirlia gently nodded, allowing him to exhale in relief. Although the captain's vigilance surpassed Lu Feng's expectations, the overall plan remained within manageable bounds. Lu Feng first produced an orange berry and handed it to Kirlia for recovery. Then, signaling Kirlia and Swampert with his eyes, he instructed them to prepare for an offensive. Kirlia, unleash your most powerful psychic attack on Gengar. Swampert, use Whirlpool to contain Weezing. At the sound of commotion around him, the already tense Rocket Team captain's expression shifted dramatically. However, before he could react, Kirlia's psychic attack struck Gengar directly, inflicting tremendous damage. The results were astonishing. Gengar was eliminated almost instantaneously, unable to muster any resistance. Meanwhile, Weezing was engulfed by Swampert's Whirlpool, its toxic fumes dissolving harmlessly into the water, failing to inflict any meaningful harm on Lu Feng and his companions. Weezing, use Explosion. The Rocket Team captain, seeing the situation unfold, wore a fierce expression as he commanded Weezing, hoping the ensuing noise from the explosion would alert the other Rocket members within the ruins. To his astonishment, Weezing seemed to disregard his command, remaining inert and failing to execute the explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Swampert launched a mud shot, easily dispatching Weezing. Just as the captain was about to voice his frustration, he found himself ensnared by a psychic force, unable to utter a word, only able to struggle slightly and emit faint whimpers. Confusion washed over him as he pondered why Weezing had disobeyed his orders. At that moment, a young figure emerged from the nearby bushes, slowly approaching his position. Kirlia and Swampert, upon recognizing the figure, dashed toward it, their faces beaming with excitement. Chapter 15, World Fusion Degree 10. Excellent work, Kirlia and Swampert. Lu Feng remarked quietly as he observed the two Pokémon bounding toward him, a smile gracing his calm demeanor. KIR. The praise from Lu Feng brought radiant smiles to Kirlia and Swampert's faces, as if they had received a precious treasure. Overflowing with joy. Pokémon, too, are sentient beings capable of thought and emotion. When you call upon them with sincerity, their heartfelt responses are assured. This is the bond shared between humans and Pokémon. Lu Feng then turned his gaze toward the fallen Rocket Team members, his expression turning icy. He addressed the dazed Rocket Team captain with a hint of mockery. Are you perplexed as to why your Weezing did not heed your command to use Explosion? Upon hearing this, the captain's previously vacant eyes flickered with a hint of realization as he asked solemnly, why is this happening? He glanced at the fallen Weezing, bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation. Ah, my Swampert possesses the damp ability, rendering explosive moves ineffective. Thus, your intention to create a commotion with Explosion to alert the Rocket members inside the ruins is nothing but a futile dream. Lu Feng chuckled derisively, his lips curling into a smirk as he looked up at the blue sky. Oh, so that is how it is. The Rocket Team captain's expression shifted to one of grim understanding, a rueful smile appearing on his face as if resigning to his fate. Lu Feng shook his head, instructing Kirlia to use its psychic powers to incapacitate the captain, then led his Pokémon toward the imprisoned creatures. Kirlia, use Psychic to dismantle those machines. Swampert, use Tackle to break open these cages, Lu Feng commanded, surveying the situation around the captured Pokémon. Kirlia's voice rang out as it conjured several small spheres of psychic energy, launching them toward the machines. As the spheres made contact, the devices controlling the cages, which emitted powerful electric shocks, exploded in a brilliant display of lightning and flames, sending plumes of black smoke into the air. The electric charges binding the cages began to dissipate. Seeing this, Swampert summoned all its strength and charged at the cages like a powerful cannonball, deforming them with a resounding crash. The trapped Pokémon, filled with gratitude, emerged from the shattered cages, encircling Lu Feng and his companions. Before Lu Feng could utter a word, Heavy footsteps resonated from within the mountainous ruins. They echoed in his heart like boulders tumbling down a ravine. The rocket members inside the ruins appeared to have been disturbed by the explosions, rushing outside to uncover the source of the commotion. Witnessing this, Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly. He turned to Swampert, saying, "Swampert, use Rock Slide to seal off the entrance to the ruins." Upon receiving the command, Swampert gathered rock-type energy in its hands, transforming it into massive boulders that fell into place at the entrance, slowly blocking it. However, terrifying attacks soon emanated from within the ruins, radiant white light spilling through the cracks of the rocks. The stones began to crumble, breaking apart into numerous smaller fragments that cascaded to the ground. Lu Feng, watching the scene unfold with a grim expression, was at a loss for what to do when the surrounding Pokémon spontaneously began unleashing their signature moves toward the ruins. The attacks from within the ruins collided with the combined might of the Pokémon outside, causing the ancient structure to tremble violently. Ultimately, the mountain could not withstand the ferocious waves of battle, beginning to fracture and collapse, burying the ancient ruins beneath layers of debris. As the chaos subsided, Lu Feng surveyed the tranquil scene, casting a complex glance at the surrounding Pokémon, and let out a quiet sigh of relief. At that moment, the system's notification sound arrived as expected, echoing slowly in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received the blessing of the Evergreen Forest, the favor of ancient Pokémon, and a threefold experience upgrade card. Ding! The host has received a gift from the Evergreen Forest. The power of the Evergreen has awakened. A series of notifications continued to sound, overwhelming Lu Feng, leaving him momentarily dazed. World announcement. The World Fusion Degree has reached 10. The system is about to undergo an update. Please prepare to leave. Countdown. 235959. World announcement. The World Fusion Degree has reached 10. The system is about to undergo an update. Please prepare to leave. Countdown. 235957. World announcement. The World Fusion Degree has reached 10. The system is about to undergo an update. Please prepare to leave. Countdown. 235955. As this world announcement unfolded, players scattered throughout the Pokémon world fell into a brief silence before erupting with excitement. They had not anticipated that the World Fusion Degree would reach 10 so swiftly, catching them off guard. Initially, they had prepared to dwell in the Pokémon world for an extended period, never expecting such a sudden turn of events. After a while, Lu Feng gradually regained his senses. After bidding farewell to the myriad Pokémon in the Evergreen Forest, he set off towards Shijian City, accompanied by Kairu and Zhuangyu. He intended to procure some supplies necessary for training before the update commenced, for no one could predict how long this update would take. As Blue Star had yet to merge with the Pokémon world, there was no guarantee that the training resources would be available there. To ensure his training efficiency, Lu Feng had to take precautions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Feng and his companions cast long shadows in the fading light. An unknown Pokémon silhouette flitted through the dense foliage of the forest, observing their receding figures, emitting a joyful sound. With that sound, the Evergreen Forest returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 16. The arrival of Pokémon in Blue Star within the Evergreen Forest at the site of the ancient ruins. A deafening explosion shattered the serene atmosphere of the forest, sending terrifying waves of power rippling outward. Nearby Pokémon were startled, becoming restless and fleeing from the epicenter of the explosion. In that moment, the Evergreen Forest descended into chaos, with all order unraveling, the once peaceful surroundings now in turmoil. Before long, from the ruins buried in dust, clouds of debris surged upward, revealing a large gaping hole in the ground. A green-haired man clad in Team Rocket attire, his clothing somewhat wrinkled and tattered, successfully emerged from the ruins with the aid of his Pokémon. He clutched an ancient fossil in his hand, faint traces of what appeared to be plant-like veins, or perhaps some threads vaguely visible upon its surface. Yet the aura emanating from it was unmistakable, seemingly linked to some legendary life form. As the sky darkened, the last remnants of light began to fade. Deep within the Evergreen Forest remained only the green-haired man from Team Rocket and his Pokémon. "Humph. No matter who you are, I'll remember this grudge," he said coldly, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, the communicator in the man's hand beeped. Upon seeing the information displayed on the device, a look of reverence crossed his face, and he quickly answered the call. "I encountered a bit of an accident, but I have secured the fossil. It needs to be sent to New Island?" "All right, understood. I will head there immediately." After hanging up, the green-haired man released a Zubat, grasping its body as he soared toward the location of New Island. A new storm was brewing, set to engulf the Kanto region. As the world announcement rang out and the countdown for the system update began, Blue Star underwent a monumental transformation. All mountains began to rise, the earth slowly expanded, and the previously polluted environment gradually began to recover. The sky grew increasingly azure, the air became fresher, and everything seemed to be moving toward a better direction. It appeared that an unknown force was orchestrating this entire transformation, leaving everyone bewildered and unable to comprehend why such changes were occurring. Faced with this mysterious power in uncharted territory, humanity could only stand helplessly by, allowing the world to evolve. However, what brought solace to all inhabitants of Blue Star was that this force did not interfere with other matters, as if it were solely focused on environmental restoration. Unbeknownst to them, the powerful firearms they relied upon began to lose their efficacy, gradually deteriorating into mere scrap metal as this mysterious force descended. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the imperial capital, in a heavily guarded location, numerous sentinels patrolled with unwavering expressions, their eyes sharp as hawks, stationed outside a conference room. Inside, 9 elder statesmen, slightly aged, fixated on the multimedia presentation, lost in a moment of silence. Concern etched on their faces, they pondered deeply. These 9 individuals were the highest authorities in the Great Xia Kingdom, revered elders of significant stature. After a prolonged silence, the Grand Elder raised his head and inquired of his colleagues, "Esteemed ones, what are your thoughts on the recent upheaval in Blue Star?" Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the other elders exchanged wry smiles, casting glances at one another, all shaking their heads and sighing. "Grand Elder, this matter cannot be elucidated by human effort or science. We seek your understanding. We have no leads whatsoever." The Grand Elder remained composed, revealing no disappointment at their responses, as he had anticipated such an outcome. After all, this was an unprecedented situation for him as well. "What about the citizens of our Great Xia Kingdom who went missing recently? Have there been any sightings of them?" The Grand Elder paused momentarily, suddenly recalling the mass disappearance of citizens within the Great Xia Kingdom, and couldn't help but inquire. The other elders' faces grew even more sorrowful, rendered speechless. Ultimately, the second elder mustered the courage to respond. "We have yet to discover anything. The Security Bureau is still investigating. Since this is the first occurrence of such an event, our colleagues require time to adapt." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder fell silent, his gaze growing increasingly profound. The case of missing citizens from the Great Xia Kingdom, as mentioned by him, is not an exclusive phenomenon. Similar incidents are occurring globally. This event is shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, casting an indelible shadow over all who are concerned, resembling an unfathomable enigma. The citizens who vanished seem to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind, as if they were utterly unreachable. Were it not for the remnants of their past lives, the elite investigators from the Security Bureau would have questioned the very existence of these individuals. What has transpired during this tumultuous period? Indeed, it is a season fraught with troubles. The Grand Elder sighed deeply and then solemnly addressed the other elders. "It is imperative that the Security Bureau expedites the search for our citizens. The lives of the people of the Great Xia Kingdom are paramount." Upon hearing these words, the elders bore expressions of solemnity, nodding gravely in agreement. Suddenly, the 9th elder's face contorted with horror as he pointed at the imagery on the multimedia display, his body trembling violently, as if he had witnessed something unfathomable. The other elders, sensing his distress, quickly turned to the multimedia, their faces mirroring the shock of the 9th elder. The display revealed a stunning scene. Ancient mountains across Blue Star, remote primordial forests, and unfathomable depths of the ocean were emanating dazzling beams of light, undergoing unknown transformations. One after another, hidden realms began merging with Blue Star, fundamentally altering the historical landscape. Countless magical beasts, possessing extraordinary powers, emerged from these concealed domains, appearing before multitudes. Had those players who ventured into the realm of sprites witnessed this sight, they would undoubtedly have been left astounded. For these magical creatures were none other than the Pokémon from the sprite world. In this moment, the sprites have descended upon Blue Star. Chapter 17. Journey to Miachan Mountain in the city of Tokiwa, at the Friendship Store. After a spree of extravagant purchases, Lu Feng found his finances once again depleted. Fortunately, during his recent foray into the Tokiwa forest, he had amassed a considerable collection of valuable items from various nests. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford all the resources. Acquiring the majority was indeed a stroke of luck. This was made possible only because the staff, recognizing Lu Feng as a Pokémon scholar, granted him a generous discount. He could not help but lament that the profession of a Pokémon trainer is indeed a costly endeavor. Without substantial wealth, one's life would be truly arduous. One cannot help but notice that even the illustrious regional champion of the Dan Emperor is compelled to accept advertising endorsements. with the cloak adorned with countless advertisements, a source of sorrowful tears. With mere hours remaining until the system update, Lu Feng pondered his next course of action. He stroked his chin, gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. Perhaps it would be wise to train his Marsh Jump and Kyrulian to gain levels. He recalled having received a triple experience upgrade card. After much deliberation, he resolved to take his beloved Pokémon along to enhance their levels. He dared not speculate what challenges might await upon his return to Blue Star. For his safety, it was prudent to strengthen his capabilities, ensuring he could face any danger with composure. Thus, he continued along the road from Tokiwa City to Shinshin Town, not heading towards the Tokiwa Forest, but rather towards Miacha Mountain. The Pokémon nests within the Tokiwa Forest had been thoroughly plundered, and there would be little left for some time. It would be more fruitful to explore Miacha Mountain, where unexpected treasures might await. As Lu Feng progressed, he encountered numerous players from Blue Star, who were unfazed by the impending system update. Instead, they exerted even greater effort to bolster their strengths. It seemed as though a sense of urgency permeated each individual, a reflection of their uncertainty regarding the future. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng and the other players immersed in the realm of sprites, with the forthcoming system update, sprites had already manifested upon Blue Star, instigating a profound transformation across the entire planet. Various types and forms of Pokémon had already entered the awareness of countless humans on Blue Star. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Lu Feng's figure gradually emerged near Miacha Mountain, gazing at the towering peaks that pierced the clouds. He felt a momentary lapse in focus. Once he regained his composure, he released his Marsh Jump and Kyrulian from their Poké Balls, and two brilliant beams of red light flashed as they materialized before him. Kyrulian, use your psychic abilities to sense the Pokémon within Miacha Mountain, Lu Feng softly instructed, hoping to leverage its powers to locate the hidden Pokémon within the mountain. Kyrulian nodded in response, then closed its eyes. A purple aura enveloped its body as it entered a meditative state. A formidable psychic force erupted from within, radiating outward in all directions. It resembled a searching radar, continuously probing the surrounding area for concealed Pokémon. After a few minutes, Kyrulian slowly opened its eyes, glanced at Lu Feng, and began to move towards a specific location within Miacha Mountain. Lu Feng and Marsh Jump promptly followed, plunging into the majestic mountain guided by Kyrulian. After winding through the terrain for a while, they finally arrived at a massive cavern. Lu Feng gazed into the inky darkness of the cave and instinctively summoned his aura powers. Through this heightened perception, he discerned that the Pokémon hidden within the cavern were anything but few. This cavern resembled a dungeon map, perfectly aligning with Lu Feng's quest to encounter numerous wild Pokémon in a short span of time. He then retrieved a flashlight from his spatial backpack, and together with Kyrulian and Marsh Jump, ventured into the cave. The trio navigated through the darkened environment, gradually approaching the nearest location teeming with Pokémon. As Lu Feng delved deeper, a cacophony of sounds reached his ears, prompting him to halt and pause for a moment. Following the noise, he abruptly raised his head and cast his gaze upwards towards the cave ceiling. To his astonishment, a mass of Pokémon hung there in the shadows. The sheer number was overwhelming, transforming the already compact cavern into a veritable spectacle. The sight was so dense that it sent chills down his spine. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Zubat. Utilizing the faint light from his flashlight, he identified the Pokémon before him, confirming his discovery. Perhaps it was the dazzling beam of light from Lu Feng's flashlight that startled the already light-averse Zubat, rousing them from their slumber. They unfurled their wings in unison, unleashing a barrage of ultrasonic waves directed toward Lu Feng. Observing this scene, Lu Feng's complexion paled slightly, prompting him to quickly instruct Kyrulian and Swampert. Kyrulian, unleash your maximum psychic power to repel the Zubat in the air. Swampert, first use Whirlpool to envelop us, then follow up with Rock Slide to bring the Zubat down. A cacophony of varied sounds erupted in that confined space, signaling the commencement of an intense battle. Lu Feng watched as Kyrulian and Swampert adeptly engaged the Zubat, and without a moment's hesitation, he produced a triple experience upgrade card, activating it immediately. The pale yellow card shattered, transforming into two beams of light that entered their bodies. As the psychic and rock energies cascaded down, the Zubat, already weak against rock and psychic types, plummeted to the ground like rain, swiftly becoming experience fodder for Kyrulian and Swampert, propelling their levels upward at a remarkable rate. The speed of their advancement was truly astonishing. Lu Feng observed silently, continually employing his power of eternity to restore the stamina of Kyrulian and Swampert. Upon sensing the burgeoning strength within them, he couldn't help but let out a low roar, his spirit invigorated. After 3 hours had elapsed and the twilight dimmed, the duration of the triple experience card came to an end. Lu Feng, along with Kairu and Swampert, emerged from the pitch-black cavern, looking rather disheveled, dusted with particles of earth, yet their smiles were undeniable. After 3 continuous hours of combat, Kairu had ascended to level 25, while Swampert had reached level 27. Had it not been for Lu Feng's dwindling stamina, they might have lingered there even longer. At this moment, less than 8 hours remained until the system update. Chapter 18. Contemplations for the future. As night fell, the silvery moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow reminiscent of a tranquil stream flowing across the earth. A flicker of firelight appeared at a certain spot on Mount Miacha, bringing an unusual warmth to the dark wilderness. Lu Feng skillfully assisted Swampert and Kairu with a massage, easing their muscle fatigue and minimizing the hidden injuries incurred from the relentless battles. Under Lu Feng's expert touch, Kairu and Swampert appeared serene, displaying expressions of delight as they relished the massage. Swampert gazed at Lu Feng, reminiscing about past experiences where Lu Feng's clumsy techniques had left him in distress, and tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. He had long seen through the facade, realizing Lu Feng had once used him as a test subject, which brought a tinge of melancholy to his countenance. Your massage skills have certainly improved. Lu Feng sensed Swampert's thoughts through the power of eternity, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He recalled a week prior, when Swampert had yet to evolve, and he had subjected it to his experimental massage techniques, evoking pitiful cries. A smile broke across his face. I've learned my techniques from Professor Oak. They won't be as rough as before. Swampert gave a slight nod, continuing to enjoy the massage. After the session, Lu Feng retrieved several energy cubes of water and psychic types for Swampert and Kairu, effectively preparing their dinner. He then took out a few sandwiches, accompanied by cold mineral water, and quietly began to eat. As he dined, he employed his detection skills to observe Kairu and Swampert. Information materialized in his mind. Name, Swampert. Gender, type, water ground. Ability, torrent. Pokémon with this ability have their water type moves power increased by 150 when their health is below 1-3. Moisture. As long as a Pokémon with the moisture ability is on the field, both sides Pokémon using self-destruct, explosion, and hyper beam will fail, and the explosion ability will not activate. Moisture does not affect powder moves. Category: Mudfish Pokémon. Level 27. Potential: Elite. Skills omitted for brevity. Those interested may search online for details. Name: Kairu. Shiny. Gender: Type: Psychic Fairy. Ability: Trace. A Pokémon with the Trace ability copies the ability of the opposing Pokémon when it enters the battlefield. Shiny trait: Special attack skills gain a 100 power increase. Category: Mood Pokémon. Level 25. Potential: Champion. Skills. Upon reviewing the information in his mind, Lu Feng entered a contemplative state, silently pondering how to cultivate his 2 Pokémon. First, Swampert's skill set was still too limited, lacking sufficient offensive options. Its water ground typing granted it commendable survivability, but its quadruple weakness to grass left it vulnerable to opponents. It needed to learn additional skills such as Surf, Ice Punch, Toxic, Substitute, Rest, and Rock Slide, abilities that could not be acquired through leveling up, to broaden its offensive capabilities. Furthermore, enhancing its resistance to grass-type moves was imperative, necessitating the search for specific items to address this vulnerability. Particularly, legendary resources that contained fragments of legendary Pokémon's powers could significantly amplify Swampert's strengths while mitigating its weaknesses. If he could encounter legendary Pokémon and gain their guidance, Swampert would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Murmuring to himself while chewing on his sandwich, Lu Feng envisioned a future filled with promise. At that moment, he even imagined obtaining the Azure and Crimson Orbs, with Swampert tapping into the latent legendary powers within to enhance its water and ground energies. He envisioned himself channeling the powers of the legendary Pokémon, manifesting the Root Wave with his left hand and the Cliff Blade with his right, converging the strengths of the Hoenn deities and the powerful Pokémon into his being, thereby breaking through the threshold of legend. The mere thought of such a scenario filled Lu Feng with excitement, his gaze growing increasingly profound. It seemed that upon returning to the Hoenn region, careful planning would be essential. He observed Swampert, diligently honing its skills with Whirlpool, and mapped out its future development trajectory. Then, his attention shifted to Kairu, who was meditating quietly, and he began to ruminate on its training. As a Psychic Fairy Pokémon, Kairu was vulnerable to Bug, Ghost, Dark, Poison, and Steel types, which could inflict double damage, necessitating continuous vigilance to bolster its defenses. Simultaneously, it is essential to acquire corresponding skills and expand one's arsenal to avoid being directly targeted by certain types of Pokémon. The inherent gender and the shimmering trait of Kairu Lien dictate that it must pursue a special attack-oriented path, transforming it into a formidable special attacker. After all, the moniker of the Psychic Empress is not bestowed lightly. However, this necessitates a continuous enhancement of its psychic abilities to amplify the potency of its skills. With regard to legendary resources, its options become significantly broader. The realm of legendary Pokémon abounds with psychic types such as Lugia, Mew, and the trio of mushrooms, alongside fairy types like Xerneas, Diancie, and the Carbink family. By acquiring certain legendary Pokémon and leveraging its champion qualifications, surpassing the threshold of legends will undoubtedly be more feasible than capturing a Swampert. Contemplating this, Lu Feng stroked his chin, unable to suppress a nod and a foolish grin. Soon, an idea struck him, and he silently mused. Although obtaining those legendary resources may prove challenging, items such as mysterious water droplets and bent spoons can be collected to bolster his strength in the interim. Once he secures the relevant legendary resources, both Kairu Lien and Swampert will undoubtedly soar. Lu Feng has never doubted his ability to acquire legendary resources, as long as he adeptly utilizes the knowledge in his mind. Aren't those resources practically a gift? Chapter 19. The Colossal Onyx. The following day, dawn broke, dispelling the night's shadows. The once tranquil morning was shattered by tremors emanating from deep within Mount Miacha. Countless Pidgey and Spearow erupted from the dense foliage, their faces etched with alarm as they ascended into the sky, displaying signs of agitation. Lu Feng, still ensconced in slumber, was jolted awake by the violent vibrations coursing through the ground. With bleary eyes, he gazed in the direction of the tremors, furrowing his brow as a contemplative expression crossed his face. Kairu Lien and Swampert were also roused by the commotion, standing beside Lu Feng as they regarded the source of the tremors with increasingly grave expressions. Through their innate Pokémon sensitivity, they could sense the terrifying aura lurking within the depths of Mount Miacha. They quickly alerted Lu Feng, urging him to steer clear of that ominous location to avert any unforeseen peril. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng fixed his gaze on the direction of the vibrations, shaking his head at Kairu Lien and Swampert to reassure them not to worry. Drawing upon his mental reservoir of memories, he surmised that the cause of this violent upheaval, which had disturbed the tranquility of Mount Miacha, was none other than the colossal onyx from the animated series. After all, only a creature of such magnitude could create such a commotion. He glanced at the countdown hovering before him, noting the dwindling time. And a persistent thought took root in his mind. He yearned to behold the giant onyx, and if possible, he would prefer to capture it. After all, being favored by the Elite Four and becoming Shiba's primary Pokémon speaks volumes about its potential and prowess. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed toward the depths of Mount Miacha. Kairu Lien and Swampert, let us investigate the source of these tremors, he declared, his expression calm and resolute. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded toward the origin of the vibrations. Kairu Lien and Swampert, albeit reluctant about Lu Feng's risky venture, obediently followed, perhaps a testament to their bond. After an indeterminate period of travel, they finally approached the vicinity of the tremors. Lu Feng examined the uneven, gnarled terrain, slowly bending down to lightly trace the marks left behind on the ground, growing increasingly confident in his deductions. These were indeed the remnants of the colossal onyx's passage. Guided by these traces, Lu Feng and his Pokémon cautiously advanced, wary of encountering any formidable Pokémon that might obstruct their path. Yet, after a considerable distance, they encountered nothing. Not a single trace of Pokémon activity surrounded them. Lu Feng fell silent for a moment, contemplating the marks on the ground and the subtle oppressive force they emanated. It dawned on him that the overwhelming presence of the colossal onyx had likely driven away the local Pokémon, unable to withstand the weighty pressure it exuded. After more than 10 minutes of trekking, Lu Feng finally reached his destination. He stood before a dark, foreboding cave that resembled a maw of a ravenous beast. Feeling the overwhelming, terrifying aura radiating from within, he came to a halt, sensing the weight of the atmosphere. Kairu Lien and Swampert appeared tense, their unease palpable. Compared to humans, Pokémon possess a heightened sensitivity to danger, enabling them to discern fatal threats with ease. They tugged at Lu Feng's sleeve, refusing to allow him to venture further into that cave. Observing his Pokémon's anxious demeanor, Lu Feng understood the peril that lay ahead, his expression wavering with uncertainty. Just as he pondered, the ground trembled once more, shaking violently, with dust swirling and small stones scattering as if an earthquake had truly occurred. Lu Feng's face paled slightly. After recalling Swampert into its Pokeball, he urgently instructed Kairu Lien, Use teleport to relocate us to that nearby cliff. Upon hearing this, Kyrie grasped Lu Feng's hand and executed teleport, whisking them both to the cliff he indicated. Once at the cliff, Lu Feng leaned out, gazing at the dark cave, quietly awaiting what would unfold. After a considerable time, his anticipation was rewarded as a massive onyx emerged from the cave. This onyx bore a cross-shaped scar on its face, its body composed of countless enormous rocks, as if life itself were stitched together from stone. Typically, an onyx stands at 8 meters tall, but in comparison to this colossal variant, it seemed like a mere child, belonging to an entirely different realm of scale. It exuded a robust aura, embodying the beauty of raw power. Lu Feng held his breath, unable to contain his excitement as he deployed a scanning skill, hoping to gather information about this extraordinary onyx, contemplating the possibility of capturing it to join his ranks. Name: Onyx. Gender: type, rock ground. Ability: sturdy. One-hit knockout moves have no effect on Pokémon with this ability. When a Pokémon with this ability is at full health, it will remain with at least 1 HP after sustaining an attack. Classification: Rock Snake Pokémon level, 55 qualification, champion skills. It is indeed of quasi-champion caliber. No wonder Shiba was able to swiftly cultivate this enormous onyx into a primary Pokémon after capturing it. It is truly a pity that this colossal onyx seems to be beyond my reach. Lu Feng gazed at the giant onyx lying quietly on the ground, basking in the sun, and murmured softly. A flicker of regret and reluctance crossed his face, and he could not help but sigh, feeling somewhat lost. He was acutely aware that, with his current capabilities, he stood no chance against the formidable onyx before him. To foolishly challenge the onyx would likely result in a thorough lesson on humility. Therefore, it would be wise to avoid further humiliation. Ultimately, Lu Feng had no choice but to relinquish his aspirations and, accompanied by Chinchou, headed towards the outskirts of Miacha Mountain. Chapter 20. Return to Blue Star. As time ticked away, all the players from Blue Star remaining in the Pokémon world watched the countdown nearing its end, their faces alight with excitement. With a chime, the countdown reached 0, and the system's notifications sounded as expected. Ding! The system is undergoing an update, expected to take 1 natural month, commencing the return of Blue Star players. Accompanied by this cold, mechanical announcement, a brilliant light erupted from the bodies of all the Blue Star players, and they vanished from the Pokémon world. This phenomenon was not confined to the Kanto region. Similar occurrences were reported in regions such as Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova. Many native residents of the Pokémon world were startled by the sudden disappearance of the Blue Star players. Had it not been for their strong nerves, they might have fainted on the spot. Some unscrupulous Blue Star players seized the opportunity during this return to raid local shops for a zero-cost acquisition of training resources. However, before they could succeed, they were apprehended by Ms. Jun Xia, who had arrived on the scene, and found themselves enjoying a rather comfortable package in the Pokémon world. After confining these unruly Blue Star players, the various Ms. Jun Xia across different regions had barely settled when they received alarming reports from their agents. Upon returning to the prison, they were confronted with empty cells and the absence of the prisoners, leaving their expressions grim. What could have happened? Why were the detainees missing? Unbeknownst to them, a radiant white light had enveloped the prisoners moments before their disappearance, leading to their instantaneous vanishing. The officers accompanying them fell silent, sensing the chill emanating from Ms. Jun Xia, who muttered to herself, could it be the work of psychic-type Pokémon? After pondering for some time and finding no clues, they resigned themselves to report the matter to the League. As reports circulated across regions, the data gathered triggered a significant uproar within the Pokémon League. This was not an isolated incident. Rather, it was a collective event. Similar occurrences were witnessed in every region, raising alarms within the Pokémon League. Consequently, senior officials dispatched investigators to conduct thorough inquiries. Yet, despite their efforts, the whereabouts of the Blue Star players remained elusive. What bewildered the investigators further was that, apart from a few, most of the suddenly vanished individuals were found to be unregistered citizens. As they reviewed the reports submitted by the investigators, a chill descended upon the hearts of many high-ranking officials, sensing an invisible hand orchestrating these events, a notion both unsettling and frightening. However, with no tangible evidence, the matter was allowed to fade into obscurity. Meanwhile, countless beams of white light appeared across Blue Star, and as the radiance dissipated, numerous figures emerged at the same locations. They gazed upon the familiar scenery before them, their faces awash with tears of joy. At this moment, the player forum was inundated with messages, experiencing an explosive surge in activity as players rushed to express their emotions. Have we returned? Thank the heavens for granting me passage back to Blue Star. Couldn't you have given me a few more minutes? I just knocked down that onyx and was about to capture it. Damn it. I just submitted my quest and haven't collected my rewards yet. System, return my rewards. The two gentlemen above are truly unfortunate. You've genuinely made me laugh, haha. I just had a zero-cost acquisition from the friendship shop, and Ms. Junsha was about to apprehend me? Dream on. Brother above, you are truly impressive. But have you considered where you might appear the next time you enter the Pokémon world? Manual laughter. Whoa, don't scare me. It can't be that tragic, right? Crying. As many players were engaged in lively discussions, some astute individuals began to respond with glimmering eyes. Dear players, I am the owner of a certain conglomerate. Should you wish to part with your resources, do not hesitate to contact me. I offer high prices and will not disappoint. Countless players stared at this sudden announcement. Their minds momentarily blank, engulfed in silence. Some players, sharing a similar mindset and possessing ample financial resources, first cursed under their breath before posting their own offers. No matter how much he offers, I'll offer double. I, Ali, am also looking to purchase. Please consider giving me priority. I, Hongxing, am also interested in acquiring. Please approach this rationally. Naturally, Lu Feng kept a keen eye on the player forum, eager to glean insights from the discussions. Watching the incessantly rolling messages and the comments from various representatives of financial groups, he could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, those who rise to prominence are rarely uncomplicated. With their keen instincts, they can discern impending changes from mere threads of information. He understood that these conglomerates were placing their bets in advance, vying to secure the necessary resources to cultivate their elite forces, ensuring their dominance in the forthcoming developments as the Pokémon world began to merge with Blue Star, transforming the entire landscape. As conventional weaponry gradually lost its efficacy, the future would undoubtedly belong to the powerful trainers. Only through the enhancement of their capabilities could they navigate the tumultuous waves of this new era. Lu Feng casually browsed through other information, finding nothing of interest, and thus chose to disregard it. Unbeknownst to them, as they returned, nations around the world were stirred. The entire blue planet seemed to be enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. As if a storm was brewing, a calm before the tempest. Chapter 21. The Resolve of Nations with the return of numerous players. The once tranquil Blue Planet network ignited with fervor. Some players uploaded videos of their experiences in the fairy world directly to the Blue Planet network via their phones. Countless netizens watched these captivating videos with envy and jealousy, yearning to immerse themselves in the fairy world. It was akin to a grand feast for the masses. A jubilant celebration among countless netizens. The network, overwhelmed by the influx of users, became somewhat congested and sluggish. Yet this could not dampen their enthusiasm. Rather, it intensified their eagerness. Wow, is that magnificent bird resembling a great eagle, the legendary great bird? It looks so cool. I want one. Oh my. I discovered a fairy in the outskirts, just a little electric mouse, so adorable. This is the kind of fairy a true man should have. Is there a generous soul willing to sell a Pokéball? A novice wishes to purchase one and venture into the wild to seek out their own fairy. Is there a trainer willing to gift me a Pokéball? I can come to your city, please. Our group warmly invites all fairy trainers to join us. With an annual salary of 1 million and abundant benefits. We hope you will consider. The United States hereby promises to prioritize the acceptance of fairy trainers, providing them with a special green card pathway. We hope all fairy trainers will join our land of freedom. Huh, the person above. Are you no longer engaging in free shooting? Looking to switch to real-life special effects? Seizing this opportunity, some fairy trainers launched their exclusive live streams, rapidly garnering followers at a pace comparable to that of celebrity influencers, capitalizing on the benefits of being a fairy trainer. Even mere interactions with a caterpie during live streams proved to be immensely profitable. Nations were acutely aware of the escalating discussions surrounding the fairy world online, yet they refrained from stifling the discourse. On the contrary, some countries covertly stirred the pot, seeking to exploit the chaos for their own gain. All nations recognized that the fusion of the blue planet with the fairy world was an unstoppable trend, impossible to thwart. Any nation opposing fairies was essentially burying its future, destined to be submerged by the relentless tide of history. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the capital, as all Blue Planet players returned, the highest echelons of power received word. They were convening a meeting crucial to the future, deliberating on how the Great Xia Kingdom should respond to this sudden upheaval. The Grand Elder's face bore a hint of weariness as he regarded the seated elders, passing along the information in his hands. The remaining 8 elders, upon reading the information, reacted with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Grand Elder, is this truly real? Inquired the 6th elder, his expression one of astonishment. as if he were reading an ancient tome filled with unfathomable mysteries. The Grand Elder looked at the sixth elder and the other elders still in shock, nodding silently. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. Esteemed elders, I understand this may be hard to believe, but it is indeed true. Let us invite the individual involved to share their insights. After signaling his secretary, the Grand Elder saw the secretary hasten out of the meeting room. Soon after, a robust soldier clad in military attire entered. Lieutenant Lu Feng of the Southeast Military District's Special Operations Company. Greetings to all esteemed leaders. Wu Feng saluted the elders before speaking with a resonant voice. Comrade Wu Feng is among those who entered the fairy world. Let him elucidate the relevant circumstances for us. The Grand Elder stated, his face adorned with a warm smile. The elders nodded slightly, patiently awaiting Wu Feng's account. Wu Feng then began to share his observations and genuine feelings from his time in the fairy world. As the leaders listened to his narrative, a profound silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, the Grand Elder and Second Elder exchanged glances and turned to Wu Feng, asking, Comrade Wu Feng, how do you believe our great Xia kingdom should confront the impending crisis? Wu Feng pondered for a moment, then lifted his head, surveying the elders with utmost seriousness. Esteemed elders, the fusion of worlds is inevitable. The arrival of fairies has become a reality. I believe we should emulate the Fairy Alliance and, in conjunction with the practical circumstances of the great Xia kingdom, carve out a unique path for ourselves. Oh, could you elaborate? The second elder inquired with keen interest. Wu Feng nodded and articulated his thoughts. Firstly, we should establish our own alliance in the great Xia kingdom, supporting and absorbing promising trainers to stabilize our domestic situation. Secondly, we should integrate fairy-related knowledge into our educational system to cultivate future trainers. Lastly, we must guard against ambitious individuals and conduct research related to fairies to enhance our nation's strength. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Wu Feng's concerns were urgent and could not be delayed. After a brief discussion seeking the counsel of various think tanks, they finally reached a conclusion. The Grand Elder, gazing earnestly at Wu Feng, stated, Comrade Wu Feng, the task of establishing our alliance is entrusted to you. Do you have confidence in this endeavor? Looking at the Grand Elder filled with anticipation, Wu Feng nodded resolutely. I shall not betray the trust of my country. A day later, the Great Xia Kingdom officially announced the formation of the Fairy Alliance and the reform of existing domestic systems. Other nations on the Blue Planet promptly followed suit, unveiling their related plans and establishing their own alliance organizations. In an instant, the world erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated such swift reactions from the nations. Devoid of any hesitation, within merely a day, policies had been enacted, and the formation of their respective fairy alliances commenced. Chapter 22. The Mysterious Black Divine Bird Mural. Thanks to the gift from the Dragon Lord, upon returning to the Blue Planet, Lu Feng made his way directly to his rented accommodation. He first released Kairu Lulian and Swampert, allowing them to roam freely within the confines of the room. Only then did he gradually power on his long-unused computer, beginning to search for information from the time he had been away. Initially, he stumbled upon news regarding the emergence of fairies on the Blue Planet, leaving him in a state of shock for an extended period, unable to gather his thoughts. He initially believed that the arrival of the fairies on Blue Star would only be possible after the complete amalgamation of worlds. Yet, to his astonishment, even during the preliminary fusion, the presence of fairies began to manifest on Blue Star. After a moment of distraction, Lu Feng gradually accepted this reality. After all, the appearance of fairies on Blue Star was advantageous for him. At the very least, he would no longer need to worry about where to find opponents during his training. Moreover, this could potentially provide an opportunity to discover Pokémon with promising qualities. Subsequently, with the announcement from the official government of the Great Xia Nation, the entire network began disseminating related information. Naturally, Lu Feng observed the movements of various countries, yet he felt no surprise, as if it were all foreseen. Thus, he chose not to dwell on such news, and instead turned his attention to an unusual archaeological report. According to reports, exquisite prehistoric murals have been unearthed at the site of the Chaoga City ruins in Yuzhou Province. This discovery holds significant importance for our Great Xian Nation's exploration of ancient civilizations. While this news did not stand out particularly, the accompanying image of the mural captivated Lu Feng's attention. The ancient mural depicted an ominous black bird, exuding an aura of malevolence that instilled fear. As Lu Feng gazed at the image, his pupils gradually constricted and a tremor seized him. He realized with terror that the newly unearthed mural portrayed a black divine bird that was, in fact, a Pokémon. One he was quite familiar with, a legendary Pokémon. How could this be? Why was it so? This should not be. Why did the image of that fairy appear in the ruins of Chaoga City? Lu Feng's expression shifted continuously, oscillating between gloom and unease, his countenance darkening. He stared at the news before him, fixated on the image of the black divine bird. Lost in contemplation, after a prolonged silence, he tentatively called out to the system. System? Ding. The response was not disappointing. A cold voice gradually emerged. Listening to the familiar mechanical tone, Lu Feng could not help but inquire, System, what exactly is going on? Why are there traces of fairies existing on Blue Star? Ding. A long time ago, the Blue Star world merged with the parallel universe of the fairy realm, allowing fairies to descend upon Blue Star. Thus, traces of their existence are naturally present. The system's cold mechanical voice continued, revealing certain secrets of the past. As Lu Feng absorbed the system's explanation, his thoughts drifted, and flashes of insight illuminated his mind, connecting various related matters. So, the merger of Blue Star with the fairy world was due to the attraction of fragments from a parallel universe? Lu Feng inquired uncertainly, his expression rife with hesitation. The system remained silent for a considerable time, and just as Lu Feng assumed it had entered a dormant state due to updates, the voice returned, devoid of any emotion, resonating sharply in his ear. Indeed. But why, prior to this world merger, did the original fairy figures and related records vanish from Blue Star? As he listened to the system's reply, Lu Feng fell silent for a moment before pressing further. Ding. Unknown enemies invaded, causing all fairies from the parallel universe to flee. Since the explosion over 400 years ago, no Pokémon have existed in this world. The system's voice echoed once more, devoid of fluctuation. Yet the information it conveyed sent a chill down Lu Feng's spine. What sort of enemy could shatter a parallel universe, forcing numerous fairies into exile? It felt like a shroud of mist obscuring the truth hidden within. System, from where does this unknown enemy originate, capable of rendering a universe in such disarray? Lu Feng's voice rose again, filled with confusion and countless questions as he pressed the system for answers. However, the subsequent response from the system left Lu Feng disheartened. It did not reveal the hidden secrets, but instead deflected with the phrase of insufficient authority. Ding. Host authority insufficient, please explore independently. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was momentarily stunned. He had pondered many potential answers from the system, yet he had never anticipated such a response. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a legendary level quest, Seek the Truth of the Past. Quest description. Blue Star once merged with a parallel universe, giving rise to a dazzling fairy civilization. But due to unknown enemies, this fleeting civilization withered. Please explore the truth behind it. Quest duration, unlimited. Quest rewards, legendary resources, X3. Authority, X1. Failure penalty, none. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, the system's voice echoed in his ears again, directly presenting him with a legendary level task. Gazing at the task that had materialized before him, a look of resignation crossed Lu Feng's face. He had not yet completed his previous task. And now another legendary quest had emerged, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Shaking his head, he realized this was beyond his current capabilities and chose to set it aside. His thoughts turned to how he would train Kairu and Jiahua Fish in the coming month. However, a phone call from his hometown abruptly disrupted all his plans. Looking toward the direction of his hometown, Pingshan City, Lu Feng's expression grew anxious. The merging of worlds had led to the emergence of hidden realms, and an incident had occurred in the South Aluminum Tunnel where his father worked. All workers who had entered the tunnel to excavate minerals had gone missing. He cast a glance at Kairu and Jiahua Fish with a hint of regret before hastily recalling them into their Poké Balls. Without delay, he exited his rental apartment, hailed a taxi, and set off toward the train station. Chapter 23. The Shadow in the South Aluminum Tunnel. Thanks to the generous gift from the swift-running Xiaowei, the next day, at noon, the sun blazed overhead, casting warm rays that imbued the air with a hint of heat. Lu Feng, dragging his weary body, emerged from the train station in Pingshan City and quickly flagged down a taxi, making his way towards the South Aluminum Tunnel. Pingshan City, a county-level city under the jurisdiction of the Lingui province, was renowned for its rich bauxite resources. To access the abundant bauxite, the Great Xia nation had specifically excavated a tunnel here, hence the name South Aluminum Tunnel. Half an hour later, Lu Feng arrived near the South Aluminum Tunnel. Observing the passageway blocked by a fence, a flicker of worry crossed his face. He first made his way to a nearby small countryside supermarket, hoping to gather some pertinent information to determine his next course of action. Boss, what has happened here? Why does it feel like your business is unusually slow? Lu Feng casually purchased a few snacks and inquired nonchalantly with the supermarket owner. The proprietor first cast a glance at Lu Feng, and upon realizing that Lu Feng was not a malevolent individual, could not help but express his grievances. It's all due to the cave-in that occurred the day before yesterday. The roads here have been blocked. Otherwise, how could my business be so lackluster? A cave-in? That seems implausible. Haven't they been excavating the Nanlu tunnel for over a decade? How could it collapse so suddenly? Lu Feng's face displayed a look of astonishment as he appeared skeptical of the proprietor's claims. Young man, you wouldn't be considering venturing into that tunnel, would you? The proprietor, upon hearing Lu Feng's words, began to grasp the situation and furrowed his brow, questioning him. Noticing that Lu Feng's conversation revolved entirely around the Nanlu tunnel, he surmised that Lu Feng harbored intentions regarding it. No, I merely passed by and noticed the road was blocked by barriers. I was just curious, Lu Feng replied with a smile, offering a casual dismissal. Take my advice. That place is perilous. It's best to avoid it. The proprietor nodded slowly in response to Lu Feng's words, yet could not refrain from offering a caution. What do you mean by saying that tunnel is dangerous? Lu Feng inquired, his brow furrowing as he glanced around before leaning closer to the proprietor, who whispered to him. The day before yesterday, there was an explosion near the tunnel, and a horde of magical beasts surged in from who knows where, preventing many miners from escaping in time. The tunnel has been sealed off to deter anyone from wandering in. Isn't the city doing anything about this? Lu Feng's brow furrowed tightly as he spoke. Do anything? How could they? Those magical beasts are beyond our capability to handle, the proprietor replied somewhat forlornly, his tone laden with a sigh. The city had dispatched a large force to rescue the miners trapped inside the tunnel, but they were utterly unable to breach it. It's truly unfortunate for those miners trapped within. I can only wonder how they are faring now. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng clenched his fists and hurriedly left the small supermarket, making his way towards the tunnel. He first sought a concealed spot to summon Kalilian. With a grave expression, Lu Feng gazed at Kalilian and pointed towards the direction of the tunnel, instructing, Kalilian, use teleportation to take me to that tunnel. Sensing Lu Feng's urgency, Kalilian nodded and activated her powers, teleporting them to the tunnel's entrance. A flash of white light enveloped them as they bypassed the outer barriers and arrived at the mouth of the tunnel. Gazing into the pitch-black void, from which strange sounds occasionally emanated, Lu Feng first threw out the Pokeball containing his Swampert. Subsequently, he anxiously ventured into the tunnel, intermittently using his aura powers to sense life fluctuations. Before long, several Diglett appeared before them, launching an assault. Swampert, use water gun on those Diglett, Lu Feng commanded calmly. Observing the approaching foes, a stream of water, thick as a tree trunk, erupted from Swampert's mouth, sweeping towards the attacking Diglett. The effect was remarkable. Water-type moves inherently deal double damage to ground-type Pokémon. The Diglett struck by Swampert's water gun immediately lost the ability to fight, their eyes swirling like spirals as they collapsed to the ground. Lu Feng paid little mind to them and continued deeper into the tunnel alongside Kalilian and Swampert. It was unclear how much time had passed as they battled their way from the tunnel's entrance to its depths. They encountered numerous wild Pokémon along the way, such as Diglett, Zubat, Golbat, Geodude, and Graveler. This experience elucidated why the city's rescue efforts had been futile. The sheer number of wild Pokémon within the mine was staggering, were it not for Lu Feng's constant use of restoration powers to rejuvenate Kalilian and Swampert. They would have faltered long ago. After a brief respite, Lu Feng urged them onward, but as they delved deeper, his expression grew increasingly grim. Having traversed such a distance without sighting his father left him in a state of anxiety. Kalilian and Swampert, sensing Lu Feng's distress, nestled closer to him, offering comfort. Lu Feng shook his head, forcing a faint smile to reassure them not to worry. Chilu, it seems there are humans ahead. Suddenly, Kalilian seemed to sense something, urging Lu Feng to follow. Utilizing his aura powers, Lu Feng discerned Kalilian's intent, and a spark of excitement lit up his face. He sprang to his feet and advanced in the direction indicated by Kalilian. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at a rather secluded cave. Observing several unconscious miners on the ground, he searched around and finally spotted his father's figure. First, he used his aura powers to confirm that they still exhibited signs of life, allowing him to exhale in relief as the tension in his furrowed brow began to ease. However, before he could approach the unconscious miners, a dark shadow suddenly materialized behind them, lunging directly toward Lu Feng's position. The cave was dimly lit, devoid of any illumination, rendering Lu Feng incapable of discerning the Pokémon's appearance. Yet, he could feel the energy fluctuations emanating from it, indicating it was undoubtedly a rock-type Pokémon. He quickly shouted to Swampert, Swampert, intercept it with Whirlpool. As Lu Feng's command echoed, the moisture in the air began to coalesce. forming a whirlpool that enveloped the oncoming shadow, thwarting its attack. The Pokémon, cloaked in darkness, seemed to detest water, shaking off the droplets that clung to its form and unleashing a thunderous roar. Yogai. Hearing this sound, Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed at the shadowy Pokémon, his gaze unwavering. Chapter 24, Capturing Baby Tyranitar, thanks to the gifts from the esteemed patrons. October and the Dragon Mage. In the dimly lit cave, it felt as if all sounds had ceased, with both sides standing in silent confrontation. Utilizing the faint light from his flashlight, Lu Feng finally caught a glimpse of the Pokémon before him. It was a small, green creature with a somewhat fierce gaze, resembling a miniature dinosaur. Gazing upon this dinosaur-like Pokémon and sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from it, Lu Feng's eyes sparkled like bright stars in the night sky as he couldn't help but murmur, "Tyranitar? Yogai?" As if responding to Lu Feng's call. The baby Tyranitar wore a fierce expression and let out a resounding roar. Its voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the dark tunnel and causing nearby concealed Pokémon to flee in terror, too afraid to approach the narrow cave, lest they provoke its majesty. Although the Larvitar had yet to mature into a Tyranitar, the latent majesty inherent within it, the aura of the Sandstorm King, was unmistakably evident. Lu Feng gazed intently at the Larvitar before him, his mind racing with recollections of information regarding this creature. Larvitar is born underground, consuming soil as it makes its way towards the surface where its kin reside. It nourishes itself with the nutrients found in the earth. And after consuming an amount of soil equivalent to a mountain, it will enter a pupal stage, evolving into pupator before succumbing to a dormant state. Upon awakening, it emerges as a fully realized Tyranitar, having digested all the power within. Due to its subterranean habitat, Larvitar finds itself ill-equipped to handle the blinding light above. Lu Feng illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, observing the nearby rock layers, which bore signs of having been gnawed upon. A realization dawned upon him as he regarded the irate Larvitar. So, have I inadvertently intruded upon its territory? Is it perceiving me as an invader? No wonder it appears so agitated. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng sensed the formidable aura emanating from the Larvitar. He cast a detection skill towards it, which promptly revealed the creature's information. Name, Larvitar, gender, type, rock ground, ability, Sandveil, if the weather is a sandstorm. Pokémon with the Sandveil ability have their opponent's accuracy reduced to 80 when attacked, and they are immune to damage from sandstorm weather. Classification, Rock Skin Pokémon. Level, 25. Potential, Near Champion, currently undergoing a gradual transformation due to unknown factors. Skills. Upon reviewing the details of this Larvitar, Lu Feng felt a tremor of excitement coursing through him, his breath quickening. He gazed at the verdant little dinosaur before him, an unmistakable glint of desire in his eyes. As a pre-evolution of the Johto demigod Tyranitar, Larvitar's inherent potential was beyond question. Once it grew, it would undoubtedly become a formidable presence within his team. Not to mention the exceptional qualities of the Larvitar before him. Compared to ordinary Larvitars, this one was remarkable, standing at an astounding height of 0.8 meters, exuding an overwhelming aura of rocky energy that radiated a potent pressure. Larvitar, let us engage in battle. Should you lose, accompany me on my journey, Lu Feng declared earnestly, his gaze filled with sincerity directed at the little dinosaur. Larvi. The Larvitar responded, its expression growing fiercer, akin to a dragon roaring in fury, letting out a low growl. It then assumed an aggressive stance against Lu Feng. Swampert, prepare for battle, Lu Feng commanded, prompting his Swampert to ready itself for the confrontation. Got it. I'm prepared, Swampert replied, brimming with determination. Lu Feng then cast a glance at the unconscious miners surrounding them and said to Curlia, please use your psychic abilities to safeguard these miners from any harm that may arise from our battle. Understood, you can count on me. Curlia nodded in affirmation, reassuring Lu Feng. Suddenly, a gust of sand swirled around Larvitar, enveloping the cramped cave in a tempest of wind and grit. A massive concentration of rocky energy coalesced before it, transforming into a colossal boulder that was hurled directly at Swampert. A sandstorm? With primal force? Lu Feng murmured, observing the scene unfold. He then softly instructed Swampert, dodge to the side, and look for an opening in Larvitar's defense. You scald on it. As Lu Feng's command echoed, Swampert's eyes glimmered with focus. It nimbly evaded Larvitar's assault, skillfully dodging the attacks of the rocky projectiles, searching for a chink in Larvitar's armor. A surge of boiling steam coalesced around Swampert, which it launched towards Larvitar, carrying with it an intense heat that struck the creature squarely. Larvitar winced in pain, wisps of steam rising from its body, letting out a fierce growl directed at Swampert. Within the dimly lit cavern, the sandstorm intensified, blanketing the ground with a thick layer that carried a faint yet painful force. Under the influence of the sandstorm, Larvitar's form seemed to vanish, leaving Swampert momentarily dazed as it scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch sight of Larvitar. However, due to Larvitar's sand availability, its exact location eluded Swampert, leaving Lu Feng feeling somewhat helpless. Observing the unfolding situation, Lu Feng quickly harnessed his aura to locate Larvitar's presence. He then instructed Swampert, "Jump to the left and turn to unleash your most powerful scald." Upon hearing these words, Swampert's eyes sparkled with determination. It leaped to the left, narrowly evading Larvitar's advance. Once in position, it unleashed another torrent of boiling water towards Larvitar, which, due to its weight, was unable to evade in time. The attack struck Larvitar with force, causing it to collapse backward, its expression contorted in pain. Lu Feng recognized that the burn from the scald attack had triggered, prompting him to swiftly toss Ultra Ball toward Larvitar. As the Ultra Ball struck Larvitar, a brilliant red light enveloped it, causing its form to vanish. The Ultra Ball shook vigorously on the ground for several moments before finally settling with a satisfying click. Lu Feng exhaled a breath of relief, his heart pounding with exhilaration as he approached the still Ultra Ball, bending down to retrieve it. He held the Ultra Ball in his hands, offering a word of praise to Swampert before gently releasing Larvitar from its confines. Chapter 25. Departing from the south aluminum tunnel, a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the dim cave with newfound brightness as Larvitar reappeared before Lu Feng. It regarded him with a cautious demeanor, its expression a mixture of complexity and wariness. Through its own memories, it had realized that it had been captured by Lu Feng. Yet, having lived a solitary existence, it was unaccustomed to human interaction and momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Once it gathered its thoughts, Larvitar gradually lowered its guard, letting out a low growl. "Larvae." Lu Feng observed the little dinosaur's reaction, unfazed, understanding that it was still adjusting to its new circumstances. He chuckled softly, radiating goodwill through his aura, and produced a berry, offering it to Larvitar to alleviate its burn. Following this, he utilized his powers to help restore some of Larvitar's health and energy. The young Giratina sensed the gentle power of eternity, and its wounds gradually began to heal. As it gazed at Lu Feng, its eyes sparkled with newfound light, and its fierce expression softened. Encounters between lives are often like this. Bonds are slowly nurtured amid such serendipitous meetings. Young Giratina, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Lu Feng extended his hand toward it, and spoke softly as he observed its nearly healed wounds. Having always lived as a solitary green dinosaur, it had never experienced such a situation before. Tentatively, it stretched out its small, stubby arm to clasp Lu Feng's hand, its eyes curving into crescent shapes. Subsequently, Lu Feng introduced Kairu Lian and Zhuang Yuyu to the young Giratina. Kairu Lian even shared some of its snacks, which deeply touched the creature. However, the young Giratina regarded Zhuang Yuyu with a fierce determination, seemingly unwilling to accept its previous defeat. Noticing the young Giratina's demeanor, Zhuang Yuyu paused momentarily before a look of anticipation crossed its face as its right hand met with Giratina's. Lu Feng observed his Pokémon's interactions without any intention to intervene. After all, healthy competition fosters growth, and perhaps through their playful pursuits, they would discover something extraordinary. The young Giratina, catching a glimpse of Lu Feng's handsome face, appeared to have an epiphany. It hurriedly made its way to a specific spot within the cramped cave, digging vigorously at a slightly raised area of the ground. After a bout of excavation, it unearthed something buried beneath the surface and scampered back to Lu Feng, slowly presenting the object to him. "Is this for me?" Lu Feng inquired, gently stroking its rough skin with curiosity. "Yuki." The young Giratina nodded and softly called out in response. Lu Feng carefully grasped the item it had handed over, and by the faint light of his flashlight, he discerned its form. It was a rock-like stone, somewhat heavy. Had it not been for the influence of the aura and eternity powers upon his body, he might have struggled to lift it with one hand. He studied the stone for a moment, sensing the hidden power within, understanding it must be an item related to Pokémon. As he contemplated the stone before him, memories began to resurface. Soon enough, he discovered the pertinent information that matched the stone. Sandstone? Sandstone is an item associated with Pokémon, extending the duration of sandstorms unleashed by the Pokémon that carries it. For a sandstorm king like Tyranitar, it is particularly synergistic, enhancing the duration of its sandstorms and indirectly augmenting Tyranitar's power. However, Lu Feng found himself puzzled as to why such a rare item like sandstone would be found within the Nanlu Tunnel. If memory served him correctly, items of this nature were typically encountered more readily in desert environments. A glimmer of realization crossed Lu Feng's eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. A contemplative expression forming on his face as he murmured, "It seems this non-Lu tunnel conceals significant secrets." He recalled that the owner of the local convenience store had mentioned that just 2 days prior, Pokémon had emerged from a hidden realm into Blue Star, with many flocking to the non-Lu tunnel. This indicated that something within the non-Lu tunnel must be attracting them, explaining the unusual occurrences. After a moment of reflection, Lu Feng turned his gaze back to the young Giratina, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Furthermore, the changes occurring within Giratina, which were gradually influencing its potential, might be intricately linked to the deeply buried secrets of the non-Lu tunnel. Sensing Lu Feng's gaze, the young Giratina looked back at him, puzzled, and called out, "Yuki." It seemed to be inquiring whether something was amiss. Lu Feng shook his head, reassuring it that there was nothing to worry about, urging it to enjoy its snacks. Initially, Lu Feng intended to seize this opportunity to explore the tunnel's secrets, but upon noticing his unconscious father on the ground, along with several miners nearby, he sighed and relinquished his thoughts. He approached the miners, gently rousing those who had fallen unconscious. Gradually, a few miners regained consciousness, their initial fear manifesting as they beheld Lu Feng's Pokémon behind him. However, after Lu Feng's explanations, they began to calm down, though their trembling hands betrayed their lingering anxiety. Glancing at his father, Lu Feng noticed his pallor due to dehydration and promptly lifted him onto his back. Guiding them out of the dim cavern, he instructed the young Giratina, Kairu Lian, and Zhuang Yuyu to remain vigilant as they navigated their surroundings, wary of any wild Pokémon that might launch a surprise attack. After all, they lacked the resilience of a true Pokémon trainer, and even a minor assault could pose a life-threatening risk. Interestingly, the nearby wild Pokémon seemed to sense the presence of the young Giratina and began to steer clear of their path, refraining from any attacks. This surprised Lu Feng. He hadn't anticipated that his little dinosaur would command such respect in this area. Unbeknownst to them, this had significantly reduced their troubles, allowing them to safely traverse toward the cave's exit. After approximately half an hour, they finally emerged from the tunnel, greeted once more by the long-lost sunlight. Chapter 26. The stone door deep within the tunnel at the Pingshan People's Hospital. Lu Feng watched anxiously over his father, Lu Qingyun, who lay on the hospital bed, his worry evident. Despite Lu Qingyun merely being dehydrated and unconscious, the lack of his father's awakening left Lu Feng in a state of restlessness, neglecting even his Pokémon training. Time passed, and eventually, Lu Qingyun began to stir. The tension in Lu Feng's brow slowly eased. Observing his father's weakened state, Lu Feng rushed to assist him into a sitting position, pouring a cup of warm water and offering it to him. As Lu Qingyun gazed at Lu Feng, surprise flickered across his face, and he smiled faintly. "Xiao Feng, when did you return? How did I end up in the hospital?" he queried, surveying his surroundings with confusion, recalling only the darkness of the tunnel before his unconsciousness. "I heard about your accident and returned not long ago," Lu Feng replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Dad, you should quit this job. The world is rather unstable now." Lu Qingyun hesitated, wanting to counter Lu Feng's suggestion, but the memories of the moments before his fainting loomed large, rendering him speechless. Eventually, he could only nod slightly in agreement. "Xiaofeng, what has happened to this world? How is it that such a significant change has occurred in such a short span of time?" Lu Qingyun spoke with a sense of loss, his face filled with confusion, as if he were profoundly unsettled by the transformations around him. Listening to his words, Lu Feng remained silent for a considerable time before slowly offering an explanation. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Qingyun appeared to be deeply impacted, staring blankly at him, motionless like a statue carved from clay. "Father, what exactly have you encountered? Why did you lose consciousness?" Lu Feng could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Qingyun seemed to delve into his memories, eventually recounting the events that transpired. "We were excavating as usual within the tunnel, mining bauxite. However, inexplicably, after a slight tremor, a collapse occurred deep within the tunnel, revealing an ancient stone door. Before we could approach it, a fierce gale swept us away, and thereafter, I lost consciousness." A spark of brilliance ignited in Lu Feng's eyes upon hearing Lu Qingyun's account, a fervent intensity illuminating his expression. If he was not mistaken, the suddenly appearing stone door might be a fragment of a parallel dimension that had merged with Blue Star, concealing some unknown entity within. Otherwise, it would not have drawn those Pokémon in such frenzied droves towards the southern aluminum tunnel. "Father, do you recall the location of that stone door?" Lu Feng inquired with a hint of urgency. Observing the anxiety on Lu Feng's face, Lu Qingyun understood the significance of the information and disclosed the location to him. The following day, after a day of observation, it was determined that Lu Qingyun's condition was stable, allowing for his discharge from the hospital. Just as Lu Feng was about to leave, Lu Qingyun suddenly cautioned him, "Xiao Feng, be exceedingly careful. I shall await your return at home." Hearing this, Lu Feng felt a tremor run through him. He gradually turned around, a smile gracing his face as he nodded earnestly at Lu Qingyun. 2 hours later, Lu Feng's figure reappeared before the southern aluminum tunnel. Gazing at the familiar sight, he released his Poké Balls. Chikorilian, Larvitar, and Swampert materialized before him. The Pokémon, recognizing their surroundings, exchanged puzzled glances with Lu Feng, uncertain as to why they had returned to this place. Gently, Lu Feng explained the situation to his 3 Pokémon, then retrieved the necessary items, leading Larvitar and the others back into the depths of the tunnel once more. The wild Pokémon surrounding them seemed to sense a familiar presence, recalling the unpleasant events of the previous day. They did not confront Lu Feng, thus sparing him considerable trouble. Following the path taken the day before, Lu Feng ventured deeper into the tunnel. As time passed, they finally reached the cavern where they had previously encountered Larvitar, gradually moving towards a location not far from there. Eventually, they arrived at the deepest part of the tunnel, an expansive cavern. Before them lay the remnants of a collapsed path, a disarray of rocks blocking their way. Lu Feng surveyed the cavern, sensing an energy coalescing within, drawn by its allure. Numerous Pokémon concealed themselves in the shadows, their crimson eyes glinting ominously, as if they were not particularly welcoming of Lu Feng's presence. Due to the obstruction posed by these Pokémon, Lu Feng and his companions found themselves unable to approach the cave, compelled to halt outside. Sensing the life force emanating from the surroundings, Lu Feng's expression grew grave. He understood that a formidable battle awaited him. Only by repelling the wild Pokémon could he uncover the secrets hidden within the southern aluminum tunnel. He then focused his gaze on Chikorilian and the others. Taking a deep breath before commanding, "Prepare for battle." Upon hearing his words, Chikorilian and Larvitar stepped forward, assuming their offensive stances, ready to engage the obstructive wild Pokémon. The area erupted with the tumult of energy as the fragile rocks around them began to shatter under the relentless assault, disintegrating into a cascade of fine debris. After approximately half an hour, the battle outside the cavern neared its conclusion. Under Lu Feng's guidance, Chikorilian and the others succeeded in defeating all the Pokémon that had blocked their path. Lu Feng invoked the power of restoration, gradually healing his Pokémon, and scattered some oran berries around the fallen wild Pokémon. Then, leading his trio of Pokémon into the vast cavern. With Chikorilian's psychic abilities assisting, they began to clear the debris. An ancient stone door emerged before him, exuding an aura of antiquity, timelessness, and desolation. As he felt the vibrations emanating from the stone door, Lu Feng realized it held the very secret he had been searching for. In the innermost chamber of the southern aluminum tunnel, an ancient stone door stood solemnly. The cavern was suffused with a primal energy as streams of rock energy converged at this location. Lu Feng gazed at the scene before him, momentarily entranced. Upon confronting the stone door, he could sense the terrifying power concealed within. Its overwhelming and oppressive weight radiated outward, intimidating any Pokémon that dared to approach. Such an ancient and majestic presence was beyond the comparison of ordinary Pokémon, were it not for his mastery of the aura and the power of restoration. Bolstered by these two extraordinary forces within him, he would have found it impossible to approach the ancient stone door. Feeling the immense pressure pressing down upon him, he gritted his teeth and pressed onward. After a strenuous advance, he finally stood before the ancient stone door. He raised his flashlight, illuminating the door with its faint glow, allowing him to scrutinize its surface. Under the dim light, the true visage of the ancient door began to manifest, covered in intricate, archaic inscriptions that bore the marks of time, suggesting it had endured for ages. When had this stone door been preserved? He sighed in wonder, then focused on the undulating engravings that adorned it. These markings seemed to follow a certain pattern, akin to ancient symbols, concealing some hidden message. Is this an ancient language? Lu Feng pondered, gazing at the text that starkly contrasted with modern writing, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Subsequently, he quietly employed the ancient language provided by the system, slowly translating the inscriptions. Time flowed like a gentle stream, gradually slipping away, moment by moment. Young Giratina clutched one stone after another, each tainted by the energy of the earth, indulging in a feast with a look of satisfaction upon its face. Meanwhile, Chikorita sat cross-legged in midair, entering a meditative state and gradually honing its psychic abilities. Only the Swampert remained steadfastly by Lu Feng's side, silently guarding his safety. An hour later, the ancient inscriptions on the stone door had all been translated. Lu Feng, glancing at the notes in his hand, wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the Swampert beside him. a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth as he gently touched its fin, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, Swampert." The Swampert waved a fin dismissively, scratching its head with its right hand in a nonchalant response. Lu Feng then turned his attention back to the notes. Comprehending the nature of the stone door, it was astonishing. He realized that behind this stone door lay a legendary Pokémon sealed away. The notes indicated that this Pokémon's overwhelming power had significantly disrupted the lives of people in the past, leading powerful trainers to unite and seal it away. The method to unlock this seal was inscribed upon the stone door itself. By following the steps outlined, one could undoubtedly open the door and release the legendary Pokémon contained within. However, a cautionary warning was also left, advising the fortunate discoverers of the door not to attempt to break the seal without sufficient strength, lest they face dire consequences. As Lu Feng stared at the ancient stone door, he felt the terrifying energy emanating from it, coupled with an almost palpable sense of pressure, causing his expression to fluctuate. He was acutely aware that the legendary Pokémon sealed behind the door was very much alive. After enduring the relentless passage of time, it had survived. It was undeniable that the life of a legendary Pokémon was remarkably long. Even after the passage of ages, they remained resilient. This realization filled Lu Feng with hesitation. He yearned to open the stone door, but feared the potential wrath of a legendary Pokémon awakened from its slumber, which could pose a severe threat to him. In this world, many legendary Pokémon exhibited benevolence towards humanity. Yet, equally, there existed those with malicious intent. Not to mention the likes of Yveltal and Kyurem, known for their ferocity and temperament. Even the ordinary legendary birds like Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno were not adversaries Lu Feng could afford to provoke at this juncture. Thus, he gazed at the stone door before him, his face a portrait of indecision. Considering the information provided by the door, alongside the surrounding gathering energy of the rock type, Lu Feng speculated that the sealed legendary Pokémon might very well be Regirock. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of opening the door, casting a wistful glance at it before beginning to excavate with his 3 Pokémon within the cavernous expanse. Though he could not meet Regirock and engage in a friendly exchange, he could still gather remnants of its power. The rocks around him, imbued with its residual energy, could be deemed quasi-legendary resources. By bringing back these stones infused with Regirock's essence, he could ensure that young Giratina would have ample nourishment for growth, and perhaps even elevate its potential to the level of a champion through this energy's influence. Furthermore, the energy of legendary Pokémon held significant utility for ordinary Pokémon, potentially enabling Swampert and young Giratina to grasp some rock-type skills and enhance their capabilities. 4 hours later, Lu Feng, along with young Giratina and the others, completed their excavation, and the stones imbued with Regirock's power lay stacked before them. Young Giratina gazed at the stones with an expression of sheer excitement, seemingly grateful for the upcoming life that awaited it. "All right, it's time to go," Lu Feng said, stowing the stones in his spatial backpack before instructing his Pokémon to use certain skills to gradually seal the depths of the cave. He cast one last deep look at the cavern before departing with his Pokémon. Chapter 28. The unexpected emergence of an evolution stone. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from the great Dragon Lord, the summer sun blazed fiercely in the clear sky. A week had passed since Lu Feng returned from the South Aluminum Tunnel. During this week, with the aid of the stones imbued with Regirock's power, young Giratina's strength progressed rapidly, nearing the threshold of evolution. However, Lu Feng refrained from allowing it to evolve immediately, instead urging it to continue absorbing the power within the stones to solidify its foundation. With the assistance of these quasi-legendary resources, both young Giratina and Swampert learned numerous rock-type skills, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. In the realm of Pokémon, reality dictates that there are no such things as TM machines. To master specific skills, Pokémon must enhance their strength to unlock the memories hidden within them. Moreover, training methods must be followed to potentially acquire new skills. In light of this, Lu Feng meticulously organized the training techniques from his memory and, over the course of the week, began to impart this knowledge to Swampert and the others. At this moment, Chikorita continued its meditative training while attempting to learn certain skills it could master based on Lu Feng's guidance. Young Giratina and Swampert were similarly engaged, diligently working to grasp new abilities. Lu Feng, armed with a notebook, diligently recorded their changes and gradually adjusted their training regimen. After a week of training, they had made significant gains, learning a variety of skills thanks to their exceptional aptitude, which pleased Lu Feng immensely. All right, let's wrap up today's training. Everyone, take a break. Sensing the rising temperature and the sun's increasing intensity, Lu Feng addressed Chikorita and the others still engaged in training. Chico, Swampert. Came the chorus of different voices as young Giratina and the others, fatigued, made their way to a tree with lush foliage, collapsing beneath it in exhaustion. Observing this, Lu Feng first retrieved several energy cubes for them, allowing them to replenish their stamina. Then, employing his ancestral massage techniques, he gently worked on young Giratina, alleviating the strain of their training. Afterward, Lu Feng opened the player forum, perusing the information within, hoping to uncover some valuable training resources. Despite the passage of considerable time, the player forum remains extraordinarily vibrant, with numerous trainers sharing information daily. Lu Feng meticulously scoured the posts, and, while he discovered an abundance of resources for sale, it was evident that the sellers were exorbitantly ambitious, demanding prices exceeding 10,000 for an ordinary red scarf. The prices for other items that could enhance a Pokémon's strength reached astronomical heights, underscoring the overwhelming demand and allowing Lu Feng to reflect on the sheer number of wealthy individuals. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a newly posted message from a player in the Great Xia Kingdom. The post contained only a single image, a brilliantly colored stone enveloped in a spectrum of hues. Lu Feng stared at the resplendent stone for a prolonged moment, utterly entranced. Other players were equally captivated by its dazzling appearance, yet none could discern its purpose, relegating it to the status of a rare gem or precious trinket. What a beautiful stone! What purpose might it serve? One player mused. It's merely a vividly colored rock, not even as attractive as a diamond. I wouldn't want it even if it were given to me. Another scoffed. What value does a useless stone hold? It's far less appealing than an ordinary Pokeball, someone derided. A multitude of players flooded the comments with their opinions on the Mega Evolution Stone, expressing admiration, disdain, and ridicule in equal measure. After a considerable period, Lu Feng finally snapped out of his reverie and quietly murmured, "And it's a Mega Evolution Stone for Sinnoh." Upon closely examining the stone's red and green hues, he meticulously identified its origin. He never anticipated that players would acquire Mega Evolution Stones so swiftly, and a sense of urgency began to swell within him. Given the current timeline of the Pokémon world, the Kalos League had just been established, and Dr. Bradano had yet to publish any related research. The means to harness such power might currently reside only within a select few ancient families of Kalos. This stone could transcend previous limitations, enabling certain Pokémon previously deemed incapable of further evolution to achieve a temporary advanced state. Pokémon that undergo this formidable evolution can unleash hidden powers, exhibiting strengths that conventional evolutionary processes cannot rival. A compelling example is the Crimson Charizard, which, through Mega Evolution, managed to defeat Mewtwo, leading to its successful capture. Perhaps I should start collecting Mega Evolution Stones in advance, Lu Feng mused, a glimmer of determination sparking in his eyes. At that moment, a flurry of thoughts and plans began to crystallize in his mind. His immediate goal was to secure the Mega Evolution Stone before considering other pursuits. He shook his head, chuckling softly, and began searching for the seller's contact information. Subsequently, Lu Feng utilized the private messaging feature of the player forum to reach out to the seller of the Mega Evolution Stone. However, he felt a pang of disappointment when, after several minutes of waiting, the seller had yet to respond, filling him with anxiety. Just as he feared losing the Sinnoh Mega Evolution Stone, the seller finally replied to his message. After a round of negotiation, Lu Feng acquired the stone for 5 energy cubes and 3 Pokeballs. But the transaction required an in-person meeting, necessitating his journey to the seller's city. Eager to obtain the Sinnoh exclusive Evolution Stone, Lu Feng promptly booked a flight to Yuzhou Province, mindful of the risk of being outpaced by others. Chapter 29. News from the Chaoga ruins. As time slipped by, dusk enveloped the sky and night fell. Adorned with countless stars, Lu Feng gradually exited the Xinjiang airport, first assessing his surroundings and gazing at the darkening sky. After a moment of contemplation, he chose a nearby hotel, intending to rest for the night before meeting with the seller. He understood that haste could breed suspicion, potentially jeopardizing the deal. The following day, around noon, Lu Feng calculated the time and logged onto the player forum, sending his location to the seller via private message. After a brief wait, he was satisfied to secure the Sinnoh Mega Evolution Stone. Although the seller attempted to glean insights into the stone's significance through Lu Feng's demeanor, he skillfully sidestepped the inquiries. Ultimately, the seller relented, allowing Lu Feng to exchange the stone. Once the seller departed, Lu Feng retrieved the gleaming Mega Evolution Stone and felt a surge of excitement wash over him. The first Mega Evolution Stone is finally in my hands, he whispered, admiring the stone. Presently, all 3 Pokémon in his team were capable of Mega Evolution. However, he had only secured the Sinnoh Stone, with those for Gyarados and Tyranitar still eluding him, a daunting task that lay ahead. At this moment, with over 10 days remaining until the system update concluded. Lu Feng gazed out the window, silently contemplating his next moves. Suddenly, a news segment on the television caught his attention. Due to unknown reasons, numerous wild Pokémon have been sighted near the ruins of Kyogre City. To avoid any unexpected incidents, we kindly advise the citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom to refrain from approaching the area. This scene seems oddly familiar, Lu Feng thought, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he watched the news. He felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu regarding the unfolding events. After a moment of deep reflection, an illuminating thought crossed his mind, conjuring the image of the countryside supermarket owner. He recalled that the owner had mentioned a similar incident occurring in the South Aluminum Tunnel, where wild Pokémon had gone berserk. Could there be a connection between the two occurrences? Lu Feng pondered, his expression shifting to one of contemplation as he continued to observe the news footage. The memory of the Black Divine Bird mural lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. The South Aluminum Tunnel had been sealed due to a leakage of Regirock's power. Might the Kyogre City ruins be experiencing a comparable phenomenon? Considering the striking similarities between the two situations, Lu Feng's face was etched with questions. Could this be linked to that legendary Pokémon? Since learning of the ancient events concerning Blue Star from the system, he had come to realize that this world was far from mundane. After a brief period of reflection, Lu Feng resolved to investigate the Kyogre City ruins personally. After all, merely the South Aluminum Tunnel and the presence of Regirock have granted Lu Feng considerable gains. It has directly facilitated significant progress for both his young Gyarados and his Swampert, rapidly enhancing their strength. However, Regirock is merely an ordinary legendary Pokémon, far inferior to the black legendary Pokémon revered in Kyogre City. If there truly exists a connection to that high-ranking legendary Pokémon, perhaps the legendary resources of Kairu Luoyan could be within reach. Contemplating this, Lu Feng arrived at a decision. He promptly searched for the location of the Kyogre City ruins via his mobile phone and hastened towards that destination. At the same time, a multitude of players from Blue Star, drawn by this news, began to flood the player forum. Many Pokémon have appeared near the Kyogre City ruins in Yuzhou Province. Are there any brothers who wish to team up and capture some? Hey, could the gentleman upstairs share his contact information? I'm heading to Yuzhou right now. Let us team up. Could a kind sir take me along? I wish to catch a new Pokémon. Tanyu Group cordially invites all proficient Pokémon trainers to join in exploring the Kyogre City ruins. Should any players wish to sell Pokémon they no longer require, please consider our group first. We guarantee satisfactory prices. Our Azure Group extends the same invitation. If anyone wishes to part with their Pokémon, please contact Azure Group. In the newly established Pokémon Alliance of the Great Xia Kingdom, Lu Feng observed the messages on the player forum, a grave expression etched on his face. As a relevant faction of the Great Xia Kingdom, they had already been privy to this information. However, what troubled them was that before they could address the situation, it had already begun to gain traction through the player forum. Whether it be the Pokémon riot near the Kyogre City ruins or the many players preparing to venture there, any misstep could lead to far more severe consequences. Therefore, they could not afford to be careless in handling such matters. Subsequently, Lu Feng seemed to recall something and casually inquired of his assistant. I wonder how the research institute is progressing with the Pokéball studies. The assistant, upon hearing Lu Feng's question, quickly replied, President, the research institute has successfully decrypted the technology of the Pokéball, but due to material constraints, we have yet to commence large-scale production. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Lu Feng's face, and he eagerly asked, how many Pokéballs have been produced so far? The assistant pondered for a moment before responding. According to the data reported by the Research Institute, over 10,000 Pokéballs have been manufactured. Hurry to the Research Institute and bring the completed batch of Pokéballs. Then inform the Pokémon trainers in the Alliance to prepare. We shall head to the Kyogre City ruins together. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng instructed his assistant to promptly prepare the necessary arrangements. Initially, Lu Feng had been troubled about where to find a significant number of Pokémon to bolster the strength of the Great Xia Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance. Little did he expect to encounter such a situation, with countless Pokémon converging near the Kyogre ruins, presenting him with a golden opportunity. His gaze, filled with determination, was fixed upon the direction of Yuzhou Province, and he couldn't help but exclaim, the Kyogre City ruins truly are a timely blessing. With proper handling, the Great Xia Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance can confidently face the forthcoming challenges. Chapter 30. Lu Feng's proposal in the darkened skies of Qixin, Yuzhou Province. Ominous clouds obscured the sun, reminiscent of the foreboding atmosphere before a storm. Yet, this sudden shift in weather could not dampen the fervor within the hearts of the people. News of a massive gathering of Pokémon had emerged, drawing throngs of individuals with varied intentions to this locale. Not only seasoned trainers, but also ordinary individuals who had obtained Pokeballs through various channels, sought to seize the opportunity to capture a Pokémon and become trainers themselves. After all, the fusion of worlds was an unstoppable trend. Since they could not change the world, they would adapt to it. Lu Feng emerged slowly from the station, observing the bustling crowd around him, noting the fervent expressions on their faces. He shook his head, for unlike the optimistic passers-by, his demeanor remained remarkably calm, as if he were untouched by the tumult. Raising his gaze to the tumultuous skies, a sense of unease settled within him. "I hope my fears are unfounded," he murmured softly before making his way towards the outskirts of Qixian. For Qixian, there were two sites of the Kyogre ruins. One was the scenic area of the ancient city within, and the other was the newly uncovered ancient ruins on the outskirts. It was precisely the latter that had incited the Pokémon riot. Had it not been for the tremors caused by the merging of the Pokémon world with Blue Star, this hidden sanctuary might have remained concealed for countless ages. As Lu Feng advanced, the crowd thickened, with various Pokémon trailing their trainers, all heading towards the nearby ruins. Approaching within a kilometer of the site, he found the area secured by stationed military forces, established to prevent ordinary individuals without Pokémon from inadvertently entering. After all, Pokémon possessed formidable destructive power, and even a small caterpie, with a single string shot, could ensnare a human, leading to suffocation. To mitigate potential casualties among the populace, the Great Xia Kingdom had decided to enforce control in the vicinity. Only trainers with Pokémon or those accompanied by licensed trainers were permitted to enter. Observing the vigilant soldiers, Lu Feng nodded in understanding and silently released his Swampert-esque Pokeball. As Swampert emerged, the guards gradually lifted the restrictions for Lu Feng's entry. The onlookers gazed at Lu Feng's departing figure with expressions of envy and reverence. "Swampert, I entrust the upcoming battles to you," Lu Feng said as he approached the Kyogre ruins, gradually encountering wild Pokémon. He gently spoke to Swampert. "Let us be cautious." "No problem, I've got your back," Swampert replied, wearing a serious expression. Lu Feng nodded slightly and continued onward, engaging in battles along the way. As they drew nearer to the ancient city ruins, the wild Pokémon around them grew increasingly powerful, transitioning from initial-level creatures to those of elite strength. The wild Pokémon in this vicinity were indeed becoming stronger, Lu Feng thought, feeling the pressure mounting. At this moment, Swampert, too, was beginning to tire from the relentless skirmishes. Lu Feng observed the scene before him and promptly released his Kyrulian and young Gyarados from their Pokeballs, instructing them to remain vigilant of their surroundings. He quickly retrieved an energy cube crafted from oran berries and utilized the power of the Tokiwa to assist his Swampert in restoring its condition. After a brief respite, Lu Feng, accompanied by Kyrulian and the others, pressed onward towards the ancient ruins that lay in the distance. Time passed, and eventually, they arrived at the exterior of the ancient ruins. Gazing upon the fragmented city walls and the cracked watchtowers, a complex expression crossed Lu Feng's face. At that moment, his garments bore slight wrinkles, and he appeared somewhat disheveled, a testament to the fierce battles they had endured along their journey. The surrounding Pokémon trainers were scarce, with only about 10 individuals in sight, each bearing minor injuries, accompanied by their own battered Pokémon. Clearly, those who had reached this ancient site were among the elite trainers of the Great Xia Kingdom. As the group beheld the ancient ruins, an ominous aura enveloped them, casting a heavy pall over their expressions. Particularly affected was Lu Feng, who, upon sensing that familiar energy, deduced that this ancient site must be connected to legendary Pokémon. At that moment, a resonant voice broke the silence, capturing everyone's attention. "Esteemed trainers, I know not the reasons for your presence here, perhaps in pursuit of Pokémon, or to explore this site. However, relying solely on individual strength may prove inadequate. Why not unite to eliminate the threats around us before proceeding separately?" Wu Feng, panting heavily, surveyed the gathering of trainers around him, astonished by the number of formidable competitors. He never anticipated that so many powerful trainers from the Great Xia Kingdom would be present, prompting him to propose a collaboration. The surrounding trainers fell into a brief silence, contemplating Wu Feng's suggestion. Ultimately, after deliberation, they unanimously agreed, acknowledging that no single individual could navigate the ruins alone. Thus, Lu Feng and the others began their cautious descent into the depths of the ancient ruins. Just then, a formidable Doug trio, exhibiting the strength of a gym leader, appeared and launched an attack on the group. With a fierce expression, it brandished its sharp claws, targeting Lu Feng and his companions. Observing the approaching threat, Lu Feng commanded his Swampert, use Scald to drive it back. The other trainers, inspired by his lead, issued commands to their own Pokémon. Beedrill, use Hurricane. Oddish, unleash Leaf Blade. With a coordinated barrage of various attacks, the trainers overwhelmed the Dug trio, which ultimately succumbed to the onslaught. Lu Feng cast a fleeting glance at the fallen creature, recognizing its gym-level qualifications, and proceeded without further concern, delving deeper into the ruins. Chapter 31. The Truth of the Celestial Bird. After a fierce struggle, the Dug trio fell into Lu Feng's possession. The group continued their expedition deeper into the ruins, encountering several other gym-level Pokémon, including Beedrill and Rattata, along the way. Through their combined efforts, they vanquished these wild adversaries. Lu Feng casually assessed the qualifications of these Pokémon, shaking his head in disappointment. Although these wild Pokémon were indeed formidable, they had reached their potential limits. The cost of further training them would outweigh the benefits, rendering any attempts futile. Thus, he refrained from engaging in disputes over their ownership, choosing instead to observe the exchanges with a detached demeanor. Nonetheless, Lu Feng was not without his spoils. He discovered a number of golden pearls and berries, which proved to be a modest consolation. After defeating all the wild Pokémon that obstructed their path, the group diverged, each selecting a direction to pursue. Trusting his instincts, Lu Feng pressed forward. Suddenly, Kyra Lian sensed something and quickly alerted Lu Feng to its discovery. Following its guidance, he arrived at a dilapidated palace. The interior was shrouded in cobwebs and dust, a clear indication of long-term abandonment. Lu Feng pondered for a moment, carefully surveying his surroundings before stepping inside to search diligently. Regrettably, he found nothing. As time passed, the remnants of the palace had succumbed to decay, leaving only ashes behind. Disheartened, Lu Feng gazed at the empty space, his expression heavy with disappointment. A casual glance at the walls revealed faint traces obscured by layers of dust. Had it not been for Lu Feng's keen eyesight, these markings might have gone unnoticed. He approached the wall and gently wiped away the dust with his clothing. Gradually, the remnants of the markings became visible, hinting at some significant information. Are these ancient murals? He mused, observing the wall art with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Kairu, please keep watch for any disturbances. Lu Feng instructed his companion, before immersing himself in the ancient murals. Leave it to me, Kairu Lian affirmed, nodding vigorously and unleashing its psychic abilities to monitor the surroundings. Lu Feng gradually shifted his focus to the murals, becoming engrossed in their depiction. As time slipped away, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. What a celestial bird of destiny. What a phoenix crowing in the mountains. Could it be that all the history I have learned is fabricated? Or perhaps the merging of parallel worlds has altered the historical narrative of Blue Star, transforming it into a Pokémon-themed saga? Lu Feng returned to the present. Gazing at the two imposing Pokémon sculptures depicted on the wall, his emotions swirling in complexity. The murals left behind within the palace chronicled events from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, containing historical accounts that diverged significantly from known history. Though the murals were few in number, they referenced two legendary Pokémon. From the information inscribed in the murals, Lu Feng learned that during the early years of the Shang dynasty, a legendary Pokémon had descended. The ancients of Yinshang, led by King Tang, harnessed the power of this Pokémon to decisively overthrow the Great Xia dynasty, thereby establishing the Yinshang dynasty. Because this legendary Pokémon was associated with the domain of the ocean, its power was linked to the color black in the five elements, giving rise to the tale of the celestial bird of destiny, which heralded the birth of Shang. Under the protection of this legendary Pokémon, the entire Yinshang dynasty thrived for many years. The last emperor, Dxin, went so far as to personally command the construction of the Star Tower to honor this legendary Pokémon, providing it with a sanctuary. However, misfortune is often summoned by humanity itself, as the inherent flaws and greed within human nature led to an insatiable desire for the power of this mythical creature. Shattering the tranquility that once prevailed, humanity turned its gaze upon the legendary Pokémon, employing various means to ensnare the spirit. Driven by desire and inner malevolence, the legendary Pokémon was tainted by darkness, descending from ultimate goodness into profound evil, thus succumbing to a transformation into a darkened entity. Subsequently, this fallen legendary Pokémon unleashed a fierce reprisal upon humanity of that era. A torrential downpour commenced, accompanied by a colossal storm, which instantaneously devastated the peak of the dynasty, sowing the seeds for its eventual demise. Although this legendary Pokémon was successfully subdued within the Star Tower, the ancient dynasty paid an excruciating price, leaving it vulnerable to its own extinction. Ultimately, as the sun set and the throne was overturned, the dynasty could no longer resist the rise of its successor, leading to a complete turnover of power. The Star Tower, initially built by humanity to honor the legendary Pokémon, ultimately became a prison for it. How tragically ironic. The insatiable greed and desire of humanity truly knows no bounds. Lu Feng sighed in wistful loss, his face a canvas of sardonic expressions. So, is this the reason behind the fall of the once revered Lugia into the darkness of Dark Lugia? The insatiable desires and greed of humanity caused the ocean's benevolent deity to transform into a malevolent entity lurking beneath the waves. The more Lu Feng pondered this scenario, the heavier and more sorrowful his heart became, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. The ancient blackbird depicted in the unearthed mural from the Shang dynasty is none other than the revered oceanic god, Lugia. Lu Feng shook his head, gradually regaining his composure and redirecting his gaze to the mural, scrutinizing the remaining information. The first half of the mural pertains to Lugia, while the latter section involves Ho-Oh. The reckless actions of the ancient Shang dynasty provoked the wrath of the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh, to punish the entire dynasty. Ho-Oh dispatched its emissary to seek the Rainbow Warrior across the land of Shinjo, to undertake the dragon-slaying mission. Ultimately, it was the young GFA from the West Chi who garnered Ho-Oh's favor. With a resounding cry, Ho-Oh heralded the commencement of the grand campaign against the tyrannical Zhou, famously known as the King Wu's campaign against Zhou. Chapter 32. The incinerated Star Tower with Ho-Oh as assistance. The Western Zhou forces achieved successive victories, while the Shang dynasty, devoid of its legendary Pokémon's protection, proved no match. The two factions clashed at Mai, culminating in a triumph for the Western Zhou, signifying the decline of the ancient dynasty, which could not alter its fate of decay. In a bid to thwart the Western Zhou from invading the ancient city of Chaoga, the former ambitious rulers abducted the last emperor, seeking to unlock the seal of the Star Tower and release the suppressed Dark Lugia. The emergence of Dark Lugia compelled Ho-Oh to intervene, unleashing its wrathful flames upon the entire Star Tower. The inferno raged for 3 days and nights, engulfing the ancient city of Chaoga in chaos. Ultimately, the resplendent Star Tower was reduced to a charred monument. To prevent further turmoil from Dark Lugia, Ho-Oh, in conjunction with the 3 sacred beasts, once again subdued Dark Lugia beneath the charred remains of the tower, leaving behind appropriate seals. As Lu Feng gazed at the information inscribed on the mural, his expression gradually contorted. He couldn't shake the uncanny resemblance between the history of the Star Tower and that of the Scorched Tower in the Pokémon world. Was the Star Tower merely a counterpart of the Scorched Tower in the Blue Star? Or did the tendencies of history lead certain events in the Blue Star to evolve in alignment with those of the Pokémon world? Lu Feng looked up at the sky, his face reflecting a silent incredulity as he couldn't help but critique this historical account. Soon after, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. He anxiously turned to Kairu Luoyan, urging, Kairu Luoyan, quickly teleport me to that Scorched Tower. I hope it isn't too late. Worry flashed across Lu Feng's face, his heart racing. At that moment, he recalled that he was not the only one who had entered the ancient city of Chaoga. There were other Pokémon trainers from the Great Xia Kingdom. The conspicuous location of the Star Tower would undoubtedly attract numerous trainers. If one of them inadvertently unleashed the seal, the consequences could be dire. If even the ordinary legendary Regirock could survive its seal, he couldn't believe that the higher legendary Dark Lugia would simply vanish over time. When Dark Lugia re-emerged, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Many legendary Pokémon of yore had long since vanished, leaving no one to stand in opposition. Lu Feng did not believe that the current Blue Star possessed the capacity to confront legends, especially not one as ferocious as a high-tier legendary. He recalled the spectacle from the movie where Yveltal appeared, causing all life to wither and turn to stone. He also remembered the emergence of Kyurem, which had encased the entire Double Dragon City in ice, transforming it into an inhospitable, frozen wasteland. Even a weakened Lugia, especially one that had succumbed to darkness, would not be feeble in any regard. They say that darkened beings are 10 times stronger, while those redeemed are 3 times weaker. At this moment, Dark Lugia's combat prowess could very well rival that of its counterparts, placing it among the upper echelons of high-tier legendaries. Meanwhile, the trainers who had ventured into the ancient city of Chaoga converged before a pitch-black structure. This tower-like edifice bore the scars of burning, exuding an aura of decay, charred remnants, and desolation. As they gazed upon the ancient tower, a profound sense of insignificance washed over them, instilled by the weight of history. Could this truly be the historical Star Tower? It was indeed magnificent. Lu Feng, staring at the fragmented ancient tower, reflected on the records of the Shang dynasty and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. From the remnants of this structure, one could infer the grandeur of the Star Tower in its prime. Look, there's a stone tablet. A trainer accompanied by a Froakie exclaimed upon spotting the stone tablet before the Star Tower. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the stone tablet mentioned by the trainer. The ancient stone tablet resonated with the essence of time, its historical significance profoundly ancient, likely dating back to the construction of the Star Tower. A trainer well-versed in history gazed at the inscriptions on the tablet, his complexion flushing with excitement. His breath quickened, and his eyes shimmered with fervor as he fixated on the charred remains of the Star Tower, his gaze intense. "My friend, may I inquire what information is inscribed upon that tablet?" A trainer with a Pidgey asked, observing the focused trainer whose expression was markedly altered. The others turned their attention to him, eager to listen. The trainer with the Froakie fell silent as he absorbed the gazes of the crowd. Reluctantly, he began to divulge the information he possessed. Deep down, he understood that if he withheld this knowledge, the gathered crowd would soon make him acutely aware of the challenges of public opinion. As he recounted his tale, a glimmer of insatiable greed flickered in the eyes of those present, all directed toward the Star Tower. After all, this tower had once served as a sanctuary for a legendary Pokémon. The elite players from the Great Xia Kingdom were certainly acquainted with the lore surrounding such extraordinary beings. They were well aware that uncovering even the slightest trace of the legendary Pokémon within the Star Tower might elevate their own Pokémon to unfathomable heights. In doing so, they could secure their interests, regardless of how the world might evolve. Thus, numerous trainers rushed toward the Star Tower with their Pokémon in tow. However, disappointment awaited them inside, for apart from a colossal sealing stone, there was nothing else to be found. How could it be? There were no traces whatsoever. The crowd regarded the scene before them with expressions of profound disillusionment, struggling to comprehend the reality. Some tenacious trainers, undeterred, attempted to shift the sealing stone, eager to thoroughly investigate the Star Tower. Yet, before they could act, a voice urgently interrupted them, halting their movements. "If you wish to avoid peril, do not approach that sealing stone." Inside the Star Tower, the crowd momentarily froze, then began searching for the source of the voice, soon spotting Lu Feng, hurrying in with his Kyrelian. The gathered trainers frowned at Lu Feng, their faces etched with confusion. The most proactive among them could not restrain themselves, asking, "What do you mean, my friend?" "What I mean is quite straightforward," Lu Feng replied, taking a breath before continuing with a hint of annoyance. "If that sealing stone conceals the legendary Pokémon that has been worshipped, would you still wish to unearth it?" "What?" Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd at Lu Feng's revelation, their expressions transforming into one of alarm. In that moment, all eyes turned toward the sealing stone with a newfound sense of dread. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, silence enveloping the area as if time had come to a standstill. Chapter 33, The Apparitions of 3 Legendary Pokémon. Thanks to Yulan for the gift. Observing Lu Feng's youthful visage, Wu Feng and others found themselves momentarily entranced, overwhelmed by the impact of his words. After a prolonged silence, they gradually regained their composure. Wu Feng, his face a mask of uncertainty, hesitantly inquired, "Is what you say truly the case? Is there indeed a legendary Pokémon sealed beneath that stone?" Lu Feng met his gaze and nodded slightly. "How can we ascertain the truth of your words? You might simply wish to mislead us and explore the Star Tower alone." Several trainers glared at Lu Feng, their faces pale and their eyes brimming with skepticism, their wariness toward him reaching a peak. "If you doubt me, feel free to approach the sealing stone. But should anything untoward occur, do not blame me for failing to warn you." Lu Feng chuckled lightly, a trace of derision evident in his expression as he regarded the doubting trainers. He understood that even if he revealed the whole truth, the trainers present would remain skeptical. Perhaps only through personal experience would they come to believe it. The warned trainers, undeterred, wore cold smirks as they defiantly advanced toward the sealing stone. As they drew closer, the dormant stone suddenly erupted with energy, trembling violently and emanating a dark glow. An ominous aura spread throughout the vicinity, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, panic flooding their faces. The Pokémon beside them grew restless, sensing an immensely powerful adversary, their bodies trembling in fear. Then, 3 spectral forms of Pokémon materialized near the sealing stone, exuding an aura of authority as they coldly surveyed the crowd. Each of them unleashed a unique attack directed at the trainers encroaching upon the sealing stone. Under the weight of this formidable assault, the trainers' Pokémon were swiftly incapacitated. As they gazed at their fainted companions, disbelief clouded their eyes, unable to comprehend the situation. "What is happening?" Wu Feng's expression darkened as he observed the unfolding chaos. Anxiety etched upon his face. "What on earth are these 3 sudden Pokémon?" A trainer murmured, "These are the apparitions of 3 legendary Pokémon, guardians of this seal, meant to prevent the emergence of the malevolent Pokémon contained within." Lu Feng, recognizing the familiar figures, shared his recollections with those around him. Hearing his words, the crowd finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their apprehension palpable. What should we do now? The apparitions of these 3 Pokémon. Surely they won't attack us? A female trainer expressed her concern, beads of sweat trickling down her brow. Realizing the threat posed by these spectral beings, she felt a rising panic. Fearing an assault from them, we should retreat. The apparitions of these legendary Pokémon are merely here to protect the sealing stone. As long as we do not encroach upon it, we will be safe, Lu Feng advised, glancing at the trainers sprawled on the ground. Without a backward glance, he strode toward the exit of the Star Tower, leaving without a trace of hesitation. The onlookers, witnessing his resolute demeanor, quickly followed suit, eager to distance themselves before being mistaken for intruders by the spectral guardians. Once the crowd had vacated the vicinity of the Star Tower, the apparitions of the 3 legendary Pokémon began to blur and gradually dissipate. The witnesses, filled with relief, acknowledged that, had it not been for Lu Feng's timely warning, they might have been forced to confront the spectral beings. The consequences of such an encounter were too dire to contemplate. Not far from their location, within a palace adorned with informative murals about the area, Lu Feng noted, "If you are interested, you may seek it out." With a fleeting glance at the Star Tower, his eyes flickered momentarily before he addressed the surrounding trainers with a calm demeanor. "Farewell, everyone." With that, he departed with his Kyrelian, heading toward a certain point within the ancient city. The crowd watched Lu Feng's receding figure, their expressions a mix of complexity, ultimately shaking their heads before following the direction he had indicated toward the palace. After a considerable time, once all had left, the charred remains of the Star Tower slowly returned to tranquility. At this moment, Lu Feng returned once more with Kyrelian, standing before the star-picking tower, his gaze lingering on the stone tablet before him for an extended period. Long before he arrived at this tower, Lu Feng had sensed through the power of aura that something extraordinary resided within the stone tablet, causing his aura and eternal power to become remarkably agitated. However, due to the multitude of trainers surrounding him at that time, he suppressed the stirring of his heart and refrained from approaching the tablet directly. Kyrelian, please sense if there are any other trainers nearby. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before addressing Kyrelian instead of rushing towards the tablet. Kyrelian nodded in acknowledgement and extended its psychic abilities outward. A few minutes later, Kyrelian returned to focus, shaking its head to indicate that no other trainers were present. Lu Feng then retrieved the Pokeball containing his young Gyarados and released it, instructing, "Young Gyarados, use Bite on that stone tablet." As Lu Feng's command echoed, young Gyarados concentrated dark energy in its mouth and lunged towards the ancient stone tablet. With young Gyarados' assault, the tablet began to fracture, disintegrating into numerous stones that gradually fell to the ground, revealing a square object where the tablet once stood. Kyrelian used its telekinesis to carefully retrieve the item and handed it to Lu Feng. It was a wooden box, the material of which was unknown to Lu Feng, yet it had withstood the ravages of time and remained remarkably intact. He cautiously opened the small box, and upon seeing its contents, a smile crept onto his face, an indescribable joy filling his heart. He then securely stored the box, departing from the ruins of the ancient city of Chaga with his Pokémon. Chapter 34. The Rainbow Feather and the Silver Feather. The following day, during the twilight hours, as the moon hung low among the willow branches and dusk faded into night, the sky transformed into a canvas adorned with a myriad of stars, bestowing a unique beauty upon the heavens. The wildflowers emitted a faint yet sweet fragrance, wafting gently in the breeze. Lu Feng slowly retrieved a small wooden box from his backpack, gently opening it to reveal 2 feathers of distinct colors within. One feather shimmered like a rainbow, radiating vibrant light, while the other appeared somewhat dull, emanating a faint malevolence. "I can hardly believe I have found both the rainbow feather and the silver feather this time. What a remarkable fortune!" Lu Feng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight as he examined the 2 feathers. The rainbow feather originated from Ho-Oh, while the silver feather was sourced from Lugia, each containing a fragment of their respective powers, making them truly exceptional legendary resources. In comparison, the stone imbued with Regirock's power he had previously discovered paled in significance. With the proper use of these 2 feathers, they could undoubtedly provide immense support to his Pokémon, rapidly enhancing their strength. Gazing at the extraordinary feathers before him, a sudden thought illuminated Lu Feng's mind. If he could find the rainbow feather and the silver feather on Blue Star, might it not also be possible to discover other items associated with legendary Pokémon? If that were the case, combined with the legendary resources from the Pokémon world, it would yield double the joy. Thus, it became imperative for him to stay informed about related news. Otherwise, he might miss the opportunity to acquire these resources. The mere thought of such possibilities sent a thrill through Lu Feng, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. He could vividly imagine that if his plan came to fruition, He might elevate his Pokémon's strength to rival that of elite champions in a short span of time. However, as he gradually calmed his emotions, he shook his head, realizing he was indulging in fanciful daydreams. The acquisition of the Rainbow Feather and the Silver Feather was already a stroke of incredible luck. Other legendary resources were unlikely to be so easily obtained. Lu Feng redirected his focus to the two extraordinary feathers, channeling his aura into them, slowly sensing the changes within. Regrettably, the Silver Feather bore traces of dark power, rendering it somewhat impure. After thoroughly attuning to these legendary resources, a look of resignation crossed his face as he sighed deeply. After some contemplation, he addressed Kyrulian. Kyrulian, see if you can use the Rainbow Feather to suppress the malevolent aura of the Silver Feather, and in doing so, sense the psychic energy contained within it. Upon hearing this, Kyrulian glanced at the two feathers in Lu Feng's hand, feeling an inexplicable allure emanating from them, its eyes sparkling with desire. It nodded in agreement, attempting to use its psychic abilities to resonate with the Silver Feather while leveraging the power of the Rainbow Feather to dispel the entwined malevolence. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from the dull Silver Feather towards Kyrulian. Under the purifying barrier of the Rainbow Feather, the malevolent energy intertwined with the psychic energy gradually dissipated, leaving only pure psychic energy to flow into Kyrulian. With this influx of abundant psychic energy, Kyrulian's own power surged exponentially, its aura growing increasingly potent as it approached a critical threshold. Under Lu Feng's observation, Kyrulian's level ascended rapidly, nearing the threshold of evolution. Soon, a brilliant light enveloped its form, and Lu Feng watched in anticipation as remarkable changes unfolded. Moments later, as the evolution light faded, a new figure emerged in its place. A figure resembling a human female, with slightly curled hair, clad in an elegant white dress, radiated grace and intellect, stood before Lu Feng. Awestruck by the beauty and the sophisticated aura of the figure, Lu Feng momentarily lost himself before speaking. Sinnoh, congratulations. As he admired Sinnoh's stunning appearance and sensed the exquisite essence emanating from her, he finally comprehended why, in ancient times, there existed customs of intermarriage between humans and Pokémon. Sinnoh, she responded to Lu Feng, her voice reminiscent of a mature woman, imbued with an irresistible allure that stirred the imagination. Lu Feng activated his detection ability to examine her changes. Shimmering traits, special attack skill power increased by 100% category, inclusive Pokémon level, 33 qualification, champion skills, Kiss of Absorption, Magical Shine, Moonlight Power, Healing Wish. Hypnosis indeed. The Silver Feather that embodies the power of Lugia has remarkably elevated Sinnoh's level from 25 to 33, bestowing upon it a plethora of new skills. Lu Feng gazed at the information he had uncovered, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Witnessing Sinnoh's astonishing transformation only deepened his yearning for legendary resources. Regrettably, he currently lacked fire and flying-type Pokémon. Otherwise, the iridescent feather would have proven invaluable. He looked wistfully at the resplendent, shimmering feather in his hand. Letting out a soft sigh, Qianhua Jumped Fish gazed enviously at Sinnoh, offering congratulations. Subsequently, it silently resolved within itself to hasten its own strength and evolve into its ultimate form. After all, it was Lu Feng's starter Pokémon. How could it allow itself to lag so far behind its companions? Yuji, the young Gyarados, sensed the formidable pressure emanating from Sinnoh, its eyes brimming with a fierce fighting spirit, akin to a combative little dinosaur. Sinnoh smiled gently, casting a quiet glance at its two companions. At this moment, less than 3 days remained until the system update concluded. Chapter 35. The return to the Pokémon world as the sun rose and set. Casting a golden glow across the sky, Lu Feng continued his routine of training with his 3 Pokémon in a secluded location. However, he was taken aback when, during his special training, the Great Xia Kingdom suddenly implemented a sweeping initiative that dramatically altered the current landscape. Due to relentless research and discussions by numerous scholars, advancements in Pokéball manufacturing technology had led to the discovery of alternative materials. Consequently, the Great Xia Kingdom's Pokéballs were now capable of mass production. This meant a significant surge in the number of Pokémon trainers across the nation. To maintain social stability and prevent potential violence arising from the influx of new trainers, the Great Xia government announced a requirement for all trainers to register their information. To mitigate resistance from trainers, a subsidy system would be introduced, providing financial support based on their skill levels. Additionally, Pokémon battles and related knowledge would be integrated into the national examination, with universities establishing Pokémon departments to cultivate trainers, researchers, and breeders. A framework surrounding Pokémon affairs was gradually maturing and becoming an integral part of daily life in the Great Xia Kingdom. With increased official support, the nation's overall strength was set to undergo rapid growth. This suggestion was made by Lu Feng after returning from the ruins of the ancient city of Chaoga, hoping to ensure societal stability through such measures. He had noticed that as the number of trainers rose, incidents of violence began to proliferate. Relying solely on the newly established Pokémon Alliance to manage these issues was insufficient. Only through official policy could these events be effectively controlled. After extensive discussions among advisors, this proposal was ultimately approved. The Great Xia Pokémon Alliance even launched a dedicated website, offering rewards in exchange for information about the Pokémon world, significantly easing the burden of information collection for the authorities. As this comprehensive strategy unfolded, the online community within the Great Xia Kingdom erupted with excitement, with countless discussions and comments about these developments, leading to a surge in national pride. I am proud of my country. I never imagined that the Great Xia Kingdom could achieve such a level of Pokeball production. Incredible! I have no regrets being part of Huaxia in my next life. I will still be in this beautiful land. Is anyone preparing to purchase Pokeballs to venture into the wild and capture Pokemon together? I envy those in the Great Xia Kingdom. When will our Great Han Kingdom reach such heights? Another fake news from the Great Xia. Even our Divine Eagle Federation hasn't achieved this. Great Xia Kingdom, you are impressive. May I apply for a green card? I also desire Pokeballs to become a Pokemon trainer. When will our Shiroi reach the level of the Great Xia Kingdom? When Lu Feng encountered such messages, he too was astonished by the audacity of the Great Xia authorities, not expecting them to so resolutely support Pokemon-related matters. After some contemplation, Lu Feng decided to share popular knowledge from the Pokemon world on the official website, hoping to contribute to the development of the Great Xia Kingdom. Perhaps this information would enable the nation to leapfrog ahead of many others on Blue Star. As the ordinary citizens of the world busied themselves procuring Pokeballs to capture Pokemon and become trainers, a month passed steadily, and the system update neared its conclusion. A familiar voice echoed, the cold mechanical notification once again resonating in the ears of numerous Blue Star players. Beep. System update complete. 3 hours remain until players can log into the Pokemon world. Please prepare accordingly. Beep. System update complete. 3 hours remain until players can log into the Pokemon world. Please prepare accordingly. Beep. System update complete. 3 hours remain until players can log into the Pokemon world. Please prepare accordingly. The multitude of Blue Star players, hearing the resounding system notification, felt a surge of excitement. The player forum was inundated with a torrent of information, akin to a tidal wave, flowing ceaselessly. The activity was explosive, with countless messages appearing every moment, scrolling rapidly in an exhilarating frenzy. Finally, the update is over. I have missed the Pokémon in Kalos so much. Well, the efficiency of training Pokémon in Blue Star is truly abysmal. It can't compare to the Pokémon world. If this update doesn't end soon, I might just complain to the system. Wait, have I entered the player forum? Does that mean I can log into the Pokémon world? Captured the newbie upstairs. Are you also new to the player forum? I thought I was the only one. Huh. From the conversation upstairs, did you not enter the Pokémon world last time? No, I don't know how. I was just pulled into the player forum. By the way, has anyone here challenged a gym? It seems almost impossible for a human to win. Lu Feng observed the messages on the player forum, his gaze growing increasingly profound. He had discerned that with the conclusion of the update, the system appeared to have opened up a new batch of slots for entry into the Pokémon world. An overwhelming sense of urgency enveloped Lu Feng. He was acutely aware that his journey must commence. If he hesitated, the influx of players would inevitably trigger a butterfly effect, potentially altering certain plot lines. At that point, the information residing in his mind might lose its significance. With a resolute heart, Lu Feng made up his mind to seize the current moment to gather opportunities and enhance his prowess. As the countdown concluded, brilliant beams of white light flashed across Blue Star, and countless figures of players gradually vanished from the realm. Chapter 36. Attention from an ancient legendary being in the Elven world. In the Kanto region, amidst a grove near Mount Mayacha, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze stirred. The melodic calls of various bug-type Pokémon resonated, as a Pidgey preened its feathers with its long beak, embodying tranquility and harmony in a scene so beautiful. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flickered, and a youthful figure materialized beneath a shady tree. Ah, is this near Mount Mayacha? It seems the login location hasn't changed since I last departed. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar surroundings, pondering thoughtfully. He wondered what his acquaintances, who had aimed to take advantage of his departure for a zero-cost purchase, might be feeling at this moment. Then, a thought struck him. Recalling some information he had seen on the player forum, and a smile gradually crept onto his lips. First, I'll head to Pallet Town to investigate and see how much time has elapsed since we left the Pokémon world. After some contemplation, Lu Feng decided it was prudent to ascertain the current timeline before determining his next steps. Subsequently, he threw the Pokeball containing his Swampert and set off towards Pallet Town. After an hour of travel, Lu Feng arrived at Pallet Town once more. Observing the unchanged, pristine town, he felt as if he had stepped into a different era. He gently shook his head, concealing his myriad thoughts, and proceeded towards Professor Oak's lab. Before long, Lu Feng emerged from the lab, gazing up at the azure sky with a tumultuous heart. Through his inquiries, he had learned from Professor Oak that this year's newcomers had departed a week ago on their journey to challenge the gyms. What a pity. I missed witnessing the opening scene of the plot. I truly wish to see the real Ho-Oh. Lu Feng sighed, lamenting his missed opportunity to confront a legend. Hey, Lu Feng, where to next? Swampert inquired, glancing at him with curiosity. Reflecting on the memories in his mind, Lu Feng found nothing of particular note and merely shook his head. Next, we shall challenge the gyms to earn badges and participate in the Indigo Conference. At that instant, a notification from the system chimed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received an elite mission. Collect 8 gym badges. Mission deadline. Before the commencement of this year's Indigo Conference. Requirements. Visit the 8 renowned gyms in the Kanto region to obtain the corresponding badges. Mission rewards. For each gym badge acquired, you will receive a rare Pokémon treasure. Failure penalty. Decrease in world fusion progress. Lu Feng acknowledged the system task that materialized before him with a nod and set off towards Viridian City with Swampert. After another hour of travel along the road from Pallet Town to Viridian City, Lu Feng finally arrived before sunset. He then made his way to the Pokémon Center with Swampert. Miss Joy, could you please take a look at my Pokémon? Lu Feng stepped into the Pokémon Center, retrieving the necessary identification and handing over his Pokeball to Nurse Joy. Hello, that will be 500 Pokédollars. Nurse Joy glanced at Lu Feng's information, and upon recognizing him as an ordinary trainer from the Hoenn region, she spoke slowly. In an effort to thwart the expansion of evil organizations, the Pokémon League had implemented restrictions on the use of public facilities, isolating all members of such organizations from access. This was an attempt to prevent local residents from falling into the clutches of evil. Since Lu Feng was not a direct affiliate of the Pokémon League, he was merely an ordinary trainer and thus did not qualify for the privilege of free access to the Pokémon Center. To utilize its facilities, he had to pay the corresponding fee to receive equal service. After all, the Pokémon League was not a charitable institution. The construction of Pokémon centers involved significant investment. Without a source of income, how could they maintain so many centers across diverse regions? After hearing Nurse Joy's words, Lu Feng nodded and silently handed over the 500 Pokédollars. Also, Miss Joy, I would like to register for this year's Indigo Conference. Could you assist me with the related information? Nurse Joy nodded at his request, not surprised, as this was the season when newcomers in the Kanto region began their journeys. After a brief process, she said with a warm smile, Trainer Lu Feng, your information has been recorded. Please obtain 8 officially recognized gym badges within the stipulated time. Lu Feng silently nodded, thanked Nurse Joy, and found a spot within the Pokémon Center to wait patiently. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he re-entered the Pokémon world, he caught the attention of an ancient legendary being. In a volcanic region of Kanto, a resplendent feathered Pokémon suddenly opened its eyes, gazing curiously at his location. This ancient Pokémon, bewildered, looked towards Mount Mayacha, its expression filled with confusion. It sensed a unique aura from that place, slightly different, yet undeniably a wave of energy that originated from the same source as itself. What puzzled it was that within the entire Kanto region, it had only chosen a boy accompanied by a Pikachu, without bestowing any additional feathers upon other trainers. At that moment, a dark shadow emerged, sharing the same curiosity, and approached the legendary Pokémon to voice its inquiries. The ancient legendary Pokémon remained silent for a long while, gazing towards Mount Mayacha, feeling the distinct rhythm of its essence, and a decision took form within. It looked at the shadowed Pokémon, exuding supreme authority, and radiating a rainbow-colored glow. It let out a resounding cry. Then, it closed its eyes once more, returning to slumber amidst the molten lava. Hearing that cry, the Pokémon enveloped in shadow instantly understood, grasping the meaning of the esteemed being before it. It gazed in awe at the exalted legendary being enveloped in flames, exuding an ancient aura, and silently offered a bow. Subsequently, it vanished into the shadows, making its way toward the direction of Shurjima City. Its purpose was to replace this venerable legendary being, observing the trainer who had received the gift, to discern whether his character and disposition could truly bear the name of a hero. Chapter 37. The Keystone. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, casting serene silver rays upon Shurjima City, the moonlight flowing like a gentle stream. The entire city had settled into tranquility, with all its inhabitants surrendered to slumber. Even the surrounding Pidgeys had succumbed to drowsiness, quietly perched on tree branches, eyes closed in anticipation of the dawn's light. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted past, halting momentarily to sense its surroundings attentively. Upon detecting a familiar aura, it once again submerged into the shadows, hastening toward the source of that essence. In Shurjima City. At the Pokémon Center, the hidden shadow observed the slumbering Lu Feng, its orange-red eyes glimmering faintly. After recognizing the familiar presence, it seamlessly slipped into Lu Feng's shadow, gradually settling into calmness as if nothing had transpired. The following day, Lu Feng awoke from his slumber, a peculiar sense of unease washing over him, as if something were watching him intently. After contemplating for a moment, he employed his aura powers to scan his surroundings. However, he found nothing amiss and decided to abandon his search. Unbeknownst to him, while utilizing his aura powers, the color of his shadow appeared unusually deep, enveloped in an unfamiliar energy, reminiscent of gray mist. Lu Feng released his 3 Pokémon, retrieving the corresponding energy cubes and slowly offering them to his companions. After a leisurely breakfast, he took them to a shop in Shurjima City to procure essential supplies. Subsequently, he set his course toward Nibi City, determined to acquire his first gym badge. Although Shurjima City boasted an official gym, ranked first among ground-type gyms, it was beyond Lu Feng's current capabilities to challenge. It is worth noting that the current leader of the Shurjima gym is the champion-level trainer Sakaki, renowned as the Earth's embodiment. Ostensibly a righteous gym trainer within the league, he is, in reality, the mastermind behind the most formidable dark force in the Kanto and Johto regions, Team Rocket. His ability to remain undetected by the league speaks volumes of his cunning, and had it not been for certain future events, he might have continued to conceal his true identity. To avoid the failure of his mission, Lu Feng decided to bypass the Shurjima gym, opting instead to tackle the Nibi gym, which posed a more manageable challenge. After approximately 3 days of arduous travel, Lu Feng arrived at Nibi City. Gazing upon the rocky city before him, fragments of information flickered through his mind. Nibi City, nestled between the Shurjima Forest and Moonview Mountain, benefits from a unique geographical position, possessing a rich and diverse environment abundant in fossils and mineral resources. Just as Lu Feng was about to step into Nibi City, a deep voice echoed, causing him to halt. "Young lad, would you care to see my stones? You might uncover unexpected treasures." Following the voice, Lu Feng beheld a burly man with a thick beard, seated on the ground, smiling at him. The middle-aged man, dressed like a mountaineer, struck Lu Feng as somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite place where he had encountered him before. Glancing casually at the stones before the man, Lu Feng chuckled softly, intending to politely decline the offer. Yet, the aura within him sensed something unusual among the assortment of stones. He swallowed the words he had almost spoken, gradually approaching the man's stall to investigate further. The vendor, observing Lu Feng's earnest search, exhibited a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, a smile creeping onto his face, as if he had found his prey. After a thorough examination, Lu Feng's persistence bore fruit as he discovered an extraordinary stone. Before him lay a dazzling, multicolored stone radiating an inexplicable brilliance. His pupils constricted slightly. "This is the keystone," he thought, as tumultuous waves surged within him. Suppressing his exhilaration, he feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Sir, how much for these fossils?" "These fossils are remnants of ancient Pokémon. If one utilizes a revival device, it may even be possible to resurrect these Pokémon. If you desire them, young lad, they are yours for 3,000 league coins," the middle-aged man, Wu Nong, urged enthusiastically. 3,000 coins? How can one be sure of these fossils' authenticity? Are you trying to swindle me? Lu Feng feigned skepticism, his expression filled with disbelief. "Ah, young lad. Ask around. When have I ever deceived anyone?" Wu Nong replied, his face reddening slightly as he countered. "Never mind, that's too steep for fossils. I'll just take this glass bead instead," Lu Feng remarked, finally recalling a memory associated with the vendor's name. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Wu Nang's enthusiasm washed away like cold water. He glanced at the keystone in Lu Feng's hand and, with a hint of disappointment, said, 100 league coins. This vividly colored stone had been an unexpected find during Wu Nang's travels to other regions. He had once believed it to be a valuable treasure, but after much exploration, he had failed to uncover its true purpose and had relegated it to a mere decorative piece. It had gradually faded from his memory, and had Lu Feng not discovered it, he would have forgotten its existence entirely. Do you have any similar stones? Lu Feng inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. This stone is quite beautiful. I would like to keep it as a decorative piece. Wu Ning shook his head dismissively, a hint of impatience evident. No. This stone was the only one I found on my travels. There are no others. Having received the answer he sought, Lu Feng handed over 100 league coins. He then left in haste with the precious keystone in hand. At the Pokémon Center in Nibi City, within a single occupancy room, Lu Feng took out the keystone he had just acquired, along with the megastone he had obtained previously, cradling them in his hands as he examined them quietly. Through his aura powers, he could easily sense the connection between the two, and he could not help but exhale with relief. The first set of megastones had finally been gathered. Lu Feng expressed his profound sentiments, remarking that had it not been for the fortuitous circumstances, such an acquisition would have been exceedingly difficult. Chapter 38. The challenge at the Nibi Gym in the enveloping darkness. A pair of orange-red eyes quietly observed Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng remained blissfully unaware of any peculiarities, as he was currently immersed in the joy of having collected all the Mega Evolution Stones. After a considerable period of time, he took a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions. He then entered a contemplative state, silently pondering various matters. His gaze drifted towards the Nibi Gym, his eyes filled with a distant longing. After a brief tidying up, Lu Feng made his way towards the Nibi Gym at a leisurely pace. Before long, he arrived at a magnificent edifice, which occupied an area no less than that of a Pokémon Center. Glancing at the 4 prominent characters spelling Nibi Gym, Lu Feng nodded slightly. With resolute steps, he entered the gym. As he surveyed the surroundings of the Nibi Gym, he felt that the interior was rather disappointing compared to its exterior. The DCOR within the Nibi Gym left much to be desired. No wonder Brock, as an official gym leader, had to engage in various side jobs. Lu Feng couldn't help but scoff internally, finally understanding why Brock was either working part-time or on his way to a part-time job. After a brief registration at the entrance, he moved to the spectator stands, patiently awaiting his turn. At that moment, a gym battle was underway. From the challenger's attire and demeanor, Lu Feng discerned that he was undoubtedly a player from Blue Star. The challenger's lead Pokémon was a Mewtwo, likely hoping to leverage its type advantage to secure victory in the gym match. Observing the player's Pokémon, Brock appeared unfazed, casually tossing out a Pokeball containing his Geodude. A brilliant flash of light revealed a small Pokémon resembling a gray boulder, complete with prominent stone eyebrows and trapezoidal eyes with brown irises. As the battle commenced, the challenger commanded Mewtwo to use Vine Whip in an attempt to ensnare Geodude. However, perhaps due to insufficient command over the move, Mewtwo's attack missed entirely, allowing Geodude to evade effortlessly. Witnessing this scene, Lu Feng shook his head slightly, recognizing it as the consequence of prioritizing level over mastery of techniques. Drawing upon his extensive battle experience, Brock instructed Geodude to use Defense Curl, enhancing its defenses, and then executed Rollout, delivering a powerful blow that swiftly defeated Mewtwo. Subsequently, when faced with the challenger's Pidgey, Geodude, now bolstered by its previous state, concluded the battle with a decisive rock throw. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any significant fluctuations. Observing the challenger's disgruntled expression, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. From the information gathered on player forums, he was aware that no player had yet succeeded in challenging the gym successfully. The best performance so far had been a player who managed to defeat a single Pokémon of the gym leader using 3 Pokémon. In comparison to these seasoned gym leaders, the players from Blue Star had merely scratched the surface of their Pokémon journey, focusing solely on leveling up without attending to the finer details of training. Next challenger, Lu Feng, please prepare yourself. As Lu Feng momentarily lost his focus, the gym's announcement system called out his name. He rose slowly and proceeded towards the waiting area. Greetings, you must be Mr. Lu Feng. A staff member awaited at the entrance to the battle hall, having been there for quite some time. Upon seeing Lu Feng, the staff member inquired directly. Lu Feng nodded gently and replied, "Indeed. Please enter. Gym leader Brock is ready," the staff member said as he swiped his employee card across the electronic lock, slowly opening the door before Lu Feng. As Lu Feng stepped into the arena, a dark-skinned young man addressed him loudly. "Are you Lu Feng from the Hoenn region? I am Brock, the gym leader of Nibi Gym. I will be your opponent today, with the gray badge as the prize. Are you prepared?" Brock spoke with a solemn expression. "Absolutely," Lu Feng retorted, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Excellent. I appreciate a confident challenger." Brock's face broke into a smile as he snapped his fingers. The ground trembled violently, parting to reveal a rocky battlefield concealed beneath. As the mechanism operated, The rocky field gradually ascended until it stabilized. Now, we commenced the battle between Lu Feng from Canaz City in the Hoenn region and Gym Leader Brock. Each side may use 2 Pokémon, and the challenger may freely substitute their Pokémon while automatically gaining the first move advantage. The referee announced from the edge of the battlefield. Upon the completion of the rules, Brock promptly released his Geodude from its Pokeball. According to the league's regulations, the gym leader must send out their Pokémon first and concede the first move to the challenger, a privilege extended to newcomers. Lu Feng felt the pressure emanating from Brock and silently marveled at the aura of an official gym leader. Despite Brock's portrayal in the animation being somewhat lackluster, his true strength was formidable. Examining Geodude, Lu Feng used a scanning technique and discovered it to be merely an elite-level Pokémon, indicating that it was likely issued by the league and not one of Brock's primary fighters. "Is this how little you think of me?" Lu Feng murmured, his tone tinged with agitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he hurled his own Pokeball. "This will be it, Marsh Stomp." As Lu Feng's voice rang out, Marsh Stomp materialized on the battlefield. Marsh Stomp regarded Geodude with a steely gaze, its fighting spirit ablaze. "The Hoenn starters, are they well trained?" Brock mused, recalling information about the Pokémon from memory. "Are you planning to exploit the type advantage against my Geodude? Even so, I will show you the meaning of rock-solid determination." Brock's narrowed eyes widened, and his presence surged dramatically. Just what I was hoping for. Lu Feng felt a surge of adrenaline at Brock's words. After all, this was his first official match against a gym leader. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 39. Conclusion of the match. Let the battle begin. The referee declared as both sides readied themselves for the gym challenge. "Marsh Stomp, greet Geodude with Water Gun," Lu Feng commanded, seizing the opportunity to leverage the type advantage and swiftly incapacitate Geodude, thereby preparing for Brock's main Pokémon. A deep blue energy gathered within the mouth of the marsh jump fish, transforming into a torrent of water that surged toward the position of the small stone fist with astonishing force, adding a hint of moisture to the arid rocky terrain. The small stone fist deftly evaded to the right, and then utilized its ability to transform into a rounded shape. Xiaojing, sensing the ferocity of the marsh jumpfish's assault and the extraordinary power of its move, spoke sternly to the small stone fist. Faced with an unfavorable situation, it was imperative to first enhance the defensive capabilities of the small stone fist to prevent it from suffering a devastating blow from the marsh jumpfish. As Xiaojing issued his command, the small stone fist sidestepped to the right, narrowly avoiding the water gun attack from the marsh jumpfish. Though droplets of water splashed onto it, causing some discomfort. Was this a strategy to bolster its defenses before seeking an opportunity? Lu Feng, observing the small stone fist's movements, quickly grasped Xiaojing's intent and let out a soft chuckle. The marsh jump fish charged forward, closing in on the small stone fist, and unleashed a wave of water. After the small stone fist completed its transformation, Lu Feng addressed the marsh jump fish in a low voice. Suddenly, a vivid blue energy flickered within the rocky arena, exuding a gentle aquatic essence as it pressed toward the small stone fist. Xiaojing's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this scene, and he anxiously urged, "Small stone fist, quickly evade." Yet, due to their proximity, the small stone fist was unable to dodge in time and was struck against the wall by the immense force of the wave. Furthermore, due to its double weakness to water, it sustained severe damage. However, to Lu Feng's astonishment, the small stone fist, having taken the hit from the marsh jumpfish's wave of water, remained standing, gradually rising to its feet and gasping for breath. Gazing at the small stone fist, which resembled a flickering candle in the wind, Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing as a thought dawned upon him. Was it the sturdy ability? The marsh jump fish lunged forward, preparing to unleash its final water gun on the small stone fist. Lu Feng murmured softly, then continued addressing the marsh jump fish. Before Xiaojing could respond, he witnessed the small stone fist being struck by the water gun, unable to withstand the attack and collapsing to the ground, losing its fighting capability. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments, like a flash of lightning, too swift for anyone to react. "You've done well, small stone fist. Come back for now," Xiaojing said gently as he retrieved the Pokeball, slowly returning it. Observing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, he felt an added pressure. After a moment of silence, he solemnly declared, "You are formidable. I will now use my main Pokémon to battle you. An opportunity one cannot miss. I am eager to gauge the disparity between myself and the gym leader." Lu Feng responded with unexpected delight, his gaze gleaming with fervor. "Go forth, Onyx." Xiaojing replaced the small stone fist's Pokeball and retrieved another, tossing it forward. A radiant red light flashed as a majestic onyx materialized in the rocky arena. "An onyx, indeed," Lu Feng remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his bright eyes. This Onix was a gym-level Pokémon, roughly at level 32, nearing the pinnacle of elite strength. Comparing it to the Onix he had encountered in the Miachao Mountain, Lu Feng shook his head, realizing that this Onix fell short in both size and power. Marsh Jump Fish, be cautious. Your opponent is formidable, Lu Feng advised, urging it to proceed with care. Having undergone rigorous training, the Marsh Jump Fish had reached level 32, its strength rivaling that of an elite Pokémon. Sensing the intimidating presence of the Onix, the Marsh Jump Fish felt a twinge of apprehension. Marsh Jump Fish? Utilize your Screech. After pondering for a moment, Lu Feng instructed the Marsh Jump Fish to employ a move that would lower the Onix's attack power. The gap between the Marsh Jump Fish and the Onix was glaringly evident, and to ensure their safety, Lu Feng resorted to this strategy. Onix, respond with a Screech to interrupt the Marsh Jump Fish. Then use Tackle, Xiaojing commanded, hearing the Marsh Jump Fish's call. A shrill sound pierced the air, akin to nails scraping across metal, causing involuntary grimaces. Amidst the cacophony, the Marsh Jump Fish displayed signs of agitation, its call interrupted. Seizing the opportunity, the Onix swung its massive body, its rocky tail descending from above to strike at the Marsh Jump Fish. Marsh Jump Fish, evade the Onix's attack and use Water Pulse, Lu Feng urged, his voice steady as he focused on the unfolding battle. The Marsh Jump Fish nodded slightly, utilizing the momentary gap to leap into the air, gathering the force of water in its hands to strike down upon the Onix. Onix, dig to evade. Xiaojang's expression grew serious as he directed his Pokémon. With a resounding crash, a massive hole appeared in the ground, and the Onix's bulky form vanished from sight. As the Marsh Jump Fish landed, it anxiously scanned the surroundings, searching for the Onix's whereabouts, but found nothing. Marsh Jump Fish, use Water Gun on the hole to force the Onix out. Pay attention to any vibrations beneath you to avoid a surprise attack, Lu Feng instructed thoughtfully. The Marsh Jump Fish complied, turning to channel water into the hole. Onix, emerge quickly, Xiaojing exclaimed, his face suddenly shifting as he urged his Pokémon. The ground began to tremble violently, and the Marsh Jump Fish's footing cracked as the Onix surged upward from below. Now's your chance. Marsh Jump Fish, unleash a barrage of ice punch toward the Onix's head. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he softly commanded. The Marsh Jump Fish's hands radiated icy power, a chilling aura enveloping it as it struck toward the Onix's head. Frost flowers blossomed on the Onix's head, sending a piercing cold deep into its core, eliciting a cry of agony as pain etched across its face. The Onix then crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up dust and enveloping the rocky arena in a thick haze. As the ground trembled beneath him, Xiaojang gasped in shock. When calm returned and the smoke gradually cleared, the scene revealed an unconscious Onix while the Marsh Jump Fish supported itself on the ground, panting heavily. The referee, witnessing this turn of events, swiftly announced, the match has concluded, as all of the gym leaders' Pokémon have lost their fighting capability. This gym challenge is won by contestant Lu Feng. I have secured victory in this match. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, responding with a composed demeanor to the referee's proclamation. Chapter 40. The first badge and world announcement, just as Lu Feng intended to recall his marsh stomp with a Pokéball. A brilliant white light erupted from its body, causing its previous motion to gradually cease. Had it evolved? After recalling his Onix, Xiaojing gazed at the shimmering light of evolution enveloping the marsh stomp, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. He had not anticipated such a transformation at this moment. Lu Feng, captivated by the radiant marsh stomp, momentarily lost his focus. If his memory served him correctly, Marsh Stomp was only at level 32. Even defeating Onix and receiving the corresponding experience boost could not have propelled it directly to level 36 for evolution. After pondering for a moment, Lu Feng glanced at Xiaojang and the surrounding environment, gradually regaining his composure. This world of Pokémon, after all, was a tangible reality and could not be entirely dictated by conventional data. After a considerable time, a massive, entirely blue Pokémon with 4 legs, adorned with fins on its head and back, materialized before everyone. Swampert. A tremendous roar resonated, causing the entire area to tremble. Congratulations, Swampert. Lu Feng spoke slowly, a broad smile gracing his face as he addressed the newly evolved creature. As he admired the imposing Swampert, pertinent information began to materialize before him. Name, Swampert. Gender, type, water ground. Ability, Torrent. Pokémon with this ability have their water type moves boosted to 1.5 times when their HP is below 1/3. Damp. If a Pokémon with this ability is in play, moves like Self-Destruct, Explosion, and Hyper Beam will fail, and the Detonate ability will not activate. Damp does not affect the effects of dust. Classification. Mudfish Pokémon, level 34, potential, champion, moves, Hammer Arm, Earthquake, surf, hydro pump, waterfall, upon hearing Lu Feng's words. Swampert nodded in acknowledgement, its face alight with joy. At that moment, Xiaojiang approached Lu Feng and handed him a badge symbolizing victory in the gym challenge, saying, "An exhilarating battle. Lu Feng, here is the gray badge from the pewter gym. Congratulations. Thank you for your guidance, Gym Leader Xiaojiang." Lu Feng replied earnestly, accepting the gray badge with reverence and expressing his gratitude. "Lu Feng, I hope to see you at the court's conference. Keep pushing forward," Xiaojiang said to Lu Feng, his voice imbued with sincere encouragement. Lu Feng nodded solemnly, determination flashing across his face. Soon after, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host. For obtaining the gray badge and receiving the Pokémon treasure, the mysterious water drop. World fusion degree increased by 1. World announcement. Congratulations to player 9527 for obtaining the gray badge, becoming the first player to achieve victory in a gym challenge. World announcement. Congratulations to player 9527 for obtaining the gray badge, becoming the first player to achieve victory in a gym challenge. World announcement. Congratulations to player 9527 for obtaining the gray badge, becoming the first player to achieve victory in a gym challenge. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 golden crown and 1 super rod." Hearing the system notifications, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After bidding farewell to Xiaojiang, he made his way to the Pokémon Center to have Swampert examined. Later, he returned to his dormitory and retrieved the golden crown, slowly presenting it to Swampert. With the aid of the golden crown, Swampert's potential began to transform, elevating from champion level to that of a master. Additionally, harnessing the energy contained within the golden crown, Swampert's level surged to 35. Lu Feng took out the Pokémon treasure he had received from the system, a deep blue item resembling a droplet. Holding the mysterious water drop in his hand, he scrutinized it for a considerable time. With the assistance of his aura, he could sense the immense water-type energy concealed within this mysterious drop. Subsequently, he directly offered the mysterious water drop to Swampert, hoping to leverage its energy for an even greater enhancement. As the mysterious water drop fused with Swampert, the water-type power emanating from it gradually intensified, prompting Lu Feng to nod in satisfaction. On another front, unbeknownst to Lu Feng, the moment he conquered the pewter gym and acquired his first badge, players from Blue Star erupted in excitement. The player forum was inundated with rapid updates, akin to surging ocean waves. "Ah, he's here. He's arrived with the badge. It's that 9527 again. Who is he? He has received 3 world announcements. Can this be real? God 9527. May I ask where you acquired your hacks? No offense. Just curious. Newbie seeking guidance. Who is this 9527? Is he that impressive? My goodness, someone has actually obtained a badge. How is that possible? Aren't gym leaders supposed to be formidable? To the friend above, the gym leader of the Cerulean Gym isn't that tough. Badges can be obtained easily, almost as if they are given away. Since this badge is so easy to acquire, why has no one triggered an announcement until now? To the friend above, while the Cerulean Gym's badge may be easy to obtain, without the qualification to battle, you still can't acquire it. Damn it. This ridiculous resident status is so difficult to manage. Meanwhile, several powerful trainers from Blue Star, hearing the system notifications, displayed expressions of urgency. Given their strength, they would likely have a significant chance of succeeding in a gym challenge. However, they faced an awkward predicament as unregistered residents. They were unable to register their information at the Pokémon Center, thus rendering them ineligible to compete in the league tournament. Consequently, few players from Blue Star had managed to challenge the gym thus far, and those with the ability to challenge were impeded by their inadequate strength, resulting in numerous failures. Reflecting on this, Lu Feng and others continued with their tasks, hoping to garner the goodwill of local residents to facilitate their introduction to the police station for proper registration of their identities. Chapter 41. An invitation to battle from Ash. The following day, as the early morning sun rose, the raspy chirping of insects gradually roused the slumbering populace. Lu Feng was about to depart from Pewter City for his next destination when, not far along his path, he encountered a very familiar figure, Ash and his companions. Ash appeared weary and travel-worn, his face marked by fatigue, his clothes slightly creased and dusty. Pikachu lay lethargically on his shoulder, gazing at the distant Pewter City with a flicker of vibrancy in its eyes. Beside Ash walked a girl with orange hair tied in twin ponytails, accompanying him towards Pewter City. "Ash?" Lu Feng exclaimed, surprise evident on his face as he called out to Ash. "Ah." The previously fatigued Ash, upon hearing Lu Feng's voice, looked around and finally spotted him amidst the crowd. "Lu Feng, what brings you here?" Xiaoji gazed at Lu Feng with a look of confusion. I aim to challenge the court's conference. The gray badge from Ni by City is one of my targets. A faint smile graced Lu Feng's face as he softly replied to Xiaoji. Have you obtained the gray badge then? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Xiaoji's expression mirrored the same excitement, prompting him to inquire further. Lu Feng slowly retrieved his badge case, revealing a gray badge resting quietly within. Pikachu, we must not fall behind. Xiaoji gazed at the gray badge with a look of yearning, speaking to Pikachu in unison. Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded emphatically, responding loudly. By the way, who might this be? Although Lu Feng recognized her as the first generation's female protagonist, he feigned ignorance and asked curiously. Hello, I am Kasumi from the city of Hanada, currently serving as Xiaoji's traveling companion. Kasumi, noticing Lu Feng's puzzled expression, introduced herself. Greetings, I am Lu Feng, a traveler from the Hoenn region. Lu Feng nodded slightly, reciprocating the introduction. Subsequently, Lu Feng cast a hesitant glance at Xiaoji, unable to suppress his curiosity. Xiaoji, I heard from Professor Oak that you set off about a week ago. Why? Xiaoji and Pikachu exchanged an awkward glance, a hint of embarrassment crossing their faces as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, Kasumi's temper flared, and she retorted sharply. It's all because Xiaoji took the wrong path. Even with a map, he managed to get lost. I am truly at my wit's end. Recalling their misadventures along the way, Kasumi grew increasingly animated, recounting Xiaoji's blunders. After hearing Kasumi's words, Lu Feng looked at the somewhat sheepish Xiaoji, a peculiar expression emerging on his face. Truly, you are something else, aren't you? To get lost for so many days on such a short route. If Dandy knew, he would surely become your good friend. By the way, Lu Feng, I too have obtained my starter Pokémon. Let us battle. Suddenly, Xiaoji seemed to recall something, his eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit as he challenged Lu Feng. Kasumi, upon hearing Xiaoji's words, wore a look of resigned understanding. Lu Feng, momentarily lost in thought, eventually nodded. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, announcing a new task to Lu Feng. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an excellent level task. Battle Xiaoji. Task duration, 3 hours. Requirements, defeat all of Xiaoji's Pokémon. Task reward, 5,000 Alliance coins. 1 Sonic Bicycle. Failure penalty, none. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, a faint glow flickered through his shadow. A Pokémon concealed within his shadow revealed its orange-red eyes, peering through the veil of darkness, fixating its gaze upon him. It could distinctly sense that this boy, accompanied by Pikachu, also bore the essence of that ancient legendary Pokémon. That fervent aura, radiant like a star in the night sky, captivated its attention, involuntarily radiating a subtle wave of energy. Observing the two boys before it and sensing the shared essence, the Pokémon hidden in the shadows felt a sense of confusion, its face resembling a mist of gray smoke, filled with uncertainty. After a brief moment of contemplation, it gradually fell silent, returning to a state of calm. In that fleeting instant, Lu Feng's aura of wave guidance detected a faint presence, causing his expression to change slightly. He sensed that something alive lay dormant within his shadow. A tempest of emotions surged within Lu Feng, yet he managed to maintain a facade of tranquility. Although he yearned to investigate what Pokémon was concealed in his shadow, he recognized that this was not an opportune moment and thus feigned ignorance. Let us proceed to the Pokémon Center. There is a battle arena there, Lu Feng suggested to Xiaoji, eager to complete his task. Xiaoji's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Lu Feng's words. In that instant, the weariness that had enveloped him seemed to vanish. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Pokémon Center, where they rented a battle arena from Nurse Joy, and thus, the battle commenced. Lu Feng, I am eager to see the results of your journey thus far, Xiaoji declared with fervor as he faced Lu Feng. In response, Lu Feng glanced at the battle-driven Xiaoji and slightly smirked. Were it not for the fact that I know you are Xiaoji, I might have mistaken your fervent spirit for that of a fiery warrior. With that, Lu Feng threw out the Pokeball containing his Larvitar, and amidst the spectators' gazes, the figure of Larvitar emerged onto the battlefield. What Pokémon is this? I have never seen it before. Xiaoji looked at Larvitar in bewilderment. He then pulled out his Pokédex, but could not find any relevant information. Kasumi, too, contemplated what type of Pokémon was before her. After some thought, she ultimately chose to abandon her search, having found no pertinent data. This is Larvitar, a Pokémon from the Johto region, possessing rock and ground attributes. Your Pokédex only contains information from the Kanto region, so it is natural that it could not provide details. Observing their puzzled expressions, Lu Feng explained directly, unwilling to rely solely on information to secure victory. Larvitar, you say? Xiaoji murmured, then produced a Pokeball. In that case, I will use Metapod. A flash of light revealed a green Pokémon shaped like a crescent moon. Witnessing Metapod before him, Lu Feng's eyes twitched slightly. Does Xiaoji perceive him as a warrior? Metapod, use Harden. As Xiaoji's command rang out, a glow enveloped Metapod, enhancing its overall defensive strength. Lu Feng shook his head at the sight of Metapod, instructing Larvitar, use Tackle. Then, seemingly recalling something, he cautiously added, but don't use too much force. Larvitar let out a roar and charged toward Metapod. Moments later, Metapod succumbed and lost its fighting capability. Kasumi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but rub her head in exasperation. Muttering, I knew it would end up like this. Chapter 42, The Shadow's Guide. Thanks to the great Dragon Lord for the encouragement, Metapod, return. Xiaoji, seeing Metapod's defeat, quickly used a Pokeball to retrieve it. He cast a serious glance at Larvitar, a sheen of perspiration beginning to form on his brow, before thoughtfully tossing out a Pokeball containing Pidgey. Observing the Pidgey flapping its wings before him, Xiaoji spoke with confidence. I entrust you with this, Pidgey. The Pidgeotto let out a long cry, its expression grave as it fixed its gaze upon the young Larvitar. Lu Feng observed the Pidgeotto, momentarily taken aback. He was puzzled by Ash's confidence, wondering how he could appear so assured. Did he not realize that Rock-type moves inflict double damage on flying types? Yet, recalling Ash's title as a master of type advantages, he found some clarity. Misty, watching Ash's unwavering confidence, felt a sense of helplessness. She wanted to caution Ash, but the words caught in her throat, unable to escape. Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. Ash called out, adjusting his hat backwards. Upon hearing Ash's command, Pidgeotto soared into the sky, flapping its wings to unleash a powerful gale directed at Larvitar's position. Larvitar, brace yourself, Lu Feng said calmly, dismissing the Pidgeotto's attack entirely. Larvitar stood firm against the onslaught of wind, the fierce gusts slicing against its body, causing only a slight discomfort, yet it did not budge an inch. How can this be? Ash exclaimed in disbelief, confusion etched on his face. Flying-type moves deal half damage to Rock-type Pokémon. And my Larvitar's strength far exceeds that of your Pidgeotto, so it's only to be expected, Lu Feng replied, imparting his knowledge with a hint of a mentor's tone. Then, Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. Ash pondered for a moment before issuing the command. Suddenly, Pidgeotto's form blurred, transforming into a streak of lightning as it charged towards Larvitar. Larvitar, evade, and then use Rock Slide. Lu Feng calmly instructed, observing the unfolding scene with a steady demeanor. Larvitar rolled forward to dodge Pidgeotto's quick attack, gathering energy from the earth. Above Pidgeotto, massive rocks suddenly materialized, plummeting towards it. Pidgeotto trembled at the sight, momentarily lost and unsure of what to do. Pidgeotto, quickly dodge. Ash shouted anxiously. Pidgeotto spun around, avoiding some of the falling boulders, but still sustained considerable damage. Ash exhaled in relief at this sight. Just then, Lu Feng's voice rang out, sounding like a declaration of Pidgeotto's demise. Larvitar, deliver the final impact. As his words echoed, Larvitar charged towards Pidgeotto, which had barely escaped the rocks and was still reeling from the encounter. Larvitar struck Pidgeotto, sending it crashing to the ground, its body trembling before it succumbed to unconsciousness. That Larvitar is incredibly strong. Ash wiped the sweat from his brow, directing his gaze towards Pikachu. As he recalled Pidgeotto, he said to Pikachu, it's all up to you now. Pikachu nodded at Ash, leaping into the battlefield. Pikachu, huh? Lu Feng regarded Pikachu with a moment of distraction, pondering the extent of its current power. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash commanded gravely, his eyes filled with anticipation. Pika. Following Ash's instruction, Pikachu's electrical sacs glimmered with sparks. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, shot towards Larvitar. Larvitar, charge in and use Bite. Lu Feng shook his head at Ash's command. Larvitar withstood the electric attack, quickly closing the distance to Pikachu, seemingly unaffected by the onslaught. It opened its mouth wide, executing its bite move. Pikachu was caught off guard, suffering significant damage. It leaped away, wincing in pain from the dark-type assault. Why didn't Pikachu's attack affect Larvitar? Ash questioned, bewildered by the turn of events. Fool. Larvitar is a ground-type Pokémon. Electric-type moves are ineffective against it. Misty interjected from the sidelines, unable to restrain her frustration at Ash's ignorance. Lu Feng observed quietly, saying nothing, recognizing that Ash, who was just beginning his journey, had yet to grasp type advantages. With a sigh, Lu Feng commanded Larvitar, use Final Takedown. As his voice faded, Larvitar charged heavily towards Pikachu, exuding an imposing presence. Pikachu, don't give up. Ash urged, infused with determination. Larvitar's attack connected with Pikachu, sending it rolling backward. Despite its struggles, Pikachu ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Lu Feng shook his head, recalling Larvitar into its Poké Ball and slowly approaching Ash. The young trainer and Pikachu were still at the inception of their journey, far from reaching legendary status, leaving Lu Feng somewhat unfulfilled. Notification: congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received 5,000 Alliance coins, a Sonic Bicycle, and a World Fusion Degree of 1. Next time, I will definitely defeat you, Ash declared, gently cradling Pikachu in his arms, his face betraying no trace of disappointment. I look forward to our next battle, Lu Feng responded with a smile at Ash's earnestness. With that, the trio parted ways, Lu Feng turning to head towards Moonlit Mountain. After wandering for an indeterminate time, he arrived at a secluded location and threw out the Poké Ball containing Sinnoh. Sinnoh, use Psychic. Lu Feng first established a connection with Sinnoh through aura, then spoke in a deep voice. Shana. Sinnoh unleashed its psychic powers, a purple light illuminating as it directed its energy towards Lu Feng's shadow. Under this formidable psychic assault, the shadow on the ground began to shift. What ghost-type Pokémon lies hidden within my shadow? Gengar? Mismagius? Or perhaps something else? Lu Feng mused, observing the transforming shadow with a thoughtful expression. Gradually, the shadow morphed into the shape of a Pokémon. A humanoid figure with eyes glowing orange-red, formed from a smoky gray shadow, slowly emerged. Lu Feng's heart raced at the sight of this Pokémon, unable to contain his astonishment as he exclaimed, Marshadao? The Pokémon that had appeared was none other than Marshadao, renowned as the Shadow Guide and the emissary of Ho-Oh. Marshadao stood silently, locking eyes with Lu Feng, devoid of any emotion, enveloping the scene in a momentary stillness. Chapter 43, Lu Feng's Speculation. A certain space within Moonlit Mountain. Lu Feng and Marshadao gazed silently at each other, as he struggled to counter the overwhelming aura emanating from Marshadao with his wave-guiding power. As time gradually passed, beads of cold sweat began to form on Lu Feng's forehead, and his stamina was swiftly depleting. Although Sinnoh wished to assist Lu Feng, it found itself rather powerless. After all, it too was laboriously resisting Marshado's imposing presence and could not muster any additional strength. Just as Lu Feng felt he could no longer endure, the pressure upon him suddenly dissipated. He laboriously lifted his head to glance at Marshadao, who met his gaze with an expressionless face before slowly fading into his shadow, becoming silent. Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, Lu Feng gasped for breath, his complexion oscillating between shades. Sinnoh, sensing the absence of pressure, hurried to Lu Feng's side, casting him a worried look. Lu Feng shook his head at Sinnoh, signaling that he was unharmed. He had never anticipated that the Pokémon concealed within his shadow was not a common specter like Gengar or Mismagius, but rather the mythical Pokémon Marshadao from Alola. At this moment, Lu Feng's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, racing with numerous ideas. He slowly straightened up, casting a complex glance at his shadow, feeling a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something significant. He carefully retrieved the rainbow feather from his arms, regarding it with a hint of suspicion. Could Marshado's unexpected appearance be a result of this extraordinary rainbow feather? Was it possible that Ho-Oh sensed this unusual feather? Lu Feng gazed at the shimmering, sacred, multicolored plume in his hand, murmuring to himself. As he delved deeper into his memories, he increasingly entertained this possibility. After all, Marshadao was a messenger of Ho-Oh, guiding chosen trainers on their path to the trials of the Rainbow Hero. In the animated film, Ash embarked on his journey to Celestial Mountain to participate in the trials only after obtaining the rainbow feather. The thought filled Lu Feng's eyes with complexity, and he silently derided the situation. The rainbow feather? Who would have thought the traitor would be you? Yet, did not Ash also receive a rainbow feather? Why then did Marshadao appear by my side? Reflecting on the related scenes, confusion clouded Lu Feng's face, if his recollection served him correctly. Ash had acquired the rainbow feather over a week ago. What perplexed him was why Marshadao did not accompany Ash, but instead chose to follow him. He began to ponder the differences between himself and Ash, seeking the underlying truth. Suddenly, Lu Feng's body trembled slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the distinction between himself and Ash. Ash's rainbow feather was bestowed directly by Ho-Oh, while the feather in his possession was an unforeseen discovery from an ancient ruin. Moreover, the feather he held was not from this world's Ho-Oh, but rather from a different realm's Ho-Oh. Could it be for this reason that Marshadao chose to accompany me? Lu Feng mused, his expression slowly fading as the light in his eyes diminished, leaving him feeling despondent. Just as he contemplated this reasoning, the voice of the system chimed in precisely on cue. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining the legendary task, the trials of the Rainbow Hero at Celestial Mountain. Task duration, none. Requirements: pass the trials of Marshadao and the 3 sacred beasts, then ascend to the top of Celestial Mountain to summon Ho-Oh. Task rewards. Title of Rainbow Hero. 1 Sacred Ash. Ho-Oh's protection. 1 Legendary resource. Failure penalty. The failed trialist will be obliterated by Marshadao, restoring everything to its proper course. Lu Feng stared blankly at the task presented by the system, a bitter smile emerging on his face. So, the sword of the Ming dynasty can indeed slay the officials of the Qing dynasty. He wearily looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with a sense of gloom and despair. He did not consider his spirit to be as pure as ashes. If one were to use an adjective, perhaps vividly diverse shades of black would be more fitting for him. Could I be like Cross? Lu Feng thought in terror, his complexion gradually paling. He vividly recalled Cross from the animated film, who, due to an impure spirit, caused the rainbow feather to darken, drawing the ire of Marshadao. The mere thought of such a possibility felt like a guillotine hanging ominously above his head, ready to descend at any moment. After much contemplation, Lu Feng ultimately chose to resign himself to the situation. After all, with Marshadao already appearing, it signified that the trials of the Rainbow Hero had begun. Reluctantly, he would have to embark on this journey to summon Ho-Oh at Celestial Mountain. Sinnoh, take a moment to rest, and then we shall continue our journey. Lu Feng cast aside his extraneous thoughts, forcing himself to regain his composure, and rested silently for a while. 2 hours later, Lu Feng gradually rose from the ground, leading Sinnoh towards Moonview Mountain. As he gazed upon the towering, undulating expanse of Moonview Mountain, a sense of daze overcame him, and he stepped into the tunnel within the mountain. Moonview Mountain was notoriously difficult to traverse. Typically, travelers wishing to journey from Nibi City to Hualan City either rode on flying Pokémon or traversed the tunnel that connected the two cities. Lu Feng retrieved his trusty flashlight from his backpack, instructing Sinnoh to remain vigilant of their surroundings to avoid ambushes from wild Pokémon. Together, the trainer and his Pokémon proceeded cautiously along the narrow tunnel, steadily advancing towards Hualan City. After covering a fair distance, Lu Feng, utilizing his wave-guiding power, sensed something amiss and came to a halt. After a moment of contemplation, he released his Swampert's Pokeball. Swampert, use dig on the ground ahead, Lu Feng said, furrowing his brow slightly. Swampert. The creature nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly digging into the ground ahead. Moments later, Swampert leaped from the pit it had created, presenting Lu Feng with its findings. This is a moonstone, and there are several ancient fossils as well. Lu Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he regarded the items before him, his eyelids fluttering. Sinnoh, utilize your sensing ability to help me locate nearby fossils and moonstones. He pondered for a while before slowly instructing Sinnoh, hoping to unearth the buried fossils with its psychic powers. Thus, the trainer and his 2 Pokémon embarked on their mining adventure within Moonview Mountain. If Dawu were to witness Lu Feng's fervor for obtaining stones, he would undoubtedly consider him a kindred spirit. Chapter 44. Unexpected discoveries at Moonview Mountain. The echoing sounds of various wild Pokémon filled the Moonview cave, their sharp cries resonating uncomfortably within the cavern. Sinnoh, employ your psychic. Lu Feng gazed helplessly at the approaching swarm of Zubat, softly speaking to Sinnoh. Shana. Upon hearing his call, Sinnoh emanated a vast surge of psychic energy, exerting an immense pressure that ultimately repelled the Zubat entirely. This was yet another attack in a long series. Lu Feng, accompanied by Sinnoh and Swampert, had been tirelessly excavating fossils within the dark, sunless confines of the moonlit mountain tunnel. Although the Alliance had previously dispatched individuals to establish designated pathways and trainers to clear the Pokémon along the route to ensure smooth passage between Hualan City and Nibi City, Lu Feng had long since deviated from their path, venturing into a secluded area that had led to numerous encounters with wild Pokémon. Afterwards, Lu Feng, along with Swampert and Sinnoh, moved to a nearby open space to take a brief respite. He slowly assessed the fruits of his labor over the past 2 days in the moonlit mountain, his backpack nearing its capacity with fossils, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Though most of these fossils were common ornamental treasures, their quantity was substantial enough to fetch a price that would delight him. Once he sold this batch, he would not have to worry about Alliance coins for quite some time. With a soft sigh of contentment, Lu Feng allowed a smile to curve his lips. After a short rest, he resumed his journey with Swampert and Sinnoh, retracing his steps toward the Alliance Road and continuing toward Hualan City. As time elapsed, the darkness deepened. Despite the pitch-black tunnel devoid of any light, Lu Feng could still discern the passage of time thanks to his watch. It seemed he would have to spend another night in Moonlit Mountain, he mused, comparing his map with his current location. He then sought out a quiet corner, retrieving his various camping equipment from his backpack to set up camp. After preparing a simple dinner, Lu Feng closed his eyes to rest, with Swampert and Sinnoh guarding him. He felt no anxiety over potential wild Pokémon attacks and soon drifted into slumber. Time passed, and the moon ascended to its zenith, bathing the entirety of Moonlit Mountain in a silvery glow. The gentle moonlight cascaded over the mountains, draping them in a shimmering silver cloak, bestowing a unique beauty upon the landscape. At the peak of Moonlit Mountain, the hidden moonlit square was bustling with life. Groups of star-patterned, pink-furred bipedal Pokémon gathered around a massive stone in the center of the square, gazing up at the moon as they engaged in a peculiar ritual. Pippi, Pippi. Various voices rose and fell, gradually forming an inexplicable rhythm. Under the moon's illumination, the large stone at the center emitted a powerful wave of energy, causing the surrounding pink Pokémon to radiate with dazzling light. This was the light of evolution. After the brilliance faded, the appearances of these Pokémon underwent a remarkable transformation. Still in a state of slumber, Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, stirred by the faint sounds that filled the air. What was that noise? His brow furrowed slightly, uncertain of what had transpired to render Moonlit Mountain so lively. Guided by the aura and Shineido's sensitivity, he gradually made his way toward the summit. Navigating through the darkened passages, a flicker of light suddenly appeared before him. Before Lu Feng could reach the source of illumination, he was greeted by a chorus of joyful sounds. Recognizing the familiar voices, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He understood these must belong to a certain species of Pokémon. As he emerged from the cave, he beheld a gathering of pink wild Pokémon surrounding a colossal stone, engaged in a special ceremony. Hidden within Moonlit Mountain, were these the Pippi? And that legendary moonstone? Lu Feng stood in awe, captivated by the scene before him. Despite having witnessed many Pokémon evolutions before, he had never seen a group evolve simultaneously in such a grand spectacle. The atmosphere was magnificent and powerful. He remained nearby, silently observing the ritual without interrupting. As for the enormous moonstone, he felt a sense of wonder, but no further thoughts crossed his mind. Suddenly, a freshly evolved Pippi spotted Lu Feng. With a curious and innocent demeanor, it approached him, drawn by the delightful scent emanating from him. Observing the Pippi, Lu Feng retrieved an energy cube from his pack and offered it to the creature. The Pippi, unperturbed, accepted the energy cube, first sniffing its aroma before beginning to savor it. As the cube was consumed, a glint of brilliance sparkled in its eyes. It had never tasted such delectable food, and a look of bliss spread across its face. After a moment of contemplation, the Pippi produced a stone and presented it to Lu Feng. Recognizing the stone as a high-quality moonstone, likely harvested near the massive moonstone, Lu Feng realized it could yield significant wealth if sold. Alternatively, if given to a Pokémon needing a moonstone for evolution, it could enhance their potential. Is this for me? Lu Feng asked, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the Pippi. The Pippi nodded slowly, a radiant smile adorning its features. Lu Feng gently accepted the moonstone, then offered the Pippi additional energy cubes. After a friendly exchange, he departed Moonlit Mountain under the moonlight. In the shadows behind him, Marshadao revealed a contemplative demeanor, its orange-red eyes flickering with a newfound recognition as it observed Lu Feng's silhouette. The rainbow feather tucked within Lu Feng's clothing shimmered with a brilliant glow. Chapter 45. Hualan City and Hualan Cave. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, Lu Feng's figure appeared outside Hualan City. Gazing upon the Azure City, memories began to surface in his mind. Hualan City, renowned for its abundant water resources, was celebrated for its enigmatic aquamarine hue. Nestled in the northern region of Kanto, it bordered the estuary of a river to the north, Golden City to the south, Moonlit Mountain to the east, and Route 9 and Route 10 to the west. Within Route 10 lay a tunnel leading to Purple Garden Town. Hualan City was home to a famed location, Hualan Cave. Countless extraordinarily powerful Pokémon resided there. And in earlier versions such as Firewood and Leaf Green, it was the hiding place of Mutuo. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng first ventured to a shop within Hualan City, where he sold his fossils from Moonlit Mountain in a single package before purchasing a substantial amount of supplies. After a period of recuperation at the Pokémon Center, Lu Feng gradually made his way towards the location of the Hualan Gym. Upon arriving at the Hualan Gym, he observed the bustling crowd around him, his expression devoid of emotion, and he couldn't help but shake his head at the sight. The Hualan Gym was quite expansive, even larger than the Nibi Gym, appearing as though it were filled with water elements, adorned with water-type Pokémon like the White Sea Lion as part of its signage. However, in contrast to the Nibi Gym, it lacked the vibrant atmosphere of trainers, resembling more of a performance venue. Although it would later rise to prominence again under Kasumi's leadership, reclaiming a top position among the Kanto gyms, its current state of decline was an undeniable reality. Lu Feng approached the current gym leader, the Three Sisters of Hualan Gym, and issued a challenge. 10 minutes later, Muden looked at her Pokémon, which had lost its fighting capability, and a bitter smile crept onto her face. The match concluded, with all the gym leaders' Pokémon unable to battle. The Hualon Gym match was won by Lu Feng from the Hoenn region. The referee announced the result with an expressionless face, his calm demeanor suggesting he was accustomed to such outcomes. After a fierce battle, Lu Feng successfully obtained the blue badge. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the blue badge. Reward: Curved Spoon, World Fusion Level 1. Lu Feng paid no mind to the system's notification and slowly exited the Hualon Gym. Holding the curved spoon, which radiated a psychic aura, he handed it to Sinnoh, allowing it to absorb the energy within. At this moment, the World Fusion level had reached 145. Perhaps once Lu Feng obtained the remaining 6 badges, the entire system would undergo a new wave of upgrades. With this thought, Lu Feng felt an increasing urgency regarding his own strength enhancement. He then turned his gaze towards the Hualon Cave in the northwest of Hualon City. After an hour of traveling, Lu Feng finally arrived near the Hualon Cave. Gazing at the deep and dark cave before him, Lu Feng sensed, through his aura power, the presence of numerous powerful Pokémon concealed within. The aura emanating from them was terrifyingly formidable, far beyond his current capability to confront. Thus, he dared not venture directly into the Hualon Cave, instead opting to remain at its periphery, utilizing the nearby wild Pokémon to bolster the strength of Sinnoh and the others. As Lu Feng cautiously stepped forward, he was immediately ambushed by a wild Pokémon. A fierce-looking Xiaobei, its eyes glowing red with aggression, lunged at him. Sharp ice spikes, accompanied by a chilling aura, shot towards Lu Feng's position, the energy contained within causing the surrounding air to thicken. Observing the incoming ice spikes, Lu Feng quickly commanded his Gyarados, use Protect. A radiant barrier appeared before Gyarados, successfully intercepting the oncoming ice spikes. However, the force behind the spikes pushed Gyarados back a few steps before it managed to dissipate the impact. Lu Feng's expression grew solemn as he witnessed this scene. He quickly employed a detection skill on the Xiaobei, discovering that it possessed gym-level strength, and it appeared to be no novice in battle. Subsequently, Lu Feng summoned Sinnoh and Gyarados, combining the strength of all 3 Pokémon. After a fierce struggle, they finally defeated the formidable Xiaobei. Indeed, the Hualon Cave was perilously dangerous. Having barely stepped into its outskirts, he encountered such a powerful gym-level Pokémon. Lu Feng silently lamented, gazing at the deep Hualon Cave, feeling a weight settle upon him. A week later, Lu Feng emerged from the Hualon Cave, disheveled and weary. He trudged towards the Pokémon Center, his body fatigued after a week of relentless battles. Throughout this time, his 3 Pokémon had made astounding progress, their overall strength rapidly escalating. The wild Pokémon within the Hualon Cave were generally powerful, providing Sinnoh and the others with exceptional experience points. In just a week's time, Sinnoh and Gyarados had reached level 42, successfully attaining gym-level strength, while Gyarados had advanced to level 39 and evolved into Shakira's. With the enhancement gained from the rocks infused with Regirock's power, Shakira's potential had finally stabilized at the champion level. Next, it was time to head to the next city. After a brief rest, Lu Feng resumed his journey towards the next city. After an indeterminate amount of time, he traversed the water route, passing through the Hualon Strait, and then rode his high-speed bike, continuing onward. After passing the Pokémon Research School, a lighthouse, standing tall by the coast, gradually came into view. Was it the Jinghui Lighthouse? He wondered if the colossal Dragonite had appeared yet. As Lu Feng gazed at the lighthouse ahead, a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Due to the presence of players, the area surrounding Jinghui Lighthouse was not as desolate as depicted in the original narrative. Rather, it was filled with a lively atmosphere. Countless players were fishing in the nearby waters, hoping to catch their desired water-type Pokémon. Observing the throng of players before him, Lu Feng slowly opened the player forum, searching for information related to the gigantic Dragonite and Jinghui Lighthouse, but found nothing. Thus, Lu Feng realized that the corresponding plot had yet to unfold, and he still had the opportunity to witness the immensely large Dragonite with his own eyes. Subsequently, Lu Feng chose a random spot nearby, retrieved his super fishing rod, and began to leisurely fish, patiently awaiting the arrival of Ash and his companions. Chapter 46. The arrival of Ash and others. Thanks to Arceus's gift, the sea lay calm, the sea breeze carrying a salty, moist scent. Lu Feng stood upon the wet pebbles, gripping his super fishing rod, silently awaiting a catch. Before long, he felt a slight tug on the fishing rod, as if a Pokémon had brushed against the hook. Lu Feng maneuvered the rod gently, and then swiftly reeled it in. The water splashed lightly, transforming into droplets, and a wild Pokémon's silhouette suddenly emerged. Had a wild Pokémon taken the bait? Lu Feng's eyes brightened at the sight. He pulled the wild Pokémon onto the shore and examined it closely. It was a Pokémon mostly colored blue, with a light yellow underbelly and fins on its back, resembling an ordinary seahorse. It turned out to be a Horsia. Lu Feng glanced at the Pokémon, easily recognizing its identity. Unfortunately, its potential was rather low, merely at the elite level. Lu Feng shook his head lightly and returned the Horsia to the sea, continuing his fishing. Despite the fact that the Inked Seahorse is a relatively rare aquatic Pokémon, its ultimate evolution, Kingdra, is a water dragon-type Pokémon. However, the Inked Seahorse's potential ultimately falls short of expectations. As the sun gradually sets, the orange hues of twilight spill across the sea, casting a golden glow upon the waters. For a while, Lu Feng's fishing rod vibrates repeatedly, reeling in wild Pokémon one after another, yet they are merely Magikarp, Kingler, and Shelter. With a glance, Lu Feng cannot help but sigh. If even a little girl can catch a Feeba, why am I unable to hook even a single ugly fish? Watching the flailing Magikarp before him, Lu Feng feels utterly disheartened. Especially when he recalls the legendary Pokémon Kyogre, the scene of its disgrace fills him with an ache. Who would have thought that the pinnacle of fishing would be to catch a Feeba? One could say that Shui Lian's catch has elevated the entire fishing experience to a new zenith. After a considerable time, Lu Feng quietly retracts his fishing rod and departs from his fishing spot. He walks to a nearby clearing by the sea cliff, slowly unpacking his survival tools in the wilderness, setting up camp against the gentle sea breeze. Just then, familiar voices reach his ears. He lifts his head to gaze into the distance. There, at the seaside, a group of figures emerges, a boy clad in red and white, emblazoned with Poké Balls, is engaged in a battle of wits with a Kingler. A smile tugs at Lu Feng's lips as he recognizes the scene and slowly approaches the group. Finally, they have arrived. With the protagonists now in place, the story is about to unfold. As Lu Feng draws nearer, Ash and his companions notice him, their faces lighting up in surprise as they wave. Ash, Brock, Misty, it's been a while. Lu Feng greets them with a soft smile. Long time no see. They respond in unison, their expressions brimming with delight. What brings you here? Ash inquires, a look of confusion crossing his face. I came to witness a rare spectacle. And fortuitously passed by, Lu Feng replies enigmatically. By the way, I've acquired both the gray and blue badges. When shall we have a rematch? I can hardly wait. Ash recalls their last battle and expresses his eagerness. Lu Feng observes Ash's confident demeanor, a peculiar expression creeping onto his face, his mouth twitching slightly. He internally scoffs. Do you even know how you obtained those two badges? Brock and Misty exchange glances, their expressions tinged with awkwardness at Ash's words. However, considering Ash's personality, they can only sigh in resignation. There's no rush for a battle, it's getting late. Shouldn't you find a place to set up camp? Lu Feng gestures and reminds them. Subsequently, Ash and his companions join Lu Feng in establishing their camp near the sea cliff. They gaze at the lighthouse by the cliff, recalling Professor Oak's instructions, and hurriedly make their way to the Jinghui lighthouse. After some exchange, Professor Jinghui reveals to Ash and the others the purpose of establishing the Jinghui lighthouse, prompting a series of astonished exclamations from the trio. Upon hearing the legend of the colossal Pokémon mentioned by Jinghui, their eyes gleam with curiosity, and they decide to stay and await the mysterious Pokémon's appearance. Listening to Jinghui's introduction, Lu Feng is well aware of the identity of the mysterious Pokémon he speaks of. His gaze deepens as he watches the fog rising over the sea, an expression of anticipation adorning his face. Unbeknownst to them, while they discuss the enigmatic Pokémon, three shadowy figures lurk in the belly of the cliff, utilizing extraordinary technology to eavesdrop on their conversation, their eyes glinting faintly. These three are none other than the relentless Team Rocket trio, famed for their resilience and tenacity. The steadfast protagonists remain unchanged, while Ash's team adapts with each region he travels to. Regardless of where Ash ventures, the Team Rocket trio is a constant presence. Did you just hear what those kids said? Jessie exclaims, her face alight with excitement. Yes, an unknown Pokémon towering over 100 meters. James replies, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If we can capture this mysterious Pokémon and present it to Boss Giovanni, promotions and pay raises will be a certainty. Meowth dreams aloud, their breaths quickening with exhilaration. This feels fantastic. They exclaim in unison, faces filled with longing. But how can we capture such a Pokémon? James wonders aloud, anxiety creeping into his voice. If it's that powerful, we might not stand a chance. Slowly regaining his composure, James expresses his concerns. If strength fails, let technology come into play. Meowth interjects. Technology? James and Jessie exchange glances, intrigued. Yes, technology. Meowth asserts confidently. I've constructed a capture device, originally meant for Pikachu. But it seems there's a better target now. Meowth elaborates on its preparations. Where did you get the money for that? Jessie suddenly poses a critical question. A sense of foreboding washing over her. I used the money we earned from working, Meowth replies, its voice dwindling as it avoids Jessie's gaze. Jessie glares at Meowth, disbelief etched across her face as she realizes her hard-earned money has been squandered. Fortunately, Meowth quickly paints a rosy picture of the future, averting disaster. As night descends, the tide rises, enveloping the sea in darkness, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the surroundings. Chapter 47. The Fury of the Colossal Dragonite as night deepens. The sea breeze turns increasingly chilly. Lu Feng and Ash await the appearance of the mysterious Pokémon, simultaneously absorbing a wealth of knowledge about Pokémon from Professor Jinghui. As time passes, Professor Jinghui glances at the hour, ceasing his conversation with Ash and the others. He gazes at the inky waters, signaling that the colossal Pokémon is about to emerge. A resounding roar pierces the air as a thick fog envelopes the sea, shrouding the waters in a veil of mystery, obscuring all visibility. This is not a naturally occurring mist. It is the ability of that Pokémon. Lu Feng cast a glance at the white fog before him and spoke solemnly to the crowd. What? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. They had never imagined that this fog, which enveloped the entire sea, was a result of the mysterious Pokémon's power. Silence fell over everyone. Dr. Jinghui glanced at Lu Feng in surprise and then addressed the crowd. This Pokémon does not wish for anyone to see its true form. Hence, every time it appears, it is shrouded in dense fog, concealing itself. It hopes to receive a response from the one it awaits through its call. After a simple operation, Jinghui directed the lighthouse's loudspeaker to emit the same frequency as that of the colossal Pokémon, with a sound echoing from the lighthouse's speaker. The entire sea began to churn violently, as if some enormous creature was treading the waves, drawing closer to the lighthouse. From within the mist, the Pokémon's response emerged, and a massive shadow gradually became visible. This shadow was towering, nearly at the height of Jinghui Lighthouse itself. It is worth noting that the lighthouse stands at around 40 to 50 meters tall, and with the addition of the 50-meter sea cliff, the total height reaches a staggering 100 meters. The giant Pokémon's alignment with the lighthouse hinted at its immense stature. Incredibly astonishing. Lu Feng gazed at the colossal Dragonite before him, momentarily lost in thought. Although he knew that the gigantic Dragonite's size was similar to that of the lighthouse, witnessing it in reality was still a profound shock. What an impressive creature. Such a large Pokémon exists. Xiaoxia stared at the figure before her, momentarily dazed, unable to find her voice. What kind of Pokémon is this? Ash glanced at the now clearly defined giant Dragonite, scratching his head in confusion. This is Dragonite, an exceedingly rare dragon-type Pokémon from the Kanto region. Lu Feng explained to Ash in a calm tone as he observed the massive Dragonite. Meanwhile, hidden within the sea cliff, the trio from Team Rocket gazed in awe at the gradually revealing form of the giant Dragonite, falling into a state of stupor. There truly exists such a colossal Pokémon. If we can present it to Boss Sakaki, our promotions and pay raises are guaranteed. Musashi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld the giant Dragonite, filled with wonder. Subsequently, the trio began to prepare quietly, eagerly awaiting the approach of the massive Dragonite, ready to use the oversized capture device created by Nyarth to ensnare it. Though Kojiro felt a twinge of fear at the sight of the gigantic Dragonite, he could not withstand the fervor of Musashi and Nyarth and reluctantly joined their preparations. Within Jinghui Lighthouse, Lu Feng and the others watched as the giant Dragonite drew ever closer, their faces brimming with anticipation. They stepped out of the lighthouse, approaching the cliff's edge. Before Ash and the others could get closer to the giant Dragonite, Lu Feng halted them, and the group cast puzzled glances in his direction. Lu Feng gestured for everyone to remain calm and then threw out the Pokeball containing Sinnoh. The crowd was unsure of Lu Feng's intentions and could only wait patiently. Sinnoh, use Psychic on that direction. Lu Feng's voice resonated as Sinnoh unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, its purple radiance shining brightly as it attacked the cliff's core. Before Team Rocket could react, Sinnoh's attack struck. The enormous machine began to crack under the overwhelming psychic force, igniting with faint flames as electric currents danced, ultimately leading to a spectacular explosion. What a dreadful sensation. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the cliff's core, sending Team Rocket flying into the unknown. All that remained was a voice that Lu Feng and the others found somewhat familiar. Is that Team Rocket? Ash and the others exclaimed in confusion at the sight before them. Lu Feng, how did you know Team Rocket was nearby? I possess a unique ability that allows me to detect their sneaky presence, Lu Feng explained slowly to Ash as a blue wave of energy manifested in his hands. Upon hearing this, Ash and the others gazed at Lu Feng with envy. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The colossal Dragonite roared ferociously. Its face twisted in anger, fixating its crimson gaze upon Lu Feng and the others. The explosion had drawn its attention, and upon realizing the deception behind the lighthouse's speaker, the giant Dragonite's fury was unleashed. Lu Feng's expression shifted as he beheld the enraged Dragonite. He had not anticipated that thwarting Team Rocket's attack would still lead to the Dragonite's wrath. He then cast a detection skill towards the Dragonite, seeking to uncover its information. Name: Giant Dragonite. Gender: Type: Dragon Flying. Ability: Inner Focus. This Pokémon cannot flinch. Multiscale: when at full health, damage taken from attacks is reduced to 1/4. Category: Dragon Pokémon level. Potential: Skills: Hyper Beam, Outrage, Dragon Rush, Draco Meteor. Final Gambit. As Lu Feng studied the information of the giant Dragonite, his expression darkened. He had suspected that the Dragonite might possess champion-level power, but had underestimated its might. While contemplating how to pacify the furious giant Dragonite, the system's prompt unexpectedly chimed in, catching Lu Feng off guard. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the epic quest, Repel the Giant Dragonite. Quest duration: within 3 hours. Requirements: calm the Dragonite and return it to its habitat. Quest rewards: friendship with the giant Dragonite, a set of your choice of Mega Evolution Stones, and all Energy Cube recipes. Failure penalty: encounter relentless pursuit by the giant Dragonite. Lu Feng's face was laden with helplessness as he regarded the quest presented by the system. Though somewhat reluctant, he steeled himself to proceed. He contemplated the giant Dragonite before him, pondering for a moment before grasping a vibrant stone in his hand, channeling his wave of energy into it, and silently intoning, "Evolve." In that instant, brilliant light erupted from both him and Sinnoh, dazzlingly radiant to the point of being blinding. The furious giant Dragonite was captivated by this brilliance, its red eyes fixed upon Lu Feng. The battle was imminent. Chapter 48. The Power of Marshadao. Thanks to the urging of the great demon dragon for the update. On the cliff, the sea breeze swept through, mingling with the salty air and a hint of coolness. As the radiant light gradually faded, Sinnoh, clad in a flowing black gown and with striking blue hair, materialized before them. As the sea breeze caressed her, the black skirt fluttered gracefully, exuding an air of elegance, intellect, and poise. The moonlight shone brilliantly, and the stars filled the sky. Ash and his companions gazed at the transformed Sinnoh with expressions of bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired to elevate her aura so dramatically. Could this be a transformation of sorts? Dr. Zhenghui scrutinized the figure of the Mega Rayquaza, his expression shifting continuously. Lu Feng fixated on the colossal Dragonite before him, his demeanor grave, refraining from offering an explanation. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted nearby as numerous players from Blue Star appeared, their faces reflecting shock, confusion, greed, and fervor upon witnessing the towering Dragonite. A few players from the Fusang Nation, confident in their prowess, mounted their flying Pokémon and approached the massive Dragonite. However, before they could close the distance, they were struck down by a devastating attack, plummeting into the sea, their fates uncertain. The remaining players, feeling a chill run down their spines, trembled and hastily retreated. Lu Feng observed this scene, his lips moving slightly, yet no words escaped him. Instead, he gazed heavily at the imposing Dragonite, aware that failure to quell its wrath and complete the system's mission could lead to his own demise. A thunderous roar erupted from the Dragonite, reverberating against the cliffs and causing the waves to churn ominously. The destructive energy surged forth from the sea, spreading toward the cliffs. As this force descended, the cliffs trembled violently, boulders crumbling and cascading into the ocean below. The Zhenghui Lighthouse, once a beacon, was obliterated by the wrathful Dragonite. The Dragonite then turned its gaze toward Lu Feng and his companions, raising its right claw, gathering a terrifying power, and struck down upon them with a ferocious blow, the Dragon Claw. Sinnoh, counter with Psychic. Lu Feng commanded, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his face. Sinnoh emanated a powerful aura, a brilliant purple light forming as she prepared to confront the incoming claw. With her evolution enhancing her strength to the level of a quasi-champion, she wielded her skills with newfound precision. Yet, the disparity in power was overwhelming. Her Psychic only momentarily staved off the Dragonite's assault before shattering. The Dragon Claw continuing its onslaught toward the group. Ash and the others, witnessing the dire situation, summoned their Pokémon to unleash a barrage of diverse attacks aimed at the massive Dragonite, hoping to repel its ferocity. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lu Feng and his companions distanced themselves from the Dragonite's strike zone, their faces pale as they surveyed the shattered cliffs and uneven terrain. Sinnoh utilized teleport to approach the Dragonite, channeling fairy-type energy as mist began to envelop her surroundings. harnessing the mist's effects. She weakened the Dragonite's assaults while amplifying her own fairy-type moves. Magical shine, Lu Feng declared, and Shinado radiated a dazzling array of magical light. A vibrant spectrum of fairy energy aimed directly at the Dragonite. The attack struck the Dragonite, eliciting a fleeting expression of pain upon its visage. But despite the fairy type's inherent advantage against dragon types, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable. Is it still insufficient? Lu Feng lamented, disappointment etched upon his features. The Dragonite, now fixated on Shinado, gathered electrical energy in its grasp, vibrant arcs of lightning crackling as it unleashed a thunder punch toward her. Shinado, dodge with teleport. Lu Feng shouted hoarsely, his urgency palpable. Responding to his command, Shinado successfully evaded the thunder punch, but before she could catch her breath, a thunderbolt struck her, causing her to convulse in agony. Shinado, hold on. Use Draining Kiss. Lu Feng urged, fists clenched in determination. Breathless, Shinado directed her gaze at the towering Dragonite, executing Draining Kiss to siphon a portion of its energy, gradually restoring her vitality. The Dragonite's ferocity intensified, its aura growing increasingly menacing as it unleashed another wave of destructive energy. The cataclysmic light surged toward Shinado, sending her hurtling back and sweeping toward Lu Feng and the others. Their pupils dilated in terror. They gazed at the encroaching wave of destruction. In a moment of sheer desperation, a dark purple energy sphere erupted from behind Lu Feng, colliding with the destructive light and gradually dissipating its terrifying force. A shadowy humanoid figure emerged, its orange-red gaze fixed impassively upon the colossal Dragonite. The Dragonite, sensing the formidable presence of this sudden apparition, displayed a flicker of apprehension in its crimson eyes. Marshadao, Lu Feng murmured, astonished by the figure that had shielded them from destruction. Marshadao cast a fleeting glance in Lu Feng's direction before condensing a shadow ball and launching it at the Dragonite. The impact staggered the Dragonite, forcing it to stumble backward. An expression of profound pain etched across its features as it endured significant damage. Marshadao radiated an overwhelming aura, binding the Dragonite in place, rendering it immobile. Is this the legendary power? Lu Feng mused, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. As the Dragonite gradually ceased its tumultuous thrashing, an idea sparked in Lu Feng's mind. He shifted his focus to Shinado, conveying his intent telepathically. Shinado harnessed her psychic abilities, teleporting Lu Feng close to the Dragonite. Lu Feng, Ash and the others watched in anxious disbelief at his bold move. Undeterred, Lu Feng inhaled deeply, placing his hands upon the Dragonite's form, a radiant emerald light bursting forth. A gentle power emanated from Lu Feng, gradually enveloping the Dragonite in a soothing embrace. The verdant energy, imbued with healing and tranquility, accompanied by the blessings of the orange blossom forest, began to flow into the Dragonite's being. As time gradually flowed by, under the influence of the power of eternity, the once crimson-eyed colossal Dragonite began to see the scarlet in its gaze slowly dissipate. Lu Feng sensed the ferocious aura emanating from it gradually fading, and the creature's entire being began to calm, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. After a considerable duration, Lu Feng slowly withdrew his power and raised his head to gaze at the immense Dragonite. Perhaps sensing Lu Feng's scrutiny, the colossal Dragonite slowly lowered its body, engaging in a silent exchange of glances with him. With a soft cry, the Dragonite expressed what seemed to be gratitude to Lu Feng for aiding its awakening from the throes of anger. Lu Feng, Ash and his companions, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, hurriedly approached him. Are you all right? Hearing the concern in their voices, Lu Feng shook his head, signaling that he was not severely harmed. My apologies, great Dragonite. It was my actions that incited your fury, Zheng Hui said, observing the now tranquil Dragonite with a look of remorse. The colossal creature regarded him deeply but remained silent, standing still. Marshadao, witnessing the restored calm of the great Dragonite, vanished from sight, returning to the shadows of Lu Feng, descending once more into silence. Subsequently, the Dragonite retrieved a scale from its body, which, under the influence of a mysterious force, landed gently in Lu Feng's hand. Is this for me? Lu Feng asked, feeling the terrifying energy contained within the scale. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to the Dragonite. The creature nodded and let out a low growl in response. With the assistance of the power of eternity, Lu Feng easily grasped its meaning and nodded in acknowledgement. This was a token of gratitude from the Dragonite, imbued with a portion of its strength. Should Lu Feng encounter difficulties, he could summon the Dragonite through this scale. Afterward, the majestic Dragonite departed, its form gradually blending into the white mist, and the tumultuous sea began to regain its serenity. The onlookers observed this scene with a sense of wistfulness, unsure of what to say. They could only let out a long sigh. So, have I truly encountered the great Dragonite? Lu Feng mused, gazing at the shimmering scale in his hand, its brilliance reflecting his astonishment. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and earned the friendship of the great Dragonite. You may choose one Mega Evolution Stone and receive the complete recipe for energy cubes. The system's voice echoed in Lu Feng's ears as the Dragonite vanished. That Pokémon we just saw? Suddenly, Ash seemed to recall something, his face filled with questions as he inquired of Lu Feng. Brock and Misty shared his curiosity, their expressions reflecting intrigue. Professor Zheng Hui scrutinized Marshadow's figure, feeling an uncanny familiarity but unable to place it. They were unaware of the Pokémon's origins. But given its recent assistance, a shared speculation arose among them. This Pokémon's appearance was likely linked to Lu Feng. That was the mythical Pokémon, Marshadow. Lu Feng replied, his expression a mixture of complexity as he glanced at the shadow on the ground. He never anticipated that Marshadow would materialize in his moment of need. Driving the colossal Dragonite away, this revelation sparked a thoughtful expression on his face. Perhaps the trial of the Rainbow Hero was not as dire as he had envisioned? A smile gradually illuminated Lu Feng's features as he contemplated this newfound perspective. Ah, it was Marshadow? Zheng Hui exclaimed, recalling pertinent information and sharing his knowledge with Ash and the others. At that moment, the power emanating from Sinead dissipated, causing her to revert from her evolved state. Appearing somewhat fatigued. Thank you, Sinead. You've worked hard. Please rest well, Lu Feng said as he retrieved her into her Pokéball, speaking softly. What just happened? Why does your Sinead look different again? Ash asked, confusion etched on his face. This is a special power from the Kalos region that I encountered by chance. So I don't fully understand it, Lu Feng replied, shaking his head vaguely. At this juncture, with evolution yet to unfold, he wished to take advantage of the moment to gather some Mega Evolution Stones and refrained from divulging the secret of Mega Evolution to Ash and the others. Upon hearing Lu Feng's explanation, disappointment flickered across Ash and the others' faces, but they chose not to press further. After a night of tumultuous battles, the sea breeze began to blow gently, and the night gradually faded. The first rays of morning sunlight ascended from the horizon, casting a rainbow of colors across the sky. Reminiscent of a seven-colored rainbow, Lu Feng, perhaps due to an illusion, thought he caught a glimpse of an ancient figure shrouded in radiant hues soaring across the sky. Moreover, this figure seemed to glance at him with a meaningful expression. Instantly, Lu Feng felt as if struck by lightning, his mind swirling with emotions. The rainbow feather in his possession flickered with light, its brilliance wavering. It was only when Ash gently patted his shoulder that Lu Feng returned to reality, staring at Ash with a newfound understanding and a complex expression. So, that is how it is, Lu Feng murmured softly. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Marshadow had not accompanied Ash but instead chose to stand by him. The legendary Ho-Oh had been silently watching over Ash, with Ho-Oh's direct involvement. There was no need for Marshadow, the Herald of Legends, to accompany him. No wonder he was dubbed the photographer. With this evidence, it was a solid conclusion. Lu Feng gazed up at the rainbow light in the sky, murmuring softly. Subsequently, Lu Feng joined Ash and his companions as they journeyed towards the direction of Leafy City. Sunlight bathed the earth, gradually elongating their silhouettes. Chapter 50. The Ruthless Magician. Thanks to Suchinian for the continued support. With the conclusion of the colossal Dragonite incident, the region surrounding Zheng Hui Lighthouse slowly returned to tranquility. However, the player forum on Blue Star erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Countless players who had witnessed the majestic form of the Dragonite were still haunted by the experience, gradually uploading their captured footage to the forum, causing a stir among the entire player community. Oh my goodness! What kind of Pokémon is this? How can it be so enormous? Is it over 80 meters tall? One user exclaimed. You're underestimating. It must be at least 100 meters. Another chimed in. This Pokémon is adorable. It looks so gentle. I wish I could adopt one. A third user commented. Don't even think about it. This Pokémon is a rare Dragonite from the Kanto region, another user warned. Am I the only one who noticed the destructive power of this Pokémon? The cliffs nearby seemed to have vanished, as a player's remark echoed through the community. The entire forum fell into a profound silence, as if struck by a sudden stillness. Gradually, they regained their composure, gazing at the ravaged mountains with a sense of awe and trepidation. The forum was ensnared in a hush, with news seemingly at a standstill. In this moment, players from Blue Star truly recognized the destructive power of Pokémon, igniting a deeper yearning for strength within their hearts. They understood that soon, with the merging of worlds, those Pokémon wielding cataclysmic powers would also enter Blue Star. At that time, only those who possessed formidable strength could ensure their own safety. At this juncture, Lu Feng was oblivious to the commotion in the player forums and thus unaware of the shock that the colossal Dragonite had inflicted upon many players. Meanwhile, he and Ash had just arrived in Leaf City. After several hours of travel, they finally reached Leaf City just before sunset. The city, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, appeared as if adorned in a cloak of orange, reminiscent of withered leaves, leaving Ash and his companions in awe. As night fell, vibrant neon lights gradually illuminated the surroundings, transforming the city into a bustling metropolis. Lu Feng's gaze wandered towards a towering landmark within Leaf City, his eyes gleaming with interest. Subsequently, he and his companions made their way to the Pokémon Center, intending to spend the night there before challenging the Leaf Gym the following day. As he gazed out at the star-studded night sky, Lu Feng began to recall information about the Leaf Gym. Seemingly recalling something significant, he quietly approached Ash and murmured instructions to him and Pikachu. Upon hearing Lu Feng's special guidance, Ash and Pikachu exchanged doubtful glances, yet, influenced by Lu Feng's earnest demeanor, they nodded in agreement. The next morning, the call of Pidgey heralded the arrival of the warm sun. After a simple breakfast, Lu Feng and the others strolled towards the Leaf Gym. After a brief registration, they entered the gym and took their seats in the audience, awaiting their turn. As one of the most renowned gyms in the Kanto region, the Leaf Gym attracted numerous trainers eager to challenge its master. Lu Feng observed a figure on the battlefield, casting a sidelong glance at Ash and Pikachu, a playful smirk gracing his lips. The gym leader, Ma Zhisher, was known as the Lightning American, a wild ship captain with a fiercely aggressive nature, who revered raw power and held the belief that only evolved Pokémon were truly formidable. Consequently, trainers arriving with their initial form Pokémon often faced his stern demeanor. Many trainers' Pokémon sustained severe injuries in their attempts to challenge the Leaf Gym, leading to the Pokémon Center in Leaf City being perpetually bustling. Contemplating this, Lu Feng found himself questioning whether Ma Zhisher had taken a liking to Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center. Given the substantial number of trainers he sent her way daily. In the original storyline, Ash faced disdain from Ma Zhisher due to his challenge with Pikachu, resulting in his defeat in the first gym battle, with Pikachu also suffering significant injuries from Ma Zhisher's Raichu. This led Ash to contemplate the evolution of Pikachu. However, what left a lasting impression on Lu Feng was not Ash's defeat, but rather Ma Zhisher's audacious strategies depicted in the special episodes. In those episodes, Ma Zhisher exhibited a ruthless ingenuity, utilizing legendary Pokémon in unconventional ways, employing Zapdos as a power bank and harnessing Raikou to energize a Maglev train. Reflecting on these memories, Lu Feng regarded Ma Zhisher's figure with a peculiar expression. Who would ever conceive of such methods? Only someone with Ma Zhisher's imaginative prowess could devise such strategies. It was truly remarkable. Brock, observing the battlefield, gradually donned a serious expression and could not help but caution Lu Feng and Ash. The strength of gym leader Ma Zhisher should not be underestimated. You must be cautious. Lu Feng nodded slightly, his gaze calm and composed as he surveyed the scene within the arena, exhibiting no signs of panic. Ash, recalling Lu Feng's guidance from the previous day, began to display a glimmer of confidence in victory. After a half-hour wait, it was finally time for Lu Feng and Ash to take the stage. Lu Feng rose slowly and made his way to the designated area. Ah, another challenger, though I wonder how formidable you are, Ma Zhisher remarked, a teasing glint in his eyes. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with determination as he met Ma Zhisher's gaze. Then I shall eagerly anticipate your prowess. In response to Lu Feng's retort, Ma Zhisher appeared taken aback for a moment before responding with a grin. Let us see what you've got. Go, Electrode. With a commanding shout, he tossed a Pokeball, releasing an elite-level Electrode onto the field. Lu Feng, maintaining his composure, released his own Pokeball, summoning Swampert. Once the referee announced the rules, Lu Feng instructed, Swampert, use Mud Shot repeatedly. A radiant glow enveloped Swampert as it conjured soft clumps of mud, hurling them towards the Electrode. Mud Shot, a ground-type move, inherently dealt double damage to electric-type Pokémon. And with Swampert's superior strength, it swiftly incapacitated Electrode. The spectators, witnessing this shocking turn of events, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Typically, it was Ma Zhisher who swiftly defeated challengers, and to witness such a scenario was unprecedented. Chapter 51, The Bewildered Ma Zhisher. Staring blankly at his incapacitated Electrode, Ma Zhisher's mouth opened slightly as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Mr. Ma Zhisher, please continue, Lu Feng said softly, observing Ma Zhisher. The tone of Lu Feng's words felt somewhat jarring to Ma Zhisher, who then recalled Electrode before tossing out another Pokeball. A Pokémon resembling a tiger. adorned with a black lightning emblem on its abdomen and a coat of black and yellow, appeared on the field. And Electabuzz? Lu Feng assessed its power level quietly, recognizing it as one of Majishar's primary Pokémon. Electabuzz, charge in and use Ice Punch. Majishar commanded earnestly, having realized through the earlier exchange that Lu Feng was not as easy to handle as he seemed. The air around Electabuzz chilled as frost enveloped its right hand, emanating a fierce resolve as it charged towards Swampert. Swampert, evade. Lu Feng observed the approaching Electabuzz, his expression neutral. In an instant, as the electric beast approached the giant swamp monster, preparing to strike with its chilling ice punch, the giant swamp monster deftly sidestepped to the right, narrowly avoiding the attack. Electric beast, continue with ice punch, commanded Majishar, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Heeding the command, the electric beast leaped towards the position of the giant swamp monster, aiming to close the distance swiftly by utilizing its descending momentum. Observing the oncoming electric beast, the giant swamp monster evaded with considerable effort, struggling to dodge the relentless assault. Giant swamp monster, ensnare the electric beast with whirlpool. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before articulating his strategy. A surge of water energy manifested into a swirling vortex, gradually enveloping the electric beast. Subsequently, the giant swamp monster employed the technique of counter shield, amplifying the assault that accompanied the whirlpool, thereby sapping the electric beast's stamina. Hammer arm. Lu Feng issued his command calmly. Electric beast, break free. Majishar's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Lu Feng's words, urgently urging the electric beast. Yet, it was ultimately too late. In that fleeting moment, the outcome of the battle was sealed. The giant swamp monster swung its right arm with tremendous force, propelling the electric beast away. A pained expression crossed the electric beast's face, indicating it had sustained significant injury. Chase after it, and use final tread. Lu Feng's voice rang out again, leaving no room for the electric beast to recover. The technique of final tread obliterated the electric beast's already dwindling stamina. Majishar cast a silent glance at the giant swamp monster, quietly recalling the electric beast, his demeanor laden with gravity. After all, this electric beast was his principal Pokémon, yet it had suffered a crushing defeat at Lu Feng's hands, instilling profound respect and caution within him towards Lu Feng. After a deep, contemplative gaze at Lu Feng, Majishar sent forth his final Pokémon. An imposing Electrode materialized onto the battlefield. Electrode, use Tri-Attack. Majishar declared in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on the giant swamp monster. 3 distinct beams of energy, paralysis, combustion, and frost, intertwined, forming a triangular shape that surged towards the giant swamp monster. The speed of the attack was astonishing, and just as it was about to strike the giant swamp monster, Lu Feng's voice resonated once more. Giant swamp monster, use Protect. As Lu Feng's command echoed, a shield of protective energy enveloped the giant swamp monster, successfully deflecting the assault. Giant swamp monster, be vigilant for an opportunity, and unleash Hammer Arm. Upon hearing Lu Feng's command, the giant swamp monster's eyes sparkled with intent as it meticulously observed for weaknesses in the Electrode's defense. 3 minutes later, following a fierce offensive from the giant swamp monster, the Electrode crashed to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. The match is concluded, with all 3 Pokémon of the gym leader unable to continue. This gym battle is won by Lu Feng from the Hoenn region. The referee announced the outcome as he gazed at the incapacitated Electrode. Majishar slowly recalled the Electrode, retrieving an orange badge, which he solemnly presented to Lu Feng, his expression complex. Your strength is formidable. I look forward to our next encounter. Lu Feng nodded slightly at Majishar's words and accepted the orange badge with care. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the orange badge. Reward, Heartstone. World Fusion Degree. 1. Subsequently, Lu Feng made his way towards the spectator platform, his eyes filled with anticipation as he watched the battle between Majishar and Ash. In a scene reminiscent of the animated series, Majishar, upon seeing Ash's Pokémon, which happened to be an unevolved Pikachu, couldn't help but chuckle and sent out his Raichu. However, diverging from the original storyline, thanks to Lu Feng's special guidance, Ash recalled Lu Feng's advice upon witnessing Raichu's terrifying Thunderbolt. He instructed Pikachu to drive its tail into the ground, transforming it into a massive lightning rod that redirected all electrical currents away. Seizing the opportunity while Majishar and Raichu were momentarily distracted, Ash launched a relentless barrage of Iron Tail attacks, ultimately defeating Majishar's Raichu. Witnessing his Raichu fall to an unevolved Pikachu left Majishar in shock, leading him to question his own existence. Shortly thereafter, Ash, leveraging the power of his Charmeleon, defeated Majishar's Magnemite, securing the orange badge. Lu Feng, thanks to your strategy, Pikachu and I would have been doomed otherwise. Ash expressed his gratitude as they exited the Leaf Town gym. He sensed Magicier's formidable strength, and without Lu Feng's guidance, he would have struggled to counter Raichu's terrifying electric assault. Lu Feng shook his head, his expression remaining composed. The strategy Ash devised was one he would have arrived at independently after experiencing failure. He merely expedited the process for Ash. Subsequently, Lu Feng briefly parted ways with Ash and others, heading toward the Pokémon Enthusiast Club, eager to utilize their equipment to experiment with his Energy Cube formula. Chapter 52, Perfect Energy Cube. Thanks to Xiao Hui for the swift updates. The Pokémon Enthusiast Club in Leaf Town. As a large organization widespread across the Pokémon world, particularly inclined towards dazzling competitions, naturally housed machines for crafting energy cubes. After explaining his intentions to the staff, Lu Feng was escorted into a small room. He gazed at the brand new berry mixer before him, gradually retrieving the energy cube formula rewarded by the system, meticulously studying its key points. After an in-depth examination, Lu Feng began to gain insight and understanding regarding the creation of energy cubes. Energy cubes are crafted using specific techniques and formulas to enhance the inherent effects of berries, allowing Pokémon to achieve greater power boosts under similar conditions. In theory, any berry can be transformed into an energy cube, yet the combinations of different berry types can significantly influence the energy cube's effectiveness. Even slight variations in ratios can lead to substantial changes. Moreover, the technique employed in creating energy cubes, the timing within the berry mixer, and the creator's proficiency can all result in unpredictable variations in the quality of the energy cubes. Energy cubes of varying qualities provide different enhancements to a Pokémon's strength, with disparities that could range from several times to even a dozen times in magnitude. The energy cubes circulating in the market, typically sold in city shops, are merely low-quality variants that offer only basic benefits to the strength of ordinary Pokémon. The truly top-tier energy cubes are predominantly held by the League and certain prominent families, serving as special trump cards for nurturing Pokémon. This is a crucial foundation for every major power. This explains why Pokémon of identical potential may achieve vastly different levels under the care of major factions compared to ordinary individuals. As a result of disparities in resource availability, Lu Feng contemplated for a moment before retrieving several orange berries from his backpack. He intended to initially experiment with the less expensive orange fruits, and once he mastered the art of crafting energy cubes, he would then use the remaining high-value tree fruits to create superior and more potent energy cubes. Following the recipe for the energy cubes, Lu Feng meticulously placed one orange fruit after another into the fruit mixer, adjusting the settings according to the proportions indicated in the formula. He gently pressed the button on top, silently calculating the time while attentively observing the changes unfolding before him. The fruit spun rapidly within the mixer, gradually breaking down into a liquefied state. Then, at a specific rotational speed, through the process of condensation and compression, they slowly transformed into small cube-shaped items. A crisp sound emerged from the machine, prompting Lu Feng to promptly press the corresponding button. A series of brand new energy cubes materialized before him, exuding a faint but pleasant aroma. Despite their vibrant appearance, which outshone the energy cubes available on the market, Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face. This was because his crafted energy cubes bore slight discrepancies compared to those recorded in the recipe. Neither their hue nor the aroma emitted had reached perfection. Where had he gone awry that resulted in the subpar quality of these energy cubes? Lu Feng pondered silently, retracing the steps he had just taken, yet he could find no clue. It was not until his hand grazed the mixer and felt a hint of warmth that a moment of clarity flashed through his mind. Temperature, the fluctuations in temperature, could indeed influence the quality of the energy cubes. A look of realization dawned on Lu Feng's face as he softly murmured to himself. He resumed his experiments, meticulously monitoring the temperature to find a balance. After numerous failures, he finally succeeded in producing energy cubes that met his satisfaction. Before him lay a cube that was not only more vibrant in color but also richer in aroma than the previous batch. Gazing at the cube, akin to a work of art, Lu Feng's face broke into a satisfied smile. Subsequently, he released Sinnoh and Gyarados, allowing them to sample the newly crafted energy cubes. Watching the joy on their faces, he nodded in approval. Lu Feng had even made slight alterations to the flavors of the energy cubes to cater to their preferences, ensuring that these treats would be to the liking of his Pokémon. After all, the varying tastes of energy cubes could affect the bond between Pokémon and their trainers after consumption. Following a brief respite, Lu Feng eagerly continued crafting energy cubes. He retrieved some sharp fruits and lattice fruits from his spatial backpack and, adhering to the unique recipe, gradually added them to the fruit mixer. adjusting the rotational speed and temperature as he began the process. The sharp fruit reduces damage taken from dark-type moves, enhancing Shineido's resistance, while the lattice fruit diminishes damage from grass-type moves, bolstering Gyarados' defenses. As time passed, the fruits in the backpack gradually vanished, replaced by a multitude of formed energy cubes. A pile of energy cubes, each of perfect quality, accumulated before Lu Feng. Finally, he need not worry about the energy cubes, for with their impeccable quality, Shineido and the others would rapidly enhance their strength. Lu Feng gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he softly murmured. He could envision how swiftly his Pokémon would advance with the assistance of this batch of high-quality energy cubes. After securing all the energy cubes, Lu Feng departed from the Pokémon Enthusiast Club. Weary, he made his way towards the Pokémon Center. Upon Lu Feng's return to the Pokémon Center, Ash and his companions had just arrived as well, their faces alight with exhilaration, as if they had encountered a momentous stroke of fortune. Through their exchanges, Lu Feng finally discerned the source of their excitement. They had unexpectedly obtained tickets for the S, and set to board the so-called unsinkable luxury cruise ship to partake in a special gathering among trainers. Observing the joy radiating from Ash and his friends, Lu Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of pity, revealing an unusual expression. When Ash extended an invitation to join him on the S, and Lu Feng declined without hesitation. He was well aware of what awaited on the S, but had no intention of participating. Instead, he subtly advised Ash and the others to exercise caution. After contemplating his next route and glancing at the map, Lu Feng resolved to head towards Viridian Town. He aimed to visit the renowned Pokémon Tower in Kanto to seek out a suitably qualified Ghost-type Pokémon to enrich his team. After a brief rest, Lu Feng packed his belongings, bid farewell to Ash and the others, and departed from Leaf Town. Riding his speed bike, he set off towards the southern edge of Leaf Town. Along the way, he engaged in battles with passing trainers, gradually drawing closer to Viridian Town. As the battles ensued, Shineido and Gyarados reached level 45, while Shakira's ascended to level 42. During this journey, Lu Feng arrived at Maiden's Canyon. He gazed at the imposing statue of the Maiden Rock and, after a moment of contemplation, shook his head and chose not to linger. Although he knew that within Maiden's Canyon resided a unique Ghastly that could speak like Team Rocket's Meowth, he merely sighed, holding no particular interest. After all, time has the power to alter many things. Even if that Ghastly once possessed exceptional potential, the passage of a millennium could lead to irreversible degradation. Thus, this Ghastly did not factor into Lu Feng's considerations. 2 days later, Lu Feng arrived at the outskirts of Viridian Town, weary yet eager. Viridian Town, the largest haven for Ghost-type Pokémon in Kanto, was finally within reach. As he beheld the town shrouded in ominous clouds, emanating a chilling aura, anticipation welled within him. A small town in the northeastern part of the Kanto region, it had initially lacked notoriety until the Quartz League established a Pokémon Tower there, designated for the burial of departed Pokémon, bringing fame to the town. The 7-story tower within the town, known far and wide as a Pokémon burial ground, annually attracts various individuals who come to lay their departed Pokémon to rest. Following their demise, a Pokémon's body gradually dissipates, with a portion of its residual energy returning to nature. Another form of energy evolves into ghostly attributes, gradually nurturing ghost-type Pokémon. Due to the abundant ghostly energy enveloping the area, the entire Ziwang town is perpetually shrouded in gloomy clouds, gradually transforming into a paradise for ghost Pokémon. As a result, trainers from various regions flock here each year, hoping to capture a ghost-type Pokémon of exceptional quality. Lu Feng first lingered briefly at the Pokémon Center, slowly recovering from his recent fatigue before making his way towards the nearby Pokémon Tower. Pokémon Tower. I hope you do not disappoint me, Lu Feng murmured, gazing at the towering 7-story edifice, feeling the surging ghostly energy, his expression becoming contemplative. Upon entering the Pokémon Tower, he immediately sensed a suffocating sorrow. Perhaps it was due to the accumulation of ghostly energy. But the temperature within the tower felt unervingly cold. Passers-by wore expressions of deep sorrow, silently standing before one small gravestone after another, mourning and paying their respects to their departed Pokémon. Observing this poignant scene, Lu Feng sighed softly and began his ascent to the higher floors. As he walked, he occasionally heard eerie cackles, causing his eyelids to twitch slightly, yet his gaze remained calm as still water. Fixating on the crimson eyes that emerged from the darkness, Lu Feng maintained a silent stare, devoid of any fear. He recognized this as the mischievous antics of the Gung Ghost family hidden within the Pokémon Tower. Paying them no mind, Lu Feng instead harnessed the power of aura to locate the positions of various ghost Pokémon, utilizing his detection skills to glean information about them. However, To his disappointment, the ghost Pokémon on the second floor were of rather mediocre quality, not meeting his expectations. Undeterred, Lu Feng continued to ascend to the third floor with Sinnoh by his side. He proceeded to the fourth and fifth floors, yet still encountered no Pokémon that caught his eye. As Lu Feng advanced, the Pokémon within the tower grew increasingly formidable. Upon reaching the sixth floor, he sensed a profound aura emanating from the surrounding Pokémon, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Upon his arrival, the Pokémon nearby sensed the vitality radiating from him and instinctively gathered around him, enveloping him in silence. Sinnoh, use Psychic to push these ghost Pokémon away, Lu Feng instructed, observing the gathering specters. Sinnoh unleashed a surge of purple psychic energy, its vast aura intimidating the surrounding ghost Pokémon. Sensing Sinnoh's overwhelming presence, the ghostly creatures displayed expressions of fear and scattered in all directions. Lu Feng scanned his surroundings, quietly observing the information of the nearby Pokémon, nodding slightly. Compared to the previous 5 floors, the ghost Pokémon on the 6th floor exhibited superior qualities and strengths. Among them were several Gung ghosts and Mareems with near-elite potential, which piqued Lu Feng's interest. Just as he intended to choose one, a disturbance to his left caught his attention, and he glimpsed a fleeting purple-gray shadow. This sudden apparition caused Lu Feng to halt, his mind filled with curiosity as he glanced at the spot where the shadow had vanished. Chapter 54. Capturing the Shiny Gengar, thanks to the urging of the Great Demon Dragon. In the Pokémon Tower of Ziwang Town, Lu Feng gazed at the ephemeral purple-gray shadow, momentarily lost in thought. Observing the vast emptiness around him and the ancient gravestones, he fell into a contemplative silence. Subsequently, he extended his aura, gradually enveloping the entire 6th floor in his probing energy, searching for any changes. However, to his dismay, no matter how diligently he searched, he could not locate the elusive purple-gray shadow. Was it an illusion? Lu Feng pondered uncertainly, turning his gaze to Sinnoh. Shana. Sinnoh shook its head, indicating that it had found nothing. Lu Feng sighed softly, his eyes drifting towards the Pokémon he had previously considered, beginning to weigh their merits against one another. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally decided to capture one of the Gung ghosts when the purple-gray shadow flickered past him once more. Sensing the familiar aura, Lu Feng quickly called out to Sinnoh, "Sinnoh, help me find that shadow." "Shana." Sinnoh nodded in response. It summoned its psychic energy, sweeping the area in search of the elusive form. The entirety of the space gradually revealed itself within Sinnoh's perception. Unfortunately, despite thoroughly scanning the area, Sinnoh could not uncover the fleeting shadow, leaving it feeling disheartened. How could this be? Lu Feng surveyed the surroundings, his expression filled with confusion. Why can't we find it? Determined, he once again summoned his aura, meticulously examining every corner. The wild Pokémon nearby, sensing his energy, instinctively concealed themselves in the shadows. It was not until a Gung ghost, in a panic, stumbled into a gravestone that Lu Feng's body began to tremble. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He finally understood why he had failed to detect the shadow. Given that this was a burial ground for Pokémon, he had subconsciously avoided the gravestones during his search, wishing to disturb the resting spirits. After pondering for a moment, he gazed apologetically at the gravestones. Utilizing his aura, Lu Feng slowly approached one grave. And in the farthest corner, he finally spotted the fleeting purple-gray shadow. "I found you." Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he fixed his gaze upon the gravestone in the corner. "Sinnoh, use Psychic to draw that Pokémon out. Be careful not to damage the gravestones." As Lu Feng's voice echoed, a glimmer of light enveloped Sinnoh, its purple energy radiating as it directed a psychic force towards the gravestone. The shadow reappeared, rising from the gravestone, revealing itself to be a shiny Gengar. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng deployed his detection skills, and the relevant information began to materialize before his eyes. Name: Gengar, shiny. Gender: type: ghost poison. Ability: levitate. Pokémon with this ability are immune to ground-type moves, except Sand Attack and Thousand Arrows, and are unaffected by abilities such as Sand Trap, Toxic Spikes, Sticky Web, and Field Status Changes. Flash trait: Poison-type skill damage increased by 50%. Classification: Gas-type Pokémon. Level: 39. Qualification: Champion. Skills: Shadow Punch, Black Glare, Night Shadow. After meticulously examining the information about Gengar, Lu Feng's eyes blazed with fervor, his face alight with desire. "Sinnoh, use Thunderbolt." Lu Feng intently fixated on Gengar, speaking earnestly to Sinnoh. He refrained from commanding Sinnoh to employ her normal-type moves, for it was evident that the Ghost Poison-type Gengar held a distinct advantage over the Psychic Fairy-type Sinnoh. Upon receiving the command, Sinnoh began to levitate, a brilliant surge of electricity enveloping her. With a resounding roar of thunder, a formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at Gengar. Gengar, confronted by the overwhelming golden lightning, emanated a radiant glow, successfully shielding itself from the oncoming strike. Can it withstand this? Lu Feng murmured, contemplating the scene before him. Sinnoh, press forward and use Thunder Punch. After a moment of reflection, Lu Feng spoke slowly. In an instant, Sinnoh pivoted and leaped towards Gengar, utilizing her levitation ability to swiftly approach her foe. Grasping the electric energy tightly, she unleashed a powerful punch. The brilliance of her strike intermingled with strands of golden lightning. Under the impact of Thunder Punch, Gengar, composed of gaseous substance, began to dissipate, displaying an expression of weakness. A flicker of pain crossed Gengar's face as it conjured a black-purple energy sphere in its right hand, hurling it towards Sinnoh. Despite her attempts to evade, Sinnoh was struck by a portion of the Shadow Ball, the ghostly energy wrapping around her like a relentless parasite, inflicting significant damage. Sinnoh, once more with Thunderbolt. Lu Feng's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. Sinnoh, steadying herself, Sinnoh took a deep breath and unleashed another Thunderbolt. The Gengar, sensing the incoming attack, attempted to defend itself, but the golden lightning struck true, overwhelming its defenses. As the ferocious assault continued, Gengar struggled, its movements gradually becoming weaker. Witnessing this, Lu Feng hastily threw a great ball towards Gengar. With a flash of intense red light, Gengar vanished. Moments later, the great ball settled into stillness, prompting Lu Feng to bend down and retrieve it. Phew, finally captured my fourth Pokémon. Lu Feng silently marveled. Releasing Gengar and employing the power of restoration to heal both Gengar and Sinnoh. With his objective accomplished, Lu Feng turned to ascend the staircase. However, an unusual sound halted his steps, following the source of the noise. He gazed in astonishment towards a dimly lit area that unmistakably led to the 7th floor of the Pokémon Tower. Chapter 55. The sudden appearance of Team Rocket. The 7th floor of the Pokémon Tower was saturated with ghostly energy, chilling the atmosphere to an almost freezing point. Strangely, the surroundings were eerily silent, as if all wild Pokémon had vanished. In the center of this floor, several human figures emerged, seemingly engaged in a heated argument. Clad in black attire emblazoned with bold lettering, several men glared at an elderly figure before them, their expressions icy. "Professor Fuji, you certainly made it difficult for us to find you," exclaimed a fiery-haired Team Rocket member, sneering at the elderly man with gray hair and glasses. "What do you want?" "I have left Team Rocket." Professor Fuji's face grew increasingly pale as he faced the 3 members surrounding him, his voice rising in protest. "Huh? You think you can just leave Team Rocket? The new island experiment is not yet finished. Do you really believe you can simply walk away?" retorted another rotund Team Rocket member, a disdainful smirk on his face. "Professor Fuji, the order has been given. If you return to complete the remaining experiments, all will be forgiven. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unkind." The final Team Rocket member, a woman with a chilling gaze, fixed her eyes on the elderly professor, her expression devoid of emotion. "I will not return, and that experiment will never proceed again. You have no idea the peril that Pokémon poses." Professor Fuji's expression fluctuated as he vehemently countered their words, filled with agitation. "Humph, that is not for you to decide." The fiery-haired Team Rocket member, seeing Fuji's refusal to cooperate, grew increasingly irate. "Arbok, bind him." At that command, Arbok slithered from the shadows, ensnaring Professor Fuji in its grasp, binding him tightly. As the constriction intensified, Fuji struggled to breathe, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The 3 Team Rocket members watched with satisfaction as they prepared to escort the traitorous old man back to the new island base for higher-ups to deal with him. Yet, before they could approach, a surge of purple energy emanated from Arbok, causing it to writhe in pain and loosen its grip on Professor Fuji. As the elderly professor levitated into the air, drifting towards the staircase, the Team Rocket members expressed their alarm at this unexpected turn of events. "Who dares interfere with Team Rocket's affairs?" they shouted in unison, their faces betraying their growing unease. With a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoing, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows at the staircase, an apparition of a youthful man. "Since when has Team Rocket stooped to the level of bullying the elderly?" Lu Feng remarked, casting a scornful glance at the Team Rocket members and the unconscious Professor Fuji, initially intending to depart after capturing the shiny Gengar. Lu Feng's curiosity was piqued by the intermittent voices emanating from the 7th floor. After a brief moment of contemplation, he could not suppress his inquisitiveness and ventured to the 7th floor, inadvertently witnessing Team Rocket's actions, prompting him to command Sinnoh to intervene and rescue Professor Fuji. "Humph, a mere brat dares to obstruct Team Rocket? Have you grown tired of living?" The female Team Rocket member seethed, her frustration palpable as she glared at Lu Feng. They exchanged a glance, and suddenly, an Arbok lunged out again, aiming to bite down fiercely at Lu Feng's position. Magical Leaf, Lu Feng said nonchalantly, his voice unwavering. As his words resonated, a radiant light flickered behind him, and a flurry of blade-like leaves surged forth, slicing towards the Arbok. The airborne Arbok was utterly defenseless, forced to endure the onslaught of the magical leaves, hurtling backward toward the wall like a kite severed from its string. The three members of Team Rocket observed the scene with grim expressions, momentarily silenced. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the unconscious Fuji elder slowly regained consciousness. Bewildered by the unfolding spectacle, he exclaimed, "Little brother, hurry and flee. They are members of Team Rocket. Quickly notify Miss Junsha." After a few seconds, the Fuji elder regained his composure and urgently called out to Lu Feng. Despite not knowing Lu Feng's identity, he was certain he was not affiliated with Team Rocket. To prevent Lu Feng from falling victim to their malice, the elder urged him to seek out Miss Junsha from Ziwang Town, as that offered a glimmer of hope. Lu Feng gazed at the Fuji elder and gently shook his head, softly reassuring him, "Old man, there is no need for concern. I have my own plans." "Humph. Meddlesome little brat, this is all you're doing." The three members of Team Rocket, witnessing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, turned pale with fury, releasing their Poké Balls to jointly subdue him. In an instant, a dazzling red light flashed, revealing the silhouettes of Arbok, Weezing, and Zubat. Lu Feng scrutinized them, and, upon realizing they were primarily gym-level Pokémon, he felt a sense of relief and subsequently released his own Pokémon. The figures of Swampert and Gyarados materialized before him, with Galar stepping forward to stand alongside them. The six Pokémon faced each other in a tense standoff, the atmosphere charged with energy, stirring the air and causing the onlookers' garments to flutter. Rather than summoning Jengar, Lu Feng kept it concealed nearby, wary of any potential ambush from the opposing Team Rocket members. At that moment, the air thickened with the scent of impending conflict, heralding the onset of a great battle. Chapter 56, Retreat, thanks to the leader of the Ice Temple. Ice God Bingshin, for the motivation. Swampert, use Mud Shot on Weezing. Galar unleash Psychic. Shuckle, attack Zubat with Rock Slide. Lu Feng commanded his three Pokémon, seizing the initiative against Team Rocket. Swampert hurled clumps of mud toward Weezing, inflicting considerable damage with its ground-type moves, leaving Weezing's expression increasingly distressed. Galar's psychic energy erupted, ensnaring Arbok and crashing into it without affording any chance for counteraction. Shuckle gathered its strength, forming a colossal rock that hurtled toward Zubat, but Zubat deftly evaded, igniting a chase between the two Pokémon. The three Team Rocket members, caught off guard by Lu Feng's sudden offensive, quickly regained their composure, their faces ablaze with rage. "You insolent brat. Weezing, use Mud Bomb. Arbok, crush it. Zubat, use Leech Life." Team Rocket unleashed their Pokémon, commanding them to retaliate with their signature moves, aiming to overwhelm Lu Feng's trio. As their commands rang out, Weezing expelled plumes of toxic smoke, launching corrosive mud towards Swampert. Though Swampert dodged deftly, it was still splattered by the toxic sludge, grimacing in pain as the corrosive effects took hold. Arbok lunged toward Galar, its maw wide open, exuding a potent dark energy that threatened to tear Galar apart. Galar, however, adeptly utilized Teleport to evade, countering with psychic strikes. Zubat's attack landed squarely on Shuckle, siphoning its energy to replenish its own vitality. Shuckle roared in defiance, retaliating with Rock Slide, and the two Pokémon became locked in a stalemate. Lu Feng observed the unfolding chaos, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. Coordinating three Pokémon simultaneously proved to be a challenge, and without the aid of his aura power, he would be overwhelmed. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to have Galar and Shuckle keep their opponents at bay, avoiding their moves. His gaze then settled on Swampert, and he quietly intoned, "Evolve." The keystone he wore glimmered with radiant light, enveloping Swampert in a brilliant glow as it entered its mega evolution state. This keystone had been acquired during the recent incident with the gigantic Dragonite, and after much deliberation, Lu Feng had ultimately chosen to bestow it upon Swampert, knowing that Shuckle had yet to evolve and thus had no need for it at this juncture. The three Team Rocket members viewed Swampert's transformation as merely a battle evolution, dismissing it as inconsequential. However, the Fuji elder, observing the change in Swampert, recalled ancient records he had once encountered regarding such transformations. He cast a meaningful glance at Lu Feng, his expression laden with significance. "Swampert, summon Rain Dance," Lu Feng instructed, his voice calm amidst the pressing battle. As he spoke, the atmosphere of the 7th level began to grow humid, water vapor coalesced, and gentle raindrops began to fall. Wheezing. Use toxic. The red-haired Team Rocket member commanded, a hint of arrogance in his expression. Evade, then charge in with stomp. Lu Feng replied, his countenance serene as he issued the corresponding command. Just as Wheezing's attack was about to strike Swampert, Swampert deftly sidestepped the blow and surged forward toward Wheezing. With a swift stomp, it landed a devastating blow on Wheezing, causing it to stagger under the immense damage. How is this possible? How did this Pokémon's speed increase so dramatically? The red-haired Team Rocket member stared in disbelief, confusion etched across his face. Swampert's ability is Swift Swim, which significantly boosts its speed in rainy conditions. Swampert, finish it with one last mud shot. Lu Feng commanded, his tone cold and resolute. Under the relentless assault of the massive swamp creature, the dual cannon gas Pokémon plummeted to the ground, losing all combat capability. Lu Feng, observing the incapacitated dual cannon gas, shifted his gaze toward the position of the crossbat and spoke slowly to the swamp creature. Swamp creature, use Rockfall on the crossbat and bring it down. Seizing the advantage of speed, Rockfall descended upon the crossbat before it could react, crashing down with considerable force. Taking this opportunity, Shakira unleashed a final move, Rock Slide, to deliver the finishing blow. Ultimately, only the Arbok remained. Lu Feng glanced at it with indifference and quietly commanded, maximum power, Hammer Arm. The swamp creature lunged, appearing suddenly around the Arbok, and with a fierce blow, it eliminated all of Arbok's remaining strength. The trio from Team Rocket stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that their Pokémon had fallen within mere moments. The disgruntled female member of Team Rocket shot Lu Feng a resentful glance, clearly displeased. Shaman. Lu Feng turned to the three members of Team Rocket, intending to instruct Shaman to put them all to sleep. However, before Shaman could act, the corpulent little leader hurled a smoke bomb. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the area, obscuring parts of it. Taking advantage of Lu Feng's momentary distraction, he fled with the other two and their respective Pokémon. Cough, cough. I was a bit careless. Lu Feng waved his hand through the smoke, coughing slightly, filled with annoyance. By this time, Team Rocket's figures had vanished, leaving behind only an empty space. Thank you very much for your assistance, young man. My home is nearby. Why not come over for a visit? The elderly Fuji observed Lu Feng's retreating figure, making a silent decision in his heart as he extended an invitation. Lu Feng gazed at Fuji's face, and before he could respond, a notification from the system rang in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an elite mission. Fuji's invitation. Mission requirements. Proceed to Fuji's home and acquire relevant information. Mission time limit. 12 hours. Mission reward. Fuji's treasured collection. Failure penalty. This mission is a prelude to a legendary task. Failing to complete, it will forfeit the chance to unlock the next task. Lu Feng gradually regained his composure and nodded to Fuji. Chapter 57. Charizard Mega Evolution Stone. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the author, who continues to inspire, Lu Feng followed Elder Fuji, slowly departing from the Pokémon Tower and making his way towards his residence. After 10 minutes, they arrived at a two-story Western-style house located to the north of Zuowen Town. The exterior exuded a vintage charm, radiating an air of elegance. However, upon Fuji opening the door, his expression twisted with anger at the sight within. The entire room was in disarray, with every item turned upside down. Various belongings haphazardly strewn across the floor. It appeared as if a thief had ransacked the place, leaving it in utter chaos. Lu Feng, witnessing the scene before him, fell silent, unable to find the words. Fuji, gazing at the devastation of his home, ran urgently up the stairs. Lu Feng quickly followed him to the second floor. There, he found Fuji kneeling on the ground, frantically searching for something, his demeanor becoming increasingly frantic. Elder, what are you looking for? Perhaps I can assist you in your search. Lu Feng gently offered, attempting to soothe him. I'm searching for a photograph, a very important photograph, Fuji replied, sorrow etched across his face. Lu Feng, upon hearing these words, felt a sense of detachment and joined him in the search. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Feng discovered a photograph beneath an overturned cabinet. It depicted a girl with a radiant smile, resembling a porcelain doll. He handed the photograph to Fuji, inquiring, Elder, is this the photograph you were looking for? Initially lost in his frantic search, Fuji snapped back to reality upon hearing Lu Feng's words. His eyes, now red, fixated on the photograph as he carefully took it in his hands. My Xiao AI, my little Xiao AI. He wept, gazing at the girl in the picture. Lu Feng observed this poignant moment, shaking his head slightly before releasing Shaman to assist Fuji in tidying up the disarray. Half an hour later, Fuji's emotions finally calmed, and he cast an apologetic glance at Lu Feng, somewhat embarrassed as he said, "My dear young man, I apologize for the commotion. I've caused you quite the spectacle." Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, assuring him not to worry, and couldn't help but ask, "Elder, is the girl in that photograph your daughter?" Lu Feng had already harbored suspicions at the Pokémon Tower, but certain memories and scenarios did not align in his mind. It wasn't until witnessing Fuji's recent reaction that he began to form a hypothesis. "That was my daughter, quite adorable, isn't she?" Fuji replied, a glimmer of nostalgia and happiness crossing his eyes. Lu Feng nodded softly, continuing, "And what of her?" "She has passed away," Fuji choked out, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "My condolences, Elder." Lu Feng sighed deeply, offering words of comfort. Suddenly, Lu Feng recalled the words he had heard at the Pokémon Tower, his face betraying a look of hesitation and conflict. Fuji, noticing Lu Feng's uncertainty, contemplated briefly and discerned his thoughts. "Young man, are you wondering why Team Rocket is pursuing an old man like me?" Lu Feng remained silent, slowly nodding in affirmation. "I was once a scientist, consumed by the obsession to find a way to resurrect my daughter, even willing to ally with the darkness." Fuji gazed out the window, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Lu Feng listened intently, refraining from interrupting, embodying the role of an exceptionally attentive audience. "Team Rocket once found me and presented an irresistible proposition," Fuji reminisced, lost in memories of days gone by. "Consequently, I joined Team Rocket, assisting them in conducting a dangerous experiment." "Then why did Team Rocket claim you defected?" Lu Feng asked, confusion evident on his face. "During the course of the experiment, I sensed my Xiao AI and became aware of the peril involved, leading to my sudden awakening," Fuji recounted with a wistful expression. "It was my Xiao AI who brought me back, pulling me back from the edge." "The experiment?" Lu Feng's breath quickened as a figure suddenly flashed in his mind. "An experiment to create a legendary being, utilizing human technological civilization to fabricate creations that rival the divine." As the elderly Fuji spoke, a look of sheer terror filled his eyes. "So you chose to flee?" Lu Feng's body trembled slightly, his fists instinctively tightening as he struggled to suppress the turmoil within. Pressing on with his inquiry, "To prevent that perilous Pokémon from coming into existence, I escaped from Team Rocket, taking all of my research materials with me," Fuji continued. A bitter expression etched on his face. "However, I never anticipated that Team Rocket would come after me again. Perhaps this very house is their doing." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng felt momentarily lost in thought. As Fuji divulged all the information, a soft voice from the system quietly chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a gift from Elder Fuji. Subsequent tasks will be unlocked at a specified time." "Young man, I must thank you sincerely. Had it not been for your intervention, I might have been taken back by Team Rocket." Fuji suddenly returned to the room and retrieved a wooden box, addressing Lu Feng slowly. "What lies within this box shall serve as my token of gratitude." Observing Fuji's expectant demeanor, Lu Feng cautiously opened the aged box. Inside, 2 stones radiating a spectrum of colors lay quietly. After a moment of careful inspection, he revealed a look of astonishment. "This is the Mega Stone for Charizard. Based on its color and shape, it must be the one." "Elder, this." Lu Feng stared blankly at Fuji, his lips trembling as he attempted to articulate his thoughts, but found himself unable to voice them. After all, it was impossible not to feel a thrill. Lu Feng had long sought such a megastone. "Please accept it," Fuji urged kindly yet firmly. "I have observed your Swampert harnessing ancient powers. I surmise you will need this. Therefore, I ask that you do not refuse." With a sense of gravity, Lu Feng accepted the megastone without further protest. "What else is there?" he inquired, his gaze falling upon another object within the box, unable to suppress his curiosity. It was a simple doll, yet Lu Feng had an unsettling premonition that he might find it useful in the future. "That is a gift from Xiao AI. So please do accept it," Fuji replied, his expression tinged with sadness and a slight tremor in his voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng felt a shiver run through him and carefully stowed it away. Here, the character of Elder Fuji is inspired by the origin animation, blending elements from the anime's Professor Fuji with certain plot lines from the games. If this amalgamation is unappealing to anyone, I kindly ask for your understanding. Chapter 58. The Sinking of the SS, and Lu Feng placed the doll into his spatial backpack, securing it carefully before he could utter another word. Suddenly, the cold, mechanical voice of the system pierced the air, catching him off guard. World announcement. Congratulations to player 3321 for completing the exclusive Team Rocket mission and seizing valuable machinery from the SS, and this is hereby announced. World announcement. Congratulations to player 3321 for completing the exclusive Team Rocket mission and seizing valuable machinery from the SS, and this is hereby announced. World announcement. Congratulations to player 3321 for completing the exclusive Team Rocket mission and seizing valuable machinery from the SS, and this is hereby announced. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Lu Feng's heart surged with tumultuous waves, unable to find calm. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Elder Fuji and hurriedly departed from the quaint little house. It seemed that Fuji recognized Lu Feng's distracted demeanor and understood that something significant had transpired. Refraining from attempting to retain him, watching Lu Feng's retreating figure, Fuji turned to gather his belongings, preparing to leave the Kanto region. He knew that Team Rocket would not relent, and to avoid their resurgence, he had no choice but to take this drastic measure. After a few minutes, Lu Feng arrived at a tranquil park, enlisting the help of Shinado to keep watch over their surroundings. He then opened the player forum, swiftly browsing for the information he sought. At that moment, the entire player forum was ablaze with activity due to the recent world announcement, as countless players exchanged comments trying to uncover the identity of the player responsible. Damn it, another godly figure triggering a world announcement. When will it be our turn to rise from the ashes? Does anyone know who this 3321 is? What on earth did he do? That 3321 is that Brad Ito from the Fuso Nation. To complete his task, he sunk the SS, and if it weren't for my water-type Pokémon, I would have been in serious trouble. That damn Ito almost cost me my life. I hope I never see him again. Ah, how delightful. Ito-kun, you have brought glory to our Fuso Nation. Lu Feng scrutinized the player's comments, finally piecing together the events. It turned out that a person named Ito from Fuso had joined Team Rocket and, in order to fulfill his mission, had orchestrated the sinking of the SS and to acquire its machinery. With a sigh, Lu Feng reflected on the inevitable fate of the SS and, which was reputed to be unsinkable, yet succumbed to the depths of the ocean in every narrative. Much like a certain continental Pokémon. Regardless of the perspective within the Pokémon universe, it could never escape the embarrassment of being unable to fly, even needing to walk a considerable distance to engage in a divine battle. Truly, a heart-wrenching thought for those who heard the tale. Meanwhile, on a small island far from Kure City, a group of individuals clad in Team Rocket attire gazed upon the intact machinery before them, elation brightening their faces. This machinery was what they had seized from the SS, and to obtain it, they had deliberately sunk the entire ship. Just then, the communicator of the Team Rocket leader began to ring. Looking at the display, a respectful expression crossed his face as he quickly answered. How did it go? A deep voice resonated from the other end, laced with the authority of a superior. We have secured the machinery from the SS, and the Team Rocket leader replied, a nervous expression betraying his tension. Excellent, you have not disappointed me. The low, resonant voice responded, imbued with approval and praise. However, the Team Rocket leader seemed to recall something, hesitating to continue. The voice on the other end sensed the unease in the leader's tone and awaited the elaboration. Unfortunately, we encountered an unexpected complication during the operation in Zuiwan Town and were unable to retrieve Professor Fuji, the leader admitted through gritted teeth. The voice on the other end fell silent for a long moment, unable to respond. Eventually, the low voice spoke again. What exactly happened? How could such a significant blunder occur? Subsequently, the leader of Team Rocket conveyed the information reported below in its entirety. One could sense the fury emanating from the communicator, prompting him to hastily deliver another piece of news. Although we were unable to bring back Dr. Fuji, we discovered the stolen data within his residence. Upon hearing this, the recipient on the other end of the communicator felt their anger gradually subside, and their tone softened as they issued related directives to the leader. Yes, I will immediately transport the machinery and relevant data back to New Island, the leader of Team Rocket exclaimed, releasing a sigh of relief. He then commanded his subordinates to load everything onto the prepared vessel, setting sail towards New Island. In a subterranean base on New Island, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut set down his communicator, gently stroking the soft fur atop the head of his feline companion as he gazed at the hazy silhouette within a glass vessel, his expression filled with anticipation. The Alliance's crackdown on us has intensified, a woman with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle reported respectfully from behind him. Let the members of Team Rocket in various locations retreat and refrain from engaging with the Alliance for the time being. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before replying in a measured tone. However, upon hearing his words, the woman expressed her discontent. There are no buts. Our current focus is to complete the unfinished experiment. As long as we can bring it to fruition, everything will be worthwhile. The man interrupted her, shaking his head. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the Pokémon within the glass vessel, his face alight with fervor. Chapter 59. An encounter with the psychic girl, inspired by the illustrious Kenglin Leonda. Lu Feng quietly closed the player forum and strolled towards the friendship store. indulging in a lavish expenditure to ensure that his supplies could sustain him until he reached Golden City. He rode his sonic bicycle straight from the western side of Zhuang Town, traversing Route 8 as he pressed onward. Along the way, he encountered numerous travel trainers who challenged him to battles, which he graciously accepted. Through these encounters, Lu Feng began to develop synergy with his Jing host, fostering their bond and enhancing their mutual understanding. What troubled Lu Feng was that, due to habitual instincts, Jing host often fought from the perspective of a wild Pokémon, requiring Lu Feng to patiently correct it time and again. Gradually, as their bond strengthened and their coordination improved, Jing host began to adapt to Lu Feng's fighting style, falling into sync with his rhythm. Furthermore, Lu Feng utilized the perfect energy cubes he had crafted to solidify Jing host's foundation, slightly compensating for its inherent shortcomings. To Lu Feng's relief, Jing host had yet to evolve into Jengar, meaning its potential still had room for exploration and had not yet solidified. With the next evolution, a leap in its existence would undoubtedly mitigate some of its deficiencies, allowing for significant progress. In a clearing along Route 8, Lu Feng set up a tent for a brief respite. The continuous battles had left him somewhat fatigued, and his overall state was somewhat dispirited. Nevertheless, the results were promising, as Jing host had successfully leveled up to 41 and learned several new skills of its type, catching up to the progress of Lu Feng's other 3 Pokémon. Jing host sensed the shift in its power, playfully curling its long tongue around a ghost-type energy cube, its face displaying a joyful expression. Lu Feng watched this scene unfold with a gentle smile, contemplating his upcoming training regimen. Jing host's innate stats leaned heavily towards special attack, making it more adept at special variation techniques than physical moves. After assessing the skills Jing host possessed, Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. After considerable contemplation, he resolved that Jing host should primarily focus on learning new skills, such as Dark Pulse, Dream Eater, and Lick, to enhance its offensive capabilities and effectively counter Psychic-type Pokémon. Under the solitary night sky, the campfire flickered warmly as Lu Feng engaged in brief exchanges with Jing host before surrendering to slumber. Jing host gazed at Lu Feng's sleeping figure, its eyes shimmering with a different brilliance as it resumed its training mode. The following day dawned bright and breezy. The morning chorus of insects and the calls of avian Pokémon roused Lu Feng from his slumber. After a simple breakfast, he packed his belongings and, accompanied by Jing host, continued his journey towards Golden City. After more than a day's travel, an immensely prosperous metropolis gradually came into view. Golden City, the most vibrant urban center in the Kanto region, is situated at its heart. The headquarters of the renowned Silver Company, celebrated throughout the Pokémon world, is located within Golden City, contributing significantly to the city's popularity. At last, Lu Feng had arrived in Golden City. Gazing upon the bustling scene before him, he sighed softly, taking in the busy thoroughfare. He paused for a moment, contemplating his next steps, and ultimately decided to head to the Pokémon Center to restore his team to optimal condition before challenging the Golden Gym. After all, the gym leader, Naji, possessed the ability to amplify Pokémon through psychic powers, a trait akin to evolution, albeit with subtle distinctions. Furthermore, due to her temperament, Naji often transformed defeated challengers into lifelike dolls, showcasing her rather malicious nature. After a brief respite, Lu Feng ventured into a renowned restaurant in Golden City, savoring the delectable cuisine while contentedly observing his surroundings. Just then, an unexpected figure approached, seemingly sensing something, as she slowly made her way toward Lu Feng. "Are you also a psychic?" Her voice was melodious and resonant, lingering in Lu Feng's ears long after she had spoken. Lu Feng slowly lifted his head, taken aback by the sight of a girl adorned in cascading black hair, her aura reminiscent of a snow lotus. With a familiar demeanor and an ethereal presence, Lu Feng instantly recognized her. This girl was none other than Naji, the gym leader of Golden City and a psychic prodigy. Shaking his head, Lu Feng quietly remarked, "I wouldn't exactly classify myself as a psychic. I prefer to consider myself a special ability user." Naji, upon hearing this, sensed the distinct energy emanating from Lu Feng, recognizing its divergence from her own powers, and nodded in understanding. As a natural psychic, Naji felt profound loneliness and had long sought a companion akin to herself. Unfortunately, special ability users were a rare breed in this world, particularly in the Kanto region, where they could be counted on one hand, a Yulong, a Banmu, and a half-awakened Ash. Thus, upon detecting the unique energy fluctuations from Lu Feng, the cool and collected Naji exhibited such a demeanor. Subsequently, Naza extended an invitation to Lu Feng, wishing for him to accompany her to the Golden Pavilion, where they could discuss insights regarding their extraordinary abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng gently shook his head and replied, I will visit the Golden Pavilion, but not at this moment. The next time I enter, it shall be to challenge you. A battle at the pavilion? Naza inquired, a flicker of realization dawning upon her as she observed Lu Feng's demeanor. Her previously serene expression momentarily wavered, and with a cool tone, she declared, "Very well. I shall await your challenge at the Golden Pavilion." With that, she turned and departed without hesitation. As Lu Feng watched her retreating figure, a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes. He had never anticipated encountering the renowned girl with extraordinary powers during a mere meal. Truly, life is unpredictable. He then slowly made his way back to the Pokémon Center, preparing himself for the upcoming gym battle. Chapter 60. Confrontation at the Golden Pavilion as dawn broke. Heralding a new day, Lu Feng stepped out of the Pokémon Center and began his leisurely journey towards the Golden Pavilion. At that moment, the pavilion appeared rather desolate. With only a handful of trainers queuing outside, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the establishment. However, upon reflection, Lu Feng understood this circumstance. After all, Naza's reputation as the gym leader of the Golden Pavilion resonated throughout the entire Kanto region. Her past actions had deterred countless trainers, compelling them to bypass Golden City in search of lesser gyms to challenge. Conversely, those who resolutely sought to battle at the Golden Pavilion were undoubtedly brimming with confidence in their own abilities. Standing at the end of the line, Lu Feng observed the 5 challengers ahead of him, patiently awaiting his turn. As time passed, the challengers before him entered the pavilion one by one, yet regrettably, none emerged victorious. Shaking his head at the scene, Lu Feng boldly stepped inside. The interior of the pavilion was sparsely populated, exuding an air of desolation. Under the guidance of the staff, he entered a somewhat dimly lit battle hall, where Naza sat poised, silently gazing at him. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "You have indeed come. My psychic abilities foretold your arrival today." A smile flickered across Lu Feng's face as he responded calmly, as promised. "I have come to challenge you." Naza nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for the staff to announce the rules of engagement. Once the rules were articulated, she released her Poké Ball, summoning a graceful sunlight EV, which materialized on the battlefield, its purple eyes radiating an enigmatic allure. After contemplating the elegance of the sunlight EV, Lu Feng threw forth the Poké Ball containing his Gengar. With a sharp caw, Gengar's figure gradually emerged, its purplish-gray form shrouded in wisps of mist. Eyes gleaming with a peculiar light as it fixated on the sunlight EV. "Gengar, greet your opponent with Shadow Ball," Lu Feng commanded with composure. Gengar's face twisted into an eerie grin as it conjured a dark sphere of energy, accompanied by a haunting laugh, and launched it towards the sunlight EV. Unfazed, the sunlight EV deftly leaped to the right, effortlessly evading the attack. Naza observed the battle quietly, refraining from issuing commands to her EV, as if merely a spectator. Her demeanor utterly tranquil. Noticing Naza's composed stance, Lu Feng scrutinized the sunlight EV and murmured to himself, telepathy, perhaps. At that moment, the ruby atop the sunlight EV's head began to glow, emanating a dazzling light as a formidable psychic force surged toward Gengar. "Endure it and retaliate," Lu Feng instructed. Gengar braced itself against the psychic assault, a grimace appearing on its face. Although psychic moves had minimal effect on ghost types, they were significantly more potent against poison types, resulting in considerable damage to Gengar. As the mist surrounding Gengar thickened, it harnessed its ghostly power, breaking free from the psychic grip, and unleashed its own counterattack with a dark glow aimed at the sunlight EV. The EV, in a flurry of movements, attempted to evade Gengar's assault, but was no match for its swiftness. Utilizing the dim environment to its advantage, Gengar emerged from the shadows and struck the sunlight EV directly. With a pained cry, the sunlight EV felt the impact, its spirit gradually waning. Gengar pressed the advantage, launching several Shadow Balls to secure victory against the EV. Observing the sudden shift in the battle, Naza's eyes sparkled with intensity as she recalled her fallen Pokémon. She then summoned her second psychic Pokémon, the Mismagius. As it entered the fray, it approached Gengar, hands crackling with electric energy, striking towards Gengar. Thunder Punch. The brilliant flash of electricity illuminated the dim arena. "Gengar, retreat into the shadows," Lu Feng commanded. Gengar vanished into the shadows, narrowly evading the Mismagius's onslaught, seeking an opportunity to exploit its vulnerabilities. The Mismagius, anxiously scanning its surroundings, became increasingly agitated. Just then, Gengar seized an opportunity, emerging from the shadows behind the Mismagius and launching a Shadow Ball. However, the attack proved futile as a translucent barrier materialized before the Mismagius, deflecting Gengar's assault. The Mismagius then conjured a fist-sized dark sphere, retaliating against Gengar. Caught off guard, Gengar was struck by the shadowy projectile. Its form began to waver, the surrounding mist thinning as it suffered substantial damage. A light screen and a mimic? Lu Feng murmured, brow furrowing in contemplation. In the meantime, the Mismagius radiated a purple glow, unleashing a powerful psychic attack that drained Gengar's vitality. Gradually, Gengar's energy diminished, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Lu Feng's expression turned grave as he urgently urged, Destiny Bond. Gengar, hearing Lu Feng's command, displayed a fierce determination, channeling its remaining strength into the last desperate move before collapsing. With the fall of Gengar, the ultimate move was unleashed, casting a dark glow upon the doll-like figure of the magic wall. In the midst of its fearful expression, it drained the remainder of its stamina, leading to its immediate substitution. Lu Feng retrieved Gengar's Pokeball, carefully storing it away as he softly uttered, Thank you, Gengar. I shall leave the rest to my companions. Gazing at the serene girl seated at the end of the room, Lu Feng silently produced his own Pokeball, summoning his shiny Gardevoir. Concurrently, Nasi also sent forth her final Pokémon, a psychic-type creature of near elite 4 caliber, Alakazam. The clash between Gardevoir and Alakazam was destined to be a battle of psychic prowess. Chapter 61. The Psychic Training Manual. Acknowledgements to the adorable author for the motivation. Nasi regarded Lu Feng with a contemplative glance, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with thought. Then, an immense surge of psychic energy emanated from her, enveloping Alakazam in a radiant white light, rapidly amplifying its presence. As the brilliance faded, Alakazam underwent a remarkable transformation, closely resembling its mega evolution yet with subtle distinctions. Empowered by this psychic enhancement, Alakazam ascended into the realm of the Elite Four. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Feng sighed deeply, his expression one of resignation. He exchanged a knowing look with Gardevoir, nodding slightly in affirmation. Gardevoir too shone with a dazzling light, its bond with Lu Feng catalyzing its transformation into Mega Gardevoir through the power of the Mega Stone. Nasi observed this metamorphosis with keen interest, utilizing her psychic abilities to gauge Gardevoir's state. She cast a penetrating gaze at Lu Feng, her face reflecting a contemplative demeanor. Soon after, Alakazam began to levitate, closing its eyes and entering a meditative stance. Seeing this, Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he urgently instructed Gardevoir, use mystical fire to interrupt Alakazam's meditation. In response, Gardevoir conjured a vibrant flame, propelled by psychic force towards the meditating Alakazam. Just as the mystical fire was about to engulf Alakazam, it vanished from sight, reappearing a short distance away. The meditative state was effectively disrupted by its sudden movement. Suddenly, powerful psychic energy coalesced before Alakazam, morphing into sharp, knife-like entities that exuded a formidable aura, aimed directly at Gardevoir. As the psychic blades closed in, Gardevoir swiftly attempted to evade using teleport. However, just as it was about to execute the skill, a heavy pressure descended upon it, momentarily halting its actions. This was the effect of the bind technique. The purple psychic blades were now poised to strike Gardevoir, prompting Lu Feng to shout, Gardevoir, hold your ground, as his voice resonated. A protective barrier of mysterious energy enveloped Gardevoir, mitigating the impact of the psychic blades. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Feng realized that the situation could not continue as it was. He harnessed the power of aura, striving to communicate his thoughts to Gardevoir. A smile graced his face as he beheld Alakazam, softly instructing Gardevoir, Lunar Blessing. Following Lu Feng's command, Gardevoir radiated a luminous glow and feigned an attack, executing the move Charm. Nasi, witnessing this unfold, wore a look of astonishment, unable to issue commands to Alakazam in time. She could only watch as Alakazam was struck by the charm, its eyes reflecting admiration as it stood dazed in place. Nasi attempted to awaken Alakazam through her psychic abilities, but Lu Feng denied her any opportunity, directing Gardevoir to capitalize on Alakazam's moment of vulnerability. Seizing the chance, Gardevoir unleashed a flurry of magical leaves upon Alakazam. Just as Alakazam regained consciousness, Gardevoir deftly employed Will-O-Wisp, utilizing its burn effect to deplete Alakazam's final vestige of stamina, thereby securing victory. The match concluded. Lu Feng, hailing from the Hoenn region, emerged victorious in this gym battle. The referee, stationed nearby, announced the final outcome as Alakazam lay incapacitated on the battlefield. Nasi gradually recalled her Alakazam, producing a golden badge, which she telekinetically transferred to Lu Feng. Lu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief as he accepted the golden badge, the tension on his face easing considerably. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden badge and the cursed symbol, with a world fusion rate of 1. Congratulations. Well fought, Nasi remarked, her tone cool as she regarded Lu Feng. Then, as if recalling something, she produced a scroll and handed it to him. "What is this?" Lu Feng inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. "This is a manual for psychic training. It contains some of my insights," Nasi explained calmly, her gaze unwavering. "Though you are not a psychic, I hope it proves beneficial to you." "Why?" Lu Feng questioned, puzzled by Nasi's intentions. "The number of individuals with special abilities in this world is exceedingly scarce. I hope that one day you can stand beside me," Nasi responded softly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Upon hearing Nasi's words, Lu Feng's face reflected a mix of astonishment and gratitude. Perhaps it was due to a mutual understanding or shared identity that Nasi personally elucidated the key points, gradually illuminating Lu Feng's understanding. 3 hours later, Lu Feng exited the Golden Gym, slowly making his way towards the Pokémon Center. He handed his Poké Balls to Nurse Joy, utilizing the medical facilities to aid Jengar's recovery. After retrieving his Poké Balls, Lu Feng promptly retreated to his dormitory. He produced the recently acquired scroll, diligently studying its contents with unwavering focus. Once he had committed the information to memory, Lu Feng set the scroll aside and entered a contemplative state. Through the insights documented within the scroll, he began to forge a path towards mastering psychic abilities. He endeavored to apply the training methods described, attuning himself to the aura within, slowly guiding the flow of aura energy. Time passed gradually. An hour later, he opened his eyes, a look of delight illuminating his features. "It works. My hypothesis was correct. The methods for psychic training can indeed be adapted for aura mastery." As Lu Feng sensed the changes within himself, he reflected with a wistful sigh. Although the enhancement was subtle, he could discern a gradual increase in his aura energy. Nonetheless, he realized that this method was ultimately too slow. If he wished to expedite the enhancement of his aura, he must seek the legacy of aura mastery. As Lu Feng gradually calmed his emotions, a look of uncertainty returned to his face. It seemed necessary to find a time to visit the city of Yuludran to seek out the legacy left by the brave Oolong. Silently, he jotted down his plans in his notebook and murmured to himself. Chapter 62. The Incident at Silver Corporation. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from the esteemed Yang Mei Mo Shun, after a night of rest, Lu Feng emerged from the Pokémon Center and strolled towards the location of Silver Corporation. Standing before the Silver Tower, he gazed upward at the 11-story building. An information began to swirl in his mind. Silver Corporation, the largest manufacturer of Pokémon items in the Kanto region, was most memorable to Lu Feng for creating a unique type of Pokéball known as the Master Ball, reputed to capture any Pokémon. In the realm of gaming, the Master Ball could effortlessly capture legendary Pokémon without the need for battle, akin to a divine artifact. However, in reality, its efficacy was far more limited. It merely offered a higher capture rate compared to other Pokéballs. The strength of legendary Pokémon in the real world exceeded imagination, and no mere Master Ball could contain them. If unacknowledged, these legendary creatures would easily break free from its confines. The existence of the Master Ball merely provided a vessel capable of bearing their immense power alongside a trainer who earned their respect. Despite its limitations, Lu Feng felt a twinge of envy towards the Master Ball. After all, one day he might earn the recognition of a high-ranking legendary, and without a suitable Pokéball, how could he hope to capture them? However, the concept of the Master Ball seemed distant, far from his current reach. Shaking his head slightly, Lu Feng dispelled the fanciful thoughts from his mind and made his way towards a nearby shop. Intending to purchase some special Pokéballs for unforeseen circumstances and to provide his Pokémon with a more comfortable environment. Before he could enter the shop, however, his attention was diverted by a nearby commotion. Turning towards the source of the noise, he observed several tourists animatedly arguing with the security guard at the entrance of Silver Corporation. "Why is this happening? I came all the way to Golden City just to visit Silver Corporation," one tourist exclaimed. "I sincerely apologize and appreciate your support for Silver Corporation. But due to significant events, we have temporarily closed the visiting access. Please return," the guard replied with a stern expression. "When will it reopen for visits?" Another tourist inquired patiently. "That is uncertain. Please await further announcements on our official website," the guard maintained, his face remaining impassive. "What kind of attitude is that? Is this how a large company behaves?" a frustrated tourist retorted. The guard remained expressionless, firmly blocking the entrance and preventing any further entry. "Let it go. Something significant must be happening at Silver Corporation, or they wouldn't be acting this way. The last time I came, the guard was not so cold and unyielding," another tourist advised, attempting to quell the rising tempers and prevent any rash actions that might attract Miss Junch's attention. Consequently, the tourists could only leave in anger, muttering curses at the unyielding guard. Observing this scene, Lu Feng wore a contemplative expression, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity, as if he had witnessed something similar before. After a moment of reflection, a flash of insight struck him, and he muttered to himself, could it be that Team Rocket has invaded Silver Corporation? Although Silver Corporation was the largest enterprise in the Kanto region, comparable in scale to Devon Corporation in Hoenn, the Ether Foundation in Alola, and the Malakaman Group in Galar, its defensive capabilities were relatively weak, lacking many formidable trainers, rendering it a purely commercial entity. Additionally, due to production limitations, the Master Balls they developed were not widely circulated in the market, making the interest from Team Rocket entirely plausible. If that were the case, perhaps my chance at acquiring a Master Ball had arrived. Lu Feng's gaze flickered as he looked at the towering silver tower. He then swiftly moved to a secluded spot. Releasing his Genghis from its Pokeball, pointing towards Silver Corporation, he quietly communicated with Genghis. Jia Jia. Genghis responded softly, then vanished into the shadows, disappearing from Lu Feng's view. Lu Feng lingered in place for a while, discreetly observing the changes at Silver Corporation, patiently awaiting Genghis's return. After a brief period, Genghis emerged from the shadows, a mischievous grin on its face. Well, what has transpired at Silver Corporation? Lu Feng inquired eagerly, his expression reflecting urgency. Genghis, noticing Lu Feng's demeanor, promptly recounted what it had witnessed. Under the influence of the power of the spirit, Lu Feng's face grew increasingly serious as he listened to Genghis's description. Indeed, Team Rocket had occupied Silver Corporation. Stealing a glance at Silver Corporation, Lu Feng whispered to himself. Just then, the system's voice echoed, announcing an epic quest. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received an epic quest. Rescue Silver Corporation. Quest duration, 3 days. Requirements. Repel the Team Rocket members occupying Silver Corporation and rescue the imprisoned chairman of Silver Corporation. Quest reward. A gift from the chairman of Silver Corporation. Failure penalty. Severe injury and loss of Pokémon to Team Rocket. As Lu Feng examined the quest information before him, he inhaled deeply, his brows furrowing in contemplation. He understood that the level of the quest assigned by the system was undoubtedly linked to its difficulty. Thus, it was likely that he would encounter formidable Team Rocket trainers along the way. Would he face a high-ranking member of Team Rocket? Lu Feng pinched his temples, feeling a headache coming on. After taking a final glance at Silver Corporation, he turned away without a hint of hesitation. He needed to make the necessary preparations to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 63. The Resolve of Damalen. Thanks to the esteemed Nu for the motivation, at the Golden City Pokémon Center, Lu Feng stood before a massive communicator, waiting silently. After a moment, the connection was established, and an elderly man with silver hair appeared on the screen. Upon seeing the old man's figure, Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly engaged in conversation with him. Moses, this is the Oak Research Institute. May I ask, Dr. Oak? This is Lu Feng. Lu Feng's voice resonated through the screen, reaching Dr. Oak's ears. Observing Lu Feng on the other side of the screen, Dr. Oak's expression shifted to one of surprise, uncertain about the purpose of Lu Feng's call. Ah, it is you, Lu Feng. I wonder what brings you to contact me today, Dr. Oak inquired with a warm demeanor. Doctor. It is like this. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before sharing his unexpected discovery with Dr. Oak. Upon hearing this, Dr. Oak's expression gradually altered, his brow furrowing slightly. A lingering shadow of worry cast upon his face. Have you confirmed this matter? Dr. Oak asked, gazing at the young man on the screen, his voice laden with concern. Yes, doctor. I have dispatched Giston to investigate, Lu Feng replied earnestly, his gaze clear and untainted. Dr. Oak and Lu Feng exchanged looks, a heavy silence enveloping them. After a prolonged moment, Dr. Oak finally spoke. I will report this to the Alliance. I never anticipated such an event would occur. Subsequently, Lu Feng severed the connection with Dr. Oak and began his slow trek toward the Silver Company. He was acutely aware that, based solely on his current capabilities, he might be able to defeat an ordinary Team Rocket leader, yet he felt utterly powerless against the formidable cadre of Team Rocket. After all, those leaders, whether the 4 commanders of Kanto or the 3 beasts of Johto, possessed strengths comparable to that of a champion, far beyond the reach of a newcomer barely stepping into the realm of a quasi-champion. Thus, he must seek external assistance. After a brief contemplation, Lu Feng turned his focus to the Quartz Alliance. In the Kanto region, only the Quartz Alliance, as an official entity, could stand against Team Rocket. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng resolved to appeal to Dr. Oak, hoping to leverage his connections to urge the Alliance to dispatch powerful trainers for support. Given Dr. Oak's current status and position, the Quartz Alliance would undoubtedly heed his report. Only in this manner could he hope to complete the mission assigned by the system within the deadline. Otherwise, if he pursued the matter through Miss Junsha, it would necessitate extensive verification before notifying the alliance. Such a convoluted process would render the opportunity moot, compelling Lu Feng to resort to this desperate measure. After concluding the call, a flicker of melancholy crossed Dr. Oak's face. He silently activated the communicator, connecting to the Quartz Alliance headquarters. After a considerable time, he slowly set down the phone, gazing out towards the Research Institute's exterior, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Quartz Plateau, Office of the President of the Quartz Alliance. Damaranchi quietly ended the call, contemplating for a moment before rising and stepping outside. Soon, he found himself before a young man with hair akin to blazing flames. Draped in a black cloak, this young man was the head of the Kanto Elite Four and the future champion of Johto, the Dragon Master, Yulong-Du. Damaranchi regarded the young man before him, a smile gracing his features as he warmly inquired, "Adieu, Doctor. Oak has just reported to the Alliance that Team Rocket has been sighted in Goldenrod City. Would you be able to assist? Is Granny Kiku, Kinna, and Shiba not available?" Yulong-Du queried in return, unable to suppress his displeasure at the unexpected trouble interrupting his hard-earned rest. "Granny Kiku is of advanced age. You wouldn't want her, an elderly woman, to traverse back and forth, would you?" Damaranchi shook his head, slowly explaining. "Moreover, the headquarters requires a champion to remain in place. Kinna is currently far away on Seven Island and cannot return promptly." Damaranchi gazed out the window at the scenery, sighing softly before continuing his explanation to Yulong-Du. "As for Shiba, he has entered the Miacha Mountain for training. You know he doesn't carry communication devices during his training, so we cannot reach him at this moment." Yulong-Du listened to Damaranchi's words, feeling a headache coming on as he maintained a stoic expression in their shared gaze. "What is the situation this time?" After a lengthy pause, Yulong-Du reluctantly conceded, looking at Damaranchi with an air of resignation. "It is said that a young trainer has discovered Team Rocket's trace, and the entire Silver Company has fallen under their grasp." Damaranchi's expression morphed, a mixture of anger and complexity washing over him. "What? How dare these filthy rats hiding in the shadows?" Yulong-Du exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated Team Rocket's audacity to extend its claws toward the largest enterprise in Kanto. Then, as if struck by a thought, a sardonic expression crossed his face as he looked at Damaranchi and remarked, "President, those parasites in the Alliance must also be purged." Yulong-Du understood well that Team Rocket's bold actions were undoubtedly connected to those corrupt officials within the Alliance. Without the machinations of these legislators, how could Team Rocket have evaded Miss Junsha and infiltrated Goldenrod City to seize the Silver Company? Damaranchi's countenance darkened upon hearing Yulong-Du's words, yet he nodded in agreement. "I will ensure you receive an explanation regarding this matter." A glint of coldness flashed in Damaranchi's eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. The legislators within the Alliance had now encroached upon his bottom line, stirring his anger. "I shall head to Goldenrod City at once." Yulong-Du glanced at Damaranchi, his expression softening slightly, and spoke in a low voice. He then retrieved a Poké Ball, releasing a Dragonite, and mounted it, heading toward Goldenrod City. Damaranchi watched the receding figure, silently exhaling a sigh before turning away, his face set in an icy demeanor. Chapter 64. Infiltration of the Silver Company. Thanks to user 11067537 for the inspiration capsule. Meanwhile, as Yulong-Du set out, Lu Feng also initiated his own actions. He first arrived at a tailor shop in Goldenrod City, conveying his requirements to the shopkeeper, who would craft a fitted Team Rocket uniform for him. Subsequently, Lu Feng cautiously approached the Silver Company and, seizing a moment of the guard's laxity, dispatched Giston to hypnotize him. Thus, Lu Feng effortlessly entered through the doors of the Silver Company. Upon stepping inside, Lu Feng immediately sensed no fewer than 5 or 6 pairs of eyes upon him. Fortunately, their attention was brief, and upon noticing his Team Rocket attire, they averted their gazes. Lu Feng, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, made his way toward the staircase. But before he could reach it, a voice of inquiry rang out behind him. "Wait, who are you? I don't recall having seen you before." A Team Rocket member questioned, eyeing Lu Feng's unfamiliar back with evident curiosity. He was familiar with all the members stationed at the lower levels of Team Rocket, except for Lu Feng, which made him feel a twinge of caution as he fixed a hostile gaze upon Lu Feng. "I have been dispatched with urgent matters to report to the officials." Having just arrived from Chompan City, Lu Feng calmly turned around, his expression unwavering as he addressed the Team Rocket member. "Ah, that explains why I haven't seen you before," the Team Rocket member responded, a look of realization crossing his face, and his suspicions dissipated. After all, Sakaki was still the master of the Chongpan Gym, and the entire Chongpan City was considered Team Rocket's territory. Thus, the member thought little of Lu Feng's claim of coming from there. "By the way, where is the official now?" Lu Feng casually inquired, noticing that the members' doubts had subsided. Lord Lance should be on the 11th floor, the Team Rocket member replied thoughtfully. At this, Lu Feng nodded imperceptibly and began to make his way towards the staircase. Once he sensed that the Team Rocket member had departed, a heavy pall settled over his expression, as if a tempest had stirred within him. So there really is a Team Rocket official. And one of the 4 commanders at that. Lu Feng inhaled deeply as he regarded the upper levels. After a brief moment of contemplation, he devised a new plan. Jisudo, I am counting on you this time, Lu Feng said, his expression serious as he looked at Jisudo. With an eerie cackle, Jisudo nodded in agreement. Lu Feng dispatched Jisudo to hypnotize the Team Rocket members along the way, preventing any unnecessary confrontations that might alert Lance, who was stationed above. With Jisudo's assistance, Lu Feng navigated to the 9th floor without encountering any peril, as the Team Rocket members were all rendered unconscious by Jisudo's hypnotic powers, sparing him from triggering any battles. Cautiously, Lu Feng advanced until he arrived at a heavily guarded conference room. 3 or 4 Team Rocket members patrolled tirelessly, leaving no opportunity for Lu Feng. Observing the scene before him, he felt a headache coming on. He knew full well that combat was now inevitable. However, before he could take action, a voice suddenly crackled through the walkie-talkies of the 4 Team Rocket members, causing Lu Feng's heart to plummet. Attention all Team Rocket members on each floor. We have lost contact with several levels and suspect an intruder has infiltrated Silver Company. Please be vigilant regarding your surroundings. The faces of the 4 Team Rocket members paled as they exchanged anxious glances. Witnessing this unfold, Lu Feng's complexion darkened, and he muttered helplessly, "This is troublesome." He had not anticipated being exposed in such a manner, and a sense of regret washed over him. He then released his Shenato's Pokeball and instructed, "Shenato, use Psychic to control these Team Rocket members." A powerful wave of psychic energy descended, immobilizing the Team Rocket members without affording them any chance to retaliate. The members stared at Lu Feng in terror, bewildered as to when he had come near. After incapacitating a few Team Rocket members, Lu Feng pushed open the heavily fortified conference room door. Inside, he found a stylishly dressed woman bound and displaying a face filled with worry and fear. Lu Feng approached her, carefully untying her ropes, and before she could scream, he covered her mouth with his hand. He then quietly explained to her, signaling for her to remain silent to avoid alerting Lance. Through their exchange, Lu Feng learned that she was the secretary of the chairman of Silver, imprisoned by Team Rocket for refusing to cooperate with their questioning. Where is the chairman currently held? Lu Feng softly inquired. The chairman is confined in the office on the 11th floor, the secretary replied, her expression still reflecting her shock. Lu Feng nodded silently before instructing her. See if you can use the communicator to contact Miss Junsha in Jinwang City and request reinforcements. I will head up to assess the situation. The secretary, understanding his urgency, nodded vigorously and turned to search for the communicator. Lu Feng took a deep breath, glanced at the 10th floor, and resolutely ascended. However, before he could reach the 10th floor, a blinding white light suddenly illuminated the area, charging towards him with incredible force. Lu Feng swiftly dodged, utilizing the heightened awareness granted by his aura, narrowly evading the terrifying attack and rolling into the corner. As he looked up, he saw several Team Rocket members emerging from the stairwell, accompanied by their Pokémon, their faces twisted into cruel expressions, all braced for a confrontation. At last, "We've found you, Alliance Mouse," one of the Team Rocket members exclaimed with malevolent glee. Lu Feng exhaled heavily and, with a stoic expression, commanded, "Shenato, prepare for battle." Chapter 65, The Wrath of Lance. How did you know I wasn't part of Team Rocket? Lu Feng queried, bewildered as he faced the Team Rocket members. Uncertain of how they had come to their conclusion, Shenato stood resolutely before Lu Feng, its demeanor grave as it regarded the Pokémon of Team Rocket. "Humph. You dare ascend to the 10th floor without Lord Lance's permission, and you still claim not to be with the Alliance?" A Team Rocket member jeered, his eyes glinting with mockery. Understanding dawned on Lu Feng, realizing the basis for their assumption. He immediately commanded Shenato, "Use Psychic." A powerful wave of psychic energy spread forth, enveloping the nearby Pokémon with an overwhelming sense of pressure that felt almost tangible. In the midst of this expansive purple aura, Shenato resembled a psychic queen, regal and solemn, wielding tremendous strength. Under this terrifying assault, several Weezing and Onyxes were instantly struck down, akin to kites severed from their strings, careening backwards. "You little brat. I didn't expect you to be so strong." The Team Rocket members cursed, their expressions darkening as they surveyed the scene. Seeing his attack succeed, Lu Feng couldn't help but release a sigh of relief, his previously furrowed brow gradually easing. "Get your Pokémon out now," the leading Team Rocket member exclaimed, his face slick with sweat, urgently addressing his comrades. The other Team Rocket members exchanged glances, quickly retrieving their Poké Balls. As several Poké Balls were tossed, a horde of vicious Zubats emerged, soaring towards Lu Feng's position. As the wings fluttered, a powerful gust of wind erupted, swirling sharp blades of air that swiftly splashed forth. Light wall. Then, enter meditation. Hearing this, Sinnoh conjured a transparent barrier before herself. Under the protection of the light wall, the howling blades of air were thwarted, allowing Sinnoh to seize the opportunity to enter a meditative state. Zubat, quickly used by to stop it. The Team Rocket members, witnessing Sinnoh's actions, felt a sense of urgency and hastily commanded Zubat. Responding to its trainer's command, the Zubat hovering in the air flew towards Sinnoh, shimmering with dark energy. Too late. Sinnoh, unleash your most powerful psychic. Lu Feng remarked with a detached expression as he observed the approaching Zubat. At that moment, Sinnoh opened her eyes and unleashed the full force of her psychic attack towards the oncoming Zubats, enhanced by the meditation and her dazzling trait. This assault reached the level of a quasi-champion, bearing down with terrifying pressure directly upon the Zubats. In the astonished gaze of the Team Rocket members, several elite and gym-level Zubats were instantaneously defeated. The Team Rocket leader's eyes bulged with rage, a fierce glint flashing within them as he sent forth his last Pokémon to charge at Lu Feng. The vicious Arbok, with its gaping maw and sharp fangs, transformed into a shadow and lunged towards Lu Feng. Sinnoh, observing the ferocious Arbok, felt a surge of indignation and attempted to move closer to Lu Feng to shield him from the attack, only to be obstructed by another Team Rocket member's Doug trio. Just as Lu Feng appeared to be on the verge of meeting his demise at the jaws of Arbok, a purplish-black light suddenly illuminated behind him, and a shadow ball, brimming with immense energy, shot forth, crashing heavily into Arbok and inflicting significant damage, causing it to fall to the ground. Lu Feng gazed impassively at the Team Rocket leader, as a dark-hued Gengar slowly emerged from the shadows with a fierce glare. With a thud, under Sinnoh's wrathful assault, Doug trio collapsed, losing its fighting capability. Damn it! The Team Rocket members glared at Lu Feng with unyielding resentment, roaring in fury. Lu Feng fixed his gaze upon the dying struggles of the Team Rocket members, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as the surrounding temperature began to drop. Psychic. With Lu Feng's command, Sinnoh once again unleashed a surge of potent psychic energy, sending the remaining Team Rocket members crashing to the ground, their breaths fading rapidly as they slipped into unconsciousness. Look at that highest level. Lu Feng took a deep breath, knowing a fierce battle awaited him, and promptly instructed Sinnoh to enter a meditative state to amplify their strength. Subsequently, Lu Feng, accompanied by Sinnoh and Gengar, ascended to the 11th floor of the Silver Company. On the 11th floor of the Silver Company, within the president's office, a green-haired Team Rocket executive watched the surveillance footage, his anger boiling over. His face was etched with fury as he spoke in a low tone. What a bunch of useless fools, with so many of you. You can't even take down a mere child. He then turned his gaze towards an elderly man in the room, threateningly stating, Chairman Silver, I will give you one last chance to hand over the research data on the Master Ball. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. The elderly man remained composed, gazing steadily at Lance, responding calmly, Are you not afraid of inciting the League's wrath with your actions, Team Rocket? Give up. I will not hand over the Master Ball research to your nefarious organization. Upon hearing Chairman Silver's words, Lance's expression twisted into one of malevolence as he prepared to employ coercive measures to force the chairman's submission. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps outside grew increasingly distinct, causing Lance to halt his actions. Humph. Chairman Silver, I hope you will provide me with a satisfactory response after I deal with that child. Do not expect a mere child to save your Silver Company. Lance cast a cold glance towards the door before leaving. Chairman Silver's expression shifted slightly, watching Lance's retreating figure, feeling a swell of concern for Lu Feng. Despite Lu Feng's recent display of strength, he believed that he was still no match for Lance. With a deep sigh, he could only hope for a miracle. Chapter 66, The Dragon Messenger and the Dragon Crossing. Thanks to the inspiration of Colonel Hong Lian, Lu Feng, accompanied by Sinnoh and Gengar, cautiously ascended to the 11th floor, carefully surveying their surroundings. However, they found no trace of Team Rocket, leaving them perplexed. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out from a distance, cold and menacing. Child, this is where it ends. How dare you come to obstruct Team Rocket? Are you tired of living? Listening to this voice, Lu Feng's expression grew serious as he looked up to see Lance approaching slowly. Sensing the pressure emanating from Lance, Lu Feng furrowed his brow, ready to confront him. Whether I live or die is not for you, Team Rocket, to decide. Sinnoh, use magical shine. Lu Feng understood the disparity between himself and Lance, hastily instructing Sinnoh, hoping to catch Lance off guard and increase his chances of victory. A futile struggle. Lance scoffed at Lu Feng's attack, his expression one of disdain. Zubat. Use cross poison and tear him apart. As Lance's command was issued, a ghostly green light emerged behind him, infused with potent venom, crashing heavily into Shinato's magical shine. The powerful cross poison shattered the brilliance of the magical shine, continuing its trajectory toward Shinато. Observing the scene before him, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Feng's brow, his demeanor serious as he commanded Shinато, reflect wall. Without hesitation, Shinато executed the reflect wall move. In an instant, the cross poison collided with the reflect wall, radiating light. Thanks to the reflect wall, the cross poison was deflected back towards Zubat. Gengar, use Shadow Ball for distraction. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng directed Gengar to assist, hoping to create an opening for Shinато to launch an attack. Zubat, evade. Lance remained indifferent, calmly issuing his orders. Zubat deftly dodged the cross-poison attack and swiftly sidestepped the Shadow Ball, utilizing its agility to approach Shinato's vicinity. Zubat, use Toxic. With Lance's voice resounding once more, Zubat seized the moment, leveraging its speed advantage to land directly upon Shinато. Shauna. The intense toxicity, imbued with corrosive power, compelled Shinато to emit a pained roar. Under the influence of this venomous attack, Shinato's vitality waned rapidly, its breath growing increasingly feeble. Observing this scene, Lu Feng's expression shifted dramatically, a hint of urgency surfacing between his brows. Shinato, use. Before Lu Feng could issue his command, Lance directly instructed his Charizard. Charge in and unleash the most powerful cross poison. Capitalizing on its speed advantage, Charizard swiftly approached Shinato, delivering a devastating cross poison strike that struck Shinato directly. Already gravely injured, Shinato had no time to evade this assault and succumbed, losing its combat ability. Simultaneously, Charizard darted along the wall and swiftly reached Gengar's, executing a biting attack before Gengar's could react, causing it to plummet. Just as Lu Feng intended to retrieve a Pokeball to send out his next Pokémon, Lance denied him any opportunity, commanding Charizard to launch itself toward Lu Feng's position. Child, this ends now, Lance declared with an indifferent tone, his face betraying impatience. As Charizard hurtled toward him, Lu Feng had no time to fetch his Pokeball. Instead, he relied on the awareness granted by his aura, rolling away to evade the attack. Huh, quite fortunate, aren't we? I wonder how many more times you can dodge, Lance remarked, initially taken aback by Lu Feng's evasion, before breaking into a mocking laugh. 5 minutes later, leaning against the wall, Lu Feng panted heavily, his spirit visibly waning as he gazed at Charizard, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. A bitter smile flickered across his face as he glanced at the wall behind him, revealing a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Charizard lunged once more, a sinister grin plastered across its face, as it soared toward Lu Feng, its sharp wings slicing through the air, poised to strike. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as the wall behind Lu Feng erupted, a blinding white light surging forth, hurtling toward Charizard. Under the impact of this radiant light, Charizard lost its combat ability and crashed to the ground. At that moment, a young man with fiery red hair and a comically rotund Pokémon emerged through the breach in the wall. He surveyed the surroundings, casting a few lingering glances at Lu Feng before turning to Lance, stating coldly, "Team Rocket's rat, you cannot escape." Lance's face paled with fear upon recognizing the red-haired figure. His voice trembled as he uttered, "Dragon Master Yolongdu." Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the cloaked silhouette, fatigue evident in his voice as he remarked, "Finally, you've arrived, though I didn't expect it would be you, Yolongdu. Damn, if it weren't for this brat getting in the way." Lance shot Lu Feng a furious glance, then retrieved his Pokeball to summon his Weezing. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Feng and Yolongdu, he ordered Weezing to execute a self-destruct move. Dragonite, use Protect. Yolongdu commanded hastily, knowing the danger that loomed. A deafening explosion resonated, causing the entire silver building to tremble as dust billowed, enveloping the 11th floor. When the haze finally cleared, Lance's figure had vanished. Yolongdu snorted derisively. "Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped." He then turned his gaze to Lu Feng, inquiring coolly, "Are you all right?" Lu Feng shook his head and retrieved his Pokeballs, recalling Shinato and Gengar's. "You seem to have good fortune, encountering 2 shiny Pokémon," Yolongdu remarked, eyeing Shinato and Gengar's with intrigue. "It was merely a fortunate coincidence. I must thank the Dragon Master for the timely rescue." Lu Feng expressed his gratitude. "Fighting against evil organizations is the duty of the Kanto champion. You need not feel indebted," Yolongdu replied softly. "However, the information you provided successfully thwarted Team Rocket's scheme, and the League should extend its gratitude to you." Lu Feng's expression brightened with surprise at Yolongdu's words. Chapter 67. Acquisition of the Master Ball, thanks to the legendary Pokémon's summoning of Xerneas, after some time. With General Lance's retreat and the arrest of Team Rocket members, the Silver Building gradually fell into tranquility. Following a brief exchange with Lu Feng, Yolanda departed, riding his rotund Pokémon back to the Quartz Plateau. Before leaving, he vowed to apply for a reward from the League on Lu Feng's behalf, which greatly uplifted Lu Feng's spirits. Subsequently, under the guidance of a secretary, Lu Feng met with the chairman of the Silver Company. Mr. Lu Feng, you are indeed a remarkable young man. We are immensely grateful for your assistance to our Silver Company. The chairman smiled warmly at Lu Feng. It was but a small effort, and besides, it was the Dragon Master who resolved this matter. I cannot claim all the credit, Lu Feng replied calmly, shaking his head gently. Though that may be true, without your help, our Silver Company might have awaited the League's support in vain, the chairman remarked, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, hinting at deeper concerns. If Yolanda could ponder such matters, the old fox that was the chairman certainly could as well. He believed that without certain high-ranking officials' assistance, Team Rocket would not have been able to infiltrate Goldenrod City and seize control of the Silver Company unnoticed. Did he truly think that Miss Junshaw of Goldenrod City and the international police were inept? Hence, his sentiments toward the League grew increasingly distrustful. For this, I have prepared a token of gratitude, and I hope you will not decline it, the chairman said, once again smiling at Lu Feng. Moments later, the gentle secretary produced a box and placed it slowly before Lu Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the chairman's token of gratitude. World announcement. Player 9527 successfully thwarted Team Rocket's scheme, completing an epic task, hereby announced. World announcement. Player 9527 successfully thwarted Team Rocket's scheme, completing an epic task, hereby announced. World announcement. Player 9527 successfully thwarted Team Rocket's scheme, completing an epic task, hereby announced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Golden Crown X1. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Feng exhaled a breath of relief, his previously tense body gradually relaxing. What is this? Lu Feng inquired nonchalantly of the chairman. These are our company's membership cards, along with some corresponding Pokeball products. I hope you find them to your liking. This particular Pokeball is our company's Master Ball. I hope it proves useful to you, the chairman stated, pride evident in his tone. Lu Feng trembled slightly upon hearing the chairman's words, taken aback by the chairman's generosity. Lu Feng gazed intently at the Master Ball held by Chairman Silver, his eyes ablaze with fervor, reminiscent of a roaring flame. This is far too precious, he confessed, a struggle evident in his expression, his demeanor complex. In comparison to Mr. Lu Feng's assistance, these gifts are but trifles, Chairman Silver remarked enigmatically, his tone imbued with a depth of meaning. Ultimately, Lu Feng graciously accepted the tokens of gratitude from Silver Corporation, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he took his leave. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center in Golden City, Lu Feng first entrusted Nurse Joy with the care of his Shinado and Jengars, before retreating to his rented quarters. As he withdrew the Master Ball, his countenance shifted to one of intricate emotion. At last, he had obtained the Master Ball, a feat that had proven to be quite arduous. He began to reflect on the series of events that had transpired, gradually feeling a sense of relief. Had it not been for the support of the League, the mission could very well have ended in failure. After concluding his reflections, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and he succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in Silver Tower, the gentle secretary observed the contemplative chairman, her face a canvas of indecision. After a prolonged silence, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Chairman, I am perplexed as to why we would part with the Master Ball. Given our current production capacity, it remains immensely valuable to us." Without turning, Chairman Silver stared pensively out the window, and after a lengthy pause, he sighed. Although Silver stands shoulder to shoulder with Duin in the realm of commerce, we lag significantly in the cultivation of trainers. We must forge alliances with talented trainers to nurture our own team. Otherwise, should Team Rocket invade again, who will come to our aid? But isn't the League present? The secretary replied, her confusion palpable as she looked at Chairman Silver, unable to fathom his dismissal of the League's support. The League? Huh. If not for the assistance of certain individuals within the League, do you truly believe Team Rocket could so easily seize control of Silver Corporation? Chairman Silver retorted. Disbelief etched across his features. The secretary, struck by his words, felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her faith wavering. From now on, keep an eye out for young, talented trainers. Silver Corporation cannot continue in this manner, he declared with resolute conviction, his voice resonating with authority. Simultaneously, as Lu Feng completed his task, the world announcement reverberated once more, igniting a frenzy in the player forums. Countless players, upon seeing the familiar number in the announcement, exhibited a complex array of emotions. Some seasoned players, well acquainted with Team Rocket, fell into an awestruck silence upon reading the information. Oh my, it's that 9,527 again. He has received a world announcement. How many times is this now? Is he somehow in wholesale with the world announcements? Same as ever, what a show-off. 9,527. Could you please reveal the name of your tutoring class? A friend of mine is eager to enroll. A girl expressed her desire to meet this young man, hoping for an opportunity. Are you sure you're not a burly man hiding behind that screen? Ah, this 9,527 must surely be from our great Han nation, right? Chapter 68. League Rewards. Thanks to the character summoned from the illustrious Jiangdatsai of Santala Fuji Island, the following day, as dawn broke and the sky cleared, the gentle fragrance of wildflowers wafted through the Pokémon Center, mingling with the soft breeze and gradually awakening Lu Feng from his slumber. The first ray of morning sun streamed through the window, warming him pleasantly. Gazing at the nascent sunlight, Lu Feng felt the fatigue from yesterday's battle dissipate, leaving him invigorated. He prepared breakfast for his Pokémon using energy cubes and skillfully massaged them to alleviate the strains of battle. Soon after, he began contemplating his next course of action, recalling memories of his past endeavors. With the silver incident behind him, it was time to journey to Yuhong City for his next gym badge. After considerable thought, Lu Feng resolved to set off for Yuhong City immediately. However, just as he was about to leave the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy called out to him. "Mr. Lu Feng, please wait," she exclaimed, her expression shifting as if she had remembered something important. "Is there something you need, Nurse Joy?" Lu Feng turned slowly, his face adorned with a look of surprise, uncertain of her intent. "There is a communication for you," Nurse Joy explained, observing Lu Feng's puzzled expression. Upon hearing her words, a look of astonishment crossed Lu Feng's face, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Once he regained his composure, he expressed his gratitude to Nurse Joy before approaching the communication device. As he tapped the confirmation button, the snowy screen gradually cleared to reveal an elderly man with graying hair and a face creased with wrinkles. He regarded Lu Feng with a warm smile. "Professor Oak?" Lu Feng exclaimed, recognition dawning upon him as he beheld the kindly visage. "Ah, Lu Feng, I heard about yesterday's events. You performed admirably," Professor Oak remarked, his eyes glimmering with admiration as he regarded the composed young man on the screen. "It was merely fortuitous timing. I appreciate your assistance. Without your notification to the League, I would not have been able to thwart Team Rocket's scheme," Lu Feng replied, gratitude evident in his expression. "Actually, I reached out today to discuss the rewards the Indigo League has decided to bestow upon you for your timely intelligence and successful intervention against Team Rocket," Professor Oak elucidated. A look of surprise crossed Lu Feng's face as he recalled the promise made by the Dojo that day, yet he had not anticipated such swift action from the League. This was indeed unexpected, as the League's efficiency was often noted to be lacking. Clearly, someone of considerable influence must have advocated on his behalf, expediting the process. With this realization, Lu Feng regarded the serene elder with newfound respect and said earnestly, "Professor, I am profoundly grateful for your support." Professor Oak smiled gently, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the earnestness of the young man before him. "May I inquire as to the nature of the League's rewards?" Lu Feng ventured cautiously. As Lu Feng shifted his tone, curiosity danced across his face as he inquired of Dr. Oki. After a moment of contemplation, as if reminiscing about something, Dr. Oki spoke in a soft whisper. "The Quartz Alliance has proposed 2 reward options for you. The first is to grant you a certain amount of Alliance currency along with treasure rewards, and to provide you with discount privileges at friendship stores across various locations to meet your resource needs for training over the next 2 years. The second option offers no Alliance currency, but instead presents you with a starter Pokémon from the Kanto region. You may choose one of these options as your reward. I hope you will consider it carefully." Upon concluding his words, Lu Feng fell into a brief silence, weighing the advantages and disadvantages of the 2 rewards in quiet contemplation. After a short deliberation, he abruptly lifted his head and, gazing at Dr. Oki, resolutely declared, "Doctor, I choose the second option." This choice was made after thorough consideration. At this moment, with the generous gift from Chairman Silver and his own savings, Lu Feng found himself not in dire need of material resources. Conversely, the starter Pokémon were rare and hard to come by, making them a coveted opportunity for Lu Feng. After all, in the realm of Pokémon, he was merely an ordinary trainer of humble origins. Acquiring a starter Pokémon controlled by the Pokémon Alliance would be quite challenging without the right opportunity. Thus, after careful thought, Lu Feng unhesitatingly opted for the second option. On the other end of the communicator, Dr. Oki beamed with a radiant smile upon hearing Lu Feng's decision. Excellent. This suits your current situation perfectly. Dr. Oki nodded in approval of Lu Feng's choice. He then paused for a moment before continuing. Have you decided which Pokémon you would like to select? Lu Feng replied with conviction. I hope the starter Pokémon provided by the Alliance can be a Fire-type Charmander. The final evolution of Charmander is Charizard, a Fire and Flying type, which would significantly fill the gaps in my team. Moreover, I still possess a Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard. If I can swiftly train up Charmander, it will undoubtedly become one of my key team members. Charmander, you say? A commendable choice, I understand, Dr. Oki responded, recalling the information he had seen about Lu Feng and nodding slightly. Do you intend to stay in Goldenrod City for a while? Or would you prefer the Alliance to send your reward to the next city? Dr. Oki, I will be heading to Rainbow City. Please have them send Charmander to the Pokémon Center there. Lu Feng replied with a smile. After Dr. Oki acknowledged his request, their brief exchange came to an end. Ah, Charmander, how eagerly I await your arrival. Lu Feng sighed contentedly before turning away from Goldenrod City, making his way towards Rainbow City. Chapter 69. Rainbow City. Thanks to the swift and remarkable work of Xiao Hui, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was a vivid blue. A gentle breeze stirred, and the sound of a babbling brook filled the air. Lu Feng pedaled along Route 7 on his sound-speed bicycle, steadily progressing towards Rainbow City. However, he intentionally slowed his pace, wishing to enhance his Pokémon's strength through rigorous training along the way. During his journey, through battles with various traveling trainers and encounters with wild Pokémon, several of Lu Feng's Pokémon experienced rapid growth. Shinedo had reached level 49, while Gyarados and Shaquille were at level 48. Even the newest member of the team, Gengar, had gradually caught up to level 46 under Lu Feng's care. With the aid of perfect energy cubes, Gengar's foundation was solidifying, achieving the limits of its current capabilities. As Lu Feng gazed at Gengar, shrouded in a purple-black mist, a thought began to form in his mind regarding its evolution. After a brief rest, he gathered his belongings and continued towards Rainbow City. Just then, he was suddenly drawn to a tremor nearby, capturing his attention. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the source of the sound and soon spotted Ash and his companions. Ash, with the help of Charmander, had just captured a Monferno. Ash, Brock, Misty, it has been quite some time. Lu Feng greeted as he stepped forward. Lu Feng. Ash and the others stared in astonishment at the approaching figure. Pika Pika. Pikachu tilted its head and chimed in softly. Lu Feng, did you see? I captured a Monferno. If that boastful guy, Blue, can do it, so can I. Ash exclaimed, his face alight with excitement over his new capture. Observing Ash's exuberance, Lu Feng felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, shaking his head solemnly as he inquired, Ash, what does a Pokémon mean to you? Ash, taken aback by Lu Feng's serious demeanor, felt his excitement begin to wane. Brock and Misty, too, fell into a moment of contemplation, reflecting on Lu Feng's question. What does a Pokémon mean to me? Ash murmured, momentarily lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his focus and replied earnestly, to me, Pokémon are my friends and family. I would never abandon them. As he spoke, memories of their shared journey flickered in his mind, his eyes sparkling with renewed fervor. Upon hearing Ash's words, Lu Feng cast a glance at the Pokeball in his hand, an expression of complexity crossing his face. I hope you will always remember this sentiment. Lu Feng sighed, his tone laced with subtle meaning. The encounters between Pokémon and trainers may be orchestrated by fate or guided by serendipity, yet it is essential to cherish these connections. Only through mutual cooperation can miracles be born. Lu Feng spoke with a hint of wistfulness, his voice tinged with layered emotions. Thus, regardless of the authority of any trainer, never should one easily part with Pokémon that have forged bonds of affection. Whenever he recalled the forthcoming events, where Ash, after winning the Fighting Pokémon tournament with Monferno, allowed Charizard to be swayed away by Charizard's mentor and spent 20 years without reclaiming his Pidgeot, Lu Feng felt a disquiet within his heart. Therefore, upon witnessing Ash capture Monferno, he could not help but remind him. Ash, momentarily lost in thought, eventually came to his senses and replied earnestly, I understand. Lu Feng nodded silently and bid farewell to Ash and his companions. They were set to participate in the Fighting Pokémon tournament. While Lu Feng was headed to Rainbow City to acquire his 5th badge, time passed slowly, and after parting with Ash and his group, Lu Feng took 3 days to leisurely arrive at Rainbow City. Yuhong City, one of the prominent metropolises in the Kanto region, ranks just after the grand metropolis of Jinwang City, surrounded by vast expanses of dense forest and frequently graced by rainbows. The city has gradually earned the enchanting name of Yuhong. Within its confines lies the largest department store in the Kanto region, as well as the Rainbow Arcade operated by Team Rocket. In certain versions, one can even exchange tokens one for a chance to obtain the initial form of the Kanto quasi-legendary Dragonite, known as Dratini. Additionally, this city is the hometown of Mina, the trainer who relentlessly pursues the footsteps of the Water Lord. As Lu Feng gazed at the vibrant city before him, he paused to contemplate his forthcoming actions, silently devising a plan. After a brief moment, he cautiously entered Yuhong City, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. I hope I do not encounter Lance, Lu Feng sighed softly, gradually making his way toward the Pokémon Center. According to his mental notes, he was aware of a significant Team Rocket base located beneath the Rainbow Arcade. This base is crucial to Team Rocket, forming an indispensable part of their Mutwo project, and it would likely be guarded by numerous Rocket executives. Thus, Lu Feng dared not let his guard down. After a peaceful journey to the Pokémon Center, Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Nurse Joy and approached her slowly. Miss Joy, I am Lu Feng. I wonder if my belongings have arrived? He inquired softly. Oh, Mr. Lu Feng, you have finally arrived. The rewards from the League have been delivered. Please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you, Nurse Joy replied, initially taken aback, before quickly addressing him after reviewing his information. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded slightly and patiently waited in silence. A minute later, Nurse Joy returned, holding a Pokeball in her hand, and walked toward Lu Feng, directly handing him the Pokeball. As Lu Feng looked at the Pokeball in her hand, a wave of emotions stirred within him, and he gently accepted it. Subsequently, he rented a room at the Pokémon Center before turning to leave. Chapter 70. The Joining of Charmander. Thanks to the inspiration of the esteemed Delau, upon returning to his room, Lu Feng immediately tossed the Pokeball into the air. Before him appeared a Pokémon resembling a carnivorous theropod dinosaur, adorned in vibrant orange with a creamy underbelly and tail. Its tail blazed with intense flames, slightly raising the temperature in the room. Lu Feng gazed at the Charmander and activated his scanning skill, information gradually revealing itself. Name, Charmander. Gender, type, fire. Ability, blaze. When health is significantly reduced, the power of fire type moves increases dramatically, solar power. In sunny weather, special attack rises, but some health is lost. Classification, lizard Pokémon. Level, 12. Potential, quasi-elite. Moves, scratch, growl, ember, smokescreen, dragon breath, dragon tail, inherited. Metal claw, inherited. As Lu Feng absorbed the information provided by the system, he nodded silently, marveling at the League's generosity. He had not anticipated that the League would bestow upon a common trainer like himself a Charmander of quasi-elite potential, eliciting a sense of awe in him. Generally, starters with such potential are rare within the League, typically reserved for esteemed trainers, making them difficult for ordinary trainers like him to acquire. Initially, Lu Feng had prepared himself for a more modest gift, perhaps a Pokémon of gym or elite potential, but to receive one of quasi-elite caliber was indeed a pleasant surprise. He realized who had facilitated this boon. Dr. Oak had undoubtedly played a significant role. While Lu Feng was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tug on his pant leg and looked down to find Charmander gazing up at him with gem-like eyes. I'm sorry, Charmander. I was a bit lost in thought, he said apologetically. From now on, I will be your trainer, so I hope to receive your guidance. Upon hearing this, Charmander, captivated by Lu Feng's youthful visage, emitted a gentle roar and extended its right paw toward him. Lu Feng, reciprocating the gesture, clasped Charmander's paw firmly. Subsequently, he introduced Charmander to Shinado and the others, letting them know that he had gained another companion. Feeling the warmth of acceptance from Shakira and the others, Charmander's excitement grew, its tail flame burning even brighter. Next, Lu Feng knew he must specifically train Charmander. Otherwise, the disparity in strength within the team would be too great. Observing Charmander happily munching on an energy cube, Lu Feng mused aloud. He then began contemplating how to nurture his new Pokémon. Typically, Charmander's stats favor special attack over physical attack, making it suitable for a special attack-oriented path. However, with the advent of Mega Evolution, new possibilities emerged for both physical and dual-type strategies. If he could secure a Mega Stone for Charizard, combined with Charmander's hidden ability, solar power, and Lu Feng's Shakira's final evolution, Tyranitar, they could form a formidable Sunny Sand team, a potential trump card in his arsenal. Yet, upon reviewing Charmander's inherited moves, Lu Feng's thoughts began to shift. The moves Dragon Tail and Metal Claw, based on Charmander's egg group, could only be inherited from a specific lineage linked to the Dragon-type Pokémon. Since the Galar region was currently inaccessible, the unique Dragon-type Pokémon, Dragapult, could not be found in Kanto. Thus, it was evident that one of Charmander's parents must belong to this lineage. This revelation suggested that Lu Feng's Charmander possessed a trace of draconic blood, opening the possibility for training it in a dragon-type direction. Coupled with the Megastone Lu Feng had acquired, pursuing a physical attack route may indeed be more fitting for Charmander. I will initially focus on developing it in the direction of Charizard, and if I later acquire the Megastone, I will reconsider other options. Lu Feng quietly resolved as he meticulously pinned his training plan in his notebook. The following day, after a simple breakfast, Lu Feng took Charmander to the training grounds of the Pokémon Center. Charmander, demonstrate all the skills you have mastered so I can assess your progress, he calmly instructed. Observing the excited Pokémon, Charmander nodded in response and showcased the various skills it had learned. After a thorough examination, Lu Feng found that its mastery of these moves was adequate, and he nodded appreciatively. Charmander, let us take a break for now. Subsequently, he gazed at the panting little fire dragon, retrieved a fire-type energy cube, and softly spoke to it. After a brief training session, Lu Feng began to grasp the little fire dragon's mastery of its skills. For the little fire dragon, the enhancement of its strength and the mastery of its techniques must progress in tandem. Neither aspect could be neglected. An hour later, Lu Feng recalled the little fire dragon and slowly made his way toward the Yuhong Gym. Upon arriving at the Yuhong Gym, he was informed by the staff that the gym leader, Li Jia, was not present. Having absorbed this information, Lu Feng recalled that Li Jia was likely at the perfume shop on Beauty Street, so he strolled in that direction. After some twists and turns, Lu Feng finally met Li Jia, requesting a gym challenge from her. Guided by the knowledge in his mind, he cleverly avoided several pitfalls and successfully secured Li Jia's consent. Phew, thankfully, he was not as reckless as Ash. Upon receiving Li Jia's agreement to his gym battle request, Lu Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief, murmuring to himself. He was well aware that Ash had offended Li Jia due to his aversion to perfume, resulting in his own gym challenge request being denied. In a bid to earn the right to challenge the Yuhong Gym, Ash went as far as to dress as a girl, adopting the alias Chico, which had become a notorious part of his past. The thought made Lu Feng chuckle. It's a pity Ash hasn't arrived in Yuhong City. Otherwise, he would love to witness the infamous scene of Miss Chico's appearance. Following this, Lu Feng returned to the Pokémon Center to prepare for the gym battle the next day. Chapter 71. Battle with Li Jia. Thanks to Junmo for the inspiration capsule too. The next day, as the morning sunlight poured down, Lu Feng appeared before the Yuhong Gym. According to the challenge information registered the day before and his agreement with Li Jia, he easily entered the gym. After a period of waiting, a staff member approached Lu Feng and guided him to the battle arena for the gym match. Observing the lush grass and trees surrounding the arena, enveloped in a multitude of vegetation, resembling a wild forest, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, judging by the expense of this battle arena alone, selling perfume must be immensely profitable. Through his observations, he noted that the costs incurred in setting up the arena would suffice for an ordinary trainer to cultivate a gym-level mainstay Pokémon. Lu Feng gradually stepped into the Challenger-S position, calmly locking eyes with Li Jia across the way. Noticing Li Jia's intelligence and gentleness, combined with a touch of elegance, Lu Feng nodded slightly. After the referee announced the rules, Li Jia sent forth her first Pokémon, an elite-level Vine Whip monster. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng decided to dispatch his Gengar. Although Lu Feng was inclined to send out the little fire dragon, he ultimately relinquished that notion, considering the power disparity between it and the Vine Whip monster. Gengar, do you intend to counter my Vine Whip monster with type advantage? Li Jia mused, observing Gengar. Yet her expression remained unchanged. Gengar, meld into the shadows and unleash Sludge Wave. Lu Feng calmly commanded, his gaze as tranquil as still water, devoid of any turbulence. Cackling, Gengar responded, grinning at the distant Vine Whip monster before vanishing into the shadows, deftly utilizing the arena's foliage for cover as it swiftly approached the Vine Whip monster. The Vine Whip monster, startled by Gengar's sudden disappearance, wore a panicked expression, scanning its surroundings in alarm. The Vine Whip monster distanced itself from the shadows and called forth Sunny Day. Li Jia ordered, her voice firm as she directed her flustered Vine Whip monster. Upon hearing this, the Vine Whip monster gradually calmed, leaping to escape the shadow's grasp. However, Gengar, concealed in the darkness, would not allow the Vine Whip monster to escape so easily. At the very moment the Vine Whip monster leaped into the air, Gengar emerged, utilizing its floating ability to swiftly reach the Vine Whip monster and struck it with a powerful sludge wave. Fine. The Vine Whip monster screeched, crashing down onto the arena, a shade of purple manifesting on its face, signaling its poisoned state. Under the influence of this abnormal condition, the Vine Whip monster's vitality rapidly diminished, ultimately rendering it incapable of battle. After all, Poison-type moves inflict double damage on grass types, and coupled with Jengar's ability, which enhances Poison-type moves by 50%. Along with the corresponding level advantage, it was only natural for the Vine Whip monster to be swiftly defeated. Li Jia, observing her incapacitated Vine Whip monster, wore a grave expression as she recalled it, sending forth her mainstay, a Victory Bell. This was a gym-level grass-type Pokémon, exuding an intimidating aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Victory Bell, eh? Lu Feng paused briefly, then continued addressing Jengar. Jengar, press on. Jengar, upon hearing this, again submerged into the shadows, ever vigilant for the opportunity to strike again. Li Jia, witnessing the scene before her, paled considerably, urgently instructing Victory Bell, directly use Sunny Day, and be wary of Jengar's location. Victory Bell nodded, emanating a radiant glow, and under this light, the entire battle arena transformed, resembling the emergence of a sun, radiating intense heat that warmed the surrounding air. With the arrival of Sunny Day, the shadows within the arena gradually coalesced into a point, increasing the distance between them and Victory Bell. Victory Bell, scatter the stun spore across the arena. Seeing that Victory Bell had successfully utilized Sunny Day and distanced itself from the shadows, Li Jia commanded loudly. Upon hearing this, Victory Bell initiated the stun spore attack, gradually blanketing the entire arena. Jengar, use taunt to disrupt Victory Bell. Lu Feng observed the unfolding battle with composure, instructing Jengar. Cackling, Jengar emerged from the shadows, making a face at Victory Bell while provoking it. With the invocation of taunt, an expression of fury crossed Victory Bell's face as it gradually ceased its actions, charging toward Jengar's location, its long tendrils swinging menacingly. As Lu Feng watched the impending tendril strikes, Jengar nimbly dodged, gradually inching closer to Victory Bell, and deftly unleashed another sludge wave, inflicting significant damage upon Victory Bell. Were it not for the hidden ability of the Gluttony trait activating, allowing it to recover some vitality through consuming a berry, it would undoubtedly be on the brink of defeat. Just then, Li Jia's voice rang out. Victory Bell, hold on, and unleash Solar Beam. With Li Jia's command, the weary Victory Bell summoned its remaining strength and directed a Solar Beam toward Jengar, instantaneously unleashing it under the effects of Sunny Day. Witnessing the overwhelming brilliance of the radiant white light and sensing the terrifying power within the beam, Lu Feng's expression shifted, and he hastily commanded, Jengar, hold your ground. Boom. As the fiery sun descended, a colossal wave surged through the arena, enveloping the space in swirling dust and debris. Utilizing his sensitivity to the power of the wave, Lu Feng detected the presence of Jengar and calmly declared, Jengar, unleash your most potent poison jab. Amidst the billowing haze, a violet light flickered and struck towards a designated point. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed, and the commotion in the arena gradually subsided. Once the smoke cleared, it was evident that the Carnivine had lost its fighting capability, while Jengar was left panting heavily. Li Jia observed the scene before her in silence, before sending forth her final Pokémon, Venusaur. Upon perceiving the aura emanating from Venusaur, Lu Feng turned towards Jengar and inquired, Jengar, can you endure? Jengar responded with a playful flick of its tongue and a grin. Lu Feng nodded slightly and continued to direct Jengar in battle. Venusaur, showcase your enchanting dance, Petal Dance. Li Jia said, her eyes filled with anticipation. As her voice faded, Venusaur began to dance gracefully, showering down countless petals towards Jengar's position. The spectacle was vibrant and dreamlike. Is this Petal Dance? It is indeed a breathtaking sight. Lu Feng marveled, momentarily lost in admiration before commanding Jengar. Jengar, retaliate with revenge. Upon hearing this, Jengar entered a state of preparation, gathering dark energy silently. Just as the Petal Dance struck, a look of anguish crossed Jengar's face. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Jengar, akin to a surging tidal wave, countering Venusaur's assault. Venusaur, brace yourself. Li Jia, sensing the skill's intensity, quickly commanded. An unusual force gathered before Venusaur, shielding it from Jengar's attack. Before Venusaur could react, Jengar appeared beside it, delivering a poison jab imbued with potent toxins. Lu Feng intended to press the advantage and continue his assault on Venusaur, but noticed Jengar had suddenly become still. It stood quietly, eyes shut, succumbing to slumber. What is happening? Jengar has fallen asleep. Lu Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation, trying to discern the cause of this predicament. However, upon seeing Venusaur, a spark of realization flashed in his mind. It's the hidden ability. This Venusaur possesses the Spore ability, which has a chance to inflict poison, paralysis, or sleep upon receiving contact-based attacks. How careless of me. Lu Feng lamented, feeling regret for his oversight. Seeing Jengar in a comatose state, Li Jia's face broke into a sly smile, secretly relieved. Venusaur, seize this opportunity, use Giga Drain. Li Jia calmly commanded, guiding Venusaur to launch its attack. A wave of green energy cascaded over Gengar, causing its expression to contort in pain, as if struggling to awaken from its dream. Meanwhile, Venusaur began to restore some of its own vitality while dealing significant damage to Gengar. Gengar's aura grew increasingly feeble, its complexion darkening. Lu Feng, witnessing this unfolding drama, wore a worried expression and resolved to ensure Gengar learned the move Sleep Talk to prevent a recurrence of this situation. He channeled the wave energy within him, striving to rouse Gengar from its slumber. With the aid of the wave energy, Gengar's eyelids fluttered slightly, gradually stirring from its sleep. However, Li Jia had already taken advantage of Gengar's unconsciousness, instructing Venusaur to employ the grassy terrain skill. Venusaur, unleash your final solar beam, Li Jia stated, delivering her last command. A brilliant beam of light erupted from Venusaur's flower bud, piercing towards Gengar's position. With the enhancement of grassy terrain, this solar beam was even more formidable than the one unleashed by Carnivine, its power astonishing. Lu Feng understood that with this attack, Gengar would no longer possess the ability to fight. Resignedly, he urged, Gengar, use Destiny Bond. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Jia's expression shifted to one of urgency as she implored Venusaur, Venusaur, stop immediately. Yet, the skill that had already been unleashed could not be halted so easily. Under the gaze of the audience, the solar beam ultimately struck Gengar, and as Gengar fell, Venusaur let out a pained cry, collapsing alongside it. Li Jia gazed at the scene before her, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she silently recalled her Venusaur. Meanwhile, Lu Feng gently returned Gengar to its Poké Ball, channeling a surge of healing energy to stabilize its injuries. The match concluded as all three of the gym leaders' Pokémon were rendered incapable of battle. This gym challenge was claimed by Lu Feng. The referee promptly announced the final result. Congratulations. Here is the rainbow badge from my Yuhong gym. Li Jia approached Lu Feng, presenting him with a 7-colored badge, sincerely expressing, thank you, Miss Li Jia, for your guidance, which has illuminated my shortcomings. Lu Feng accepted the badge with gratitude, saying, I appreciate your insights. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rainbow badge and received charcoal. World Fusion Degree. 1. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Jia's face lit up with a radiant smile, and she nodded gently, keep it up. I hope to see you at the court's conference. After a brief exchange, Lu Feng departed from the Yuhong gym and made his way to the Pokémon Center. Once he entrusted Gengar to Nurse Joy, he waited patiently. During this time, a familiar figure caught his eye, leaving him momentarily astonished. What is he doing here? As he observed the fleeting silhouette, a look of confusion crossed Lu Feng's face. After a moment of contemplation, connecting the dots regarding his current location, realization dawned upon him. It seems our flying-type champion has also detected Team Rocket's trail, Lu Feng remarked, his gaze deepening as the figure vanished from sight. At that moment, Nurse Joy's voice broke through his thoughts, prompting Lu Feng to quickly turn and retrieve Gengar's Poké Ball. After a moment of reflection, he first headed to the department store, where, after spending a considerable sum, he purchased a hat identical to Ash's. Lu Feng donned a cap adorned with a red and white pattern, embellished with Poké Balls, and after executing a simple disguise, he sauntered towards the arcade. He occasionally cast furtive glances around, wary of being discovered by Team Rocket. He discreetly searched the area, scanning his surroundings until he spotted a youth with fiery red hair and promptly made his way towards him. Chapter 73, A New Mission. Thanks to the Dragon King's urging symbol, in Yuhong City, within the Rainbow Arcade, Yulongdu stood before a slot machine, intermittently surveying the vicinity with cautious glances. According to the intelligence he received, Team Rocket had been sighted near the arcade. Yet he found it perplexing that nothing seemed amiss within the establishment. How could that be? Where could Team Rocket's operatives be hiding? Yulongdu furrowed his brow, murmuring softly to himself, his expression betraying confusion. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling of footsteps approaching from behind. His demeanor shifted slightly, tension creeping into his posture as he tightened his grip around his Poké Ball. However, before he could fully react, a familiar voice broke the silence, causing him to pause in surprise. Longsure, it has been a while. As Yulongdu turned around slowly, he recognized the familiar figure before him. As he studied the face, he delved into the recesses of his memory. It wasn't until Lu Feng led him to a secluded corner, removed his hat, and wiped away his disguise to reveal his true self, that Yulongdu finally grasped the situation. Ah, it's you. No wonder that voice sounded so familiar. Yulongdu nodded slightly at Lu Feng, his previously tense body gradually relaxing. Thank you for the last incident, but may I ask why you've come to the Rainbow Arcade? Lu Feng inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Yulongdu fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. However, upon recalling Lu Feng's previous interference with Team Rocket's plans, clarity washed over him. I received a report from an informant indicating frequent sightings of Team Rocket near Yuhong City, leading me to suspect a possible base in the area. Thus, I came to investigate covertly, Yulongdu said in a low voice, his face marked by seriousness. What perplexes me, however, is that I have yet to uncover any traces of Team Rocket within Yuhong City. He continued, a bitter smile gracing his lips, frustration evident in his heart. Upon hearing Yulongdu's words, Lu Feng momentarily paused, a look of realization dawning upon his face. At that moment, the sound of the system echoed in Lu Feng's mind, the cold mechanical prompt reverberating within. Ding! Congratulations, host. On receiving an epic mission, destroy Team Rocket's base. Mission duration, 3 days. Mission description, a large Team Rocket base exists somewhere in Yuhong City, where their executives and scientists are conducting Pokémon gene research. The host must sabotage this research and rescue the Pokémon within. Mission rewards, 3 silver crowns. Gratitude from Yulongdu, 1 bracelet. Mission failure, Team Rocket bounty, decrease in Yulongdu's favorability. Lu Feng listened to the system's notification, his body trembling slightly as ideas began to form in his mind. Observing Yulongdu's distressed expression, he cautiously suggested, Dragon King. How about I assist you in locating Team Rocket's base? Yourself? Yulongdu echoed, momentarily taken aback, his face displaying surprise. He scrutinized Lu Feng's calm demeanor. Weighing the decision in his mind, uncertainty etched on his features. Understanding Yulongdu's concerns, Lu Feng released his aura power, calmly stating, Dragon King. I possess special abilities that may aid in tracking down Team Rocket's whereabouts. As Yulongdu beheld the radiant blue aura coalescing in Lu Feng's hands, he felt momentarily entranced before nodding vigorously in agreement. I appreciate your assistance. Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, and after exchanging contact information, they bid farewell. From the information swirling in his mind, Lu Feng surmised that Team Rocket's base must be concealed beneath the Rainbow Arcade. However, he remained uncertain whether the mechanism to access it lay behind the posters. To validate his hypothesis, Lu Feng tidied his appearance once more and retraced his steps back to the arcade. He first exchanged some tokens and ambled past the gaming machines, casually observing the players while listening to the cacophony of the games around him. Gradually, he approached the vicinity of the posters within the arcade, utilizing his aura power. Lu Feng began to probe the posters meticulously, searching for the mechanism's location. To his disappointment, the walls behind the posters were solid, revealing no trace of a mechanism. I knew an epic mission would not be easily accomplished, Lu Feng sighed quietly, muttering to himself. To avoid alerting Team Rocket, he sauntered over to a machine and began playing a game, all the while scanning for anything unusual. Time passed, and just as Lu Feng prepared to leave due to his dwindling tokens, a suspicious figure caught his attention. However, he refrained from pursuing immediately, instead focusing on observing the direction in which the figure vanished. After a brief wait, Lu Feng feigned a search for the restroom and stealthily made his way towards the spot where the figure had disappeared. He found himself in a corner, surrounded by a decorative tree, with nothing else in sight. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Feng's face. Yet with the aid of his aura power, he finally uncovered a concealed mechanism, sensing that the space beneath was hollow. A glimmer of excitement crossed Lu Feng's face at this revelation, but before he could further investigate, a voice interrupted from behind. Who are you? What are you doing here? Hearing the cold voice, Lu Feng's body stiffened momentarily as he suppressed his emotions. Slowly turning to face the speaker, he saw a young man dressed as an arcade attendant, his face reflecting suspicion. I'm just a visitor looking to have some fun. In search of the restroom. Could you kindly direct me? Lu Feng replied, feigning sincerity. The attendant scrutinized Lu Feng for a considerable time, casting a discreet glance at the mechanism's location. Upon noticing no signs of it being activated, he secretly exhaled in relief. Access to this area is restricted for visitors. Please refrain from wandering about. The restroom you seek is over there, he said calmly, gesturing in a specific direction while warning Lu Feng. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng donned an apologetic expression and hurriedly departed. Chapter 74. Taking action after emerging from his previous position, Lu Feng did not depart immediately. Instead, he made his way towards the restroom. He sensed several gazes upon him. Although he had not triggered the mechanism, he had nonetheless attracted the attention of the hidden members of Team Rocket. To avoid alarming them, Lu Feng lingered in the Rainbow Arcade for another hour, only leaving once his tokens had been entirely depleted. Once he felt the eyes on him dissipate, he let out a silent sigh of relief and proceeded towards a secluded area. taking a moment to survey his surroundings and ensuring no one was in sight. He retrieved his communicator to contact Yulong Du. Hello, is this King Du? This is Lu Feng. I have located the position of the Team Rocket base. On the other end, Yulong Du received Lu Feng's call with a look of surprise. He initially suspected that Lu Feng had encountered trouble but was astonished to learn that Lu Feng had discovered the location of the Team Rocket base. This revelation left him shaken, and urgency flickered across his face as he inquired, "What? Are you serious? Where is the Team Rocket base?" Sensing the urgency in Yulong Du's voice, Lu Feng wasted no time and recounted his findings in detail. Yulong Du listened intently, his expression shifting as he absorbed the information. He was astonished to learn that the Team Rocket base was indeed concealed beneath the Rainbow Arcade, complete with numerous traps. Despite his thorough investigations, he had come up empty-handed. After a brief contemplation, Yulong Du addressed Lu Feng with gravity. "Do not act recklessly. We must avoid alerting Team Rocket. I will notify Miss Junsha and arrange for her cooperation. We have the opportunity to eradicate the Team Rocket base hidden in Yuhong City." Lu Feng nodded slightly at the words coming through the communicator before ending the call. His gaze drifted towards the Rainbow Arcade, growing increasingly profound. Yulong Du set down his communicator and swiftly made his way to the Yuhong City police station. Upon arrival, he wasted no time and presented his identification, requesting Miss Junsha to assemble all available police forces to proceed towards the location of the Rainbow Arcade. After an hour of meticulous planning, the entire police department had cordoned off the area. They awaited Yulong Du's command, prepared to launch a coordinated assault on Team Rocket. As Yulong Du waited silently, his expression eased slightly upon the sight of Lu Feng's return. "Lu Feng, it is now up to you to locate the entrance," Yulong Du said, his eyes filled with hope and a hint of imploring. Lu Feng nodded decisively, acknowledging the task at hand, and together with Yulong Du, they made their way towards the mechanism within the Rainbow Arcade. Soon, they arrived at the site of the hidden mechanism, and the concealed members of Team Rocket exchanged wary glances at their movements. Before they could approach to inquire, they were suddenly ensnared by a psychic force, immobilizing them completely. Shinado emitted a radiant glow, its psychic energy surging forth. Seizing this opportunity, the detectives from Yuhong City apprehended several Team Rocket members and began to clear the arcade of its patrons. With Lu Feng's assistance, he and Yulong Du effortlessly uncovered the concealed mechanism. A thunderous noise erupted as the ground trembled slightly, revealing an underground entrance. Lu Feng and Yulong Du exchanged a glance and cautiously descended into the subterranean location. Below the Rainbow Arcade, in the concealed base of Team Rocket, a large conference room buzzed with discussion among three figures: Apollo, Lance, and Radom, three of the four generals of Team Rocket. Apollo, being the most trusted subordinate of Sakaki, had been dispatched to safeguard this base. At this moment, Apollo regarded his colleagues with a serious expression and spoke in a low voice. "According to our informants within the League, our base has been compromised. It is likely that the League will soon come to investigate. What are your thoughts?" Radom's expression grew increasingly grim as he incredulously remarked, "How is this possible? Our base is so well hidden. How could it attract the League's attention? Huh. Just as we can place informants within the League, so too can they infiltrate Team Rocket. Have you been kicked in the head by a Ken arrow?" Lance scoffed at Radom's naivety. "Humph. And how do you fare? We incurred great costs to appease those greedy legislators regarding the Silver Company, only for you to ruin it and return with a half-finished product." Radom shot back, his face flushed with anger. "Enough. I called for your opinions, not for you to bicker." Apollo interjected, his displeasure evident as he sought to restore order. Upon hearing Apollo's command, both Lance and Radom huffed in unison before turning away, gradually calming their tempers. Unable to suppress a sigh, Apollo felt a headache coming on, just as he was about to continue. The sound of the mechanism activating caught their attention. Instantly, the three exchanged anxious glances, a sense of unease settling in. "What is happening? Why is the mechanism activating? Did I not instruct you to prevent anyone from entering through the Rainbow Arcade?" Apollo bellowed, his face darkening. At that moment, a flustered Team Rocket underling rushed in, breathless as he reported, "Sirs, the League has breached our defenses." "What? How could this be happening?" Radom exclaimed, his face reflecting disbelief. Apollo turned to the monitors in the conference room and saw Lu Feng and Yulong Du on screen, his complexion darkening significantly. He immediately ordered the others. "Yulong Du is here. We cannot afford to lose this base. Quickly, transfer all documents and destroy the entire facility." That brat again. "Today, I will settle both old and new scores." Lance glared at Lu Feng on the monitor, veins throbbing on his forehead as his anger flared. The three exchanged determined looks and hurried towards the entrance, intent on thwarting Lu Feng and Yulong Du's advance. buying time for the transfer and destruction of sensitive materials. Chapter 75. The powerful Yulong-Du. Lu Feng and Yulong-Du, recognizing the commotion from the activating mechanism, understood that they had undoubtedly stirred Team Rocket. Without delay, they sent forth their Pokémon and ventured deeper into the underground base, continuing their advance despite encountering sporadic resistance from Team Rocket members, which they dispatched with ease. They arrived at a certain laboratory, and upon observing the environment within, a surge of anger welled up within them. The laboratory was filled with numerous specimens. Countless Pokémon corpses submerged in formalin, and several Pokémon, subjected to experimentation, were languishing in cages. Some of the creatures bore irreversible injuries due to the experiments. Their eyes bloodshot and their breaths wild and erratic. Had it not been for the suppression of certain machines, chaos would have undoubtedly ensued. The nefarious Team Rocket dared to commit such atrocities, igniting a fierce rage in Yulong-Du, whose body trembled with indignation, through the power of the force of nature. He could easily sense the anguish of the Pokémon around him. Lu Feng's expression mirrored his distress, although he had prepared himself somewhat. The reality before him was far more visceral than he had anticipated, and his internal fury began to spread. He rifled through an experimental record, and the more he read, the more his anger intensified. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure, striving to quell the fury within, and said to Yulong-Du, King Du, let us first release the Pokémon imprisoned in those cages. Yulong-Du nodded slightly in response, and instructed his Dragonite. Use Dragon Claw to break those iron cages. With a fierce roar, Dragonite raised its right claw and struck down with tremendous force. The iron cages, unable to withstand such a violent assault, shattered, revealing one gap after another. The Pokémon within the cages, wary of their liberators, regarded Yulong-Du and Lu Feng with distrust, adopting a defensive stance. Fortunately, Lu Feng swiftly employed his force of nature, coupled with the aura of Pokémon affinity, gradually calming the creatures, compelling them to wait patiently. Subsequently, the two continued deeper into the base, but before they could venture far, they sensed a terrifying wave of energy approaching them at an alarming speed. Yulong-Du remained calm, signaling to Dragonite, while the sturdy Snorlax lumbered forward, flapping its small wings and conjuring a massive whirlwind to collide with the oncoming attack. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, and the terrifying shockwave surged outward, causing the surrounding walls to tremble as clouds of dust enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed, and three figures emerged from the haze, their faces etched with disappointment. They looked at Yulong-Du and Lu Feng and remarked, truly worthy of the Elite Four's leader. Your reflexes are astonishing. Humph. You little brat, we meet again, and this time you will learn the meaning of regret. Lances glared at Lu Feng, his tone chillingly cold. Yulong-Du regarded Apollo and his companions with an expressionless demeanor, his countenance gradually cooling as he declared, Team Rocket's rats. This time, there will be no escape. Lu Feng, hearing Lance's words, wore a grave expression but felt no fear, standing his ground against Lance's. Dragonite, use quick attack. Not wishing to delay any longer, Yulong-Du issued the command to Dragonite. In an instant, Dragonite surged forward towards Apollo and his cohorts with blinding speed. Sensing the pressure emanating from Yulong-Du, Apollo's party grew increasingly tense, hastily instructing their Pokémon. Houndoom, use Protect. Crobat, Cross Poison. Rattata, use Ice Beam. As their commands were given, a peculiar force coalesced in front of Houndoom, forming a barrier to shield the group. Crobat flitted through the air, generating a cross-poison attack imbued with dark violet energy, aimed at Dragonite. Meanwhile, Rattata conjured an icy blue beam, exuding an aura of chill, and launched it at the speeding Dragonite. Yulong-Du observed the trio before him with an impassive expression, devoid of any emotion, a faint smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Lu Feng silently monitored the battle, prepared to summon his Swampert in case of any unforeseen events. With a resounding crash, Dragonite, utilizing its quick attack, collided with Houndoom. Despite Houndoom's attempt to use Protect, the disparity between the elite and champion levels was too vast. The Protect technique could not withstand Dragonite's onslaught. Under the tremendous force, Houndoom let out a whimper, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall behind it, its vitality waning as it appeared severely injured. Then, as Dragonite confronted the impending cross-poison and ice beam, it unleashed a hyper beam, obliterating the attacks and erupting towards Crobat and Rattata. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the hyper beam struck Crobat and Rattata, sending them flying. Is this the power of a champion? Truly formidable. Lu Feng's expression was filled with awe as he witnessed the swift turn of events. Damn it, how can they be this powerful? Apollo's forehead glistened with cold sweat. his demeanor grave. Lambda and Lances also wore troubled expressions, gazing at the two weakened Pokémon on the ground, their faces pale. Humph. Surrender quietly. Yulong Du stated to Apollo and his companions, his tone devoid of emotion. Never. Lambda roared defiantly, his face brimming with unwillingness. Just then, a Team Rocket commander dashed out from behind them, calling out, "3 esteemed executives, it's time to go." Lambda and Lances exchanged glances, exhaling in relief, then tossed out another Pokeball, preparing to make their escape. Sensing the Team Rocket member, Lu Feng felt a sudden premonition and quickly said to Yulong Du, "King Du, allow me to intercept those fleeing members of Team Rocket." Yulong Du nodded slowly, recognizing this as the optimal course of action. Then, with the aid of Shiny, Lu Feng teleported and evaded Apollo's trio, pursuing the fleeing members of Team Rocket. Chapter 76. The Mysterious Pokémon Egg with Shiny's Assistance. Lu Feng gradually caught up with the escaping Team Rocket members. Observing their tense expressions as they guarded something closely, a flicker of intrigue crossed Lu Feng's face. He then instructed Shiny, use Psychic to stop those Team Rocket members." Upon hearing this, Shiny emanated a radiant glow, extending towards the fleeing Team Rocket members. Sensing the energy wave approaching from behind, the fleeing members' faces changed dramatically, and they hastily threw out their Pokeballs, hoping to fend off Shiny's assault. One by one, Zubat and Woobat emerged, emitting sound waves as they gathered to counter Shiny's Psychic. Lu Feng observed the increasingly stalemated situation before him and once again threw out Shakira's Pokeball. He watched the panicked members of Team Rocket and commanded Shakira, "Use Sandstorm to prevent their escape." As Lu Feng's order resonated, a gust of wind and sand began to rise within the corridor, with tiny sandstorms gradually materializing. Under the shroud of this sandstorm, the members of Team Rocket found themselves struggling, caught between a rock and a hard place, compelled to slow their pace, and turn to engage Lu Feng in battle. "Shakira, use Stone Edge to bring down those Zubats." With the aid of the wind and sand, Shakira activated its sand veil ability, concealing its form as it swiftly approached the Zubats. Sharply pointed objects resembling stones appeared, piercing through the Zubats and Golbats before they had a chance to react, inflicting significant damage. Many Zubats let out mournful cries as they fell heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Witnessing the continuous downfall of Pokémon, fear washed over the faces of Team Rocket members, their bodies trembling in trepidation. Shakira unleashed the final Stone Edge. Lu Feng cast a fleeting glance, continuing to direct Shakira. Thump, thump, thump. The Zubats and Golbats plummeted to the ground like raindrops, devoid of any possibility of retaliation. With the obstruction of these Pokémon removed, Shinato's telekinesis descended, binding all the members of Team Rocket. Subsequently, under Shinato's control, they slowly succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Feng approached them cautiously, eyeing a box they had fiercely guarded, a contemplative expression gracing his face. He gingerly lifted the box and opened it, revealing an oval-shaped object that left Lu Feng momentarily stunned. It was, in fact, a Pokémon egg. Strangely, its patterns did not resemble those of any eggs he remembered, possibly due to Team Rocket's involvement. Was Team Rocket going to such lengths merely to escort a Pokémon egg? Lu Feng rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, as he gazed at the egg, his expression shifted frequently. He sensed the egg's aura dwindling, its life force gradually dissipating. What is happening? Why is this egg undergoing such a change? Lu Feng exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his demeanor. He continuously probed the egg with his aura powers and finally discovered a tiny crack at the bottom. Fixating on that crack, his anxiety intensified, prompting him to ponder a possible solution. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck Lu Feng, and he began to channel his power of eternity into the egg. As the energy flowed into it, the life force of the egg stabilized, halting its decline. Witnessing this, Lu Feng exhaled, his previously tense demeanor gradually relaxing. Through the influence of the eternity power, he could sense a wave of gratitude and attachment emanating from within the egg. Looking at the egg, Lu Feng's expression grew complex, and he couldn't help but sigh. Due to the crack at the bottom, his assistance could only serve as a temporary remedy. It was merely a stopgap measure. Though Lu Feng felt an urgency, he was at a loss. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of fiery orange eyes watched him intently from the shadows. Marshadu, concealed in the dark, sensed Lu Feng's anxiety and concern, its gaze softening with a touch of human-like empathy. It gently waved its hand, summoning a breeze that dislodged a particular item from Lu Feng. A radiant, warm-feeling, rainbow-hued feather slowly descended upon the Pokémon egg. The feather emanated a wave of energy that penetrated the egg, mending the crack. Under Lu Feng's watchful gaze, the fissure gradually vanished, and the egg gleamed with a brilliant luster, showing no signs of damage. The life force within the egg began to revive, returning to its normal state. In awe of this sudden transformation, Lu Feng's face was etched with disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his gaze toward his shadow and murmured, "Thank you, Marshadu." Marshadu did not reply, merely causing the shadow to flicker slightly. Lu Feng understood well that the recent gust of wind was undoubtedly the work of Marshadu. Otherwise, how could the rainbow feather have fortuitously landed upon the egg? He organized his belongings and carefully stored the Pokémon egg, ensuring it was safely placed to avoid any further mishaps. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, accompanied by heavy breathing that gradually reached Lu Feng's ears. Observing the direction of the approaching footsteps, a wary expression crossed Lu Feng's face as he signaled Shakira to prepare for an attack. A minute later, a disheveled and battered Ramda appeared, revealing the toll of his struggles. Understanding the situation, Lu Feng surmised that Yolongdu must have overwhelmed Apollo and his allies, leaving Ramda in such a miserable state. Maximum power stone edge. A voice rang out, and sharp stone-like objects manifested around, hurtling toward Ramda's Zubat. Already battered, the Zubat fell under the intense assault. Ramda, witnessing the collapse of his Zubat, was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that an enemy still lurked in hiding. Lu Feng stepped forward, commanding Shinado to use telekinesis to restrain Ramda, preventing him from unleashing any further tactics. Chapter 77. Evolution of Banjira. Thanks to the inspiration of Lord Junmo's capsule, Lu Feng gazed at Ramda, shaking his head slightly before knocking him unconscious. Just as he was about to depart, Shakira suddenly erupted with a dazzling light that was almost blinding. "Is it evolving?" Lu Feng exclaimed in astonishment, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Typically, Shakira needed to accumulate strength and break free from the thick armor enveloping its body to complete its metamorphosis into Banjira. Observing the unexpected event, Lu Feng came to a halt, waiting silently. Soon, a massive silhouette emerged, exuding a fierce aura reminiscent of a cinematic Godzilla. Banjira. With a roar that reverberated throughout the underground space, the sound gradually spread into the surroundings. Lu Feng utilized the detection skill on Banjira, keenly observing the transformation unfolding before him. Name, Banjira. Gender, type, rock dark. Ability, intimidate, causes opponents to be anxious, preventing them from consuming berries. Classification, Armor Pokémon. Level, 53. Qualification, Champion. Skills, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Rampage, Earthquake, Wide Impact, Dark Pulse. As the information manifested before him, Lu Feng's face illuminated with surprise. He had not anticipated that this evolution would unleash the latent power within, propelling Banjira directly into the realm of the Quasi-King, with its level soaring to an impressive 53. "Congratulations, Banjira," Lu Feng expressed sincerely, gazing at the imposing figure before him. "Banjira," it responded with a low growl. "It seems those rocks infused with Regirock's energy have greatly aided you, leading to your early evolution," Lu Feng remarked, a smile gracing his face as he sensed the profound aura emanating from Banjira. Subsequently, he retrieved Banjira with a heavy ball and began to make his way outside. This evolution was indeed an unexpected delight, symbolizing Lu Feng's rapid advancement in strength, edging him closer to the status of a Quasi-King. Yet, a tinge of disappointment lingered within him, for Banjira's ability was not Sandstream, but rather the hidden ability, Intimidate. Otherwise, the title of Sandstorm King would have suited it perfectly. 10 minutes later, Lu Feng exited Team Rocket's underground base and gradually returned to the Rainbow Game Center. Upon seeing Lu Feng emerge unscathed, Yolongdu let out a sigh of relief, though his expression remained less than pleasant. Lu Feng approached him, observing the shifting emotions on Yolongdu's face, and quietly speculated before speaking. "King Du, I've captured the fleeing Team Rocket members. You may have Miss Junsha send someone down." Yolongdu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, gesturing to Miss Junsha. Soon, she, accompanied by numerous officers, entered Team Rocket's base to apprehend the members one by one. "How about Apollo and Lance?" Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, but could not suppress his curiosity, directing his inquiry towards Yolongdu. Upon hearing their names, a shadow of gloom settled on Yolongdu's face, and he begrudgingly replied, "They have already escaped. If it weren't for the assistance of a peak champion Beedrill, they surely would not have managed to flee." Lu Feng's countenance shifted slightly upon hearing this. If he were correct, that peak champion Beedrill must undoubtedly be Sakaki's trump card. "It's a pity we couldn't capture any of Team Rocket's executives," Yolongdu remarked, his fists clenched in frustration. Listening to Yolongdu's words, Lu Feng's expression turned peculiar as he softly stated, "Actually, I happened to encounter Ramda during his escape and managed to apprehend him. Upon hearing this, Yulongdu's gaze slightly softened, and a flicker of joy appeared on his face. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous turn of events, and the clouds of despair that loomed over him began to dissipate. Though only Ramda has been captured, it is certainly better than not capturing any Team Rocket executives at all. I truly appreciate your efforts, Lu Feng. Yulongdu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Looking at the composed Lu Feng shook his head and waved his hand, assuring Yulongdu that such formalities were unnecessary. After a moment of contemplation, Yulongdu reached a decision and solemnly addressed Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I possess a recommendation slot for entering the Dragon's Den, which I would like to offer as my token of gratitude for your contributions during this operation. If you have time next year, you may visit the Johto region's Yanma City and join the members of the Yulong family in the Dragon's Den for trials to gain the recognition of Dragon-type Pokémon. Thank you, King Du, for this opportunity, Lu Feng replied, his face alight with surprise. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving Silver Crown X3. Yulongdu's gratitude, and a bracelet. World announcement. Player 9527 has successfully destroyed Team Rocket's base. This is a public announcement. All players are encouraged to strive harder. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving Ability Capsule X1. Hearing the system notifications ringing in his ears, Lu Feng's smile widened, illuminating his face with joy. He then bid farewell to Yulongdu and returned to the Pokémon Center. Lu Feng retrieved the ability capsule he had just acquired and presented it to Banjira. With the aid of the capsule, Banjira's ability transformed to Sandstream. He then produced a silver crown and a gold crown, bestowing them upon his Charmander, elevating its qualification from Quasi-King level to Champion level. Thus, all 5 Pokémon in Lu Feng's team had achieved the Champion standard. As he triggered yet another world announcement, countless players observed the familiar ID with expressions of realization, choosing to pay little heed thereafter. After all, with Lu Feng's string of announcements, all players gradually grew accustomed and somewhat numb to the excitement, their hearts now steady and unperturbed. Chapter 78. The Mysterious Pokémon on the New Island. Thanks to the esteemed Nanmu for the encouragement, the following day, sunlight poured down, heralding the sweltering summer. After a brief breakfast, Lu Feng departed from Yuhong City, setting forth towards Qianhong City. On Route 18, lush trees flourished, their boughs heavy with foliage, shielding travelers from the fierce sun. The chirping of bug-type Pokémon filled the air, weaving a melodic backdrop that danced with the gentle breeze. Observing the flock of Pidgey in the woods and the occasional glimpse of wild Pokémon along the roadside, Lu Feng pondered for a moment, arriving at a decision. Come forth, Charmander, he gently called, tossing the Pokeball to release his beloved Pokémon. Charmander's eyes gleamed, reflecting the golden sunlight as it surveyed its surroundings with a puzzled expression. Charmander, our training begins now. From here to Qianhong City, you will be the one to battle, Lu Feng explained softly while stroking its shiny head. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Charmander let out a roar, its eyes ablaze with fierce determination, the flames on its tail burning fiercely. Lu Feng then led Charmander into a nearby forest, casting a knowing smile at the wild Pokémon passing by. Just then, a wild Oddish happened to wander past them, intending to leave, only to be intercepted by Charmander. The Oddish glanced at Lu Feng and Charmander with confusion, its eyes filled with bewilderment, unsure of the intentions of the human and Pokémon before it. The moment Lu Feng's voice resonated, it sent a chill through the air, rendering the atmosphere as frigid as an ice cavern. Even the blazing sun could not dispel the coldness that gripped his heart. Walking Grass, come forth in battle. Minutes later, the Walking Grass, eyes brimming with tears, fell to the ground, its countenance a portrait of sorrow and indignation. Lu Feng first employed the power of rejuvenation to restore it somewhat, leaving behind a delectable fruit before continuing his quest for other wild Pokémon alongside his Charmander. In an instant, the entire forest erupted into a cacophony of startled creatures. Meanwhile, as Lu Feng trained with his Charmander, the battle-scarred Lance and Apollo, under the protection of a Beedrill, made their way back to New Island. Gazing at the island that lay before them, both Apollo and Lance bore expressions heavy with gravity, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual despair. Shortly thereafter, within a hidden base on New Island, Apollo stood before a middle-aged man, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. He slowly produced a Pokeball and handed it to the man before him. Your Beedrill, he stated. Observing the man's composed demeanor, Apollo gritted his teeth and added, I have failed in my duties and betrayed your trust. Please impose punishment upon me. Beside him, Lance, witnessing this scene, quickly lowered his head and echoed the same sentiment. The middle-aged man sat regally upon a chair, gently stroking the fur of a Persian, his features obscured by shadows, revealing no hint of emotion. He regarded Apollo and Lance, rhythmically tapping the armrest of his chair, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. What transpired? Explain this incident in detail. Hearing his calm tone, Apollo and Lance let out a sigh of relief. Apollo gradually lifted his head and meticulously recounted the events that had unfolded. As the middle-aged man listened intently, his gaze deepened, reflecting a growing intensity. The alliance has overstepped its bounds. Should we not take action? Apollo asked, his face once again marred by anger. The man slightly shook his head and replied, there is no rush. Our primary focus must remain on completing the experiment. By the way, the experimental data from the Yuhong City base, it has not fallen into the hands of the Alliance, has it? Recalling something, the man turned his attention to Apollo and Lance. Rest assured, we have transferred all data, and any materials that could not be moved have been destroyed, leaving no trace for the Alliance to uncover, Lance earnestly assured him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, though he felt some displeasure over the fall of the Yuhong City base. He refrained from further comment. At that moment, Apollo hesitated, appearing conflicted as if struggling to articulate a thought. Noticing this, the man fixed his gaze upon him, his expression as tranquil as a still lake, waiting patiently for him to continue. However, the Pokémon eggs used for the genetic experiments have fallen into the hands of the Alliance, Apollo finally articulated cautiously. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's silence deepened, his presence becoming more imposing, his expression darkening considerably. Sensing the weight of his aura, Apollo and Lance strained to maintain their composure, their faces paling. After a long pause, the man gradually reined in his aura, his voice low and somber. We must retrieve those Pokémon eggs. If that proves impossible, we must destroy them to prevent the Alliance from discovering our intentions. Understood. Apollo and Lance replied, jolted into action by the gravity of the situation. Just then, a sudden explosion echoed, triggering the base's alarms, plunging the atmosphere into chaos. The middle-aged man, Apollo, and the others exchanged alarmed glances before rushing towards the source of the explosion. In a smoke-filled laboratory, all glassware lay shattered, the solutions splattered against the walls, and the machinery rendered in disarray. Numerous researchers sprawled on the ground, their faces etched with fear and trepidation. Before them stood a Pokémon, upright and bewildered, surveying its surroundings with a look of utter confusion. This Pokémon bore a peculiar appearance, radiating an overwhelming energy, its presence both magnificent and terrifying. It scanned the crowd, emanating a haunting voice as it inquired, Who am I? Chapter 79, Mutwo. Thanks to user 10991026 for the encouragement to update. The Pokémon surveyed the people around it, as well as its environment, its expression filled with perplexity. Who am I? The ethereal voice resonated, carrying an air of unknown inquiry that echoed in the ears of all present. Yet, in the face of this astonishing scene, everyone fell into a stupor, rendered silent. After a prolonged silence, a researcher cautiously addressed the Pokémon, trembling as he spoke. You are called Mutwo. Mutwo? Is that my name? The Pokémon pondered, a look of contemplation crossing its features. Yes, Mutwo is your name. The most powerful Pokémon that transcends dreams. The researchers, momentarily shaken, soon became fervent, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they proclaimed, You are a Pokémon created from the genes of the rarest Pokémon in this world. Mew? Is it my father or my mother? Mutwo inquired quietly, curiosity etched upon its face. One might say that, but it is not entirely accurate, the researchers replied, their faces alight with joy, immersed in euphoria. It is humanity that has unlocked greater possibilities for you through Mew's genes. You were destined to become the mightiest Pokémon. At this revelation, the researchers felt invigorated, exclaiming, This is a creation that rivals the gods through the power of technology. Mutwo observed the exhilarated researchers as its psychic abilities surged forth, and visions began to unfurl in its mind, images of a pink, feline Pokémon soaring through the woods and a hazy figure of a little girl bidding it a final farewell. Goodbye, my friend. After I leave, I cannot come back to find you, the girl, enveloped in radiant light, said with a smile. Watching the girl's retreating figure and listening to her farewell words, Mutwo felt a wave of sorrow wash over it, softly uttering, Xiao Ai. Hearing the name slip from its lips, Mutwo froze, a look of confusion clouding its features. Who is Xiao Ai? Why does it sound so familiar? The more it pondered, the more it was met with an agonizing sensation that pierced its mind, leaving it in a state of turmoil. Subsequently, the latent powers within Mutwo began to surge uncontrollably. Flames flickered and smoke billowed as the machinery emitted a cacophony of hissing and crackling. As this terrifying power spread, everything in the vicinity was obliterated, and the researchers present were thrown back by the overwhelming force. The entire new island base was stirred, with countless individuals rushing towards the laboratory's direction. When the middle-aged man and Apollo arrived at the laboratory and beheld the formidable and fearsome Mutuo, a faint smile gradually appeared on his face, and the ambition within him grew wild like rampant weeds. Why'd I exist? In the midst of this scene of devastation, Mutuo could not help but ponder, softly voicing its confusion. Unfortunately, no one remained to answer its questions. All had fled the laboratory. Sensing its own might, Mutuo gazed at the mural engulfed in flames, its expression sharpening. I am the strongest Pokémon in this world, Mutuo. My power surpasses yours. Suddenly, a series of applause broke the tension, startling Mutuo. It turned to locate the source of the sound, its face displaying a wary demeanor. You may be the strongest Pokémon in this world, but there exists another formidable presence. The middle-aged man slowly approached Mutuo, speaking softly. Humans? Mutuo queried, a hint of skepticism in its tone as it observed the man. Hearing the question, the man's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued, if you cooperate with humans, this world will belong to us. However, if you allow your power to run rampant, this world is destined for destruction. Mutuo, puzzled by the man's words, inquired, what should I do? You must learn to control your power, the man replied, gazing at Mutuo with a calm demeanor. If you cannot harness your strength, this world will end up like this island, consumed by flames. Control? Mutuo echoed, repeatedly mulling over the term, slowly sinking into contemplation. After a moment of silence, it raised its head abruptly and asked, what must I do? Upon hearing Mutuo's question, the middle-aged man's smile brightened. Mutuo, come with me. I will teach you how to master your power, he said, his face radiating anticipation. Mutuo, however, did not immediately acquiesce but instead fell into deep thought. After a brief silence, observing the chaotic scene of destruction around it, Mutuo ultimately consented and departed with the man, seeking a way to control its immense power. Not long after, a helicopter ascended from New Island, heading towards the city of Tokiwa, leaving behind a desolate landscape engulfed in smoke and flames. At that moment, far along Route 18, Lu Feng suddenly heard a system notification, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Ding. Conditions met. Congratulations, host, you have received a legendary task, Mutuo's counterattack. Task start time. Unknown, please prepare yourself, host. As Lu Feng read the information before him, his expression fluctuated, revealing signs of uncertainty. This task had emerged after he completed the previous mission assigned by the Elder Fuji, but it had remained dormant, shrouded in obscurity due to unmet conditions. Lu Feng had speculated that it was because Mutuo had yet to be born, but given the current circumstances, it seemed Mutuo may have already come into existence. According to the timeline of the movie, Mutuo was still within Team Rocket's grasp at this point, prompting Lu Feng to exercise caution. After all, he had disrupted Team Rocket's plans multiple times, and no one could predict whether he would encounter Mutuo upon his next visit to the Tokiwa gym. After some time, Lu Feng let out a sigh, reflecting on the information in his mind and gradually calming himself. He then turned his gaze to Charmeleon and softly instructed, Charmeleon, we must depart. After several days of training, Charmander had evolved into Charmeleon, aided by the assistance of wild Pokémon, achieving level 32. Charmeleon let out a low growl in response, silently following Lu Feng as they ventured towards the direction of Shallow Red City. Chapter 80. The disappearance of the Dragonair mother and child. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear. After 3 days of travel, Lu Feng's figure appeared outside the wild plains. Gazing at the wild plains before him, his eyes flickered, and he gradually came to a halt, standing still as he contemplated. The wild plains, also known as the hunting grounds, had been renamed by the Kanto Alliance, which deemed the original name unsuitable. If memory served him correctly, a pair of Dragonair mother and child resided within this very area. The thought stirred a flicker of excitement within Lu Feng. After all, as the pre-evolution of a quasi-divine Pokémon in Kanto, even a Dragonair with mediocre potential would surpass the majority of ordinary Pokémon. Moreover, Lu Feng possessed 2 silver crowns that could enhance their potential. If he could acquire these 2 Pokémon, they would undoubtedly develop into formidable combatants. Thus, Lu Feng made his way toward the entrance of the wild plains. After paying the entrance fee, he entered the wild plains, hoping to utilize his aura sensing ability to locate the elusive Dragonair mother and child. However, much to Lu Feng's disappointment, no matter how he searched, he could not find any trace of the Dragonairs. It was as if they had vanished from the wild plains, captured by other trainers. Could they truly have been caught by others? Lu Feng gazed at the desolate lake, his brow furrowing in concern. But that shouldn't be the case. Before Ascent's arrival, the Dragonair mother and child should have been present in the wild plains. What had gone wrong? As Lu Feng reflected on the information in his mind, his expression shifted continuously, and he could not help but mutter to himself. After a considerable time, a spark of realization flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly opened the player forum. With diligent searching, he finally uncovered some clues that prompted a sigh of resignation. According to certain players' revelations, the Dragonair mother and child in the wild plains had already been captured by other players. A girl from the Great Xia country named Ran Xianxia had discovered the Dragonair mother and child in the wild plains and, after persistent effort, gained their trust. Subsequently, they left the wild plains with her, becoming her Pokémon. Consequently, a certain Caesar, who had long silently watched over the Dragonairs, fell into a prolonged depression. Alas, it seems the Dragonair mother and child are beyond my reach. It is best to prepare diligently for the Dragon Cave trial. Lu Feng shook his head, and upon learning the truth, he left the wild plains without hesitation. Despite the diverse array of Pokémon inhabiting the wilderness area, the only one that truly captured his attention was the Dratini. After departing from the wild expanse, Lu Feng continued his journey towards the location of Shallow Pink City, gradually making his way there. Shallow Pink City, nestled in the southwestern region of Kanto, is renowned for its abundant cherry blossoms, which transform the entire city into a magnificent tapestry of pink hues each spring, thus earning its name. Compared to other cities in Kanto, this one is not particularly bustling. It is likely that without the presence of the wilderness area, few trainers would be inclined to visit. 3 hours later, Lu Feng finally arrived at the borders of Shallow Pink City, observing the sun as it began its descent. He contemplated for a moment and decided to rest in the city for the night, planning to challenge the Shallow Pink Gym the following day. In comparison to other gyms in Kanto, the Shallow Pink Gym had a somewhat unconventional location. Rather than being situated within the city itself, it was positioned on the outskirts, adjacent to the nearby wilderness area. Perhaps out of a desire to protect the wilderness, or perhaps to engage in rigorous training, the gym leader, Aju, had chosen this remote setting. This choice proved to be a formidable challenge for many trainers seeking to test their skills. As the journey to the gym was fraught with difficulties, including the rugged terrain and the occasional appearance of wild Pokémon. After a brief period of reflection, Lu Feng made his way towards a hotel in the city, hoping to rejuvenate himself in the comfort of its surroundings. He sought to gather his strength for the impending challenge against Aju. In comparison to other gym leaders in Kanto, Aju's prowess was exceptionally formidable, necessitating Lu Feng's utmost caution. It is noteworthy that Aju is destined to hold a position among the Elite Four of the Kanto League, indicating the extraordinary strength he possesses, perhaps even bordering on that of a champion. The following day, after a night of restorative rest, Lu Feng gradually regained his energy, dispelling the fatigue that had lingered from previous days. He then set off towards the outskirts, intending to seize the opportunity to challenge the Shallow Pink Gym. An hour later, after a thorough search, Lu Feng finally located the gym in the countryside. As he beheld the courtyard-style structure before him, he couldn't help but compare it to other gyms. Feeling a sense of incongruity, taking a deep breath, he stepped into the Shallow Pink Gym. Perhaps due to the early hour, the gym was relatively devoid of trainers, exuding a tranquil atmosphere. After a brief wait, a staff member emerged from within and led Lu Feng to a designated room. Upon entering, he sensed the presence of hidden traps and mechanisms, prompting him to shake his head in realization. He understood that this was likely a test set up by Aju, aimed at assessing the challenger's worthiness to face him. With the aid of his aura, Lu Feng deftly evaded all the traps and arrived at the battlefield. There, he was met with the astonished gaze of a girl dressed in ninja attire, who was visibly moved by his unscathed appearance. "How did you manage to do that?" Aju inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she observed Lu Feng's calm demeanor. In response, Lu Feng gathered a blue aura in his hands but chose not to answer her question. "Another one with special abilities? How unfair," Aju muttered under her breath, eyeing the aura emanating from Lu Feng's hands. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in ninja garb stepped forward to the battlefield. Observing Lu Feng's composed demeanor, he nodded slightly, signaling that Lu Feng could prepare for the match. Chapter 81. The Battle Against Aju. Thanks to the patron for the encouragement, Lu Feng swiftly took his position as a contestant and signaled to Aju that he was ready. The upcoming match would be between Lu Feng from the Hoenn region and gym leader Aju. "The battle begins now," declared the referee, having ensured both parties were prepared and announcing the rules to the audience. "My first Pokémon is this. Go, Shuckle." Aju carefully selected her first Pokémon from a small cart, sending forth a creature enveloped in purple fur, with red compound eyes and pincers adorning its head, along with 2 white antennae. This was an elite-level Shuckle, Aju's way of testing Lu Feng before deciding whether to deploy her strongest contenders. A Shuckle, is it? Then it shall be you, Charmeleon. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng threw forth the Pokeball containing Charmeleon. He aimed to utilize a Pokemon of the same caliber to hone Charmeleon's combat experience. Is he planning to leverage type advantages against my Shuckle? Aju mused quietly. Observing the spirited Charmeleon, Lu Feng, however, remained focused, issuing precise commands to Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower on Shuckle. Upon hearing his command, Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of searing flames, engulfing the area in intense heat. As the flames surged forth, the surrounding temperature escalated, causing moisture to evaporate and the air to become arid. Although the flames had yet to make contact with Shuckle, the intense heat began to dry and yellow its usually vibrant fur. Shuckle, use Protect. Aju remained unfazed, calmly instructing her Pokemon as the flames approached. A shimmering barrier enveloped Shuckle, shielding it from the onslaught of the flamethrower. Charmeleon, rush in and use Fire Fang. Lu Feng called out, undeterred by the failed flamethrower attack. Dodge swiftly, then use Poison Powder. Aju replied, maintaining her composure. In a flash, Shuckle's speed surged, allowing it to evade Charmeleon's Fire Fang and, seizing the opportunity, release a cloud of poisonous powder towards Charmeleon. As the battle unfolded, the swirling winds carried the toxic powder, and Charmeleon inevitably became ensnared, its vibrant red scales now tinged with a purplish hue, succumbing to the effects of poisoning. Witnessing this turn of events, Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly. He realized he could not afford to prolong this battle, lest Charmeleon succumb to its poisoned state. He quickly commanded, Charmeleon, envelop the area in smokescreen. At Lu Feng's command, Charmeleon exhaled a plume of pitch-black smoke, gradually shrouding the battlefield in obscurity, rendering the situation unclear. Aju furrowed her brow at the sight, contemplating her next move, and instructed Shuckle, Shuckle, listen closely for changes in sound, and be prepared to dodge at any moment. Charizard, at the 4 o'clock position, unleash a torrent of flames. With the aid of his psychic powers, Lu Feng effortlessly discerned the locations of Charizard and Swablu amidst the smoke screen, softly instructing Charizard. Within the dense, dark haze, a brilliant red light flickered, exuding a searing heat that incinerated the smoke and dealt a significant blow to Swablu. Blinded by the obscured vision, Swablu had no time to react, as it was repeatedly struck by the flames, instantly incapacitating it. As the smoke dissipated, the battlefield gradually came into view. Swablu lay limp on the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit, while Charizard's condition was not much better. The poison powder had inflicted a toxic state upon it, steadily draining its vitality and subjecting it to the effects of the toxin. Aju, observing the scene, shook his head slightly, a sigh escaping his lips. Ultimately, this was not a Pokémon he had personally nurtured, resulting in its lack of the auditory discernment skills developed through daily training. He silently withdrew Swablu into its Pokeball and sent forth his next Pokémon, a gym-level Mothim, which seemed to be his secondary team member. This Mothim displayed a pale purple hue, with white fluff covering its abdomen. Its eyes resembled bubbles, with black pupils, and 2 sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. The 2 pairs of massive wings on its back concealed purple toxic scales. Lu Feng scrutinized the Mothim for a moment, then glanced at Charizard's state. After a brief contemplation, he decided to recall Charizard. Subsequently, Lu Feng dispatched his starter Pokémon, Swampert. Mothim, ascend to great heights and employ the dance of the butterflies. Aju calmly instructed Mothim. The Mothim gradually gained altitude, gracefully fluttering in the air, engaging in an enchanting dance that possessed a certain charm. Lu Feng, observing the Mothim before him, felt a shift in his expression and promptly commanded Swampert. Swampert, utilize Water Pulse to interrupt Mothim's dance. Swampert roared and unleashed a Water Pulse directed at Mothim. Mothim deftly evaded the attack, leveraging its nimbleness to avoid the Water Pulse, yet it disrupted its own dance, failing to complete the augmentation of its state. Mothim continued to soar through the sky, dodging Swampert's strikes, but refrained from launching any offensive, leaving Lu Feng perplexed as he cast a glance at Aju. At that moment, Aju maintained a composed demeanor, observing the battlefield without issuing any commands, seemingly awaiting something. Noticing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition flickering in his mind. As a gentle breeze swept through, shimmering particles of light danced in the air, prompting Lu Feng to react swiftly, urgently instructing Swampert. Swampert, quickly use Whirlpool to envelop yourself and avoid contact with the toxic scales in the air. Upon hearing this, Swampert promptly activated Whirlpool, encasing itself within the swirling water. The approaching toxic scales, upon meeting the resistance of the water, dissolved into it. Aju, Witnessing Swampert's actions, could not help but nod appreciatively at Lu Feng. Swampert, execute that technique and launch an attack on Mothim. Following Lu Feng's command, Swampert nodded in understanding, channeling the power of the whirlpool and sending it crashing towards Mothim. The torrent of water surged forth with remarkable speed, splashing onto Mothim, dampening its wings. The added moisture weighed down Mothim's wings, gradually impeding its flight. Mothim, employ Illusion Beam. Aju calmly directed Mothim, observing the increasingly disadvantageous situation. Mothim ascended, preparing to unleash Illusion Beam, but was interrupted by the resurgence of its toxic state. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Feng issued his final command to Swampert: unleash a powerful rock slide. As Lu Feng's voice fell, Swampert concentrated the energy of rock slide, colliding into the hindered Mothim, which grimaced in pain, slowly descending towards the ground. Lu Feng and Aju watched Mothim in silence, waiting patiently. As if sensing Aju's gaze, Mothim attempted to rise, but was once again afflicted by the effects of poison, sapping its last vestiges of strength and rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Aju remained silent for a moment before slowly recalling Mothim, then turned his full attention to Lu Feng. Chapter 82, The Pink Badge. Thanks to the urging of Mo Xia for the update, indeed. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves behind. I wonder if you can conquer the next Pokémon? Aju, with a glint of excitement in his eyes, retrieved a Pokeball and solemnly addressed Lu Feng. Go, Ariados. Aju tossed forth his Pokeball, summoning his final Pokémon. A creature emerged, resembling a spider with a red head adorned with a horn, purple eyes, and a body that interwove black and red like a ladybug, complete with spiky antennae. Sensing the aura emanating from this Ariados, Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly. It was a near-elite level Pokémon, likely one of Aju's main forces. Aju, perceiving Lu Feng's change in demeanor, found it somewhat amusing. After defeating Mothim, Lu Feng had already earned his recognition, qualifying to claim the pink badge from him. Thus, regardless of whether Lu Feng triumphed in this battle, Aju would bestow the pink badge upon him. By sending forth his strongest Pokémon, Aju was merely inspired by the battle Lu Feng had brought forth, eager to engage in a thrilling contest to gauge the limits of this promising junior. Lu Feng cast a glance at Ariados on the battlefield, contemplating strategies he had previously considered, pondering how best to conquer the formidable opponent before him. He then directly commanded Swampert. Swampert, use Rain Dance. He aimed to alter the battlefield's weather, granting Swampert an advantage while simultaneously affecting Ariados' speed. As Lu Feng's command resonated, Swampert began to invoke Rain Dance, conjuring a cloud of water vapor above the arena. Aju, observing the developing scenario, discerned Lu Feng's intentions and calmly instructed Ariados. Use Pin Missile to interrupt Swampert's move. Countless sharp, needle-like projectiles erupted from Ariados, hurtling towards Swampert. Endure it, and continue using Rain Dance. Lu Feng commanded Swampert in a firm tone, urging it to maintain its previous action. Being a Pokémon known for its resilience, Lu Feng was not overly concerned that Ariados' Pin Missile would inflict significant harm on it. Heeding Lu Feng's orders, Swampert braved the onslaught of needles and persevered in executing Rain Dance, though a flicker of pain passed over its face. The rain finally fell softly within the confines of the room, gradually enveloping the entire space. Alitos, situated in the center, could only helplessly endure the raindrops, which weighed down its fur. Alitos, use Dance of the Sword. Aju sighed and commanded. Upon hearing Aju's words, Alitos promptly activated the Sword Dance skill, augmenting its offensive capabilities. However, Lu Feng was not about to allow Aju to have his way. He swiftly directed the giant swamp monster, use Rock Slide. The giant swamp monster gathered its energy for the move and launched an attack towards Alitos' position. As the Rock Slide approached, Alitos exhaled a thread that wrapped around a nearby pillar, using it to swing away and evade the impending attack. Although the Sword Dance skill was interrupted, Alitos managed to accumulate a boost to its attacking power. Alitos, use Shadow Clone, and then focus your energy. Aju's fighting spirit surged as he issued new commands to Alitos. In an instant, several identical figures of Alitos appeared, all simultaneously activating the energy concentration skill. Observing Alitos' movements and recalling its attributes, Lu Feng quickly realized that this Alitos possessed the sniper trait, which amplified the potency of its skills by striking vital points. The concentration effect allowed the Pokémon to focus, increasing the likelihood of hitting critical areas. With this understanding, Lu Feng felt compelled to act swiftly. Giant Swamp Monster. Unleash Surf to disperse those clones. Upon receiving the command, the giant swamp monster concentrated its water energy, summoning a small wave to attack the Alitos clones engaged in concentration. As the wave crashed over them, the figures of Alitos began to fragment and ultimately vanished. Staring at the scene before him, Lu Feng exclaimed, "How could this be?" Alitos has disappeared. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure darted out from behind the giant swamp monster, launching a cross-poison attack directly at it. It turned out that Alitos had skillfully hidden behind the pillar during the use of Shadow Clone, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In such a brief span, the giant swamp monster was unable to react in time and was hit by the cross-poison, suffering significant damage as its vitality dwindled. Gasping for breath, the giant swamp monster's breath became increasingly erratic. At that moment, it could hardly withstand Alitos' next attack, even if it was merely a weak bind. Can the giant swamp monster continue to fight? Lu Feng's face reflected his concern as he inquired. The giant swamp monster let out a low growl, its focus unwavering as it fixed its gaze on Alitos. Alitos, deliver the final bug bite. Aju coldly issued his last command, seemingly announcing the giant swamp monster's fate. Giant swamp monster, unleash the most powerful water pulse. A bead of cold sweat formed on Lu Feng's brow as he felt a pang of anxiety for his Pokémon. Both Pokémon sprang into action, channeling their respective skills and launching attacks towards each other, resulting in a clash of formidable forces. A blue glow emanated from the giant swamp monster, enhancing the power of its water pulse as its ability, Torrent, activated due to its critically low health, augmenting its water-type moves. With a thunderous boom, the giant swamp monster ultimately fell, but Alitos was not in prime condition either, as it was swiftly taken down by Lu Feng's newly summoned Sinnoh with a powerful psychic attack. The referee, observing the outcome of the battle, promptly announced Lu Feng's victory. At that moment, Aju, clad in a ninja outfit, approached Lu Feng and presented him with a pink badge. You demonstrated commendable battle awareness. Given time, you will undoubtedly reach my level or even surpass me. You flatter me. I appreciate your guidance. Lu Feng humbly replied as he accepted the pink badge. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pink badge. Reward, Momentum Band, World Fusion Degree. 1. Beside them, Axiang listened to Aju's commendation of Lu Feng with an expression of disbelief, having never heard Aju praise a trainer in such a manner, leaving her momentarily stunned. Watching Lu Feng's retreating figure, a flicker of competitive spirit ignited within her. Chapter 83. A Journey Through Time and Space. Thanks to user 11101003 for urging the update. After departing from the Shallow Red Gym, Lu Feng first returned to Shallow Red City with the giant swamp monster and Charmeleon, intending to utilize the Pokémon Center to restore their health. Sitting in the Pokémon Center, he began to contemplate his next course of action, quietly reflecting on the events surrounding Shallow Red City. The narratives near Shallow Red City included the Wild Plains, the Great Fool Valley, and the fabled time-traveling pocket watch. He recalled a specific location in Shallow Red City that seemed to harbor this extraordinary time-traveling pocket watch, and a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. After retrieving the giant swamp monster and Charmeleon, Lu Feng resolved to head towards the abandoned old train station in Shallow Red City. The dilapidated train station at the southern end of Shallow Red City stood with crumbling walls, dust swirling in the air, and wild grass running rampant. The once lush trees at the entrance had withered, stripped of all vitality, leaving behind no trace of their former glory. The entire area exuded a sense of decay and neglect. Is this the place? The giant swamp monster looked at Lu Feng with a hint of confusion, uncertain of the purpose of their visit. Lu Feng regarded the train station silently, lost in thought. After a brief moment of distraction, he entered the derelict station with the giant swamp monster and made his way toward the platform. Upon reaching the platform, they encountered an elderly man, weathered and aged, seated on a bench, gazing intently at the distant tunnel as if waiting for something. Witnessing this poignant scene, Lu Feng shook his head slightly and let out a quiet sigh. He knew full well that this individual was Gua's wife, a renowned breeder in Shallow Red City. She had once operated a breeding house with her husband in the city. However, 20 years prior, her husband, a Yom, had left Shallow Red City to learn advanced breeding techniques, only to meet with an untimely accident and never return. Since then, she had come to the old train station day after day, standing on the platform, awaiting a Yom's return. Even though the station had fallen into disrepair and the tree that symbolized their love had long since died, she remained steadfast in her devotion, never ceasing to visit the old station, sitting on that bench, silently waiting for a Yom to come back. Having been moved by this scene in the animation, witnessing it in reality evoked an even deeper sense of sorrow within him. Suddenly, Aguo's sister seemed to be startled by Lu Feng's arrival, gradually regaining her composure. A hint of surprise crossed her face, accompanied by a benevolent smile as she addressed Lu Feng. Young man, what brings you to this abandoned station? If you wish to catch a train, you must go to the new station. Upon hearing Aguos' words, Lu Feng gently shook his head and explained, I merely passed by this place, and upon noticing the leeks growing outside the station, I thought I would come in for a stroll, not to catch a train. Leeks. Alas, what a pity, they have withered away over the years, and we can no longer see them as they once were, Aguos' sister replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Her expression momentarily distant as she spoke with a touch of sadness. Seemingly touched by her melancholy, the weather began to shift. Dark clouds gathering in the sky as raindrops began to fall softly. Young man, a heavy rain is approaching. It would be best to leave early. After her brief exchange with Lu Feng, Aguos' sister turned and departed from the dilapidated station, her hunched figure retreating into the distance. Lu Feng sighed softly. Watching her figure fade away, his expression clouded with an inexplicable emotion. The rain fell incessantly, the familiar landscape of his childhood now overgrown, yet one soul remained. Steadfastly guarding the remnants of the old station, awaiting the return of someone long gone. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng tossed out a Pokeball containing his Gardevoir and softly instructed, Gardevoir, utilize your sensing ability to help me locate a golden pocket watch somewhere near these tracks. Gardevoir. The Pokemon nodded gently and began to search every corner of the vicinity. 10 minutes later, it opened its eyes and teleported to a specific spot along the tracks, returning with a golden pocket watch in its grasp. As Lu Feng beheld the golden watch, a smile gradually illuminated his face. Thank you, Gardevoir, he exclaimed. Gardevoir. It replied softly, shaking its head and placing the golden pocket watch into Lu Feng's hands. Is this the pocket watch capable of traversing time and space? Lu Feng mused, gazing at the somewhat dull golden watch in his hand. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the elite mission, time-traveling journey. Mission duration, none. Mission requirements. Use the pocket watch to return to the past and assist Aguos' sister and Ion in mending their regrets. Mission rewards. Title of Pokémon Breeder, acquisition of relevant breeding knowledge, World Fusion Degree, 0. 5 failure penalty, none. Suddenly, as Lu Feng touched the golden pocket watch, the system's notification sounded. He remained calm, his demeanor unchanged, as he sought to validate his suspicions about the watch. After all, items capable of time travel were rare in the Pokémon world. Aside from the time-space deity Dialga and the Celebi lineage, perhaps only the peculiar Rotom from the Kalos region and the Alolan Cutiefly possess such abilities. Rewards or not, I do not harbor expectations. My primary desire is to experience the sensation of time travel. After a moment of preparation, Lu Feng smiled softly and gradually opened the pocket watch. A radiant golden light burst forth, dazzling and brilliant, enveloping Lu Feng's figure in its glow. With an elusive power, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. In an instant, Lu Feng vanished, departing from the abandoned station. 20 years ago, at the old station in Qianhong City, a golden light flashed, and Lu Feng's figure materialized on the platform. He observed the bustling crowd around him, scrutinizing his surroundings with a hint of astonishment. Is this the feeling of time travel? It seems rather ordinary, he remarked. Unbeknownst to him, as he traversed time, in a realm beyond human reach within the Sinnoh region, a Pokémon adorned with several pale blue stripes and metallic features, resembling a deep blue lizard-like creature, appeared startled by the temporal disturbances and glanced in his direction. After sensing the aura radiating from Lu Feng, it remained silent for a moment before retracting its gaze. Meanwhile, tiny green Pokémon with onion-like heads, traversing through the time stream, sensed a familiar presence and gradually approached Lu Feng's current timeline. After casually surveying his surroundings and finding no sign of his target, Lu Feng made his way outside the station. Shortly thereafter, he spotted Ion in the distance. Just as he intended to call out to him, a throng of pedestrians obstructed his path. Watching Ion drift further away, a bittersweet smile crossed Lu Feng's face as he shook his head slightly. Is this the power of historical correction? Even though I have taken Xiaoyao's place, the relevant trajectories remain unchanged, Lu Feng murmured to himself, his expression a blend of complexity. With that thought, Lu Feng headed towards the location of the hot air balloon. With the assistance of the hot air balloon and his Swampert, he reenacted Xiaoyao's actions, employing Pokémon moves to artificially create a snowfall, preventing the train from leaving on time and successfully halting Ion. Following this, with Aguos' sister's appearance, everything unfolded seamlessly. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission, earning the title of Pokémon Breeder and acquiring related knowledge, World Fusion Degree, 0. 5. As Lu Feng completed the task, the system's notification echoed. Yet he was too preoccupied to pay it any mind, instead focusing on utilizing his aura to probe the surroundings. The golden pocket watch, which had initially begun to dissipate, inexplicably halted this process, igniting Lu Feng's curiosity as he sought the familiar figure within his mind. After a considerable time, Lu Feng's gaze suddenly fixed upon a distant grove, his expression reflecting realization. He swiftly guided his Swampert towards the woods. Moments later, they emerged into the verdant thicket, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the foliage and flowers. Lu Feng gradually came to a halt, pausing to resonate with the energy of the forest. As his aura of connection with Pokémon expanded, a Pokémon resembling a woodland spirit with an onion-like head curiously peered at him. After a brief contemplation, it gradually revealed its form. Swampert. Swampert growled softly at the sudden appearance of the Pokémon, becoming somewhat wary. Swampert, do not be concerned. It harbors no ill intent. Lu Feng first intercepted the giant swamp monster, shaking his head at it before shifting his gaze to the Pokémon before him. Indeed, it is you, Celebi, he remarked. His expression filled with complexity as he regarded the creature. Upon encountering the golden pocket watch and contemplating the professions of Agua and his companions, Lu Feng formed a hypothesis. He had surmised that this pocket watch possessed the ability to traverse time and space, imbued with the residual power of a legendary Pokémon. Otherwise, it could not be so wondrous. Observing Celebi, Lu Feng cautiously retrieved several energy cubes, extending them towards the creature. Celebi, sensing no threat from Lu Feng due to his inherent amiability and the presence of the power of eternity, felt a sense of trust. It gently sniffed the energy cubes, and upon detecting the fragrant aroma of berries within, its expression brightened, savoring the treat with delight. As Celebi flitted about with its translucent wings, a sly glint appeared in Lu Feng's eyes, signaling Sinnoh to approach Celebi. The latter seemed to sense the pure psychic energy emanating from Sinnoh, accompanied by a hint of shyness. Celebi nibbled on its finger, a thoughtful expression crossing its face, before making a resolute decision. A purple aura began to emanate from it, enveloping Sinnoh in a gentle embrace. Moments later, as the purple light merged with Sinnoh, its aura intensified, growing more robust as it transcended into the realm of the quasi-champion. Furthermore, its level ascended from 49 to an impressive 55. Thanks to the blessing of the legendary Pokémon, Sinnoh also grasped numerous psychic techniques, enriching its repertoire for battle. Witnessing the transformation in Sinnoh, Lu Feng could not suppress his satisfaction. After the encounter, Celebi appeared fatigued, breathing heavily, and trembling slightly as it settled into Lu Feng's arms to rest. Noticing Celebi's condition, Lu Feng produced an energy cube made from orange berries and utilized the power of eternity to aid in its recovery. Lu Feng had no intention of capturing Celebi. Setting aside the necessity of a Pokéball, the Pokémon's inherent nature and reluctance for combat compelled him to abandon the notion. As Celebi began to regain its strength, its gaze softened towards Lu Feng, and it could not help but call out in delight. After a considerable time, as Celebi fully recovered, Lu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, Celebi, I am immensely thankful for the blessings you have bestowed. Celebi chirped joyfully, shaking its head in modesty, and offered him a miracle seed imbued with a fraction of its grass-type energy. Then, it bid Lu Feng farewell and resumed its journey through time. Gazing at the miracle seed in his hand, Lu Feng snapped his fingers, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ding! The essence of Celebi has significantly enhanced the power of eternity, echoed the system notification in his ears. Lu Feng exhaled deeply, his face alight with joy. This time, he had achieved a remarkable bounty, securing the friendship of Celebi. Should he encounter difficulties in the future, he might directly call upon it. Subsequently, the golden pocket watch began to dissipate, and with a familiar golden light, Lu Feng and his companions vanished once more. Chapter 85. The sleeping fossil Pokémon in the quaint city of Qianhong. At the old train station, a golden ripple materialized, heralding Lu Feng's return to 20 years later. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the once abandoned station, due to the shifted course of history, had not succumbed to neglect and continued to thrive. The tree in front of the station remained lush and verdant, its branches heavy with leaves, frequently attracting the gathering of electric fireflies. Everything had changed. As he took in the scene, Lu Feng's face reflected a mix of emotions, and he murmured to himself. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to set his next destination to the Great Full Valley. If memory served him correctly, the valley was not only rich in ancient fossils, but also concealed a hidden space beneath, home to numerous fossil Pokémon, including the fossilized Kabuto and Aerodactyl. In the original narrative, Ash and his companions inadvertently ventured underground due to Team Rocket's disruption, leading to an encounter with Aerodactyl. It was during this encounter that Ash's Charmeleon evolved into Charizard, ultimately rescuing Ash and his friends. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Lu Feng's eyes at this thought, and he departed Qianhong City, heading towards the Great Full Valley. A day later, Lu Feng, accompanied by Charmeleon, arrived near the Great Fool Valley. Through encounters with wild Pokémon and battles against traveling trainers along the way, Charmeleon's strength had steadily increased, reaching level 35. It was likely that it would soon be ready to evolve. As they advanced, the environment became increasingly harsh, vegetation thinned, barren hills became prevalent, and a sense of desolation permeated the air. After an indeterminate time, they arrived at a stream, and Lu Feng recognized that they had indeed reached the Great Fool Valley. This stream served as the water source for the surrounding Pokémon. Following the stream, they arrived at an excavation site, where Lu Feng finally discerned signs of human activity. Observing the various pits around him, Lu Feng employed his aura powers to probe the area, but to his dismay, he found no traces of fossils remaining. Shaking his head, he proceeded towards the Alliance's outpost managing the Great Fool Valley. After undergoing a series of strength assessments and paying the requisite fees, he finally secured permission to enter. As news of fossils being unearthed spread, countless trainers from Kanto flocked to the Great Fool Valley, eager to test their luck. To ensure the safety of the trainers and prevent the fossils from falling into the hands of malicious organizations, the Kanto Alliance dispatched powerful trainers to oversee the area and maintain order. Only those who passed the Alliance's strength evaluations and paid the required fees could gain entry. Upon entering the Great Fool Valley, Lu Feng meticulously observed his surroundings before seeking a concealed corner to retrieve the Pokeball containing the giant swamp monster. With a flash of red light, the creature materialized before him. Giant swamp monster, use dig here, but be gentle, Lu Feng instructed, pointing to a specific location. The giant swamp monster nodded in acknowledgement and began its task. As the immense swamp monster made its move, the ground began to tremble gently, and soon after, a pitch-black opening materialized before Lu Feng. Gazing into the profound and dim abyss, Lu Feng retrieved his flashlight and, accompanied by his fire dinosaur and the swamp monster, ventured inside. They progressed along the pre-existing passage within the cave, where ancient fossil Pokémon gradually came into view, including the likes of the fossil Helmet, Ammonite, and Scyther Helmet. These wild Pokémon exuded an aura of antiquity, emanating a fierce and formidable presence as they lay dormant within the cave. Their numbers were astonishingly vast, densely clustered together, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld them. Cautiously, Lu Feng navigated past them, wary of disturbing their slumber, lest they awaken and launch an assault against him. Simultaneously, he intermittently deployed his detection skills to scan the Pokémon information surrounding him. As he perused the details of the Pokémon before him, a look of disappointment crossed his face, and he couldn't help but exhale a sigh. It seemed that due to the changes in their environment and the relentless passage of time, these fossil Pokémon had undergone significant transformations, no longer resembling their former selves. Although these dormant fossil Pokémon possessed considerable strength, none fell below the elite level. Yet, their potential was rather mediocre, generally on the lower end of the scale. The one with the highest potential was merely of elite caliber, rendering it devoid of any cultivation value. Upon realizing this, a sense of foreboding crept into Lu Feng's heart. If the fossil Pokémon here were of such a nature, what of the fossil pterodactyl residing in this subterranean realm? With this thought, Lu Feng shook his head slightly, mentally preparing himself for what lay ahead. He continued onward into the murky underground space, his steps unwavering. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Feng, along with his fire dinosaur and swamp monster, arrived at a cavern housing a lake. Observing the absence of any Pokémon traces in the vicinity, a contemplative expression settled on his face. Gradually, he aimed his flashlight toward the cave's ceiling, and indeed, he made a remarkable discovery. There, hanging from a rock formation, was a Pokémon resembling a pterodactyl from the Cretaceous period, its body a gray hue, its wings a blend of purple and gray, with serrated teeth and 4 sharp claws, all while it remained in a state of slumber with its eyes tightly shut. Lu Feng gazed upon the fossil pterodactyl with a hint of longing, but upon scanning its information, his expression fell. Regrettably, like the fossil Pokémon outside, this one had also experienced a drastic decline in quality. He sighed deeply, his countenance marred by disappointment. After weighing his options, Lu Feng ultimately decided against attempting to capture the fossil pterodactyl. Just as he contemplated departure, a glimmering point of light danced upon the lake's surface, catching Lu Feng's attention under the beam of his flashlight. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously approached the source, moving with utmost stealth to avoid disturbing the sleeping fossil pterodactyl above, in fear of provoking an upheaval among the dormant Pokémon in this underground space. Chapter 86. The Awakening Fossil Pterodactyl. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from the Great Demon Dragon, deep within the underground of Deshagu, the habitat of fossil Pokémon, Beads of sweat streamed down Lu Feng's face as he advanced at a snail's pace, akin to a sluggish snail. After 10 arduous minutes, he finally reached the lake's edge, silently utilizing his aura to sense the object. Following a meticulous search, he ultimately retrieved something from the depths of the lake, and with the dim light of his flashlight, he finally discerned the object's form. To his astonishment, it was a mysterious amber, remarkably well preserved. Through his aura's probing, Lu Feng could sense the vibrant life force contained within. Under the flashlight's illumination, the mysterious amber shimmered, radiating a faint glow. As he beheld the enigmatic amber, excitement danced across Lu Feng's features, gradually dissipating his earlier despondency. Based on his studies, this amber's impeccable preservation indicated that the fossil pterodactyl within was of a caliber far superior to the one resting above. If he could resurrect this fossil pterodactyl, it would undoubtedly serve as an impressive combat companion. With a long exhale, Lu Feng stifled his excitement and made his way back to the shore. After another 10 minutes, he returned to the cave entrance, sitting down on the ground, breathing heavily as he took a moment to rest. Despite the proximity of the lake, he had to tread carefully to avoid awakening the fossil pterodactyl, which could incite chaos among the dormant fossil Pokémon in this subterranean realm. Suddenly, his fire dinosaur seemed to sense something, tugging at Lu Feng's clothing with its claws. Lu Feng, taken aback, followed the direction indicated by his companion and slowly glanced over. There, on the opposite side of the lake, among a pile of stones, lay an oval object, casting a shadow under the flashlight's beam. The shape of the shadow struck Lu Feng as eerily familiar, prompting him to ponder its significance. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, leading to an epiphany. Could it be an egg? Lu Feng expressed uncertainty, his brow furrowing. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually rose to his feet, accompanied by his fire dinosaur, and approached the location of the egg. Before long, the egg was cradled in Lu Feng's hands. Observing the intricate patterns upon it and recalling his memories, he couldn't help but utter, "This can't possibly be the egg of Xiaoxia's Togepi, can it?" The more he examined the egg, the more convinced he became, and after a brief moment of introspection, he carefully stowed it away in his backpack alongside another egg. Just as he prepared to leave this space, a faint commotion echoed from outside the cave, causing Lu Feng's expression to shift. He gestured to the swamp monster and fire dinosaur, signaling them to ready themselves for an attack, lest they be caught off guard. After a brief wait, several figures emerged at the cave's entrance, but they were not the wild Pokémon Lu Feng had anticipated. Rather, they were human trainers. The humans who entered the cave soon noticed Lu Feng's presence and regarded him with silent scrutiny. Moments later, both Lu Feng and the leading trainer simultaneously gasped softly. "It's you." Lu Feng gazed at the figure, his expression one of astonishment, as he had not expected to encounter Wu Feng, someone he had met previously, in this place. Wu Feng, illuminated by the faint light, bore an equally astonished expression, his face reflecting a complex array of emotions. The two exchanged a glance, both succumbing to silence. After a long pause, Wu Feng broke the stalemate, his expression complex as he addressed Lu Feng. Remarking on the serendipity of their encounter, "I did not expect to see you here. It is indeed quite a coincidence. However, how did you end up in this place?" Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, Lu Feng first glanced upward, noting that the fossilized pterosaur remained dormant. He then replied softly, "It's been a while, President Wu. Let's step outside first to discuss this." Observing Lu Feng's cautious demeanor, Wu Feng was puzzled and could not help but look up. Following the direction of the light, a massive figure came into view, eliciting a look of astonishment on his face. As Wu Feng sensed the formidable aura above him, his expression shifted repeatedly, gradually becoming somewhat dazed. The trainers behind him, witnessing Wu Feng's reaction, also raised their heads to look upwards. Upon spotting the dormant fossilized pterosaur, the faces of everyone turned pale, and anxiety began to seep in. Lu Feng cast a glance at the crowd, and then moved toward the cave's exit, signaling for everyone to leave the area. However, the group remained entranced by shock and fear, rooted in place. Seeing this, Lu Feng shook his head in exasperation and stepped outside. Yet, before he could exit the cave, an unknown trainer accidentally stepped on a stone, producing a loud noise. This disturbance roused the previously slumbering fossilized pterosaur, which suddenly opened its fiery red eyes, sensing the presence of intruders in its lair. It turned its gaze towards Lu Feng and the others, letting out a fierce roar before flapping its wings and soaring toward them. Feeling the bloodthirsty and frenzied aura emanating from the pterosaur, the group's expressions grew increasingly grim, leaving them momentarily at a loss. "Seek cover and lie low," Lu Feng urgently instructed, rolling to the side and taking refuge behind a large rock. He then recalled his Charmeleon and switched off his flashlight, allowing the darkness to envelop him. Upon hearing Lu Feng's warning, the others followed suit, hastily searching for suitable cover and hiding away. The pterosaur's roar awakened numerous fossil Pokémon within the underground space, causing a riot among the wild creatures. Fortunately, the presence of the pterosaur deterred the surrounding wild Pokémon from approaching the cave, granting Lu Feng and his companions a moment of reprieve. The pterosaur continued to fly within the dim cavern, searching for Lu Feng and his group. However, due to the lighting and the terrain's obstructions, it struggled to locate them. In frustration, it roared, its voice tinged with anger, and began using its abilities to wreak havoc within the cave's confines. Lu Feng and the others watched the pterosaur's actions, their faces gradually paling as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 87. Defeating the fossilized pterosaur. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from the illustrious Zuhent, at that moment, the atmosphere in the dim cave grew tense. The recently awakened pterosaur, still irritable from its slumber, wore a fierce expression, its aura becoming extremely volatile. As if it intended to tear Lu Feng and his companions apart, it unleashed its abilities, attempting to dismantle the cave's environment in a bid to flush out Lu Feng and the others. A brilliant beam of light coalesced in its mouth, charged with terrifying energy, which it directed at the nearby rocks. With a resounding boom, countless stones shattered, raining down as debris, striking the ground with tremendous force. The ground trembled under the impact. Clouds of dust erupted, and the space became shrouded in a dense fog, obscuring all visibility. Although Lu Feng and the others were shielded from the falling debris by the terrain, their expressions did not reflect relief. On the contrary, their faces turned grave, hints of anxiety faintly visible. They understood that while the falling rocks had not harmed them, the cave was gradually becoming obstructed by the debris. If they did not devise a plan, they would inevitably be buried alive within this cavern. The thought of such a possibility weighed heavily on their hearts, instilling a sense of panic in their eyes. "President, what should we do? If this continues, we are bound to meet our end." A trainer from the Daxiao Pokémon Alliance inquired anxiously. Listening to the trainer, Lu Feng exhibited an unusual hesitation, his face revealing uncertainty. After a long moment, he gritted his teeth and addressed all the trainers from the Daxiao Alliance. "Bring out all your Pokémon and launch an attack on this wild creature." Following Lu Feng's command, everyone summoned their Pokémon. In an instant, the once confining cave became filled with the presence of numerous Pokémon. Under their trainers' directives, these creatures began to assault the fossilized pterosaur, unleashing a barrage of diverse abilities aimed at the soaring beast. The pterosaur, sensing the incoming attacks, displayed disdain in its eyes, countering with a rock slide ability that effortlessly negated the trainer's assaults. Utilizing the cave's environment, the crumbling rock walls, and scattered debris, it inflicted severe damage upon the trainer's Pokémon. Many weaker Pokémon were rendered incapable of battle in this exchange. Witnessing the scene unfold before them, the trainers wore expressions of disbelief, their minds momentarily adrift. Just how powerful is this Pokémon? One trainer could not help but exclaim. A bitter expression etched upon his face. Lu Feng observed the defeated trainers, disappointment evident on his face. Though his own Pokémon had not been incapacitated, they were left in a poor state after enduring the attack. Beside him, Lu Feng noted the expressions of the crowd, shaking his head in quiet disapproval, maintaining an air of calm as if he had anticipated this outcome. The Pokémon of the Daxiao trainers were merely of elite caliber. How could they possibly contend with a fossilized pterosaur that had lived for eons? Even though this pterosaur's strength had waned to that of a quasi-champion due to the passage of time, it remained far beyond what they could withstand. Were it not for the constraints of the cavern, that last attack would have likely annihilated all the Daxiao trainers' Pokémon. Lu Feng observed the fossilized pterosaur for a while, noting its combat habits, and eventually tossed out 2 Poké Balls. A brilliant flash of red light revealed the forms of Swampert and Ghastly surrounding him. Regarding the pterosaur, now weakened to the level of a quasi-champion, Lu Feng felt no trepidation. Had he not been concerned about the battle's commotion attracting a horde of wild Pokémon from outside, he would have already intervened. At this moment, due to the obstruction of rubble, the entire cave had become sealed off, preventing any wild Pokémon from entering. Lu Feng was thus free from any concerns. As he gazed at the descending Aerodactyl, which aimed to assault the group, he promptly issued commands to his Swampert and Gengar. Swampert, attempt to ensnare the Aerodactyl with Whirlpool. Following Lu Feng's words, Swampert conjured the Whirlpool skill, transforming countless water vapor into a spiraling formation that flew towards Aerodactyl, gradually enveloping it. Seize this opportunity, Gengar, and unleash Sludge Bomb at the Aerodactyl's location. Gengar cackled in response, swiftly executing the Sludge Bomb, which collided with the Whirlpool, gradually merging with the swirling waters. The Aerodactyl, trapped within the whirlpool, displayed an irritated expression, clearly displeased with the surrounding moisture. It attempted to slice through the watery cage with its sharp wings. But Swampert's adept manipulation thwarted its efforts, forcing it to repeatedly attempt to break free. Seeing the Aerodactyl's struggles brought a smile of anticipation to Lu Feng's face as he patiently awaited the outcome. Moments later, the Aerodactyl unleashed Hyper Beam, breaking free from the whirlpool's confines, but it was swiftly afflicted by the toxic droplets, succumbing to a poisoned state. The Aerodactyl roared in pain, its expression growing increasingly ferocious. Swampert, unleash your most powerful water pulse. Gengar, use Dark Pulse. Lu Feng chuckled softly, observing the now stiff Aerodactyl, and continued to direct Swampert and Gengar. As his commands resonated, both Swampert and Gengar gathered energy, launching their attacks toward the Aerodactyl. The two formidable moves struck the Aerodactyl directly, causing it to emit a mournful cry as it plummeted to the ground. It struggled fiercely, its face contorted in rage as it glared at Lu Feng and the others. But the damage from its poisoned state rendered it increasingly feeble. Swampert, deliver the final water pulse. Lu Feng glanced at the fallen Aerodactyl and commanded Swampert. With the descent of the water pulse, it swiftly overwhelmed the Aerodactyl, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Seizing the moment, Swampert leveled up to 49, while Gengar ascended to 48. Lu Feng looked down at the unconscious Aerodactyl, a wistful expression crossing his face. Had it not been for the long slumber that rendered the Aerodactyl forgetful of its combat prowess, this battle would not have been so easily won. Around him, Wu Feng and the others gazed at Lu Feng with awe, their expressions filled with reverence. Having battled against the Aerodactyl themselves, they understood the magnitude of Lu Feng's strength. Observing Lu Feng's prolonged silence, Wu Feng's mind began to churn with thoughts of capturing the Pokémon before him, slowly formulating a plan. After much internal deliberation, Wu Feng addressed Lu Feng earnestly. Lu Feng, might you consider allowing us to have this Pokémon? We can offer valuable items in exchange. Upon hearing Lu Feng's request, Lu Feng exhibited a look of surprise, contemplating the proposition. Chapter 88, The Quest for the Bamboo Shoot. Thanks to the esteemed Song Qiong Jiao Long for the encouragement, as Wu Feng articulated his request, the cave fell into an uncanny silence. With everyone holding their breath in anticipation, fearful of disturbing Lu Feng's contemplation. After a prolonged moment, Lu Feng slowly lifted his gaze, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he inquired, "What do you intend to offer in exchange?" A wild Pokémon of this caliber, especially an Aerodactyl, holds considerable value. Seemingly struck by a thought, Lu Feng paused momentarily before continuing, "Moreover, are you certain you possess the means to subdue this formidable Pokémon?" Wu Feng and the others, upon hearing Lu Feng's initial words, displayed faint signs of joy, recognizing that his statement indicated a willingness to negotiate. However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, their expressions faltered, replaced by forced smiles. Such a quest. It feels akin to stripping a panda of its sustenance. After a brief silence, Wu Feng, his expression marked by frustration, replied, "We can offer a portion of our Pokémon treasures. If you are amenable, we can also arrange a cash exchange. As for subduing this Aerodactyl, we have our methods, so you need not worry." Lu Feng, after contemplating Wu Feng's proposal, nodded slightly, though his enthusiasm seemed lacking. His demeanor remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this exchange. Observing Lu Feng's calm composure, Wu Feng felt a sense of unease, realizing he faced a challenge. Yet, he was determined. Acquiring this Aerodactyl would serve as a powerful asset for the newly established Pokémon League of the Great Xia, a means to assert dominance over other nations. Thus, Wu Feng continued to ponder potential offerings to sway Lu Feng. As Lu Feng watched Wu Feng's expression shift, he understood the man had misinterpreted his intentions but chose not to intervene, instead finding amusement in his deliberations. For Lu Feng, the Aerodactyl was not his goal, rendering it inconsequential. Initially, after defeating the Aerodactyl, he had intended to leave. However, Wu Feng's sudden interjection halted his departure, prompting him to pause. Just as Lu Feng was about to relinquish the Aerodactyl's ownership to Wu Feng and his companions, Wu Feng appeared to recall something. Raising his head with newfound confidence as he asked Lu Feng, "Might the ancient artifacts left by our nation be sufficient to exchange for this Aerodactyl?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng momentarily froze, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. A glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes, yet the words he had prepared to speak faltered on his lips. Had Wu Feng not reminded him, he might have forgotten the existence of numerous legendary Pokémon-related artifacts on Blue Star. What had initially seemed a daunting search now revealed itself as an unexpected opportunity. Regaining his composure, Lu Feng hoarsely asked, "President Wu, What precisely do you mean by ancient artifacts? Observing Lu Feng's curiosity, Lu Feng spoke in a hushed tone. These ancient artifacts are items unearthed through archaeological excavations, believed to be connected to Pokémon. Experts speculate that Pokémon once roamed the Blue Star. As he spoke, he scrutinized Lu Feng's expression, recalling how he himself had been profoundly affected by such revelations. However, upon noticing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, which showed no sign of reaction, Lu Feng could not help but regard him with a penetrating gaze, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue. After listening to his words, Lu Feng's gaze flickered slightly. His heart gradually stirred. He then looked at the unconscious fossil pterosaur and inquired of Lu Feng, "I wonder how President Wu intends to exchange." Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of excitement crossed Lu Feng's face. He realized that the deal was likely to materialize, and the next step would be negotiation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he tentatively proposed to Lu Feng, "We would be willing to exchange 3 ancient artifacts. What do you think?" Upon hearing Lu Feng's offer, Lu Feng nodded without any desire to haggle. Once Lu Feng agreed, the tension in the room dissipated, and everyone present exhibited expressions of elation. Seizing the opportunity while the fossil pterosaur remained in a stupor, Lu Feng promptly released a Pokeball to capture it. After retrieving the Pokeball, Lu Feng cast a conflicted glance at Lu Feng, seemingly at a loss for words. Lu Feng chuckled softly, understanding their unspoken intentions, and replied nonchalantly, "You may take the fossil pterosaur now. Once you return to Blue Star, you can present me with the 3 ancient artifacts." Lu Feng and the others exchanged grateful glances with Lu Feng and bowed silently in acknowledgement. Shaking his head, Lu Feng summoned his Swampert, who used the dig move to carve out a passage, and they departed. Half an hour later, Lu Feng emerged from the Great Full Valley. He first retrieved a map, quietly comparing it to find the route to his next destination. Lu Feng's next stop was Red Lotus Island, where he intended to challenge the Red Lotus Gym for the Crimson Badge. However, as a massive island situated in the sea, Red Lotus Island lacked any terrestrial connections. To reach it, one would either need to utilize a flying Pokémon or take a ferry, proceeding along Route 20 to arrive there. With this in mind, Lu Feng began to plan his course towards the nearest port, advancing steadily. After a day's journey, he arrived at the closest port, where he paid a substantial fare and finally boarded the ferry bound for Red Lotus Island. As the sun began to set, the fiery hues of twilight cast a vibrant glow upon the azure sea, imbuing the waters with a rich tapestry of colors. The ferry glided towards Red Lotus Island, revealing the picturesque scenery of the Kanto Sea, with various stunning vistas unfurling before the travelers, evoking a sense of wonder. Yet, Lu Feng remained indifferent to the beauty around him, lost in contemplation regarding another matter. Chapter 89. Lu Feng's Thoughts. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from the esteemed Jia Bang, Xiao Yao Dao Run, with the moon high and the stars twinkling, the silvery moonlight spread across the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering reflection that added a hint of serenity to the surroundings. Inside the ferry's cabin, Lu Feng took out a notebook, diligently sketching and jotting down notes, his brow occasionally furrowing before gradually easing. The notebook contained Lu Feng's ideas for nurturing several of his Pokémon. Upon acquiring relevant knowledge about training, he had formulated specific plans. After battling the fossil pterosaur in the Great Fool Valley, his thoughts intensified. He repeatedly recalled the scene where Swampert and Jengar's skills fused, resulting in a toxic water attack that inflicted damage on the fossil pterosaur. This sparked a flurry of inspiration, leading him to ponder various possibilities. Currently, his Pokémon had mostly mastered their skills, yet none possessed a trump card ability. Perhaps it was time to devise a strategy to elevate their strengths further. Lu Feng mused softly, reflecting on the conditions of his Pokémon. After a brief period of contemplation, several ideas began to form in his mind. Swampert could focus on enhancing its Torrent ability, mastering its application such that every water-type move would yield an amplification in power. Additionally, he could strengthen its control over its own strength, exploring whether existing skill combinations could simulate aspects of the move's Blade of Ruin and Origin Pulse, allowing it to familiarize itself with the corresponding techniques. Lu Feng glanced at the information regarding Swampert, drawing circles and notes. Then he shifted his attention to Gardevoir's details, silently recalling scenes from his mind to discover an enhancement path suitable for her. After a prolonged moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, prompting him to outline a training plan beneath her information. As a special attacker, perhaps he could enable Gardevoir to gradually integrate Fairy-type energy into her Psychic-type moves and learn the move Miracle Eye. This would undoubtedly render her a formidable foe against Dark-type Pokémon. Suddenly, a vision materialized in Lu Feng's mind. Gardevoir executing a combination of the moves Magical Shine, Psychic, and Leaf Tornado, causing a cascade of floral leaves to descend, with overwhelming psychic energy emanating from the fusion of these three skills, resulting in devastating damage. Was this not the essence of blooming flowers, reigning supreme over the land? Thus, could I develop Gardevoir skills based on the model of an empress? At this thought, a peculiar expression crossed Lu Feng's face, and his tone grew somewhat agitated. Next, Lu Feng turned his focus to Tyranitar, reflecting on compatible templates in his mind for further development. After considerable contemplation, a glimmer of realization shone in his eyes, his face alight with joy. Tyranitar could concentrate on augmenting its sandstorm abilities, seizing control of the weather to enhance its own strength. If it could acquire items related to birds, tapping into that essence of death, perhaps it could create a desolate domain. Once the sandstorm arose, desolation would follow. In such a scenario, even Pokémon with type advantages would find it challenging to defend themselves. The mere thought of such a scene compelled Lu Feng to underline his notes emphatically. He then began to contemplate methods for enhancing Gengar. Both Gengar and its evolution, Gengar, could conceal themselves in the shadows. Perhaps Gengar could employ a combination of Shadow Clone and Substitute, integrating the concept of the latter into the former to create a legion of Shadow Minions. By infusing its poisonous energy into these Shadow Minions, it could trigger Poison-type damage. At that moment, the original would lurk in the shadows, waiting to unleash the Shadow Minions in a righteous ambush upon their foes. Was this not the essence of the Night Parade of 100 Demons? Furthermore, by seeking items associated with legendary Pokémon such as Giratina, Darkrai, and Lunala, he could bolster Gengar's core power, enhancing the potency of the shadows it conjured. The more Lu Feng envisioned this scenario, the more exhilarated he became, diligently recording his thoughts. Finally, Lu Feng's attention shifted to Charmeleon, as he began to ponder incessantly. Regardless of whether Charmeleon pursued a line of fiery attacks or otherwise, it inherently possessed the fire-type attribute. In a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng determined that focusing on developing the fire-type abilities of his Pokémon would better equip them to adapt to various situations. The flames, characterized by their explosive combustion, could allow his fire dinosaur to learn to harness the energy of fire, compressing and fusing it to amplify the potency of its skills while mastering its inherent blazing traits. Furthermore, he aspired to seek out numerous legendary fire-type Pokémon, to comprehend their primal energies and endeavor to master diverse flames. Speaking to himself, Lu Feng envisioned a scene where his fire dinosaur evolved into a fire-breathing dragon, mastering the flames of various legendary Pokémon and merging them into a formidable force. In an instant, a colossal spirit resembling a wrathful lotus emerged, unleashing catastrophic destruction. Lu Feng promptly documented his thoughts, preparing for the next steps. While he had a method of cultivation in mind, only experimentation would reveal if his aspirations could indeed materialize. The next day, as dawn broke, Lu Feng departed immediately upon the fairy's arrival at Twin Island, momentarily abandoning his plans to head to the Red Lotus Island. He was eager to utilize the island's environment to train his Pokémon, hoping to realize his vision. As he traversed the tranquil paths of Twin Island, he gradually arrived at a secluded spot. There, he released several of his Pokémon and conveyed his ideas to them. Upon hearing his words, the Pokémon exchanged glances but eventually began training in accordance with Lu Feng's concepts, striving to actualize his ambitions. The island soon echoed with explosive sounds, creating a tumultuous atmosphere that unsettled the nearby wild Pokémon, who dared not approach Lu Feng and his companions. Half a month later, as the sun rose, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted from a location on Twin Island, sending shockwaves that caused nearby Pokémon to flee in terror. Coughing from the smoke, Lu Feng waved his hand to clear the air, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of shattered rocks and flames. He urged his fire dinosaur to attempt again, challenging it to compress even more flame energy for a mightier attack. With a fierce roar, the fire dinosaur complied, condensing its fire energy into a diminutive fireball. Though small and seemingly inconspicuous, the terrifying energy and intense heat it contained were extraordinary. Reaching its limit, the fire dinosaur hurled the fireball at a rocky wall, resulting in a violent explosion as the flames collided with the surface, unleashing a powerful energy wave that radiated outward. As Lu Feng gazed at the sight, he noted that the original rock had vanished, unable to withstand the extreme heat and force of the impact, reduced to countless particles of dust. Only a charred mark remained, surrounded by lingering warmth, a fearsome testament to the power unleashed. Could compressing fire energy and executing related skills truly yield an attack of gym leader caliber? Lu Feng pondered, quietly contemplating the residual energy fluctuations. If the fire dinosaur could harness its blazing traits, it might achieve even greater heights, amplifying its might. He recorded his observations, realizing that his plans for the fire dinosaur had indeed succeeded. Despite being merely at the elite level, it could unleash attacks rivaling those of gym leaders through this technique. As long as he adhered to his strategy, the future looked promising. After advising the fire dinosaur, Lu Feng made his way to the location of his swamp monster, which exhibited noticeable fluctuations in its aura. After sensing it carefully, he addressed the swamp monster, requesting it to demonstrate the results of its recent training. With a low growl, the swamp monster unleashed an attack on the distant woods, drawing in a deep breath before pausing momentarily. A glow enveloped it, significantly enhancing its energy. Then, it concentrated water energy into its right hand, infusing it with its understanding of turbulent waters, gradually compressing the wave. In the next moment, a wave of terrifying water energy materialized, crashing through countless trees and laying waste to the surroundings. Following this, the swamp monster inhaled deeply once more, executing a combination of rock slide and sharp stone attacks, mimicking the cliff sword technique, creating a formidable force. The ground beneath them shattered, becoming uneven and broken. Observing the scene and sensing the residual energy, Lu Feng contemplated for a moment and nodded slightly at the swamp monster. Although this combination of skills fell short of his expectations of Root Wave and Cliff Sword, their power had reached the peak level of a quasi-champion, a considerable consolation. After several days of training, the swamp monster had made significant progress in mastering its traits. Though it couldn't consistently trigger the Torrent effect, it had improved considerably. And with further training, it might solidify this power. After witnessing the swamp monster's advancement, Lu Feng eagerly anticipated the transformations of his remaining Pokémon. In comparison to the fire dinosaur and swamp monster, the changes in his Tyranitar were less pronounced, merely a refinement in its mastery of the sandstorm technique. Nonetheless, under the influence of the sandstorm's conditions, Tyranitar's strength had significantly increased, with its most powerful attacks nearing quasi-champion level. Lu Feng encouraged it without disappointment, for the desolate realm he envisioned had yet to reveal itself. He pondered whether there were any items related to Yveltal on Blue Planet. Otherwise, he would have to wait until later to journey to Kalos in search of the destruction cocoon. Shaking his head, Lu Feng approached the location of his Jengar. Upon arriving, he sensed the chilling atmosphere surrounding Jengar, hearing not the eerie, cackling sounds but feeling a shiver of trepidation in his heart. Shadows began to materialize, transforming into terrifying ghostly figures that launched attacks on the nearby wild Pokémon, who were utterly defenseless against such bizarre onslaughts, swiftly losing their ability to fight. Lu Feng counted the shadow army of Ghost Stone, noting that currently there were only 3 shadows in existence. However, with the assistance of these 3 shadows, Ghost Stone's strength might indeed rival that of a quasi-king. Well done, Ghost Stone. I eagerly await the formation of your shadow army, Lu Feng expressed with a smile. Addressing Ghost Stone with anticipation. Ghost Stone, could you perhaps integrate hypnosis, dark night shadows, and peculiar light into the shadow army to bestow it with an additional state of enhancement? Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Feng, and he quickly conveyed his thoughts to Ghost Stone. Ghost Stone pondered deeply upon hearing this and silently departed. Ultimately, Lu Feng made his way toward the location of Sinnoh. Yet, before he could approach, a brilliant radiance flashed from where Sinnoh was situated, accompanied by a terrifying wave of psychic energy. The magical leaves around were imbued with the essence of magic and psychic force, transforming into a stunning spectacle, reminiscent of divine light coalescing into blossoms. This combination of 3 techniques produced an overwhelmingly fearsome chemical effect, gradually emanating an energy wave comparable to that of a king. This was the blossoming of a thought, reigning supreme. Observing the scene before him, Lu Feng momentarily lost himself in thought. Upon regaining his senses, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face, for he understood that his vision had come to fruition. It was worth noting that Sinnoh currently possessed only quasi-king level strength. If it underwent a super evolution and combined with this secret weapon, perhaps it could attempt to battle trainers of mid-level kings. As long as his Pokémon continued to grow, they might shatter the limits of legendary thresholds and step into the realm of legends. After a brief contemplation, Lu Feng gazed at the setting sun. Realizing that dusk was approaching, he instructed several Pokémon to cease training and began preparing energy cubes to replenish their steadily depleting stamina. Chapter 91. Encounter with Articuno. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from the swift Xiaohui, as the last rays of sunlight faded, night gradually descended, bringing tranquility to the Twin Islands. Lu Feng sat by the campfire in front of his tent, warmed by its glow, diligently recording pertinent information. Observing his Pokémon quietly consuming energy cubes, a smile slowly crept across his lips. After half a month of intense training, his Pokémon had made significant progress. Now, However, special training could no longer provide them with substantial strength enhancements. With this realization, Lu Feng began to contemplate his next course of action. After a brief moment of reflection, he reached a decision. At dawn, he would set off with his Pokémon, departing from the Twin Islands toward the direction of Red Lotus Island to continue their gym challenges and obtain the Crimson Badge. Subsequently, Lu Feng gently succumbed to slumber, drifting into a deep sleep. As the moon ascended high and stars twinkled, the Twin Islands bore a slight deviation from their usual state, with some wild Pokémon gradually vanishing from sight. After an indeterminate amount of time, the temperature around began to drop significantly, a chilling cold front spreading across the Twin Islands. The icy breath enveloped the entire island, causing leaves to fall and the once lush trees to be dusted with frost. In an instant, the island transformed into a realm of snow and ice, blanketed in white. A startled Lu Feng, who had been peacefully asleep, was abruptly awakened by the sudden chill, prompting an involuntary sneeze. He noticed that the campfire in front of the tent had inexplicably extinguished, and under the frigid temperature, the remnants of the burnt wood had begun to freeze into blocks of ice. What has happened? Lu Feng's face displayed a look of confusion as he surveyed the scene. His Pokémon, such as Swampert, shook their heads in response, equally perplexed. Observing the bewilderment of his Pokémon, Lu Feng sighed and instructed them, "Everyone, go and search for any other discoveries." He understood that unless they identified the cause of the cold front, sleep would elude them that night. Soon after, perhaps due to its sensitivity to temperature, Charmeleon arrived at the entrance of a cave on the island. Gazing at the pitch-black opening, its expression grew serious. Sensing a terrifying presence lurking within the cave, exuding an aura of chill, it hurried back to the camp to bring Lu Feng and the other Pokémon to the cave's entrance. Is it the cold emanating from this cave that has caused the cold front? Lu Feng pondered gravely, feeling the biting cold air wafting from within. He recalled memories that surfaced in his mind, a thoughtful expression gracing his face. After much contemplation, curiosity flickered in his eyes, and he resolutely stepped into the cave. As Lu Feng and his Pokémon ventured deeper along the cave's passage, the temperature plummeted further, and the cave's walls gradually became coated in thick layers of ice. After what felt like an eternity of winding paths, they reached the second level of the cave. Unlike the first level, this one began to reveal the presence of wild Pokémon, predominantly water and ice types common in the Kanto region. The moment they entered, these long-dwelling wild Pokémon detected their presence and immediately launched an attack. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower, Lu Feng calmly directed, watching the approaching wild Pokémon. Roaring fiercely, Charmeleon compressed its internal fire energy and unleashed a torrent of flames toward the encroaching ice-type Pokémon. The searing flames swept through, introducing a measure of warmth to the frigid cave, causing the solid ice to show signs of melting, droplets forming one after another. A look of fear crossed the faces of the wild Pokémon as they suffered devastating damage from the flamethrower, emitting cries of agony. With Charmeleon's relentless assault, the scorching flames incapacitated all the wild ice-type Pokémon, leaving them unconscious on the floor. Then, a dazzling light of evolution burst forth from Charmeleon, signaling its transformation. Moments later, as the radiant glow dissipated, a Pokémon resembling a western dragon with orange skin and cream-colored underbelly emerged, complete with wings and walking on two legs. With a triumphant roar, it unleashed flames toward the sky, exuding a sense of joy and authority. "Congratulations, Charizard," Lu Feng remarked with a smile, acknowledging the newly evolved Pokémon. Through this evolution, Charizard reached level 41, successfully attaining gym-level strength. Sensing the transformation in Charizard's strength, Pokémon such as Swampert offered their heartfelt blessings to it. Charizard reciprocated with a nod to each of the Pokémon before gradually making its way to land behind Lu Feng. Subsequently, Lu Feng led them deeper into the cavern. The surrounding wild Pokémon seemed to perceive their formidable presence, recognizing that Lu Feng and his companions were not to be trifled with. Consequently, they deftly avoided the path ahead, and even when occasional attacks occurred, they were effortlessly repelled. After a considerable time, Lu Feng arrived at the lowest level of Twin Islands, where the chill was most pronounced. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of wild Pokémon, save for an enormous ice block that stood resolutely at the center of this layer, emanating a chilling aura. Through the power of aura, Lu Feng detected a terrifying life force emanating from within the ice, which cast a shadow over his countenance. As if sensing the intrusion of an unexpected guest, the standing ice began to crack, piece by piece, releasing an overwhelming force that gradually spread across the entirety of Twin Islands. Under the weight of this menacing presence, the wild Pokémon on the island displayed expressions of fear, silently yielding to this formidable force at the lowest level. With a resounding thud, the ice shattered, the sound echoing as it struck the ground, and a figure encased in frost gradually emerged before Lu Feng. It boasted feathers of a resplendent blue, reminiscent of snow, exuding an exquisite purity. Adorning its head was a crown formed of 3 deep blue, diamond-shaped feathers, and its eyes glowed with a vivid crimson hue, radiating an intense chill. "Indeed, it is you, Articuno," Lu Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the wild Pokémon before him.